Introduction **. This is a tale of traversing dimensions from the realm of the Elder Scrolls V to a song of ice and fire, culminating in the creation of a magical empire. Outline of Dimensions **. The Elder Scrolls V, A Song of Ice and Fire, Pirates of the Caribbean, Merlin, Dracula, Bloodline, Bloodsucker Strain, and others yet to be determined. Chapter 001. The protagonist at max level in the Elder Scrolls V. As Aki Tondon stood before the revamped Dark Portal, he felt a surge of excitement. After 12 years in the world of the Elder Scrolls V, reaching this level was no small feat. In his previous life, Aki was merely a scientific researcher at a Chinese university, and the name he once bore had long since faded into obscurity. The reason for his transmigration remains a mystery that he does not concern himself with. Upon arriving in the world of the Elder Scrolls V, he found himself transformed into a 6-year-old orphan named Aki Tondon. As a traveler, he was bestowed with a golden finger, namely a robust system and a rather impressive artifact, which became the cornerstone of his success over the years. Aichi's system was straightforward yet effective, lacking self-awareness, and possessing an intelligence level comparable to that of Siri. It functioned akin to a high-level computer, capable of recording, analyzing, and calculating, thereby accelerating Aichi's learning process. While these functions may appear rudimentary, they were invaluable for Aichi's focused pursuit of the mage profession. Regardless of how complex a spell model or profound a piece of knowledge was, he could memorize it after a single glance, continuously grasping and experimenting with it through the aid of his system. This is why Aichi became an unparalleled master of all schools of magic at the Winterhold Academy in the world of the Elder Scrolls, earning the title of master across all disciplines. Although the artifact he acquired, dubbed the Book of Infinity, was labeled as such, Aichi himself remained skeptical of its merit. Nevertheless, its functionalities were quite satisfactory. As suggested by its name, the Book of Infinity possesses an infinite number of pages. The primary ability of the Book of Infinity lies in its supportive functions, capable of recording the contents of all books within a certain range, ignoring walls and other obstacles. Regardless of whether the recorded books are open, as long as they are within the specified vicinity, they can be completely inscribed into the Book of Infinity. This ability, while somewhat overlapping with Aichi's system, greatly facilitated his early endeavors in book theft. After all, upon his arrival, Aichi was merely a powerless orphan. His theoretical knowledge was entirely acquired through clandestine learning, making this seemingly trivial ability immensely valuable in his early days. Of course, the reason the Book of Infinity is regarded as an artifact lies in its storage function, which significantly enhances its utility. The world of the Elder Scrolls is, after all, a tangible realm, despite its gaming roots. It does not exhibit the peculiarities of a game, where a city may have fewer than 100 inhabitants, or where one can sustain multiple injuries without any logical repercussions. This world is real and intricate, devoid of magical inventory systems. Thus, the Book of Infinity serves a crucial role in storage. In the realm of the Elder Scrolls, there are no storage rings, a staple in many novels, rendering the storage capacity of the Book of Infinity quite precious. It operates by using its pages to store items. For instance, placing a dragonbone dagger in one page will display its image, allowing Aichi to retrieve it by reaching into the page, causing the dagger's image to vanish. As long as the items are not excessively large, they can be conveniently stored, which is an exceedingly useful and practical ability. Moreover, Aichi particularly cherished the golden finger bestowed upon him by an unknown divine entity, granting him the ability to switch templates. In simpler terms, Aichi possesses several templates that he can interchange at will, ensuring he always has an edge over others in the realm of the Elder Scrolls. The templates he acquired primarily include Mage, Vampire, and Werewolf. With the assistance of a system, these templates can be continuously refined. The Vampire template has evolved to the level of Vampire Lord, and the Mage template has incorporated a Dragonborn subtemplate. Although in the game, Dragonborn is not classified under mages, the system categorizes it as such. Furthermore, while the Vampire and Werewolf templates cannot coexist, the Mage template can be combined with the other two, allowing for configurations such as Vampire Mage or Werewolf Mage, or simply retaining the Human Mage template. While other races in the Elder Scrolls, such as half-dragons and wood elves, possess intriguing abilities that fall outside the templates, Aichi remains largely satisfied. These encompass the extent of his golden finger abilities. Now, let us delve into Aichi's legendary experiences over the past 12 years in the world of the Elder Scrolls V. Upon his arrival, Aichi was a 6-year-old Asian orphan boy, remarkably the only one of his kind in the entirety of the Elder Scrolls continent. His appearance mirrored that of his childhood in his previous life, with only his name being retained and his origins shrouded in mystery. Aichi suspected he was merely reincarnated, albeit in a younger form. He endured mistreatment from the orphanage director, kind-hearted Guiran, at the Honor Hall orphanage in Riften. After 6 months of diligent study, he escaped the orphanage, leveraging his remarkable learning capacity and agility to master lockpicking, disguise, and thievery, mingling with the Thieves Guild. With the funds he acquired, he diligently purchased basic spellbooks, mastering several simple spells through the system's learning assistants. At the age of 8, he traversed mountains to reach the Winterhold Academy, where his exceptional aptitude for learning and magical talent caught the attention of several masters. Within a mere 2 years, he had attained adept level in all schools of magic, with destruction and conjuration reaching expert level, and he became proficient in various enchanting techniques, regarded by the masters as the heir to the future position of headmaster of Winterhold. By the age of 10, after inscribing all of Winterhold's books in the Book of Infinity, Aichi, despite the master's pleas for him to stay, set forth on his journey once more. He practiced his spells while seeking out the Greybeards atop the throat of the world, as nearly all travelers in the Elder Scrolls possessed the Dragonborn capability, and he could not afford to squander the opportunity to acquire Dragon Shouts. Historically, in the Elder Scrolls, even non-Dragonborn can learn Dragon Shouts, albeit through greater effort and more convoluted means. Dragon Shouts are a hallmark of the Elder Scrolls, allowing one to breathe fire or ice, with some even delving into the realm of time itself, an ability too precious to overlook. Indeed, at the throat of the world, Aichi successfully began learning Dragon Shouts from the Greybeards, leveraging his Dragonborn identity. The leader of the Greybeards, Parthurnax, himself a dragon and brother to the great boss Alduin, recognized Aichi's potential and diligently taught him, averting the awkward scenario of needing to collect Dragon Shouts across various dungeons, as seen in the game. Thanks to his exceptional learning ability and assistance from the system, Aichi mastered most Dragon Shouts in 3 years and elevated all schools of magic to expert level. With a solid foundation of power established, Aichi commenced his strategic endeavors across the continent. Aichi began orchestrating plans across the continent at the tender age of 13. Following in the footsteps of many predecessors who had traversed dimensions, he initially leveraged the knowledge from his previous life to create an opening with distilled spirits, thus amassing his initial capital, before establishing a chain of hotels featuring Chinese cuisine. Having accrued substantial wealth, he reached out to all the masters in Winterhold, inspired by the commercial philosophies of his past life, to launch a comprehensive enterprise encompassing the production and sale of magical potions, scrolls, and enchanted weapons. He established the largest distribution network for these magical commodities, earning a reputation as one of the wealthiest individuals on the continent. Amidst the upheaval caused by the Stormcloak Rebellion, he rallied an army under the moniker of Dragonborn, utilizing his wealth to forge a formidable force that navigated the political landscape between the Empire and the Stormcloaks, ultimately becoming a significant power that could not be underestimated by either side. By the time Aichi turned 16, he opted to pause the expansion of his influence. It was, to be frank, a peculiar advantage and a disadvantage that he was so young. Yet it was remarkable that he could cultivate such power at his age, largely due to the support he received from several dragons, led by Parthurnax and Alduin, one of whom he had previously vanquished using the Dragon Shout. In return, starting from the age of 16, Aichi shifted his focus from the conflicts of the human empire to matters of magic. He first aided the Dawn Guard in resolving a vampire crisis, liberating the vampiric Lady Serana, and together confronting her father, the Lord of the Vampire Army, Harkon, during which Aichi acquired the template of the Vampire Lord. He subdued the remaining vampire factions, facilitating a truce between the vampires and the Dawn Guard, wherein the vampires would retract their power and serve Aichi, while the Dawn Guard would hunt only those who broke the rules. Following this, he recruited the companions, thus acquiring the werewolf template, and his influence continued to grow. Although he did not engage further in the battlefield between the Empire and the Stormcloaks, he steadily integrated a series of mid-sized factions, including the Dark Brotherhood, Thieves Guild, Blades, the Battleborn Warriors, and the Grey Maces, enhancing both his wealth and understanding of magic. Eventually, he mastered all conventional master-level spells, enchanting techniques, and the languages of Dragon Shouts. With the robust physique granted by the vampire and werewolf templates, he became proficient in various weaponry, including bows and daggers, and even dabbled in forging, qualifying himself as a true master. Moreover, Aichi continuously organized adventuring parties to explore ancient ruins, acquiring more ancient skills. He successfully replicated dwarven machinery powered by soul stones and the gargoyles of vampiric castles. Despite some limitations in production due to certain issues, these achievements marked a significant technological breakthrough and showcased Aichi's exceptional level of magic. By the time he reached 18, Aichi faced his most formidable adversary, Alduin. The journey proved to be tenfold more challenging and intricate than the original game, though this is not the primary focus of this narrative. Ultimately, Aichi triumphed over Alduin, saving the world and achieving a sense of fulfillment. In the end, after receiving the blessing of the dragon god Akatosh, both the Infinite Book and the system bestowed upon him the supreme reward, the ability to traverse dimensions. In essence, this granted him a magic akin to the dark portal in the world of Warcraft, which we shall refer to as the Dimensional Gate. Unlike the warlocks who sacrificed vast amounts of life as offerings, the Dimensional Gate could be activated solely with Aichi's magic and soul stones. With the assistance of the dragon god, Aichi was able to locate a dimension that resonated closely with him for his inaugural crossing, significantly reducing the cost. As for the considerable number of soul stones required for the journey, those familiar with the Elder Scrolls 5 know well that employing weapons enchanted with soul trap to slay living beings, including animals, would allow the absorption of their soul energy into the soul stones, converting it into a valuable resource. While it might sound like a sophisticated form of dark magic, it is indeed an essential aspect of the magic in the Elder Scrolls. Aichi's solution was straightforward. Having already established a chain of restaurants in the realm of the Elder Scrolls 5, he ensured a complete supply chain for raw materials, which included numerous animal farms. At all of his farms, during the slaughter of chickens, ducks, fish, and livestock, he mandated the use of his enchanted soul trap knives. Thus, while producing meat, these farms simultaneously generated soul stones, enabling Aichi to amass a vast quantity for both enchanting and traversing. Finally, after 12 years in the world of the Elder Scrolls 5, Aichi resolved to embark on another journey. This time, he consolidated his power, constructing a grand dimensional gate and selecting 3,000 elite soldiers alongside a plethora of specialized personnel, including mages, warriors, thieves, and assassins from the Dark Brotherhood, to prepare for the crossing. Aichi intended to learn from the infamous Gul'dan, planning to dispatch his elite forces to seize an initial foothold, and once stabilized, establish a dimensional gate to facilitate the continued flow of troops from his homeland. Unlike the orcs, who were compelled to abandon their homeland, Aichi intended to maintain a significant presence there to safeguard his base. Although the Empire and the Stormcloaks were embroiled in a fierce conflict and had little time to concern themselves with Aichi, who had recently triumphed over Alduin, he remained cautious against any potential threats to his home. Thus, after securing vast amounts of gold, equipment, provisions, and goods in the Infinite Book, clad in dragon-scale armor and riding a nightmare, a horse graciously gifted by the Dark Brotherhood, renowned as the first horse of the Elder Scrolls, Aichi led over 3,000 individuals through the Dimensional Gate. Under the guidance of the dragon god Akatosh, akin to the Orcish Horde's passage through the Dark Portal in Warcraft, they traversed through the realms until they finally arrived in a desolate wilderness. After a brief period of reorganizing his forces and dispatching scouts, Aichi confirmed that they had indeed arrived in the world of the acclaimed series, A Song of Ice and Fire. However, they had not reached the famed Seven Kingdoms, but instead found themselves on the continent of Essos, east of the Seven Kingdoms, in the vicinity of Pentos, one of the 9 free trade cities. The date was the 1st of March in the year 279 of the Dragon Calendar. If history were to unfold as previously recorded, in just over a month, the last scion of House Targaryen, Viserys Targaryen, and his sister Daenerys Targaryen would arrive in Pentos, culminating in Daenerys' marriage to Khal Drogo on the 21st of December that year. Undoubtedly, all of this would herald monumental changes across the entirety of the A Song of Ice and Fire realm with Aichi's arrival. Chapter 002: Strategizing in the World of A Song of Ice and Fire. When Aichi discovered that the world Akatosh had helped him locate was that of A Song of Ice and Fire, he felt a surge of delight. Undoubtedly, this realm would become Aichi's base of operations, for which his influence would gradually expand into various dimensions, making it an excellent starting point. One must not underestimate the difficulty and resource expenditure associated with the Dimensional Gate during interdimensional travel. A comparison with the world of Azeroth illustrates this well. Gul'dan required the sacrifice of thousands, exerting every effort, along with the assistance of the fallen Guardian Medivh, to successfully open the portal and transport the first wave of orc warriors to Azeroth. The Gate of Dimensions magic employed by Aki bears numerous similarities to the Dark Gate. However, the act of transference becomes exceedingly arduous in the absence of another mage to provide coordinates and assist with the incantation from the opposite world. Although the dragon god Akatosh has bestowed upon Aki a star chart that can be utilized to locate coordinates of other realms, the unilateral existence of the Gate of Dimensions implies that cross-world transport may only accommodate a mere 10 individuals. Fortuitously, Akatosh aided Aki in selecting a world that resonates harmoniously with him, with a world consciousness still in a nascent state. Unlike Azeroth, which harbors celestial beings, posed no objection to Aki's arrival. This serendipity allowed for the initial transference of several thousand individuals. Otherwise, Aki would have had to first transport himself, establish a dominion, and subsequently construct another Gate of Dimensions, necessitating simultaneous casting from both gates to mitigate transport costs before bringing an army across. The current circumstances have indeed spared Aki a considerable amount of effort. Moreover, the world of Song of Ice and Fire serves as a far more manageable base of operations than that of the Elder Scrolls. While the latter's magic is notably more vibrant, the incessant emergence of true gods, particularly the creator deity Akatosh alongside a plethora of demon gods, necessitates constant deference to these formidable figures. In contrast, the realm of A Song of Ice and Fire, despite its slightly lower magical activity, once thrived in sorcery, allowing Aki to practice his magic with minimal interference. Furthermore, the impending passage of a red comet heralds a resurgence of magic across the realm, advantageous for Aki's ascendance. Here, the absence of high-level spellcasters renders Aki akin to a star amongst the common populace, significantly enhancing his renown. Additionally, the world of Song of Ice and Fire exhibits no signs of active true deities. The dominant belief in the seven gods among the seven kingdoms has yet to manifest any divine miracles, predominantly exploited by a cadre of ambitious schemers manipulating their followers. The so-called old gods of the north remain unseen, while the threat of White Walkers stirs outside the wall, referred to by the wildlings as the White God, yet far from divine status. The Eastern faith in the Red God resembles a band of zealots who, through fire magic and sacrificial rites, fall prey to self-delusion. Although a few dramatic resurrections resemble miracles, Aki perceives that as long as these threats do not stem from a godly projection, they pose little danger to him. In fact, the threat from the Red God is to some extent eclipsed by the overwhelming horde of White Walkers. The remaining spellcasters are hardly noteworthy, granting Aki a distinct advantage in this realm. From the perspective of power development, this is even more pronounced. Currently, Aki focuses on enhancing his magical capabilities, having refrained from inventing gunpowder in the Elder Scrolls world for various reasons, thereby primarily engaging in cold weapon combat on the battlefield. Should he strive in the Elder Scrolls realm, he would contend with the vast forces of the Empire and the Stormcloak, in addition to the political machinations of the High Elves organization, the Aldmeri Dominion. Aki's influence presently resides within a tolerable range of these major powers. Any further expansion would likely provoke significant opposition. While Aki possesses confidence in achieving ultimate victory, the discovery of the world of A Song of Ice and Fire sparked new ambitions. He envisioned establishing a stronghold in this realm, thereby asserting dominance in one area and subsequently bolstering his forces in the Elder Scrolls world. This strategy mirrors colonial development, and in the long term, this colony is destined to evolve into a primary stronghold. The difficulty of expanding influence in the world of A Song of Ice and Fire is markedly reduced. In approximately a year, the continent of Westeros will descend into chaos, leaving little energy to address the affairs of Essos. As Aki's current refuge, Essos boasts vast territories, numerous scattered factions, and the 9 free cities of the West, which remain largely independent and rife with underlying conflicts. Aki is confident in establishing a long-term outpost in the less arable regions between these 9 cities, where he can swiftly construct a new Gate of Dimensions without provoking local powers. Once the passage between A Song of Ice and Fire and the Elder Scrolls is established, he can unleash his ambitions. According to Aki's analysis, the world of A Song of Ice and Fire currently resides in the early stages of its narrative arc, with significant events still a year away. Both continents maintain a stable situation, and prudence dictates a strategy of gradual development to establish a solid foundation for his power. Fortunately, the predominant language in the Elder Scrolls world, Westeros, and the western regions of Essos is English. though the reasons for this remain unexamined, facilitating communication for Aki and his subordinates as they lay their plans. Aki first extracted a wealth of resources from the Infinite Book, an advantage of possessing storage tools. The advanced troops he brought consisted solely of battle elites and skilled subordinates, with no auxiliary supply troops, thereby ensuring the army's formidable combat efficacy. Aki himself was akin to an entire supply convoy, utilizing the abundant timber, bricks, and cement he had procured, having already invented a primitive form of cement in the Elder Scrolls world. Aki and his subordinates swiftly constructed a modest fortress, ensuring a degree of defensive capability. They then leveraged the diverse goods brought along to establish trade relations with the city of Pentos. As the foremost merchant in the Elder Scrolls world, Aki's development of countless commodities over the years bore fruit. Through the vast quantities of distilled spirits, improved mirrors, which, despite the existence of glass and mirrors in the medieval era, lacked clarity and smoothness, soap, and perfume from the Infinite Book, he sought to open trade routes. Aki dispatched his subordinates with samples to approach the governor of Pentos, Illyrio Mopatis, a figure who sheltered the Targaryen siblings for half a year and facilitated the marriage between Daenerys and Khal Drogo. At this juncture, Illyrio had just taken the Targaryens under his wing, deciding to support their house for personal gain, or, as the eunuch Varys would put it, for the sake of the common people. In fact, Governor Illyrio had been feeling quite discontented in recent days. After deciding to support House Targaryen, he increasingly realized that Viserys Targaryen was nothing more than a fool, tyrannical in nature, yet lacking capability. He fancied himself a true dragon reborn, believing that upon arriving in Westeros, a throng of followers would bow before him, and the populace would celebrate his ascendance with jubilant fanfare. This led Illyrio to contemplate assassinating Viserys and marrying his sister Daenerys, seizing power for himself. However, due to various considerations, he ultimately abandoned this alluring notion, opting to remain in the shadows. At this point, Illyrio had resolved to introduce Daenerys to the Khal Drogo, hoping to gain the support of a powerful warlord through her marriage. In recent days, Illyrio had been mulling over the feasibility of this plan, which would require substantial funding. However, Viserys was squandering their limited resources, having fled with little wealth. Yet, he insisted on maintaining appearances, placing considerable pressure on Illyrio as the financier. It was then that Aki's subordinate, the sorcerer Macario, arrived in Pentos with an array of goods, instantly capturing Illyrio's keen interest. Aichi dispatched Marcorio due to his commendable prowess as a mage, proficient in the arts of transformation, destruction, and restoration. In the realm of the game, one could recruit him for a mere 500 coins. However, in the tangible world, Aichi exerted considerable effort to secure Marcorio's allegiance, for the realities of existence starkly differ from those of the game. It is worth noting that in the actual world of the Elder Scrolls, currency is diverse, unlike the singular gold coins of the game. A wooden bowl costs 1 gold coin. Can it truly be made of wood? An apple pie is priced at 5 gold coins, while a loaf of bread is 2 gold coins. Aichi's world also features copper and silver coins, preventing a surplus of gold coins. Marcorio's identity as a mage affords him significant self-preservation capabilities. In an era where magic is suppressed, he can achieve victory through surprise. However, Aichi's stipulation requires that Marcorio refrain from displaying his magical abilities, as it is not yet the opportune moment, a matter intimately tied to Aichi's pivotal future plans. In summary, Aichi appointed Marcorio as a messenger to negotiate a preliminary trade agreement with Governor Illyrio of Pentos. Aichi's choice of Pentos for trade was deliberate. Apart from its proximity as a foothold in this world, the inherent military weakness of Pentos was a crucial factor. Historically, Pentos has endured protracted conflicts with Bravos, ultimately leading to a treaty that restricts the Pentoshi from possessing more than 20 warships, hiring mercenaries, entering contracts with free companies, or maintaining any military force beyond the city guard. Despite its imposing walls, Pentos is widely regarded as the most vulnerable among the free trade city-states. Thus, engaging in trade with Pentos is relatively safe, alleviating concerns of being subjected to the whims of a dominant merchant. This apprehension proved justified. Post-commencement of trade, the upper echelons of Pentos contemplated seizing the supply lines. However, upon discovering that this unknown warlord controlled an elite force of over 3,000 troops, such ambitions were swiftly abandoned. After all, an elite force of this magnitude is not to be trifled with. Though the formidable walls of Pentos ensure that the city itself is not overly concerned about the potential for siege by those 3,000 troops, the city's military capabilities are lacking. Years of peace have led to lax training, making them adequate for city defense against the nomadic Dothraki, yet woefully unprepared for a protracted engagement. Even a victory could incur heavy losses, diminishing their influence among the 9 free trade city-states. Thus, Pentos felt secure in its trade relations with Aichi. Once trade with Pentos stabilized, Aichi commenced the procurement of food and other supplies, as he could not afford to remain idle without food production. He also began to gather various materials to reconstruct the dimensional gate. Drawing from previous experience, the construction of the dimensional gate proceeded with remarkable speed, and soon it was successfully established. This development solidified the connection with the Elder Scrolls world, significantly reducing the resource expenditure between the 2 gates. Consequently, should the need arise, Aichi could effortlessly transport vast armies from the Elder Scrolls realm to the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, or return to preside over affairs in the Elder Scrolls. The interchange of goods between the 2 worlds could occur at any moment, ensuring a continuous presence of 3,000 high-morale soldiers, rendering Pentos' assumption that Aichi possessed only a limited force a critical oversight. As these matters fell into place, and everything aligned, time advanced to July of the year 297 of the Dragon Calendar. Daenerys had just turned 13 in May, while Aichi would soon celebrate his 19th birthday in the following month. By late December of that year, Daenerys was destined to wed Khal Drogo, marking the onset of significant events and heralding the grand narrative of A Song of Ice and Fire. Less than 6 months remained until that momentous date. At this juncture, Aichi received new intelligence, not from his subordinates, but conveyed through the celestial orb sent by Akatosh after the completion of the 2nd dimensional gate. This message revealed that the orb had identified yet another realm capable of traversal. Aichi now faced a choice: to remain in the tranquil world of A Song of Ice and Fire for 6 months, or to embark on an exploration of this unknown dimension. Chapter 003. Is it really wise to traverse to another world so soon? When Aichi discovered the coordinates of a new dimension, he felt a profound sense of ambivalence. This situation was unlike his previous venture into the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, where he could effortlessly bring along 3,000 followers, ensuring his safety. Now, he faced the daunting prospect of transporting himself alone, with the necessity to reconstruct a dimensional gate in the new realm before he could return to either the world of A Song of Ice and Fire or that of the Elder Scrolls. Clearly, embarking on this journey into the unknown was a considerable risk. However, when it comes to the spirit of adventure, Aichi could be deemed one of the boldest. As a teenager, he dared to intervene in the conflict between the Empire and the Stormcloak, explored countless dwarven ruins and Nord burial sites, and even confronted Alduin single-handedly. When it comes to courage, Aichi could be described as audacious. After 2 days of contemplation, Aichi ultimately resolved to explore the new dimension. Despite the stable development of his forces, he was acutely aware that at any moment, the 2 major factions of the Elder Scrolls might turn against him. Additionally, the world of A Song of Ice and Fire was on the brink of a great conflict in a year's time, making gradual progress insufficient to seize the initiative. Moreover, both factions had entered a phase of stability. Unless unforeseen events arose within 6 months, no significant actions were anticipated, thus eliminating the necessity for Aichi to remain on standby. Therefore, he prepared to venture into the new realm, hoping to enhance his capabilities or discover methods to strengthen his influence, with the only stipulation being his return within 6 months. Aichi summoned his subordinates to convene a strategic meeting. He appointed the vampire noblewoman Serana to oversee operations in the Elder Scrolls. As a high-ranking vampire, Serana commanded great respect among her kind. Following her alliance with Aichi to defeat her father, Lord Hakon, she had garnered considerable favor among the human factions. Their relationship was amicable, albeit not romantic. Serana was unable to reconcile dating someone several centuries her junior. Nevertheless, having been rescued from her imprisonment and assisted in avenging her mother, the initially unambitious Serana pledged her loyalty to Aichi. Furthermore, the leader of the Greybeards, Parthernax, affectionately referred to as Old Par, expressed his willingness to support Aichi. Although the Greybeards generally refrained from engaging in the struggles of human factions, Aichi, as a dragonborn who had earned their friendship and triumphed over Alduin to save the world, had earned their respect. Old Par assured Aichi that as long as no monumental crises arose, he would be able to withstand any challenges. In the realm of A Song of Ice and Fire, Aichi designated Lydia as the temporary leader. Indeed, this was Lydia, the follower acquired after becoming the Baron of Whiterun in the game, and in reality, one of Aichi's earliest allies. Her abilities and loyalty had been thoroughly tested. Aichi felt confident that, as long as the Dothraki cavalry did not assault their camp within 6 months, Lydia would manage the situation adeptly. Nevertheless, during the arrangements, Lydia and a few others did attempt to persuade Aichi regarding his decision. Lydia remarked, "My lord, although our current situation appears stable, we cannot dismiss the possibility of unforeseen events. Do you think it may be somewhat premature to explore the unknown realms at this juncture?" Aichi responded, "I am not overly concerned about haste. My spells and martial prowess will ensure my safety. Should circumstances demand, I can swiftly construct a temporary dimensional portal to return. My apprehension lies solely with the readers. Will they accept this narrative? To traverse 3 planes by the 3rd chapter may overwhelm them, especially those drawn in by the title who eagerly anticipate the unfolding of A Song of Ice and Fire. Might they abandon their collections at such a sudden shift?" "My lord, what do you mean?" "I struggle to comprehend," Lydia inquired. "Did I utter something just now? It feels as though I were momentarily possessed by some nameless, great entity, breaking through a certain barrier. Nevertheless, let us proceed as planned. Prepare yourselves. I am ready to embark." Thus, Aichi made the necessary arrangements. Donning an ensemble befitting a master-level destruction mage, he stored numerous items within the infinite tome, wielding the Wabajak staff, fastening the razor of Melions to his waist, and adorning himself with the Star of Azura, slinging the infinite tome across his shoulder with a belt. The reason for carrying a selection of weapons was to mitigate the risk of unexpected events. After all, one cannot retrieve arms from the infinite tome in the heat of battle. It was prudent to have weapons readily accessible. Of course, Aichi could cast most of his spells unarmed, so his combat efficacy remained formidable even in a state of simplicity. Additionally, Aichi had stored a plethora of potions, enchanted weapons, and gold within the infinite tome, sufficient to navigate most scenarios. Speaking of weaponry, one must mention the unique specialty of the A Song of Ice and Fire realm, Valyrian steel. This enigmatic alloy, forged by the Valyrians, is renowned for its unparalleled weaponry. Legends speak of spells and magic interwoven into its creation, aided by dragon fire, rendering it lightweight, durable, and resistant to rust, blunting, or breaking. Upon entering the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, Aichi immediately commanded the collection of Valyrian steel weapons to the fullest extent possible. Regrettably, the techniques for forging Valyrian steel have been lost to time, and such weapons have become cherished heirlooms of a few noble families. Only small Valyrian steel items circulate in the market, often rare and elusive. For instance, the dagger with a dragonbone hilt owned by Littlefinger in the original narrative, or the Valyrian steel rings that scholars of the Citadel may earn as a mark of their mastery in mysticism, to be returned upon their demise. For the Citadel possesses a limited supply of Valyrian steel. After establishing a trade route with Pentos, Aichi, with the aid of the governor of Illyrio, invested heavily to acquire a Valyrian steel badge, the lineage and era of which remain shrouded in mystery. It is likely that the family has long since perished, rendering this emblazoned insignia devoid of significance. Subsequent handlers have proven incapable of reforging Valyrian steel. In fact, the original text states that only 3 blacksmiths possessed the knowledge to reforge it, rendering such a modest piece of steel not worth the effort, which is why it was swiftly acquired by Aichi. Although the art of forging Valyrian steel has been lost to time, Aichi is no ordinary individual. He is a prodigy who has mastered various skills to their zenith in the realm of the Elder Scrolls. Utilizing his exceptional blacksmithing prowess and unparalleled enchanting skills, Aichi, with this piece of Valyrian steel as a reference, deduced a method for producing his own version of Valyrian steel through systematic analysis. The processes involved in the forging of the steel are fundamentally akin to those used for Damascus steel, involving the repeated folding and hammering of high-carbon and low-carbon steels. This explains the distinctive patterns of Valyrian steel, which seem to incorporate some form of chromium additives to ensure hardness and prevent rust. However, its other properties, such as its lightness, extraordinary resilience, and the ability to slay White Walkers, derive from the enchantment of dragonfire during the forging process. Aichi surmises that the ancient Valyrians, at a particular stage of forging, employed a unique method that harnessed the intense heat of dragonfire, imbuing the steel with certain dragon-like abilities. While this knowledge may hold little value for the average person, given that dragons have long since vanished from the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, and it remains uncertain whether Daenerys will ever hatch her 3 dragons, Aichi's situation is markedly different. In his realm, dragons abound. If only stable, high-powered magical energy sources were available, Aichi could have easily transported several dragons from the Elder Scrolls world to the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, ensuring a swift victory. Alas, the dimensional gates cannot facilitate the transfer of high-tier beings without such energy. A comparison to the Dark Portal in World of Warcraft reveals that while it can transport thousands of orcs, it cannot bring over Archimonde without the aid of sources like the Sunwell or the Well of Eternity. Currently, Aichi is unable to transport even the giants he has tamed in the Elder Scrolls, relegated to sending only ordinary soldiers. Nonetheless, while dragons may not be transportable, enlisting one to assist with steel forging back in the Elder Scrolls is a trivial matter. Of course, seeking assistance from figures like Old Pa or Alduin is not feasible. Both are formidable among dragons, though Alduin is somewhat underwhelming in the game. However, there are countless unnamed dragons in Skyrim. Finding one or two to aid in the forging of steel would be quite manageable. At present, Aichi's standing among the dragons is of considerable stature. In the ancient world of the Elder Scrolls, the souls of dragons are immortal. Even upon the demise of their physical forms, their spirits return to the dragon mounds, awaiting resurrection. Consequently, it is generally advisable to avoid provoking dragons, as they are prone to relentlessly seek vengeance, often requiring immense effort to vanquish even a single dragon. Though it is true that the combat prowess of dragons in the Elder Scrolls universe is not insurmountable. With sufficient manpower and determination, one can still slay an ordinary dragon, provided that it is indeed a common one. However, after a few years, the slain dragon may return to exact retribution, and the toll of such encounters is often too great to bear. The Dragonborn, however, possesses a unique advantage. Upon slaying an ordinary dragon, the dragon's soul is absorbed by the Dragonborn, preventing its resurrection. Thus, a formidable Dragonborn is not one to be trifled with by dragons. Moreover, Aichi, a Dragonborn who recently triumphed over one of the dragon leaders, Alduin, is a favored disciple of Old Parthernax. It would take an extraordinary lapse in judgment for any dragon to dare offend Aichi. Upon returning to the world of the Elder Scrolls, Aichi casually summoned a dragon using the dragon shout, prompting 3 nearby dragons to approach eagerly. They did not require coercion. They readily acknowledged Aichi's authority, indicating that they would follow his commands without hesitation. However, these lesser dragons were rather timid. The more powerful dragons maintained a stance of respectful dialogue with Aichi. Aichi instructed the frost dragon among them to take its leave, retaining the blood dragon and fire dragon to gather a cadre of blacksmiths, alchemists, and several elder mages from Winterhold to study the properties of Valyrian steel. The elder mages, encountering dragon fire enchanted metal for the first time, became thoroughly engrossed in their research. After a fortnight of diligent experimentation, they succeeded in crafting a version of Valyrian steel that boasted commendable attributes, rivaling the original. Although the production yield was modest and the forging process could not utilize dragonfire, it proved to be an excellent material for high-tier equipment. Testing it on a few Nord Draugr in nearby tombs revealed that it inflicted significant damage upon undead beings, falling slightly short of the legendary Blade of Dawn. Yet its potential for small-scale production was a considerable advantage, leading Aichi to express his satisfaction. By the time the research on Valyrian steel was completed, the 2 dragons had grown exhausted, their vigor thoroughly depleted from incessantly tending the forge and enchanting table. After 2 weeks of continuous fire-breathing, the fire dragon found the sight of flames nauseating, while the blood dragon lay sprawled on the ground, eyes rolling back in fatigue, yearning for sustenance. In a show of generosity, Aichi granted the dragons a few days' respite and subsequently secured them a favorable position assisting in the production of Valyrian steel, promising them benefits and ample sustenance. The 2 dragons, with tears of gratitude in their eyes, perhaps tears of genuine emotion, or so Aichi believed, accepted the offer, expressing their willingness to invite a few dragon friends to contribute to the endeavor of increasing steel production. In summary, after storing a plethora of potions and equipment, including Valyrian steel weaponry, within the Infinite Book, Aichi once again opened the Infinite Gate, embarking alone into the realms of the unknown. Chapter 004. Tortuga Island and Jack Sparrow. As Aichi embarked on his journey, a series of intriguing events were unfolding in the world he was about to enter. It was the age of exploration, with King George II reigning over England. The East India Company was at the zenith of its power, while the pirates, once legitimate marauders contributing to the empire's prosperity, were gradually becoming obsolete in the face of the changing times. Despite holding the title of captain, Jack Sparrow had not set foot on a proper ship for nearly a decade, and was now entangled in a multitude of troubles. For years, he had been in pursuit of the Black Pearl, and now, Miraculously, the fabled ship had reappeared, having kidnapped the governor's daughter, a young lady named Elizabeth. In a twist of fate, he encountered Will Turner, the son of Bootstrap Bill, who offered to assist Jack in escaping captivity in exchange for rescuing Elizabeth. Together, they managed to commandeer a military vessel named the Interceptor and set sail for Tortuga Island, also known as Turtle Island, where Jack intended to recruit a crew to reclaim the Black Pearl. Will, the foolish romantic willing to sacrifice everything for love, was blissfully unaware that Jack intended to use him as leverage against Barbossa to regain ownership of the Black Pearl. Ultimately, the relationships among pirates were merely a cycle of incessant betrayal. With the assistance of his loyal friend and devoted first mate, Gibbs, Jack successfully gathered a motley crew of questionable character and dubious mental stability in a remarkably short span of time. Jack noted that, under different circumstances, he would have easily attracted exceptional sailors during his tenure as captain of the Black Pearl. Now, with only the modest interceptor at his disposal and lacking any significant influence, he found it challenging to convince anyone to follow him. Before Jack addressed the newly assembled crew to bolster their spirits and reassure Will, his most valuable bargaining chip, Aichi had already traversed through a dimensional gateway to arrive at Tortuga Island. Upon learning the island's name, Aichi conducted a brief analysis. The name Tortuga was indeed prevalent in many worlds, as it referred to a real island. However, in this instance, the island was predominantly occupied by pirates, transforming it into a lawless haven for revelry, contraband, trade, and the recruitment of illicit crew members, a situation seemingly unique to the world of Caribbean pirates. After inquiring among the locals about the Black Pearl and Jack Sparrow's renown, Aichi became increasingly convinced that he had entered the realm of the Caribbean pirates. By synthesizing all the information he had gathered, he confirmed the precise moment of his arrival in this world. Because Aichi could roughly confirm that the various realms he reached through the star chart were essentially manifestations of the films or books he was familiar with from his past life. The passage of time between these worlds could not be standardized, while the flow of time was generally consistent. Aichi could not assure that his arrival coincided with the beginning of the respective narratives. The previous two worlds could be considered fortunate, as they opened early, granting him ample time for planning and development. This time, however, was different. Upon his arrival, the story had already progressed significantly. Aichi learned that Captain Jack Sparrow was in the area seeking to recruit crew members. According to Aichi's analysis, this aligned with the plot of the first Pirates of the Caribbean film, where Elizabeth had already been kidnapped, and Will and Jack were en route to rescue her. Albeit with differing intentions, Aichi felt a sense of joy upon entering this realm, as it held many treasures he wished to acquire. Moreover, it appeared to be relatively safe. Despite the existence of beings like Calypso, who claimed divinity, and some who walked among mortals or exhibited magical phenomena, the overall threat level seemed minimal, and the power dynamics were not particularly formidable. Furthermore, this realm was not solely defined by magic. It was situated in the age of exploration, with commendable advancements in technology. At the very least, cannons and firearms had reached a level of sophistication. In his previous two worlds, Aichi had been unable to develop firearms for various reasons, but now, he finally had access to a practical outcome. As long as he could construct a dimensional gate here, he could procure firearms and cannons in this world and transport them back to the other two realms. Thus far, Aichi was quite satisfied with this new dimension. At that moment, Jack was engaged in a discussion, seemingly negotiating with a past romantic acquaintance, Anna Maria, while with the assistance of his somewhat unreliable ally, Will. He was relinquishing future ownership of the intercepting ship he was currently aboard. As everyone prepared to board, a voice called out from behind Jack. "Excuse me, gentlemen. I apologize for the interruption. Although I can ascertain from your attire, I must ask for confirmation. Is this Captain Jack Sparrow?" It is worth noting that while corresponding works could be found across different worlds, the process of manifestation often altered certain implausible aspects, and real individuals could not resemble their cinematic portrayals. Essentially, they bore only a passing resemblance. Jack Sparrow's appearance differed from that of his actor, Johnny Depp. Yet his flamboyant demeanor was unmistakably similar, which was why Aichi recognized him immediately. As everyone turned around, they noticed a peculiar young man clad in a robe, leaning on a wooden staff, the Wabbajack. Will, having seen several individuals seeking trouble with Jack along the way, discreetly inquired, "Do you owe him money? Or have you stolen his ship?" Given that several of Jack's creditors had approached him during their journey, it was a reasonable question. Jack remarked, "I don't recall anything, though I cannot dismiss the possibility." H approached and engaged Jack in conversation, introducing himself. "I am H. Danton. You may call me H. At present, I am on a quest to trace the Aztec gold for certain reasons. Since our paths cross, I hope to secure passage on your vessel. Among the group, only Jack and Gibbs were aware of the significance of the Aztec gold, knowing it to be the crux of their journey. The others remained blissfully ignorant, including Will, who was entirely unaware that the gold he wore as a child was the very catalyst for the attack on the Black Pearl and the subsequent abduction of Elizabeth. Upon learning that this stranger possessed knowledge of the Aztec gold, both Jack and Gibbs felt a tightening in their chests. Jack, fearing that this unfamiliar individual might divulge information that Will should remain oblivious to, which could jeopardize his plans, hastily interjected, "I've heard no mention of any gold. Our objective is to reclaim the entire ship. My crew consists solely of my own men. You should seek another vessel." H chuckled lightly. "Let us not jump to conclusions too hastily, Captain Jack Sparrow. I come with good intentions. Consider this an opportunity for a transaction. I can offer gold and even provide assistance in the future, for I sense that your troubles are far from over." Jack, not yet faced with the impending demands of Davy Jones, was far from grateful for any assistance. Anxiety began to mount within Jack, especially with Will, who seemed increasingly intrigued. Should Will discover that he was to be used as leverage, Jack's prior plans could unravel. Thus, Jack drew his pistol, aiming it at H, and threatened, "I have already stated that we do not possess what you seek. You should look elsewhere." H had anticipated the current predicament from the outset and had secretly prepared for it. He was not there to join their ranks. Since the swiftest route was to board their ship, he realized that he needed to subdue this band of pirates. For pirates, absolute strength was the best assurance of loyalty. With a smile, H proposed, "Let us converse in a different manner." In a swift motion, while maintaining the magical barrier he had quietly activated prior to negotiations, he unleashed a basic destructive spell, shocking Jack. In an instant, Jack became one of the few individuals in this age devoid of electricity to experience such a jolt. Succumbing to a sensation of tingling paralysis, collapsing to the ground, convulsing and rolling his eyes, the remaining crew members, caught off guard, were met with a flash of blue light, witnessing their captain fall to the ground in convulsions, prompting them to instinctively reach for their weapons to engage in battle. The first to react was Gibbs, the loyal companion of the captain. Just as Gibbs was about to draw his sword, Aichi had already pointed the Wabbajack staff in his direction. As a relic of the ancient scrolls world, the Wabbajack staff was undoubtedly a divine artifact, capable of transforming adversaries into peculiar creatures at random. Before Gibbs could even unsheath his sword, he vanished in a flash of light, only to be replaced by a sheep. The remaining crew members' minds had yet to grasp this absurdity when Aichi was already preparing his second spell, the Wall of Fire. A wall of blazing flames suddenly erupted between Aichi and the others, nearly singeing the prone Jack. Faced with this alarming situation, no one dared to charge forward. While Aichi readied his second casting of the Wabbajack, Aichi randomly pointed the staff at one of the crew members, who, having learned from the previous transformation, screamed in panic and attempted to flee, but was promptly turned into a rabbit in another burst of light. Aichi struck the ground forcefully with his staff and declared that anyone who dared to move would be next to be transformed into an animal. Witnessing the scene, all, including Will, stood frozen in fear, too intimidated to breathe as they awaited Aichi's commands. Satisfied, Aichi dispelled the wall of fire. Under the watchful eyes of the twitching crew members, he delivered a small electric shock to Captain Jack. Calmly leaning on his staff, he approached the others with a serene smile and said, "I require your vessel for the time being. You shall work for me. Who is in favor and who is against?" In an instant, all crew members transformed into compliant fish, vocally expressing their support, except for the twitching Jack on the ground and the sheep and rabbit, who remained silent. They unanimously agreed, asserting that the powerful figure's word was law. Aichi nodded in satisfaction and instructed them to carry the convulsing Jack, along with the unfortunate sheep and rabbit, aboard the intercepting vessel. He nonchalantly issued the command, "Set sail." Thus, Aichi embarked on a maritime journey with a group of terrified crew members, a cramping Jack, a sheep, a rabbit, and a bewildered Will. Chapter 005. Sailing and cleansing the sky. Shortly after Aichi led the crew away from Turtle Island, he lifted the transformation effects of the Wabbajack, restoring Gibbs, now a sheep, and the unfortunate crew member turned rabbit back to their original forms. As for Jack, Aichi had utilized a low-level spell, Spark, so it wasn't long before Jack, once carried aboard, regained his composure. However, decades of piracy had imparted upon Jack the most crucial survival skill, the ability to be flexible. Recognizing that the mysterious figure before him could easily overpower him, Jack resolved to bide his time under Aichi's command. Moreover, it appeared that this individual was in search of Aztec gold, which would likely lead to a confrontation with Barbassa. Jack could then exploit this opportunity to reclaim the Black Pearl and find a chance to escape. Now, the entire ship reveres Aichi as a deity, and Aichi has grown accustomed to a position of absolute authority. However, adhering to the principle of delegating tasks to subordinates, Aichi regards the role of a mere ship captain with disdain. Furthermore, during the past decade and more of traversing the world of the Elder Scrolls, despite Aichi's formidable prowess in both martial and scholarly pursuits, he has never commanded a vessel. The empires within the Elder Scrolls and the Stormcloak movement primarily focus on land forces, although Aichi has developed a modest naval fleet. The strategic command does not typically require the supreme commander to engage on the front lines, rendering Aichi entirely ignorant of nautical operations. Even if Aichi were to utilize the Book of Infinite Knowledge to rapidly acquire extensive maritime knowledge, the lack of practical experience would remain a significant obstacle. In this context, it would be more prudent for Jack to maintain his position as captain while Aichi assumes the role of the captain's benefactor. Not to exaggerate, but Jack is akin to a chosen one of the realm, although Aichi does not need to cater to the protagonists of other dimensions. Assisting them often yields the greatest rewards. This synergy can garner recognition and favor from the will of the realm, facilitating the traversal through dimensional gates with reduced difficulty and resource expenditure. With these considerations in mind, when Jack wisely expressed a desire to align himself with Aichi, Aichi readily acquiesced. After all, Aichi must conclude this journey within 6 months, and he must also construct a dimensional gate to return, leaving even less time available. Aichi's primary objective on this expedition is to locate the Aztec gold, whose curses are profoundly enigmatic, particularly those pertaining to the realm of life and death. Aichi has delved deeply into necromantic spells within the Elder Scrolls. Conjuring undead is a straightforward task for him. If he so desired, he could even transform himself into a lich, akin to the ancient dragon priests found in the game. Aichi considers himself well-versed in the transition from life to death. Yet he has yet to explore the reverse transformation from death to life. To date, the only resurrection ritual Aichi has encountered belongs to the Dragonkin, whose souls are immortal and capable of revival after death. Other instances of deceased or undead beings returning to life remain unobserved by Aichi. This is precisely what renders the Aztec gold both extraordinary and precious. When cursed by the Aztec gold, the afflicted become undead, taking on a skeletal form in moonlight, but regain flesh upon leaving its glow. Upon the curse's dissolution, they can once again become living beings. This ability is not only invaluable for Aichi's magical research, but if he were to return with them alive, it would equate to acquiring an army of undead, limited to 882 souls, comprising a total of 822 coins. This force surpasses the efficacy of typical necromantic spells in the Elder Scrolls, as it is abundant in number and the soldiers' minds remain untainted, except when confronted with weapons specifically designed to combat undead entities. Furthermore, the 882 soldiers can be alternated at will. Once the curse is lifted, they revert to their normal state without causing any psychological resistance among the troops, a formidable asset in the warfare of the cold weapon era. Thus, after Jack recovered from the electric shock, Aichi reclaimed his captaincy, while assuming the role of the chief overseer himself. Navigational tasks were best left to the professionals. There was no need for words of encouragement. Every member of the crew dedicated themselves wholeheartedly to their duties. The only woman aboard, Anna Maria, even volunteered to serve as a maid, but Aichi politely declined her offer. During the voyage, aside from Jack's exceptional steering skills, they relied heavily on a remarkable artifact known as the Heart's Desire Compass. This compass does not point north or south. Instead, it directs the user towards their deepest yearnings. Whenever the general course was determined and the Heart's Desire Compass was not required, Aichi would confiscate the compass to conduct his own investigations. In truth, Aichi possessed a similar form of magic known as tracking art, an essential skill for avoiding getting lost in the game. However, in reality, it was not as convenient. This technique could be considered a form of divination, usable only when the seeker had a clear understanding of what they were searching for, and the desired object must not be shrouded by northern magic. The Heart's Desire Compass, apart from its superior divinatory properties, also possessed some illusionary capabilities that could discern the user's thoughts. It is worth noting that tracking art is a spell utilized by sorcerers, whose fundamental quality is the ability to control their own mind and thoughts. Yet the Heart's Desire Compass can disregard this, reading the holder's thoughts at will. This magic intrigued Aichi greatly. Aichi had no intention of claiming the compass for himself, as he deemed it beneath his standards. With his master-level enchanting skills, He felt confident in his ability to replicate a simplified version of the Heart's Desire compass in a short time. Moreover, based on the narrative of the 5th installment of the Pirates of the Caribbean, this compass might serve as a key to certain curses, further dissuading Aichi from acquiring the original. This realization brought a breath of relief to Jack, as very few knew of the compass's unique capabilities. And this enigmatic Aichi not only possessed that knowledge but could potentially eliminate him at any moment. When Aichi eventually returned the compass to Jack, he felt an immense sense of relief. Will, on the other hand, was quite taken with the mysterious figure before him. This individual was both enigmatic and powerful, conveniently aligned with his own path, posing no conflict to his objectives. On the first day aboard, Aichi revealed the truth to Will, disregarding the unfolding of any narrative. Prolonging the story would only lead to numerous complications, hindering Aichi's journey. Thus, he disclosed the entire sequence of events to Will. Will then learned that the entire crew of the Black Pearl, including his father, had been cursed, and that his blood, along with the cursed coin from years past, held the key to breaking that curse. Now, the gold has fallen into the hands of the pirates, and Elizabeth has been mistakenly identified as her father's daughter, destined for a blood sacrifice. Will, unaware that the pirates only require a mere drop of blood, imagines Elizabeth facing a gruesome fate akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Anxious and frantic, he becomes the most diligent worker aboard the Interceptor, fervently hoping for the swift arrival at their destination to rescue his beloved Elizabeth. Consequently, he feels immense gratitude towards Aichi, while his gaze towards Jack grows increasingly disapproving, for it is Jack's intention to trade him for the Black Pearl. Jack, wearing a bitter smile, realizes his plans have come to naught. He is now caught in a precarious position. Although he holds the title of captain, his duties resemble those of a helmsman and navigator, and his words carry far less weight than Aichi's. He is left pondering whether they can reclaim the Black Pearl, and if they do, will the enigmatic figure return it to him? The sea is unpredictable, and this voyage marks Aichi's longest journey thus far. In this age of sailing ships, speed is limited, and the tumultuous winds and waves begin to take their toll, leaving Aichi feeling seasick. As a mage, maintaining a clear mind is paramount, so he consumes a substantial potion from his supplies to quell the nausea. Throughout the journey, Aichi draws food from the Book of Infinite, quenching his thirst with water he had previously stored in its pages, sparing himself from the pirates' questionable provisions. In moments of good cheer, he even shares with the crew, who are now filled with gratitude. Days into the voyage, the Interceptor encounters a violent storm at sea. This tempest mirrors a scene from the film, as torrential rain pelts down and the wind tosses the ship perilously. Jack, determined to maintain speed, refuses to lower the sails. Rainwater cascades into the hold, and in this era, there are no automatic bilge pumps. The crew resorts to using buckets to bail out the water. Initially, Aichi tolerates the conditions, but as the ship sways more violently, he finds water flooding into his cabin. Unable to endure any longer, he emerges onto the deck, drenched by the rain that soaks his mage's robes. Observing the frenzied crew, he scans the surroundings and, addressing the heavens with an appearance of mere conversation, utters a thunderous roar. As his voice reverberates, the storm clouds tremble and retreat in response. The winds diminish, and the rain ceases naturally. Moments later, the area is left devoid of even a gentle breeze, leaving the crew in stunned silence, clutching their buckets. Aichi surveys the scene with satisfaction and commands the crew, urging them to clear the standing water. Indeed, those familiar with the Elder Scrolls V will recognize this as the dragon shout clear skies, compelling the heavens to yield to his voice, a display of grandiosity at its finest. Now, every member aboard reveres Aichi as a divine figure. Aichi returned to the captain's quarters to rest for a while, when he was approached by Jack and Will, who appeared somewhat anxious as they knocked on the door. Will spoke first, saying, "My lord, I apologize for disturbing your rest. Just now, after you cleared the skies, the wind has died down, and the ship's speed is now too low. Might this delay your journey?" In truth, Will was less concerned about Aichi's schedule than he was about the implications for his own quest to rescue Elizabeth. Aichi pondered for a moment, realizing that this situation could indeed hinder their timely arrival at the island where the Aztec gold was stored. If they arrived late, it would be a minor issue if the pirates killed Elizabeth. The greater concern was if they managed to escape with the gold. With a nod to indicate his understanding, Aichi exited the cabin once more and began to summon his followers on deck. As a master summoner, he decided to call forth an ice sprite. Summoning a stone giant would be too cumbersome and would impede their speed. A zombie would be too horrific. And summoning a fire sprite on a wooden ship could spell disaster. Thus, an ice sprite was the most prudent choice. Once the spell was completed, amidst a chorus of astonished gazes, a towering ice sprite, over 2.5 meters tall, manifested on the deck. At Aichi's gesture, the ice sprite leapt into the sea. Being less dense than water, the ice sprite floated, pushing the ship forward from the stern. With this additional force, the intercepting vessel's speed increased significantly, and guided by Jack's compass of desires, they swiftly made their way to their destination. Chapter 006. A relaxed battle along the way. With the ice sprite exerting itself to swim and propel the ship, the group successfully arrived at their destination, the cave harboring the Aztec gold. Barbossa and his crew had arrived slightly earlier, having been cursed for an extended period. They needed to gather some wealth obtained from the 882 gold coins to fully break the curse, which they intended to leave on the island. Just as they were transporting their goods, Aichi's group arrived. Under normal circumstances, absent Aichi's presence, Jack would have stealthily entered the cave with Will, seeking opportunities to act or negotiate at a critical moment. However, Aichi was in command, and he did not believe that negotiation would resolve the current predicament. Ultimately, it would require force to overcome it. Typically, when Barbossa's crew disembarked, they would leave enough men behind to guard the ship against potential attacks. This time, however, Barbossa did not leave many men, for two reasons. Firstly, this was a deserted island, and there were no other inhabitants likely to target his ship. Secondly, the crew had suffered for many years, and now they were eager to lift the curse, so most wished to witness the culmination of the curse's removal in the cave. Additionally, the entire crew was undead, making it difficult for any adversary to succeed in an attack. Those inside the cave could swiftly regroup on the ship for support. This was why, according to the original plan, Jack had refrained from seizing the ship while Barbossa attempted to lift the curse within the cave. However, the situation has changed. Ai-Chi, along with his summoning magic, possesses the capability to seize the Black Pearl while Barbossa is preoccupied with bleeding Elizabeth. This strategy positions him advantageously, as Ai-Chi does not relish being besieged. This plan garnered unanimous approval from Jack and the crew, although Will voiced his dissent, concerned that it would elevate Elizabeth's peril. Nevertheless, Elizabeth's safety was not within Ai-Chi's purview, rendering Will's objections moot. Lacking the leverage to confront Ai-Chi, as he relied on him for Elizabeth's rescue, Will reluctantly acquiesced to the plan. Once the majority of the crew had disembarked from the Black Pearl, Ai-Chi approached the ship with his companions in a small boat. It is noteworthy that over the years, the crew of the Black Pearl, having gained immortality, had significantly lowered their vigilance, allowing Jack and his allies to approach the vessel with ease. They climbed aboard using ropes, while Ai-Chi activated his vampiric transformation, adopting the guise of a Vampire Lord, and took flight just as they were about to ascend. The Vampire Lord form possesses wings, enabling flight over a certain distance, contrary to the limitations imposed by game mechanics, where the Vampire Lord merely hovers. Once airborne, Ai-Chi's agility increased dramatically, along with his physical prowess and regenerative abilities. Moreover, under the cloak of night, he enjoyed the inherent advantages of a vampire, his appearance notwithstanding. Initially, Jack and Will were apprehensive about confronting the immortals aboard the ship, suggesting the use of fishing nets and ropes to subdue them. However, they were outnumbered, and the inherent risks of the plan were considerable. Ai-Chi deemed this approach overly cumbersome and proposed a more streamlined solution. The Aztec gold had transformed Barbossa's crew into undead beings, and while they relished their immortality, they were also burdened with the vulnerabilities that came with it. Aside from enduring years without sustenance, Ai-Chi reasoned that his specialized weapons against undead entities would prove effective. Prior to their departure, he had procured a batch of Valyrian steel weapons crafted by his mages, known for their ability to nullify necromantic spells and inflict severe damage upon the undead. Furthermore, he had enchanted these weapons with holy damage, creating a formidable arsenal specifically designed to combat the undead. After distributing an enchanted Valyrian steel sword and dagger to each of his subordinates, they joined the mission with a mix of skepticism and anticipation. As anticipated by Ai-Chi, the initial bravado of the few aboard the ship, bolstered by their immortality, began to wane when 3 of their number were struck down by the Valyrian steel weapons, immediately reducing them to mere piles of bones. With their leader fallen, the remaining pirates began to falter. Originally, their numbers surpassed those of the Aichi, yet upon the abrupt shattering of their myth of immortality, the psychological disparity was overwhelming. Coupled with the terrifying visage of Aichi, now transformed into a vampiric lord soaring through the skies, wielding blood magic with extraordinary prowess, several of them fell to his might, compelling the remainder to capitulate. As Aichi descended, he discovered that none of his subordinates had perished. Only 3 suffered minor injuries, which did not hinder their combat readiness. Consequently, he commanded his men to bind the captives and retreated to the ship's hold, where he shed his vampiric form and donned a suit of dragon scale armor. After all, in his transformed state, he bore little equipment, and being bare-chested was hardly appealing. Anticipating that subsequent battles would rely on spells, he aimed to present a striking appearance while ensuring he would not be caught off guard. Thus, he adorned himself in the dragon scale armor, which permitted freedom of movement, and retrieved the Oriole's bow along with a bundle of holy light arrows from the Book of Infinity, preparing to confront Barbossa and his crew on the shore. Meanwhile, Barbossa and his crew had just smeared Elizabeth's blood on the last Aztec coin, only to be met with despair and anger upon realizing that the curse still lingered. As they contemplated executing Elizabeth in a fit of rage, the sounds of battle from outside reached their ears. Soon, a lookout pirate returned from the cave entrance, reporting that a group appeared to have seized their ship. Barbossa, unable to tolerate this affront, rallied his crew to launch a counterattack, leaving the frightened Elizabeth abandoned in the chaos. As Barbossa led his men to the shoreline, ready to retaliate, S.H.I.E.L.D had already directed his artillery toward them. While the cannons could obliterate Barbossa's crew, they could resurrect, necessitating a more formidable deterrent, namely, the Oriole's bow in S.H.I.E.L.D's possession. This ancient artifact from the Scrolls of Oblivion bore a sunlight enchantment, inflicting immense damage upon undead creatures. Moreover, when utilizing the holy light arrows, it could unleash a radiant explosion, causing splash damage to nearby undead upon impact. An additional remarkable feature was its ability to shoot sunlight, a coveted power for vampires, though presently redundant under the cover of night. Thus, as the pirates revealed themselves, S.H.I.E.L.D brandished the Oriole's bow, knocking a holy light arrow and aiming at a densely clustered pirate. The arrow soared forth, piercing through the chest of its target. Instantly, a burst of white light emanated from the pirate, radiating outward in a brilliant, sacred glow that illuminated the night sky, though the surrounding pirates perceived it otherwise. The struck pirate was swiftly reduced to ash amidst the blinding light, while those nearby writhed in agony, collapsing to the ground, while others, further away, felt as if scalding water had been thrown upon them. Barbossa, though at a distance, felt a wave of weakness wash over him, utterly astonished by the unfolding events. However, true to his reputation as a seasoned pirate captain, Barbossa swiftly analyzed the current predicament in his mind. The immortality that his crew had long relied upon had evidently lost its efficacy, and it appeared that their adversaries wielded weapons specifically designed to counteract them. Thus, it became imperative for his crew to disperse rather than congregate, launching a counterattack on the Black Pearl from multiple angles. Barbossa's assessment was indeed astute. However, he could have opted to retreat into the cave, taking Elizabeth as a hostage. Unfortunately, he was unaware that among his crew, there were those who truly valued Elizabeth's life, primarily Will, while Gibbs would likely only show a momentary concern. Even if Barbossa could surmise that Jack Sparrow was connected to this assault, he could not fathom that it would involve Elizabeth. At this juncture, Gibbs had no intention of engaging in guerrilla tactics, as their opponents were numerous. Although he deemed the threat manageable, dispersing would still lead to unnecessary complications. Nevertheless, with the enemy poised to initiate their offensive, Gibbs resolved to present them with a grand surprise. As a master summoner, Gibbs executed his formidable summoning spells without a hitch. He conjured a fiery elemental, a stone giant, and an ice elemental in quick succession. Although the fiery elemental faced some challenges during transportation to the shore, primarily due to concerns about igniting the ship, all 3 summoned entities successfully reached the beach and began to hunt down the pirates still on land. Gibbs then commanded his crew to bombard the enemy's smaller vessels with cannon fire while he consumed a potion to restore his mana, continuing to snipe at the pirates with the bow of Oriole and the arrows of the light spirit. Jack declared that it had been a decade since he had fought such an exhilarating battle, while Will, despite his deep concern for Elizabeth, found himself unable to assist on shore amidst the chaotic circumstances. Thus, Gibbs and his crew observed as the 3 summoned beings pursued the pirates, employing ranged weaponry to maintain distance from their foes, who were unable to approach. One should not presume that these pirates, endowed with immortality, were unperturbed by the summoned entities. Not to mention that the stone giant obliterated their ranks. The elemental damage from the fire and ice spirits was also remarkably effective against undead beings. Severe burns or freezing could significantly impair their immortality, and the damage the pirates could inflict upon these advanced summons was quite limited, resulting in an overwhelmingly one-sided conflict. After a considerable duration of hunting, Numerous pirates had been vanquished or rendered incapable of fighting. The diminutive island offered scant places to hide, and in a desperate turn of events, Barbossa led the remaining crew into the cave, facing the relentless pursuit of the three summoned entities, and found themselves in a dire situation. Meanwhile, Gibbs's faction casually apprehended prisoners, subdued the scattered pirates, and approached the cave's entrance to address those within. In a moment of necessity, Barbossa, as captain, had no choice but to take the lead in negotiations. However, in an extreme state of disadvantage and unaware that they had a hostage at their disposal, Barbossa and his companions found themselves cornered, compelled to surrender to Aichi, which signified the near-complete success of Aichi's endeavor. Chapter 007. Establishing trade points and returning. Once Barbossa and his crew were thoroughly subdued, Will located a bewildered Elizabeth. Although Elizabeth had awakened her inherent adventurous spirit during her recent wanderings, she was still not the formidable pirate queen she would one day become. She remained a woman who had just faced peril. Upon witnessing the man she cherished risking his safety to rescue her, she instinctively threw herself into Will's embrace. And they shared their heartfelt confessions. Though Will did not have the opportunity to showcase his prowess this time, he was immensely satisfied simply to have saved Elizabeth. This act of heroism solidified his noble image in her eyes, and they embraced without regard for their surroundings. Aichi, disapproving of their public display of affection, harbored a silent blessing for the couple, yet felt compelled to interrupt their moment. He instructed Will to cut his palm to draw blood, though a mere finger would suffice, out of a momentary irritation, deciding on a more dramatic gesture. Will smeared his blood upon the last gold coin and returned it to the stone chest, thereby lifting the curse. The Aztec gold coins were intrinsically linked to the stone chest. The curse would only activate upon their removal from it. Without the chest, the coins could change hands without consequence. Aichi, amidst the astonished gazes of his companions, extracted several blank pages from the Book of Infinity and began to collect the treasures scattered throughout the cave, including entire chests of Aztec gold, the island's original treasures, and those gathered over the years by the crew of the Black Pearl, all of which were meticulously stored within the book. With the curse lifted, Barbossa and the pirates regained their corporeal forms. However, there was no sense of joy among them, for they were now captives, their lives entirely at the mercy of others. Previously invulnerable, they had been unable to defeat their adversaries, and now, restored to their former selves, they were even more reluctant to defy Aichi's orders. In this situation, Aichi himself did not consider himself part of the pirate faction and had no intention of directly assimilating this band of rogues, as they were hardly trustworthy. He resolved to contact them again should the need arise in the future. Moreover, he had no intention of handing them over to the British Navy. After securing all the treasures within the Book of Infinity, Aichi led his companions back to shore to locate Governor Swan, Elizabeth's father. Naturally, a group of pirates could not boldly approach the harbor, so they began to disperse as they neared the port. Although Aichi had subdued them through force, Jack had nonetheless served him for a time. As Aichi had no need for the Black Pearl, he decided to favorably part with Jack, believing that fostering a good relationship with him might prove beneficial for future endeavors, thus relinquishing the Black Pearl to him. Barbossa, as a prisoner, is devoid of human rights. Nevertheless, he is a pivotal figure in a series of significant events and one of the 9 legendary pirate kings. His potential for future utility cannot be overlooked. After his eventual resurgence, he thrives remarkably, showcasing his talents. It seems prudent to extend a personal favor to him. Thus, Aichi assigns him the Interceptor. Given his seemingly fatal predicament, Barbossa has ample reason to express gratitude, at least for the present moment. As for the remaining pirates, Aichi grants them the liberty to choose their allegiance, whether to follow Jack or Barbossa. Pirates, by nature, are a morally ambiguous lot. The majority opt for the formidable Jack, while a handful of die-hard loyalists to Barbossa, as well as those wary of Jack's retribution, decide to stay with him. Outside the royal, they part ways, with both Jack and Barbossa acknowledging that Aichi's words carry weight and that he is at their beck and call. Though the validity of such promises once they depart remains uncertain, a matter Aichi chooses not to pursue. Aichi then escorts Elizabeth and Will to the governor's mansion. Governor Swan is elated to see his daughter return, while Commander Norrington is still at sea, searching for Elizabeth. Swan perceives the mutual affection between his daughter and the young man Will. Will's reckless devotion for Elizabeth further reinforces that marrying her to him may indeed be the wisest choice. Initially, the alliance with Commander Wellington was intended to secure an ally in royal port, bolstering the governor's authority. However, this experience has altered Swan's perspective. He recognizes that he has only one daughter, and no amount of power can rival her happiness. Since she has found true love, it seems fitting to support their union. Although Will currently lacks wealth and status, Governor Swan assures that his tenure as governor has not been in vain. He possesses ample resources and, leveraging his connections in London, can easily secure Will a respectable position. As for Will's previous act of letting Jack escape and stealing a warship, provided there is no intervention from London and Commander Wellington does not oppose, the matters of legality in the Caribbean remain within his purview. Once the young couple is settled, the governor hastens to express his gratitude to Aichi. Through his daughter's accounts, he has come to understand Aichi's formidable capabilities, though he has not witnessed them firsthand. The governor's years of experience lead him to believe that there is truth behind the tales, especially after encountering a group of seemingly invincible pirates just weeks prior. He resolves to accept even the most outlandish claims for the time being. Regarding Aichi's south intentions for this place, they resemble those in the realm of A Song of Ice and Fire. In that world, Aichi established a trading post near Pentos, and here he aims to do the same. However, in the immediate future, he does not intend to expand his territory within the world of pirates of the Caribbean, as the development of firearms has reached such a level that warfare here would be disadvantageous, leading to unnecessary casualties. One must choose the softest fruit to squeeze. Conversely, if trade is initiated here, continuously acquiring firearms to equip his forces in the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, the sudden appearance of cannons in battle would deliver a catastrophic blow to his enemies. Thus, Aichi initiated a cordial trade negotiation with Governor Swan. In gratitude towards Aichi, Governor Swan offered a coastal plot of land, situated at a considerable distance from Royal Port, at a remarkably low price for Aichi's ownership. Aichi was granted the liberty to construct freely upon this land, while he pledged to procure, at a fair price, second-hand artillery and firearms that had been refurbished in the Royal Port, alongside a batch of new cannons and a substantial quantity of ammunition. During this era, the arming of merchant vessels was quite commonplace, rendering Aichi's acquisitions entirely legitimate. The potential threat posed by Aichi's proximity to Royal Port was conveniently overlooked by the governor. This arrangement proved mutually beneficial, even extending some advantages to the East India Company, culminating in a scenario of win-win, if not multi-win, for all parties involved. Upon securing ownership of the land, Aichi swiftly employed gold to pave the way, hiring a workforce to construct a dimensional gate, while simultaneously commencing the early development of a stronghold. Once the dimensional gate was completed, he sent all workers away and activated the gate to return to the world of A Song of Ice and Fire. There, he assembled a construction legion of 500 individuals, who then traversed through the dimensional gate to the realm of Caribbean pirates, initiating the construction as per the predetermined plan. Aichi's subordinates were relieved to see him return after merely 4 months, as their leader often ventured alone into perilous endeavors, placing considerable pressure on them. Aichi began by addressing the accumulated state affairs from the past 4 months. After all, his subordinates could only make decisions on trivial matters, while critical decisions required Aichi's discernment. The situation in the world of the Elder Scrolls remained stable, with neither the Empire nor the Stormcloak prepared for a final confrontation. The current state was characterized by ongoing minor skirmishes rather than grand warfare. Aichi's influence resided in a region that neither side intended to assault, as waging war against him could potentially allow the opposing faction to exploit the opportunity. Although the principle of the mantis stalking the cicada might not be widely acknowledged, the idea of the yellow bird waiting in the wings was certainly understood. Moreover, Aichi's territory was relatively small, alleviating concerns from both factions about his potential expansion. As long as Aichi did not exhibit intentions of growth, both formidable powers were unlikely to recklessly create a new adversary in the near term. Seizing this window of opportunity, Aichi began selling military supplies to both factions, reaping substantial profits from the war. Meanwhile, in the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, it was late October, and Daenerys had just completed her matchmaking. Under the auspices of Governor Illyrio and Pentos, Khal Drogo and the Targaryen siblings met and consented to Daenerys' marriage. The wedding was scheduled to take place in December. During Aichi's absence, a small contingent of Dothraki cavalry passed by Aichi's stronghold, which had already developed into a small town, complete with a formal defensive wall system, thanks to the rapid construction afforded by the availability of cement. According to the customs of the Essos region, the Dothraki await the tribute outside the city. If the tribute received is satisfactory, they depart. However, should the city refuse the tribute or fail to meet the Dothraki's expectations, an assault ensues. Upon observing the formidable city walls, the Dothraki naturally formed ranks outside, anticipating the tribute to be delivered from within. Although the stronghold had already taken on the semblance of a small town, incidentally, named Pioneer Fortress by Aichi, which, while lacking a completed castle, had designated space for future construction. The responsible leader, Delia, resolved to adhere to tradition by providing an ample tribute. Delia believed that it was unwise to jeopardize military and trade stability over a trifling sum, especially during this critical period of necessary development. Upon receiving this report, Aichi commended her decision. Your judgment is indeed sound. At this juncture, our primary focus must be on development, for it is a pivotal moment that influences our subsequent crucial maneuvers. Nevertheless, he added, we need not endure for too long. Within 2 months, at the wedding of Drogo and Khaleesi, will be our moment to demonstrate our strength, and thereafter, we shall embark on our ostentatious phase of growth. In the context of the newly established realm of the Caribbean pirates, Aichi planned to temporarily utilize it as a procurement hub for supplies, given that it was already within the age of exploration. In contrast, his other 2 territories existed at a medieval standard, lacking items, aside from magical products, that would pique the interest of the Caribbean pirates. Presently, Aichi had no intention of selling any magical or potion-related products, as his output was not particularly high. These items would become vital strategic resources in the future, and thus, he prioritized increasing his inventory. This analysis facilitated matters considerably, beyond the inherent trade of his territories. Aichi resolved to engage in large-scale procurement of goods from the Caribbean pirates' world, including vast quantities of Qing dynasty porcelain, silk, and tea, which would be transported to his other 2 realms for monopolistic sale. These new products could yield Aichi profits of several times, or even a dozen times. The initial investment, procurement directly from the vicinity of the Caribbean pirates, would undoubtedly result in profits many times over. The abundant textiles produced here could also be sold in the other 2 worlds. A strategy of low profit margins paired with high sales volume would effectively open markets, serving as a means of economic plunder. The significant funds acquired from the 2 realms could then be reinvested in purchasing goods and weaponry from the Caribbean pirates' world, establishing a commercial cycle that would enable Aichi to rapidly amass considerable wealth and military strength. Simultaneously, Aichi dispatched individuals to ceaselessly acquire firearms from the Caribbean pirates' realm. He selected members from his most loyal guards to form a musketeer and artillery battalion for training. The primary advantage of firearms over melee weapons lies in their ability to rapidly generate combat effectiveness. Training durations are significantly shorter, and with sufficient ammunition, the difficulty of training diminishes. Instructors could be sourced from among the down-and-out retired officers of the Caribbean pirates' world, as once abducted to the other 2 realms. Escape would be impossible for these officers. Thus, Aichi's training program commenced as scheduled. In the following months, Aichi merely needed to prepare for the grand spectacle of his wedding, scheduled 2 months hence. Chapter 008. The Wedding, and do not hinder me as I embellish my grandeur. Aichi's ambition was to showcase his prowess at Kao's wedding, to carve out a reputation for himself, and to fulfill certain personal objectives. During the forthcoming 2 months, in addition to strategizing, Aichi began collaborating with the mages of Winterhold to investigate the curse affixed to the Aztec gold coins. It must be noted that the intricacies of these curses were exceedingly complex, leaving even the mages unable to unravel them fully. Aichi's initial intent to replicate the Aztec coins did not come to fruition. However, some progress was made, while the magic of the Aztec coins proved difficult to replicate. The deciphering of the accompanying stone boxes, or sarcophagi, was relatively straightforward. Within the span of a month, the mages discovered a method to transfer the connection between these coins and the stone boxes to several smaller containers. This innovation allowed for ease of transportation while simultaneously segregating the effects of the coin's curse. For instance, the smallest box contained merely 12 coins, roughly the size of a small container. By extracting a coin from this box, one could trigger the curse, potentially affecting up to 12 individuals. The unraveling of the curse would then only require addressing these 12 individuals, without impacting the remaining 870 Aztec coins, unlike before, where all curses had to be dispelled simultaneously. This arrangement also provided Aichi with a more convenient option for deploying soldiers in the future. Simultaneously, during these 2 months, Aichi actively orchestrated the preparations for the wedding. Initially, he dispatched agents to ascertain the anticipated location of the ceremony, especially considering the claim of the opposing party to be the largest Dothraki tribe, boasting 100,000 members. In such a scenario, meticulous arrangements were imperative. Actions needed to be executed with lightning speed, lest his grand aspirations be thwarted. Once the venue was confirmed, Aichi recorded the coordinates using a star chart and dispatched members of the Dark Brotherhood to infiltrate the guests within the next month, with ample funding at their disposal. for if the plan succeeded, the expenditure would be trivial. Let us also discuss the Dimension Gate magic, which is the only teleportation spell Aichi currently possesses. The difficulty and cost of teleportation between two dimension gates is minimal, whereas transporting to a location devoid of such gates incurs significant energy expenditure and complexity, necessitating coordinates provided by the star chart. Nonetheless, teleportation within the same plane remains relatively inexpensive, posing no challenge for Aichi, who daily produces soul stones in his slaughterhouse of wealth. However, at present, Aichi is unable to teleport without relying on the dimension gates, nor can he do so within the same plane. Yet, he harbors no concerns, for he believes that new spells will emerge in the planes he discovers in the future. Moreover, in urgent circumstances, Aichi can construct a temporary, small-scale dimension gate for emergency use. Therefore, Aichi incessantly dispatched individuals to various pivotal locations to gather magical coordinates for his reports, even sending mages to Westeros to document these coordinates. However, the mage tasked with this journey had yet to return, leaving the quality of the recorded coordinates uncertain. In future conflicts, the plan was to open a portal directly, thereby conserving both time and resources typically expended in troop movements. Only soul stones would be required, which was exhilarating to contemplate. Aichi had made extensive preparations and even rehearsed several times, ensuring that the arrangements were ample. All that remained was to await the arrival of Daenerys and Khal Drogo's wedding. As the 12th month of the year 297 in the Age of Dragons approached, one could not help but note the peculiar weather. The world of A Song of Ice and Fire had been enduring an unbroken stretch of summer for over a decade, rendering December still quite warm. Even as the brutal winter would later descend upon the realm, it would commence in Westeros, leaving Essos sweltering. The Dothraki were bare-chested, while Daenerys donned a diaphanous wedding gown. Seated beside Khal Drogo as they observed the Dothraki wedding festivities, rather than a performance, it resembled a brutal contest. The Dothraki believed that a wedding was not properly conducted unless 3 or more participants perished. As the combatants clashed, Khal Drogo watched with rapt attention, while Viserys reveled in the sanguinary spectacle, fantasizing about utilizing these Dothraki warriors to conquer Westeros. Meanwhile, Daenerys was visibly anxious, her discomfort entirely overlooked by those around her. For women, weddings are inherently nerve-wracking occasions, and Daenerys' predicament only heightened the tension. Having just turned 13 in May, she was still quite young, even in an era where women matured early. Though many noble women married at this age, Daenerys found herself wed to a man known for his bloodlust. Surrounded by a tribe of savages, she had not engaged in any meaningful dialogue or understanding with Khal Drogo, and at present, she could not even speak the Dothraki language. She was left to ponder what her life after marriage would entail. Viserys, engrossed in the spectacle, paid no heed to Daenerys' feelings. Despite her previous expressions of discontent regarding the marriage, he remained focused solely on his coveted crown, viewing his sister as nothing more than a pawn in this dynastic game. The ever-composed Illyrio Mopatis was equally inscrutable. Daenerys struggled to discern his true intentions, feeling an unsettling sense of unreliability about him. As she witnessed the Dothraki roasting bloody meat over the flames, swatting away the incessant flies buzzing around her, she was overcome with nausea, her hopes for the future diminishing rapidly. Throughout the wedding, guests presented gifts, many of which left Daenerys feeling deeply uncomfortable. While the customary offerings of wealth and weaponry were tolerable, a crate of vividly colored venomous snakes was perplexing. Was this a gift or a provocation? Most bewildering was Khal Drogo's approving nod towards his men. What purpose did these snakes serve? Were they edible? Were they palatable? As Daenerys indulged in her whimsical thoughts, a gift finally arrived that captured her interest. A man named Jorah Mormont, hailing from Westeros, presented her with a collection of books and poetry that vividly depicted the customs and culture of his homeland. Most other guests had offered gifts intended for Khal Drogo, but these volumes were undeniably meant for Daenerys. Encountering someone from Westeros, she was unexpectedly struck by a sense of kinship, despite the fact that she had never set foot in Westeros since her birth. Nevertheless, she firmly believed that Westeros was indeed her true homeland. Although Daenerys felt a twinge of displeasure at Jorah's claim of loyalty to her brother, she nevertheless appreciated the gesture of this fellow countryman who had traveled great distances to attend her wedding. Unaware that Jorah was actually exiled and coerced into espionage by the spider, Varys. After Jorah presented his gift, Ser Jorah's patron, Illyrio Mopatis deemed it time to unveil his grand offering. With a flourish, he signaled to his servants, who brought forth a beautifully crafted chest and placed it before Daenerys. Illyrio proclaimed it to contain a petrified dragon egg, asserting that although it had turned to stone, it remained both precious and exquisite. This was indeed a significant gift for Daenerys, while its practical use was nearly non-existent. Though she was oblivious to the fact that it could eventually hatch, the intrinsic value and symbolic meaning of the dragon egg were monumental. Even if Drogo displayed no interest in it, Daenerys glanced at her brother, Viserys, who claimed to be the true dragon, and then at the 3 dragon eggs, her heart swirling with unarticulated emotions. As the wedding approached its conclusion, Khal Drogo prepared to consummate the union. A core belief of the Dothraki is that life's most pivotal moments must occur beneath the open sky. They hold that the stars are a fiery herd of horses galloping across the night sky, while others believe that they represent the souls of fallen warriors. This lofty sentiment was one of the reasons for the outdoor ceremony, but it also meant that the consummation must take place under the heavens. Daenerys realized with trepidation that she was about to unite with a man she scarcely knew in the wilds. A shiver coursed through her as the focus of the gathering shifted entirely to Khal Drogo and his new bride, Daenerys, leaving unnoticed a seemingly inconspicuous guest among the attendees. Upon witnessing the presentation of the dragon egg, he grasped the Akatosh amulet around his neck and softly whispered a few incantations. At the onset of the wedding venue's arrangement, Daenerys and Khal Drogo found themselves surrounded by 4 stone pillars, each standing 2 meters tall, constructed by the Dothraki themselves. Situated several dozen meters behind them was a precipice, beneath which lay the vast sea. Between the dais and the cliff, there stood 2 prototype stone columns, each surpassing 1 meter in height, evenly spaced about 20 meters apart on either side of the platform. Their purpose remained a mystery to all. Due to their modest height and the exquisite dragon-shaped reliefs adorning them, they were deemed visually appealing and did not detract from the aesthetics of the setting, thus escaping the notice of the attendees. These pillars, imbued with magic, had been secretly arranged by Aichi, who sought to create and position them for the wedding venue. They served as the cornerstone of an incomplete dimensional gateway. Among the guests, a mage from the Dark Brotherhood received orders to activate the Akatosh amulet provided by Aichi upon the sighting of a dragon egg. As the spell was cast, the dimensional gateway began to activate, enveloped in a magical energy of blue tinged with pink, the color of soul stones, thus opening a portal. At the moment when the dragon egg was presented, the 2 pillars emitted only a faint white glow, inconspicuous in the daylight as all attention was focused on the wedding festivities, leaving no one the wiser. Just as Khal Drogo was about to rise and lead Daenerys to their chambers, the teleportation magic ignited behind them. The beams of light from the pillars soared skyward, their radiance forming the silhouette of a grand archway. As the guests turned their attention towards Khal Drogo, they inadvertently beheld the luminous arch behind him, plunging the assembly into a state of astonished chaos. Amidst the turmoil, Aichi and the army that had teleported alongside him arrived. The vanguard emerged first from the archway, clad in formidable dwarven armor, each bearing their lover's shield and a dwarven warhammer. Following them was a cavalry unit, each warrior adorned in elven armor, equipped with elven bows and one-handed swords, an unmistakable elite force. Next came Aichi and his retinue. The cavalry wore ebony armor, while the infantry donned glass-heavy armor, a rarity from the Elder Scrolls universe, wielding ebony blades and firearms, unknown to those present. Aichi himself was resplendent in an exquisite nightingale ensemble, cloaked and riding a magnificent nightmare steed, positioned amongst his formidable companions. Upon the arrival of the vanguard, they promptly divided into 2 flanks, each taking to the sides of the platform while the guests remained in a state of bewilderment. The cavalry subsequently split into 2 contingents, with a small group assisting the infantry in safeguarding Khal Drogo and his immediate entourage, while the remainder kept a wary eye on the oblivious Dothraki surrounding them, intimidating the guests at the edges of the dais. Meanwhile, the guard remained vigilant at Aichi's side, ever watchful. Aichi rode his nightmare steed forward with his troops. While at that moment, Drogo Ko realized he was ensnared in a perilous predicament and desperately sought an escape. Aichi's operation had been meticulously planned over an extended period. The Dothraki were most formidable when mounted and shooting arrows, their equestrian skills unmatched. However, during the wedding festivities, they found themselves devoid of their trusted horses and bows, armed only with their curved swords. In close combat, particularly as infantry, the Dothraki could be deemed valiant, but the term invincible was an overstatement. After all, these warriors wore little to no armor, at best donning incomplete leather gear, which paled in comparison to the Mongol warriors Aichi recalled from his past life. Hence, Aichi deliberately chose to launch a surprise attack during the wedding, rendering the Dothraki's cavalry advantage moot. The primary risk of this plan lay in the potential for being besieged by a multitude of Dothraki warriors. Thus, The crux of the strategy was to swiftly execute a decapitating strike, eliminating the tribe's leader, Ko. Secondly, it was imperative to display sufficient might so that the leaderless Dothraki would hesitate to avenge Ko. This is precisely why Aichi encircled Drogo Ko before allowing his forces to directly engage him. At this juncture, Ko had begun to retreat away from Aichi, heading towards the venue, abandoning the incapacitated Daenerys in the stands. Ko attempted to rally his troops outside the venue by procuring a curved sword from one of his loyal blood riders, who were sworn to protect him. But he found himself surrounded by Aichi's forces, thwarting his efforts. Meanwhile, Aichi, amidst the cloister of his royal guard, ascended the platform astride his nightmare steed, approaching Daenerys. Chapter 009. The Abduction and Do Not Stop Me. I shall continue to impress. Aichi arrived at the platform, casting a lofty gaze upon the slumped figure of Daenerys. He gestured for Lydia to assist her to her feet, then nonchalantly regarded the Dothraki leader, Drogo Ko, and the anxious guests present. At this moment, it was certainly not prudent to introduce himself. That would be far beneath his stature. Did one not observe how prominent figures were heralded by their subordinates? At this time, Aichi's lieutenant, the bloodthirsty Eric, whom Aichi had recruited from the world of Elder Scrolls, proclaimed loudly to the assembly, "Behold the illustrious hero who vanquished the world devourer. The chief mage of Winterhold, the esteemed ally of the Greybeards, the one who instills dread in the heart of thorns, the possessor of artifacts, the Dragonborn, the harbinger of the companions, the listener of the Dark Brotherhood, the High Lord of the Valkahara bloodline, the favored of Nocturnal, the chief warrior of Mora, the guardian of Meridia, and a man acknowledged by other Daedric gods, the Lord of Fort Dawnguard, the illustrious Lord Aki Tondon." Following this introduction, a nearby translator reiterated the announcement in Dothraki. This evokes the sensation of being overshadowed by titles. To avert the awkwardness of later encounters, where Jon Snow might be confronted by Daenerys and faced with her lengthy list of titles, Aegis resolved to present all his own titles. Observing the reactions of those present, it became evident that the assembly recognized only the title of Lord of Winterfell, with some even unaware of its location. Yet, they all wore expressions that implied a sense of awe, despite their ignorance of the specifics. Aegis understood that his intention had been successfully conveyed, regardless of the circumstances. Time was of the essence. Although Aegis appeared leisurely, everything was meticulously orchestrated. Otherwise, how could his subordinates recite such an extensive list of titles without faltering? At that moment, Aegis addressed the guests. "What transpired today is merely a conflict between myself and the Dothraki. I urge all esteemed guests to remain at ease. Once this matter is resolved, we shall revel in merriment." Following this, a translation into Dothraki was provided. The guests could only curse under their breath, pondering how they could celebrate in such a state. Subsequently, Aegis continued, "The current light is rather glaring. Let us dim it before proceeding with our affairs." The assembly glanced at the afternoon sun, which, despite the clear sky, was merely an hour from setting. They were puzzled by Aegis's intentions. Did he plan to stand idly by until dusk? At this moment, Aegis gestured, and Lydia promptly presented a magnificent bow, the legendary bow of Oriel, previously wielded. Beyond its ability to inflict sunlight damage, its most remarkable attribute was its capacity to shoot down the sun. I shall reiterate, it can shoot down the sun. Today was the moment to demonstrate this prowess. Aegis grasped the bow of Oriel, alongside the pre-prepared cursed blood elf arrow, knocking it and aiming at the sun on the horizon. The arrow soared forth, transforming into a streak of crimson light, vanishing into the sun's brilliance. The once gentle and radiant light of the sun shifted to a dark red hue, encircled by a band of blackness. Soon, the blackness morphed into a sanguine shade, as if the sun had been tainted by foul blood. Its radiance diminished until it became a mere shadow, leaving only a hint of dark red glow at its edges. Instantly, the world around darkened, visibility remained. Yet the atmosphere felt overwhelmingly somber. At that moment, all guests were rendered speechless, astonished by the extraordinary capabilities of the individual before them. The Dothraki's reaction was even more intense. Within their belief system, the sky was the greatest entity, and here stood a man who had extinguished the mightiest sun with a single arrow. This was an undeniable force, leading most Dothraki to relinquish any thoughts of resistance, silently praying for peace. For the first time, these valiant warriors experienced a profound sense of fear and helplessness, emanating from the depths of their souls. At that moment, Aichi invoked a summoning spell, conjuring forth fire and ice spirits, one on the left and the other on the right, their red and blue forms intertwining in a splendid display of beauty and strength. He then produced the Book of Infinity, extracting several pages and casting them onto the empty ground below the viewing platform. As the pages landed, they emitted a burst of light, which, upon fading, revealed 4 dwarven spider sentinels, 4 dwarven mechanical spheres, and 2 dwarven centurions. This was a testament to Aichi's years of replicating dwarven machinery, though production was limited. In this moment, his adversaries had never encountered such autonomous constructs. The dwarven machines lined up on either side, particularly the imposing centurions, instilling a sense of awe among the onlookers, effectively quelling any thoughts of resistance and showcasing a mechanical elegance. This was precisely the effect Aichi desired. Having successfully intimidated the crowd, the next step was to eliminate Drogo. Aichi, already mounted and positioned above the audience, was easily visible to all, necessitating that his next actions be unmistakably clear for the sake of his grand display of power. With a voice imbued with righteous authority, he proclaimed, "The reason for our gathering here today is not without purpose, so I ask for your patience. Months ago, a band of Dothraki, seizing the opportunity while I was away, besieged my stronghold, threatening my city and coercing my people into surrendering tribute, causing them great distress and inconvenience. Upon learning of this affront, I was filled with indignation. Such an act is an insult to my very being. My stronghold adheres to the principle of reciprocity. Grace must be repaid, and debts must be settled. Now, the Dothraki owe a debt to my stronghold, a debt that shall be repaid in blood." However, as the Dothraki responsible for the initial transgression had since vanished, Aichi clarified that he bore no desire to misplace his wrath. Thus, he sought to execute the leader of the largest Dothraki tribe as a warning for the future. "Today, we shall punish the chief perpetrator, while all others shall be forgiven. Let this serve as a cautionary tale to you all." As the translation of his words resonated among the crowd, Aichi discerned that his plan had succeeded halfway. The objective of this action was to instill fear across all factions, securing a voice in future developments and deterring any lurking threats. To cultivate a positive image, Aichi required a justifiable pretext, and the recent encounter with a small Dothraki tribe at his stronghold served as a convenient excuse. His emphasis on reciprocity was indeed inspired by the Lannister family, whose motto is known to be "Hear me roar." However, what resonated more familiarly was their adage, "A Lannister always pays his debts," which generally encourages others to assist the Lannisters, knowing they would be compensated, while simultaneously discouraging any inclination to offend them, lest they face retribution. Aichi aimed to establish a similar reputation, facilitating relations with other factions, coupled with the extraordinary powers he had just displayed. Anyone contemplating an assault on his stronghold would need to weigh their options carefully. Ultimately, Aichi proclaimed a declaration to only punish the principal offenders, aimed at preventing a counterattack from the Dothraki. The current situation saw Aichi's mere thousands encircling the vast horde of Dothraki numbering in the hundreds of thousands. It was imperative to avoid instilling a sense of despair in them. Instead, the intent was to instill a sense of dread while allowing them the perception of an escape route. Ideally, after this, they would scatter into smaller tribes. Given the present circumstances, this objective appeared quite achievable. Indeed, most of the Dothraki chose to remain observers rather than rallying to their call. In this moment, Khal Drogo pondered whether to voice his thoughts. "It is not my men who attack your city. What have I to do with this? Is there a saying that debts must be settled at the root?" Nonetheless, Drogo understood that today's events could not be resolved easily, as the adversaries were clearly targeting him. The majority of his followers had already faltered. It must be noted that Aichi's display of power was a substantial blow to the Dothraki, who revered the sky. Following the declaration to only punish the principal offenders, the Dothraki, known for their pursuit of strength, wisely chose to observe, with some even beginning to gather their belongings in preparation for a chaotic escape. At this moment, Drogo had but his 3 blood riders remaining. In truth, only 2 blood riders remained, as the third had perished years ago, his place taken by the son of one of those blood riders, thus leaving him with 2.5. The situation was decidedly grim, leading Drogo to resolve to fight to the death. He led his 2 blood riders and a handful of nearby warriors towards Aichi, hoping to capture him, for this was their sole glimmer of hope. Of course, this band of unarmored nomads stood little chance of breaching Aichi's heavily armored guard. However, recognizing the Dothraki's valorous spirit, Aichi decided to grant them an opportunity. He gestured for his guards to part, creating a narrow passage. Upon seeing the opening, the warriors surged forward, charging directly at Aichi. While Aichi sought to create an illusion of a one-on-one confrontation, he understood that, despite his own martial prowess as a mage, It was prudent to avoid unnecessary risks in critical moments. The reason for yielding space was solely to allow them to congregate, facilitating his spellcasting. As the guards shifted their formation, Aichi began to prepare his magic. By the time Khal Drogo and his men charged, the spell was ready, a master-level destructive spell. Lightning Storm. A massive column of blue-violet lightning erupted from Aichi's hands, striking Khal Drogo directly and continuing to ravage the Blood Riders behind him. Thus, those lined up in that formation were all ensnared in the tempest of lightning. To amplify the effect, Aichi sustained the lightning storm for a full 20 seconds, ensuring that even Drogo's lifeless body ceased to convulse, while those closest had already been charred beyond recognition. Due to Aichi's previous use of the Bow of Oriel to shoot the sunlight in the entire region had become feeble. At this moment, Aichi's lightning storm appeared exceptionally striking, leaving everyone in awe as they gazed at the spectacle until the spell concluded. Aichi surveyed the scene with great satisfaction. Casting a glance around, he addressed the surrounding Dothraki, stating, "The debt of blood has been settled. I hope you Dothraki will take heed. I shall not detain you further. Disperse and do not disturb my forthcoming revelry with my guests." Upon hearing this, the Dothraki finally reacted, and in their leaderless state, they began to murmur among themselves. Moments later, without even gathering their belongings, they scattered in 3 directions, leaving the 4th direction, a cliff behind Aichi, untouched. Aichi had no intention of subjugating the Dothraki at this time. He allowed them to depart. The scene erupted into chaos, leaving the guests, watched over by cavalry, exchanging bewildered glances, each contemplating whether to voice their unspoken thoughts. Chapter 010. Friendly Negotiations and the Betrothal Ceremony. The Dothraki, numbering nearly 100,000, both young and old, took considerable time to flee. As the sun began to set, the area was nearly cleared. At this juncture, Aichi's subordinates had ignited bonfires in the square for illumination and to enliven the atmosphere. On the platform, 2 chairs were placed, one high and one low. Aichi sat regally upon the high chair, while Daenerys was settled on the lower one, as Aichi observed the crowd with a detached demeanor. Seated on the platform, Daenerys felt utterly lost, having just witnessed her wedding to Khal Drogo end in tragedy beneath the storm of lightning. Now, she found herself sitting beside the very perpetrator of that calamity. Daenerys was perplexed as to why she had been positioned here, acutely aware that there must be a reason, and she could not help but feel anxious about her future. The guests below displayed a variety of reactions. They had initially gathered to celebrate Khal Drogo's wedding, aiming to foster good relations with him to mitigate the likelihood of future Dothraki raids and perhaps lessen their tribute. However, as the wedding was about to conclude, the sudden turn of events, Drogo's brutal demise, left the guests trembling. Many began to contemplate whether this enigmatic figure intended to take them as hostages and how much ransom they might need to secure their release. Below, Viserys was engulfed in chaos, having once fantasized about reclaiming his homeland with the aid of the Dothraki army. In an instant, the world he envisioned had crumbled into nothingness, and his life now rested in the hands of others. After years of evasion, he found himself at a loss, uncertain of his next move. Jorah Mormont remained noncommittal regarding the unfolding situation. After all, he had been dispatched as a spy. Observing that the atmosphere did not seem perilous, he thought that as long as he preserved his life, his exiled status rendered his location inconsequential. Among all individuals, only Illyrio, the governor of Pentos, exhibited the utmost composure. As one of the earliest to establish trade relations with the pioneer fortress, he possessed a considerable understanding of its operational nuances. Furthermore, he was the most socially astute among those present. From Aegis's recent actions and the key phrases within his discourse, Illyrio could surmise certain thoughts of Aegis. Realizing that the current situation was not detrimental to him, he glanced at Daenerys, seated upon the high platform, and a flicker of understanding crossed his mind as he secretly resolved to prepare for future gains. As the Dothraki began to withdraw, Aegis initiated amicable discussions with the guests. "I sincerely apologize for involving you in matters that do not pertain to you. My pioneer fortress is a welcoming city, eager to engage in free trade with you. I possess many unique products that the other 9 free trading cities lack. Allow me to present some samples for your consideration, should they pique your interest. You are welcome to visit Pioneer Fortress for purchases. The majority of my goods differ significantly from those offered in the free cities, ensuring that I do not infringe upon their interests. Moreover, I wholeheartedly invite the free cities to procure goods from me." After showcasing formidable military strength, Aegis's primary objective remained to promote his products and establish a monopoly in the economy. Although he claimed not to threaten the interests of the free cities, The influx of mass-produced textiles from the Caribbean pirate world into the market would likely present a different scenario. Aegis gestured for his subordinates to distribute a box of gifts to each guest, containing various products he intended to market, including ceramics, silk, and soap. Each item was accompanied by explanations of its characteristics and usage. Some astute guests, captivated by the prospects, felt their eyes gleam with excitement, reflecting on the value of their visit, even if it meant enduring a brief captivity. Upon returning, they would promptly arrange for procurement, striving to secure sufficient stock before their competitors. In truth, even if these goods did not yield profit, the attendees would still purchase a batch to curry favor with this enigmatic new leader. After all, they had previously offered tribute when the Dothraki passed through. And given that this individual effortlessly vanquished Khal Drogo, buying his goods would be akin to paying a protection fee. Furthermore, based on their years of commercial insight, they were confident that the samples they received would sell remarkably well, ensuring no losses. The first to react was the experienced Governor Illyrio, who had long engaged in trade with the Pioneer Fortress. He promptly announced that upon his return, he would significantly increase the trade volume between their two cities, acquiring goods at the most equitable prices. The other guests echoed his sentiments in enthusiastic agreement. As Aichi observed the attendees displaying such understanding, his spirits were lifted. Recognizing that this was an opportune moment to deepen their bonds, he graciously proclaimed, "Since everyone here expresses interest, I hope our collaboration can proceed delightfully. Given that we initially gathered for the wedding of Zwagu Ka-Ao, which has now been cancelled, I kindly ask you to take back your gifts to avoid any loss." Each guest present, astute as they were, hesitated to reclaim their offerings under the circumstances. They expressed that, since the Dothraki had foolishly provoked Aichi, they would regard these gifts as tokens of their meeting with him, trivial though they were, and implored Aichi to accept them. Recognizing the wisdom in navigating such situations, Aichi felt a surge of satisfaction. While he could accept the gifts, he understood the importance of maintaining a dignified demeanor, especially as he had yet another purpose to fulfill, which was ripe for announcement. "Despite your generous intentions, I cannot indiscriminately accept your gifts," he said. "However, fortuitously, I have joyous news to share with you all. Today marks my engagement ceremony. As I have found a woman of my affection with whom I intend to become betrothed, I invite you all to witness this moment." With that, Aichi rose, moving to Daenerys' side, extending his right hand to assist the bewildered young girl. Together, they ascended the platform, standing face to face before the gathered crowd. With a smile directed at the youthful maiden, Daenerys being merely 13 and a half, Aichi declared, "Daenerys Targaryen, descendant of the true dragon and blessed by the dragon god, today stands alongside me, future Emperor of Magic, Aichi Danton. Do you, as the future true dragon, wish to bind yourself to me in an oath of engagement, witnessed by the gods and all esteemed guests, with the intention of becoming partners at a future juncture?" Aside from Governor Illyrio, who seemed to harbor suspicions, and Aichi's subordinates who were already aware, the guests were taken aback. Just moments after eliminating the groom at the wedding, Aichi was now proposing an engagement to the bride, and the rapidity of events was startling. Aichi's choice of Daenerys stemmed from multifaceted considerations. Primarily, he held a strong aversion to any political entanglements and would never wed a woman he did not admire. However, having perused the original tale, he was quite captivated by Daenerys' future prowess. For over a decade, Aichi had traversed great distances, engrossed in the study of magic and warfare, leaving little room for romantic pursuits. At a relatively young age, he had no urgency to seek love. Previously, in the world of the Elder Scrolls, the predominant inhabitants were Nords, whose women were often robust and boisterous, many adorned with tattoos, qualities that did not align with Aichi's preferences. Between the ages of 6 and 18, the only woman he had ever found appealing was the vampire Lady Serana, who had been sealed away for years and had no desire for romance. Moreover, their age disparity rendered any notion of courtship impractical. She remained loyal, yet their relationship was devoid of romantic intentions. As Aichi gazed upon the enchanting figure of Daenerys, a flicker of interest in her cultivation stirred within him. After all, their engagement was but a mere formality, leveraging Aichi's influence should dissatisfaction arise in the future. The betrothal could be annulled without consequence to him. Furthermore, in the medieval era, bloodlines held immense significance. A glance at Earth's history reveals that without royal lineage, even the mightiest forces struggled for public recognition. Take, for instance, the once mighty dictator Cromwell, who expelled the king yet could never ascend to the throne himself. After his demise, his son invited the king's son-in-law back to reclaim the crown. This exemplifies the common folks and nobility's unwavering acknowledgement of blood ties. In the short term, Aichi had yet to amass the power to quell all opposition. As his territory expanded, resistance would inevitably rise. To avert the squandering of energy on suppressing dissent, he required legitimate titles in the early stages, and Daenerys' claim to the Westerosi throne was invaluable, hence his choice to engage her. Governor Illyrio's response was notably enthusiastic, contemplating how he might profit from this arrangement, while Viserys found himself engulfed in turmoil, grappling with the impending reality of a new brother-in-law. Aichi, however, remained unconcerned with his reaction, instead focusing on Daenerys' response. He was not the type to inflict harm for the sake of political gain. Though Daenerys' support could greatly aid his future plans, should she express deep resistance, he would relinquish his intentions and ensure the safety of the siblings. Yet, upon their next encounter, they would be adversaries, and Aichi would show no mercy. Daenerys' mind raced with countless thoughts as the events of the day unfolded in a whirlwind. In mere hours, her world had shifted dramatically, initially thrust into an unwanted marriage. She witnessed the abrupt end of the wedding as a band of valiant individuals dispatched the groom. Conflicted, she grappled with whether to mourn or rejoice. Then, in a startling turn of events, she found herself engaged to the very man before her. Throughout her brief 13 years, she had never felt such a profound sense of control over her destiny. Her next choice could very well serve as a pivotal turning point. Instinctively, Daenerys cast a glance at her brother, reflecting on his attitude towards her. Should she return to him, it was likely she would once again be thrust forward as a mere pawn in a political alliance. Regardless of the inevitable marriage, one might as well embrace the present companion. Although this individual appeared quite fearsome while wielding lightning moments ago, now, in a state of calm, he exudes an undeniable charm and speaks with a gentle demeanor. Daenerys silently encouraged herself, taking several deep breaths to suppress the tremors within her, though she ultimately failed, her voice quivering as she uttered, "I do." Chapter 011. Development and the layout of Westeros. Before Viserys could react, Daenerys consented to the engagement, bringing delight to Aichi, who retrieved an Akatosh amulet and adorned Daenerys with it. This amulet resonates with the coordinates of the star chart bestowed by the dragon god Akatosh, enabling Aichi to ascertain Daenerys' location at any moment, a fact he chose not to disclose to her. As Aichi placed the necklace around her neck, his system notified him that it had successfully gathered a new wizard subtemplate, the Unburnt, inquiring whether to load it. This was an unexpected boon, and Aichi promptly agreed to load it. Now, Aichi's wizardry framework encompassed both Dragonborn and Unburnt subtemplates, which could be activated simultaneously. The Unburnt is a hereditary ability passed down through the Targaryen lineage. However, with the decline of magic, such traits have become increasingly rare. Daenerys is the sole individual within her family to awaken this trait in nearly a century, unbeknownst to her. The Unburnt possesses a significantly heightened resistance to fire. Although it cannot withstand explosions, ordinary flames and hot water do not harm the Unburnt. According to Aichi's analysis of the principles of magical resistance, there are generally two types. One is a fundamental opposition to magical elements, akin to the stone golems in the Warcraft universe. The other indicates a profound affinity for a specific element, allowing its effects to be absorbed, as seen with fire elementals resisting fire magic. Upon acquiring the subtemplate, Aichi verified its properties and was fortunate to discover it belonged to the latter category. This means that the Unburnt not only possesses formidable fire resistance, but also exhibits an exceptional affinity for flames. If Daenerys were to learn fire-based spells, she would achieve remarkable results, amplifying the potency of her fire magic. In essence, she possesses the potential to become a master-level fire mage, and Aichi has already devised a training plan for her future. At this moment, Viserys finally grasped the situation and instinctively sought to prevent the union before him. However, the wise Illyrio deftly intervened, ensuring that this oblivious fool would not sabotage the promising circumstances at hand nor provoke the formidable Aichi. Following Aichi's announcement of the engagement, the guests present erupted in applause, urging him to accept their previous gifts as tokens for this new engagement. Consequently, Aichi could rightfully retain these offerings. Among these gifts, aside from the peculiar items, the treasures of gold and silver undoubtedly represent a substantial income. However, the most significant offerings were the 3 dragon eggs presented by the governor. Of all those present, only Aichi was aware that these 3 dragon eggs could hatch, playing a crucial role in future plans, at least until Aichi could transport dragons from the realm of the Elder Scrolls. Nevertheless, should circumstances permit, Aichi preferred to refrain from involving the dragons of the Elder Scrolls in the conflicts of men, especially considering the favor of the mighty Akatosh, the dragon god. and the importance of the ancient dragon Parthurnax's reputation. Originally a son of Akatosh and brother to Alduin, Parthurnax had aided Alduin in the initial war between men and dragons, but eventually awakened to his conscience, betraying Alduin and teaching humanity the way of the Thursday to combat the dragons. After Alduin was banished by the Elder Scrolls, Parthurnax remained atop the throat of the world, where he mastered and meditated on the way of the Thursday thus restraining the dragon's innate desire for dominion. Therefore, fundamentally speaking, Aichi sought to avoid the involvement of dragons in human strife. Otherwise, he would have already led a legion of dragons to cleanse the world in the realm of the Elder Scrolls. In contrast, the dragons of the A Song of Ice and Fire universe bore fewer such considerations, as their intelligence did not reach a level suitable for coherent communication with humans. Aichi regarded these lesser dragons as akin to battle pets. Once hatched, they could be dispatched to the battlefield without concern. Even if one were inadvertently struck down by the enemy, Aichi would not lament their loss. The entire discussion unfolded in an atmosphere of tranquility and serenity. Although the guests had dined at the banquet, they were not hungry, and with the sun having set for some time, it was indeed time to disperse. Aichi dismissed the guests, while Viserys, unable to speak with Daenerys, was escorted back to the governor's residence by Illyrio. Jorah Mormont, along with most of the attendees, departed, seemingly intent on reporting the current situation to the spymaster Varys and awaiting further instructions. Aichi, accompanied by numerous troops and the young Daenerys, traversed the portal back to the Bastion of the Ancients. Over the past few months, with the application of cement and an abundance of bricks, the construction of the main castle at the Bastion had reached a considerable scale. However, given the relatively short construction time, it was not yet habitable. Thus, Aichi led Daenerys to a temporary residence, ensuring she was settled and comforted amidst her fears. He then summoned Serana to keep her company. Aichi's unique logic indeed led him to assign a vampire to soothe the child, while he retired to his chamber to rest, preparing to convene his subordinates the following day for the next steps. This day marked the 21st of December in the year 297 of the Dragon calendar, with a considerable period remaining before the forthcoming significant events. Thus far, Westeros appeared to maintain a semblance of stability, while beyond the wall in the north, the White Walkers were merely beginning to awaken. At this moment, the White Walkers were still in the process of consolidating their strength, and within their ranks existed a singularly formidable entity known as the Night King, who commanded the other White Walkers. Each otherworldly being possesses the ability to resurrect corpses, transforming them into undead minions upon their revival. Those slain by this being and its subordinates will also rise as its undead servants. Should this otherworldly being meet its demise, all its minions will revert to mere bones, stripped of the magical essence that sustained them. Thus, the crux of the matter lies in vanquishing the otherworldly being, rather than the countless undead it commands. Although these beings are immensely powerful and impervious to ordinary weapons and flames, they are vulnerable to weapons forged from Valyrian steel and obsidian and can be harmed by dragon fire. Typically, the otherworldly beings are shielded by a horde of undead minions. At present, only a fraction of the otherworldly beings has awakened, and their immediate objective is to rouse their brethren, dispersing across the desolate expanse beyond the wall in the north, seeking available corpses to create as many undead as possible, thereby bolstering their ranks. This explains why, despite several seasons having elapsed in the original tale, the army of the undead remains positioned north of the wall. They are presently preoccupied with expanding their forces. Meanwhile, it is a crucial period for Aichi, who seeks to develop his own strength. The unfolding drama hinges on who will act more swiftly, the otherworldly beings in assembling their army, or Aichi in consolidating his power and pacifying the entirety of Westeros before confronting the otherworldly beings in battle. As we enter the year 298, most events in Westeros commence. Robert Baratheon will not arrive in Winterfell until May, and it is only at the end of that month that young Bran Stark will fall from the tower. Aichi's mages have successfully gathered spatial coordinate information from several key locations in Westeros, allowing him to open portals at will. However, Aichi is not yet prepared to extend his influence prematurely into Westeros. It is evident that the coming years will be fraught with turmoil, and becoming embroiled in the chaos of war would prove perilous. Aichi currently controls 3 territories across different realms, yet his military forces remain inadequate. Most of Aichi's soldiers hail from the world of the Elder Scrolls, while recruitment of troops from the realm of A Song of Ice and Fire has only just begun. He has enlisted some impoverished and displaced individuals in the residential quarters of the Vanguard Fortress, where a flourishing commercial scene has emerged. This rapid industrial growth has attracted an increasing number of settlers. Aichi has selectively incorporated some reliable individuals into non-core combat units. In the Caribbean pirate realm, due to its advanced state of development, Aichi has only recruited a handful of technical personnel, such as artillery smiths and military trainers, without integrating them directly into his army. Therefore, Aichi's current focus is predominantly on commercial expansion. While military upgrades ensure a continuous enhancement of combat capabilities, the increase in troop numbers remains sluggish. In terms of his plans for Westeros, in addition to collecting geographical coordinates, Aichi is persistently infiltrating the region through commercial channels to extend his influence and intelligence network. Having traversed the era of information explosion in a previous life, Aki is undoubtedly keenly aware of the importance of intelligence acquisition. In the realm of the Elder Scrolls, Aki has subdued the Thieves Guild, redirecting their talents from petty theft to the establishment of a new intelligence network. This network engages in the collection of information across 3 worlds. The members of the Thieves Guild, hailing from the lower echelons of society, possess an innate ability to blend in with the common populace, making them adept at gathering both circulating and clandestine information. Coupled with Aki's generous financial support, the scale of his exclusive intelligence network has burgeoned. While it may not yet rival the formidable Varys, the Spider, Aki is confident that it will soon surpass any existing medieval intelligence network. Thus, with real-time intelligence collection and Aki's profound understanding of narrative progression, he is poised to maintain an advantageous lead in forthcoming events. As for young Daenerys, she has experienced a sense of stability and joy for the first time during her 13 years of exile. No longer compelled to flee, she is treated with great courtesy by those around her, as she may well be the future lady of the house. Aki visits her daily, and an elder with a white beard teaches her magic, enabling Daenerys to conjure small flames, who says a mage's first spell must be a fireball. Daenerys is currently filled with happiness. Her brother, Viserys, has attempted to visit her twice, but has been thwarted by those outside. Though she has not seen him in days and feels a twinge of longing, there is a prevailing sense of relief within her. Chapter 012. The new dimension of Merlin's legend according to Aki's plans. Aside from rapid commercial expansion and steady military development, there is little else to be accomplished. His guiding principle has always been to achieve maximum rewards with minimal costs. Were it not for his ability to traverse dimensions, Aki would be content to engage in the struggle for supremacy, advancing technology to crush this era's cold weaponry with cannons. However, Aki's dimensional travels have led him to discover new realms, and his research has predominantly focused on magic, as each dimension's magical system possesses its unique strengths. The technological advancements across these dimensions are, to a large extent, similar. This is why Aki has struggled to find motivation to delve into technology. Initially, he did not study cannons, but upon discovering the world of pirates of the Caribbean, he could simply procure ready-made artillery from the New World. Aki does not wish to engage in unnecessary repetition of efforts, which is why he has not assembled a team to research firearms. Nevertheless, when new weaponry is discovered, he promptly trains soldiers to enhance their combat capabilities. Aki has no intention of instigating war at present, should he later identify a modern dimension and acquire superior weaponry. The cost of achieving victory in war will be significantly reduced. Aichi's forthcoming action plan must await until after June 298, leaving a considerable span of time in between. Thus, Aichi began to diligently utilize the astrolabe in search of new planes and, at last, discovered a new world in January 298. Drawing from previous experiences, Aichi resolved to forge the dimensional gate alone once more. The burden of leadership weighed heavily on Aichi, akin to the solitary endeavor of a leader who must first traverse the challenges of a newly opened dungeon in a game. Yet, in pursuit of gathering more magic and technology across various dimensions, Aichi persevered. In January 298, Aichi settled several development tasks and activated the dimensional gate, embarking towards the new world. The destination of this transmission was an ancient, quaint medieval European city. Observing the unmistakable medieval architecture, Aichi pondered whether the ties to this era were truly so profound. Among the 4 dimensions encountered thus far, 3 were steeped in medieval themes, leading Aichi to concede that the hope of acquiring new technology might be dashed, relying instead on the potential existence of magic in this new realm. Upon arrival, the first priority was to ascertain the exact location. From the responses of the local inhabitants, Aichi learned that the name of the kingdom was Camelot, ruled by King Uther and Prince Arthur Pendragon. However, when Aichi broached the topic of magic, the residents appeared alarmed and hesitant to respond. Nonetheless, A kind soul revealed that King Uther had declared magic an illegal force, prohibiting its use throughout the realm, with severe penalties for offenders. It was evident that this plane was intricately linked to the legend of King Arthur. Yet, with numerous cinematic adaptations concerning Arthur and Merlin, determining the specific narrative required further analysis. In most Arthurian tales, young Arthur is unaware of his royal lineage. However, in the current Camelot, Arthur is recognized as a prince from birth, thereby eliminating many potential stories. Among these adaptations, the only narrative where King Uther completely bans magic is famously depicted in the British series Merlin. Although titled Merlin, the principal characters are the youthful Merlin and King Arthur, making it the singular portrayal where both are depicted as contemporaries. Typically, Merlin is envisioned as an elderly wizard. In this dimension, however, he is a young man, naturally endowed with remarkable magical talent, yet still immature in his craft. Under the tutelage of the peculiar court physician, Gaius, Merlin learns magic while concealing his abilities, for exposure would lead to execution at the hands of King Uther. Furthermore, by a twist of fate, he has been appointed as the prince's servant, attending to the whims of the irritable and arrogant young prince. Throughout this narrative, both Arthur and Merlin gradually mature, evolving into their respective roles, one increasingly embodying the qualities of a future king, while the other silently embraces the responsibilities of a sorcerer, together crafting an epic saga for the future. Though Aichi retains a general recollection of the plot, he is presently unable to ascertain the precise stage of the story. Fortunately, he is clad in the nightingale attire, a clear representation of a knight's garb, which allows him to navigate the magic-prohibited region without arousing suspicion, blending in effortlessly as a young knight from a wealthy family within Camelot. To clarify the entire narrative setting and timeline, it is imperative for him to encounter one of the protagonists, namely Arthur or Merlin. Among the two, he naturally opts for Merlin, as conversing with the sorcerer would facilitate his quest for a new magical system. In this medieval realm, particularly in its primitive state, there exists little of allure beyond magic and magical beings. The palace guards maintain a stringent watch, yet the abode of the court physician, Gaius, is relatively easy to locate, given that many in the city seek his aid when ill. In an era where bloodletting is the common remedy, Gaius is regarded as a physician of remarkable skill, thus a notable figure within the town. With minimal inquiry, Aichi discovers his residence. Meanwhile, Gaius and Merlin are ensconced within, troubled by recent events. During a hunt, Arthur confronted a formidable ancient beast. Gaius asserted that it could only be slain through magic, a claim that King Uther dismissed, ordering his knights to vanquish it. Merlin ultimately used magic to defeat the creature, but Arthur sustained injuries, prompting Merlin to seek out the sorceress Nimue on an island for aid. However, the cost of her assistance is steep. For every life saved, a life must be relinquished to maintain the balance of the world. Merlin willingly offers his life for Arthur, and Nimue grants him water from the cup of life, reviving Arthur. The following day, Merlin learns that the price he paid was the life of his mother, who has now fallen gravely ill, afflicted with sores and steadily declining in vitality, her days evidently numbered. Consumed by regret and anger, Merlin finds himself powerless. Vigilantly by his mother's bedside, aware that none of the spells he knows can save her, he resolves to seek out Nimue once more, prepared to offer his own life in exchange for his mother's salvation. Gaius, observing the unfolding events, begins to surmise Merlin's intentions. Childless himself, Gaius regards Merlin as his own. He is determined to prevent Merlin from sacrificing himself. Resolute, Gaius decides to depart that very night to find Nimue, intending to exchange his life for Merlin's mother-s, thus sparing Merlin from his own sacrifice. Just as both men contemplate their selfless decisions, a knock resounds at the door. Although neither is in the mood for visitors, Merlin rises to see who it is. Upon opening the door, he finds Aichi standing there, adorned in the nightingale attire. It is evident that both Merlin and Gaius are not inclined to entertain the knightly figure before them, as they are preoccupied with attending to the gravely ill mother of Merlin. Consequently, Gaius interjects, "I apologize, my lord, but we currently have an urgent medical case that requires our attention. If you have matters to discuss, please return in a few days." H, assessing the situation with keen insight, swiftly deduces that this must be the plotline from the conclusion of the first season, foreseeing that the two would subsequently seek out Nimue in succession. As a side note, H reflects that the characters in the entire saga of Merlin diverge significantly from those in other Merlin-related works he has previously encountered. Nimue, who ought to be Merlin's proud apprentice, has now ascended to the status of a highly esteemed sorceress. Additionally, Agravain, originally Arthur's nephew, has been elevated to the role of his uncle, while Mordred, who was supposed to be Arthur's son, has been relegated to that of a mere passerby. Guinevere, too, has transformed into Morgana's maid, rendering the relationships among these characters utterly inscrutable by conventional reasoning. With remarkable composure, H enters the room, fortified by the knowledge that he possesses greater strength than the two individuals before him. Neither Gaius nor Merlin attempts to impede his progress as he casually closes the door behind him, even taking the precaution to lock it. This action leaves the two in a state of confusion, uncertain of H's intentions. H extends a hand and conjures a novice-level spell, the Light of Magic, manifesting a luminous white orb within his palm. He casts this orb skyward, where it ascends to the ceiling and hovers like a chandelier, emitting a gentle glow. It is only then that H speaks. "I am a traveling sorcerer. I heard that Emrys resides in this vicinity, prompting my visit. It appears you are facing a troubling predicament. I wonder if there is any way I might assist you." In the original legend, Emrys is attributed as Merlin's surname and a designation for his lineage. However, within the realm of the Merlin saga, it serves as Merlin's prophetic name. Merlin and Gaius refrain from probing how this individual has knowledge of Merlin's identity as Emrys, as they have encountered numerous high-ranking sorcerers who are already familiar with this information and its associated prophecies. Nonetheless, the sudden appearance of this individual is clearly that of a sorcerer, and both Merlin and Gaius, feeling cornered, regard him as a beacon of hope. They proceed to elaborate on their current predicament in detail, hoping that H may possess a solution. After careful deliberation, H recalls that the world of the Merlin saga harbors numerous unique spells. However, in terms of healing, it pales in comparison to the ancient scrolls. The same holds true for potions. H meticulously examines Merlin's mother and discerns that her condition resembles that of a plague affliction intertwined with a life-draining curse. The overall curse is exceedingly complex, and at present, H finds himself unable to unravel it through conventional means. Yet, this does not imply he is without means to alleviate her suffering. Indeed, employing unorthodox methods may yield unexpected results. Under the hopeful gaze of Merlin, Aichi retrieved a vial of superior healing potion and a small vial of disease remedy from the Book of Infinity, instructing Merlin to administer them to his mother. It was evident that the anguished expression on Merlin's mother's face eased significantly after consuming the potion. Observing that the situation had stabilized for the time being, Aichi resolved to continue addressing the curse. Chapter 013. The resolution of the curse and collaboration with Nemovi. Aichi utilized the potion to temporarily maintain her condition. Now, it was time to showcase his abilities before this lesser version of a future legendary mage. He cast a restorative spell, Healing Hand, upon the ailing patient. Beams of gentle golden light emanated from Aichi's right hand, enveloping Merlin's mother. As time passed, the festering sores on her body gradually dried and scabbed over, leaving only a layer of dead skin. Beneath it, her health had begun to restore, and her breathing grew steady and robust. Satisfied that her condition was largely resolved, Aichi ceased the spell and extinguished the magical orb he had conjured, preventing any unwanted attention. Merlin, astonished by such miraculous healing magic, found himself at a loss for words. Though he had often heard prophecies proclaiming his destiny as the greatest mage in history, he felt utterly powerless in the face of his ailing mother. He had even contemplated sacrificing himself to save her, but thanks to the mage before him, she had been pulled back from the brink of danger. Both Merlin and Gaius expressed their heartfelt gratitude. However, Aichi doused their hopes with a cold reality. "My potions and magic have merely replenished the life force that this lady lost to the curse and eradicated the disease within her. Yet the curse itself remains unbroken. It will continue to manifest. If we do not find a solution, in 2 days, she will revert to her previous state." Upon hearing this, the relief Merlin had just felt dissipated, replaced by anxiety. "What should I do? How can I lift the curse?" Aichi intentionally piqued his curiosity. "According to your account, your mother's plight stems from the moment Nemovi cast a spell, sacrificing your mother's life to resurrect Arthur. The key to this magic lies in the Holy Grail, the cup of life she utilized. This is an extraordinarily powerful magical artifact, imbued with centuries of magical energy, bound by a series of contracts and life magic, intertwined with the principles of nature. In essence, to save a life with the Grail, one must take a life. Thus, your mother's vitality is being continuously siphoned by the Grail until her life ends or the curse is transferred. Otherwise, the Grail will persist in draining her life force." Upon hearing this, Merlin grew increasingly agitated and declared that he would gladly sacrifice his own life to save his mother. Aichi, with a reassuring smile, comforted him. "There is no need for such haste. While we may not be able to break the curse, we can deceive it in a certain way. Since this curse aims to maintain natural balance and will persist until the cursed individual perishes, we simply need to convince the Grail that the cursed individual has already died. The Holy Grail, no matter how potent, remains merely a magical artifact and not a sorcerer, devoid of any capacity for adaptation. One need only grasp the fundamental principles governing it to circumvent its curse. Merlin's heart oscillated like a roller coaster, fluctuating between peaks and troughs. But now it finally found solace as he exclaimed his desire to seek an incantation that could induce a state of apparent death. However, Aichi interjected, advising against any exertion. A typical state of apparent death would be difficult to deceive the Grail, for it embodies life itself and is most attuned to its essence. What is required now is a genuine method capable of traversing the realms of life and death. Fortuitously, I possess a ready magical item. With that, Aichi retrieved a small stone box from the Book of Infinity, modest in size. Upon opening it, 12 coins emerged, each adorned with a skull emblem. Exuding both opulence and dread, Aichi elaborated, these are Aztec coins, cursed by minor deities of foreign origins. Despite their diminished divine power, their quality remains assured. And these coins are not inferior in rank to the Grail. The curse upon them is perfectly suited to our current predicament. The individual who removes a coin from this box will be cursed to become undead. However, if the coin is smeared with the blood of the cursed individual and subsequently returned to the box, the curse will be lifted, restoring the undead to their fleshly form. Let us now observe the effects. Thus, Merlin gently awakened his mother, Eunice, who emerged from her slumber, seemingly bewildered by her surroundings, having recently traversed the threshold of death. Merlin succinctly apprised Eunice of the situation, and, following the plan, she took a coin from the box, thereby activating the curse of the Aztec coin. Fortunately, the room was devoid of moonlight. Otherwise, Eunice's transformation into a skeletal form would have terrified the onlookers. Aichi then employed magic to investigate, discovering that Eunice, in her undead state, exhibited no abnormalities. After a 10-minute interval, Aichi extracted blood to lift the curse of the Aztec coin. At this juncture, the three of them anxiously observed Eunice, and every 10 minutes, Aichi employed his magic to assess her condition. After 3 hours, Eunice displayed no signs of vitality waning, clearly indicating that the curse had ceased. Consequently, Gaius arranged for Aichi to take a rest, leaving Merlin to watch over his mother. It was not until the following morning that they could ascertain that all was well. During Aichi's interaction with Merlin, he also replicated a subtemplate of Dragon Master upon him. The Dragon Master possesses the ability to command dragons using their own language, compelling them to obey their commands. This capability bears resemblance to Aichi's Dragon Roar will. Yet the addition of a subtemplate seems to enhance his dragonic linguistic magic, leaving Aichi thoroughly satisfied. The following day, at Aichi's behest, Gaius and Merlin willingly presented all the magical tomes they possessed. After Aichi replicated them using the Book of Infinity, he immersed himself in the study of the magical framework of this world, encountering a plethora of previously unseen spells. These included the instantaneous bestowal of magical enhancements upon weapons, the temporary animation of lifeless statues, and various peculiar potions. In a gesture of gratitude, Merlin gifted Aichi a blue metallic staff obtained from Avalon. While Aichi began imparting ancient magical knowledge, potions, and enchanting techniques from the realm of the Elder Scrolls to Merlin. Days later, after fully recovering, Eunice, at Aichi's invitation, accompanied Gaius to the palace, where he took a leave of absence to join Aichi in negotiations with Nimue. Upon their arrival, Nimue was taken aback, and her astonishment deepened upon learning that the magic of her Holy Grail had faltered. Having lived for centuries, Nimue was currently striving for the prosperity of magic. Her prior agreement to save Arthur stemmed from the prophecy that foretold Arthur would become a legendary king, with Merlin assisting him. Thus, Nimue had chosen to spare Merlin's life, opting instead for his mother's. Though Nimue appeared cold-hearted, one could not deny that her actions were driven by a commitment to securing a bright future for the magical realm. Aichi seized upon this insight and initiated discussions with Eunice. Despite Nimue's extensive knowledge of spells, she found herself outmatched in a direct confrontation against Aichi, who had honed his skills through rigorous training. After enduring Aichi's Dragon Roar, which momentarily halted time, Nimue realized that Aichi could eliminate her with a single blow. Consequently, she adjusted her posture and began to negotiate earnestly. Under the dual pressure of Aichi's formidable power and the allure of the magical knowledge he offered, Nimue ultimately conceded, tearfully relinquishing the cup of life as compensation for the offense. Aichi, not wishing to exploit the situation excessively, opted for a mutually beneficial exchange of magical knowledge. Nimue could trade her spells for Aichi's, a prospect that brought her unexpected delight. Both parties agreed that any spells exchanged, regardless of their origin, would be freely provided to Merlin, thereby accelerating his growth and hastening the arrival of the magical era while alleviating the king's current suppression of magic. Subsequently, Aichi selected a location where Nimue often resided to commence the construction of a stable dimensional gate. He viewed this realm as a world ripe for magical exploration, emphasizing research and collection. Within the confines of the dimensional gate's capacity, Aichi intended to gather magical creatures from this world to strengthen his magical dominion. Given that his current subordinates had limited availability, he decided against establishing a territory here, opting instead for amicable trade relations. In his trading endeavors, Aichi chose to engage with the mages, including Merlin and Nimue, as he sought to acquire spells, magical creatures, potions, and various unique materials, all of which could only be accessed by wizards. In return, Aichi agreed to sell magical items, as well as some ordinary goods, to this dimension. Local sorcerers could discreetly organize caravans to prosper in the legendary world of Merlin, creating a mutually beneficial scenario. Since Aichi had no intention of claiming this realm, but rather sought to enrich himself with its magical resources, he would not impose a magical blockade here. Unlike the worlds of A Song of Ice and Fire and Pirates of the Caribbean, where Aichi currently commanded a prohibition on the sale of all magical-related products, he spent over half a month crafting a medium-sized dimensional gate, preparing to return to the realm of A Song of Ice and Fire to commence trade as planned. Before departing, Aichi sought out Merlin once more. Having previously replicated the abilities of the Dragon Lord from Merlin, he took the opportunity to observe the last remaining dragon of this dimension, Kahara. There was indeed another dragon still in egg form, testing his commands in the dragon tongue with remarkable results. If this ability were combined with the dragon's roar, both could enhance each other. In gratitude to Merlin, Aichi recalled a poignant moment from the second season's narrative, wherein Merlin discovered that the last dragon lord, his father Bellino, was still alive, only to tragically lose him within a day of their reunion. Since Aichi had acquired the dragon lord's abilities from Merlin, he decided to assist him by revealing the truth of his father's existence. Merlin, eager to verify this with his mother, received a confirmation and, upon learning of his father's whereabouts from Gaius, embarked on a quest to find him. However, this segment would require him to take leave from Arthur, leaving Aichi curious about how Arthur would respond upon his return. Truthfully, watching the legend of Merlin evokes the sentiment that Guinevere pales in comparison. The true love lies between Arthur and Merlin. Before returning, Aichi informed Merlin about the remaining dragon egg, currently hidden in the ancient tomb of Kashkona, for which the keys had yet to be fully gathered, initially intended to wait until the fourth season. Nevertheless, Aichi divulged some details regarding the dragon egg to Merlin, warning him that this dragon would be exploited by Morgana, becoming a foe. However, should they locate the egg, if entrusted to Aichi, he would transport it to the world of ancient scrolls, where genuine high dragons could nurture it. Aichi believed that, as the last dragon lord, Merlin and his father would make the right choices. Having conveyed these matters, Aichi set forth on his journey back to the realm of A Song of Ice and Fire. Chapter 014. Stepping into Westeros and new subtemplates, Aichi successfully returned to the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, as this journey had been relatively brief. It was still merely the end of March in the year 298, leaving Aichi with ample time at his disposal. In the realm of A Song of Ice and Fire, the developments surrounding Aki have garnered considerable attention, particularly due to the commotion at Drogo's wedding. The extraordinary nature of Aki quickly spread, especially across the 9 free cities, where no one dared to offend his burgeoning influence. After all, when he unleashed the sun with the bow of Oriel, the surrounding cities were engulfed in the crimson glow of the sun, leading to Aki's mythologization, or perhaps demonization, in these regions. Conversely, in more distant lands, skepticism surrounded the legends of Aki. In Westeros, the majority regarded these tales as mere fabrications, dismissing them with laughter, as magic had not graced the realm for centuries. This skepticism aligns with the original narrative, where the resurrection of the undead was deemed absurd by the major factions. Human cognition tends to reject that which lies beyond comprehension. Thus, during this period, Aki's influence flourished in the nearby cities, while it progressed slowly in Westeros, given the vast distance and the time required for maritime travel. His impact had yet to reach such lengths. In the original text, Daenerys wed in December 297, while Varys concealed this information until July 298 to protect her discreetly. In this scenario, Daenerys is betrothed to Aki, who has displayed remarkable magical abilities, causing considerable distress for the spider, Varys. Varys harbors a deep-seated disdain for magic, stemming from a traumatic childhood experience involving a third-rate sorcerer. He seeks to create complications for Aki, yet the intelligence he possesses is intertwined with Daenerys. For years, Varys has been dedicated to finding a genuine means to bring prosperity to the people of Westeros, and preserving the Targaryen siblings' claim to the throne is paramount. Consequently, to safeguard Daenerys, Varys resolves to withhold this information temporarily, intending to present it to King Robert a few months later. Upon Aki's return, he orchestrated an exchange program between Winterfell and the legendary world of Merlin for magical collaboration. The scholars at Winterfell have become fervently devoted to Aki. As most of the elder mages possess no desire for power, those who do eventually align themselves with various lords after departing Winterfell. For them, the allure of magic remains eternal, and with Aki continually offering opportunities to encounter new forms of magic, they have collectively resolved to follow him unwaveringly. In addition to establishing a magical research division, Aki has also organized and trained a battalion of magical legions. Although the spells they wield are relatively rudimentary, and their numbers are modest, Aki remains optimistic about the future of these magical legions, envisioning a day when a multitude of fireballs will illuminate the battlefield in unison. During this period, Aichi devoted himself to deepening his bond with Daenerys, aside from attending to state affairs. Daenerys, having just celebrated her 14th birthday on May 25th, remained untouched and innocent. Each day, in addition to his own magical studies, Aichi imparted the art of fire magic to her. Due to her lineage as a Targaryen, Daenerys made remarkable progress in her mastery of fire magic, although her advancement in other magical disciplines was rather average. Nevertheless, as a budding sorceress, she had already made significant strides. During this time, Viserys made an appearance, summoned by Aichi. It seemed that Viserys had resolved to regard Aichi as his prospective brother-in-law, repeatedly asserting his claim as the king of Westeros and imploring Aichi to muster forces to assist in his reclamation of the throne. Aichi, however, swiftly dismissed him, instructing his subordinates to ensure that someone was always present to oversee any encounters between Viserys and Daenerys. Should Viserys exhibit any inappropriate behavior, he was to be dealt with swiftly. If Viserys requested financial assistance, Aichi would consider granting a modest sum, as the matter of money was of little consequence. Meanwhile, in the Westeros region, the marketplace began to witness the emergence of intriguing new goods, including ceramics and soap, which garnered immense popularity. Several potent alcoholic beverages also became favored among the inebriated. Yet, aside from a few perceptive individuals, none turned their gaze towards the distant lands of Essos, as numerous captivating events unfolded in Westeros during this time. In April, King Robert led the entire court northward, taking a month to reach the north, where he convened with the noble families and appointed Eddard Stark, the Duke of the North, as the new prime minister of the realm. By June, Eddard's second son, Bran Stark, fell from a tower, sustaining severe injuries and lapsing into a coma. At the end of June, as Eddard and his retinue journeyed southward, his wife Catelyn remained in the north to tend to their unconscious son and their younger child, while their illegitimate son, Jon Snow, unwilling to endure the cold reception in the north, joined the Night's Watch. At the month's end, an assassin attempted to take Bran's life. Fortunately, with the combined efforts of Catelyn and Bran's direwolf, Summer, the assassin was thwarted, although Catelyn sustained minor injuries in the fray. At this juncture, Catelyn sensed that troubling circumstances were afoot, yet she remained unaware of who was orchestrating the machinations against House Stark. Troubled, she resolved to journey to the capital, King's Landing, in a few days to confer with her husband. In the days leading up to Catelyn's departure, Aichi arrived at Winterfell through a portal accompanied by several subordinates. Aichi had previously dispatched individuals to gather dimensional coordinates at various pivotal locations, allowing for rapid transit through the dimensional gate, thereby minimizing travel delays. However, the absence of a dimensional gate in Westeros rendered his return rather inconvenient. Upon reaching Winterfell, Aichi expressed his desire to meet Lady Catelyn, but was met with resistance from the guards. One of his aides, Keld, who had been recruited from Windhelm, presented the guards with a few gold dragons and informed them that Aichi could provide medical aid to Bran. The guards promptly relayed this message to Catelyn, who, upon receiving the news, immediately summoned Aichi. In the Great Hall, Catelyn convened with her eldest son, Robb Stark, and Maester Luwin to meet this individual who claimed he could save Bran. Upon their meeting, Aichi greeted the others with a cordial nod, adhering to the etiquette befitting an equal, as he did not perceive their status to be superior to his own. At that moment, Caitlin and her companions were preoccupied and did not delve into the nuances of manners. It was then that Robb, the master of Winterfell, spoke up. Sir, do you truly believe you can heal Bran? Bear in mind that even Maester Luwin holds no certainty. Bran has merely escaped the clutches of death and remains ensconced in a deep slumber. If you possess a remedy, you shall earn the Stark family's allegiance. However, should you be toying with us, you will incur my wrath. Aichi, amused, observed the youth before him, noting that he too was quite young, marveling at the audacity of one who would threaten a high mage, albeit in ignorance of his true capabilities. He disregarded Robb's remarks and turned to Caitlin, saying, Lady Stark, it appears your hands are injured. If you would permit me, I would be glad to offer my healing. Caitlin, having sustained cuts from a dagger during her confrontation with an assassin, had her hands wrapped in bandages. She exchanged glances with Maester Luwin, who assented, seizing the opportunity to evaluate this healer's craft. However, Aichi had no intention of employing conventional medicine. He stepped closer as Caitlin extended her bandaged hands. Without unwrapping the bandages, Aichi enveloped her hands in an ethereal grasp, channeling the spell of healing. A soft radiance enveloped Caitlin's hands, and in a mere moment, the light faded. Startled, Caitlin withdrew her hands, her expression one of wariness. The sudden manifestation of the healing spell also caught Robb off guard, nearly prompting him to draw his sword. Yet, the magic flickered and concluded before he could react. The minor wounds were of little consequence to mend. All present regarded Aichi with suspicion, yet he smiled and gestured for Caitlin to inspect her hands. It dawned on her that the previously aching wounds had now vanished. She promptly unwrapped the bandages, revealing her hands restored to their former condition. Robb and Maester Luwin hurried to her side, assisting in her examination. After a brief moment, the three confirmed that her injuries had completely healed, coming to terms with the reality of the situation. Among them, Maester Luwin, the most seasoned, inquired about the events that had just transpired. Aichi pointed to the long chain adorned with Valyrian steel rings that hung from Maester Luwin's waist, smiling as he remarked, I had thought that one recognized by the mystical arts would be the first to grasp what has occurred. The scholar's chain symbolizes that they are servants to all of Westeros, encompassing many rings forged from different metals. These links are crafted from various metals known to humanity, each representing a distinct field of study. This necklace serves as a certification of the scholar's qualifications. By observing the links, one can discern the scholar's area of expertise. Black iron symbolizes the study of corvids, bronze signifies astronomy, gold stands for financial accounting, silver represents medicine, while Valyrian steel denotes magic and mysticism. Thus, Aki jestingly remarked. At that moment, Scholar Luwin comprehended that what he had witnessed earlier was indeed the manifestation of magic. Although it was hard to believe, it was the only plausible explanation. In such dire circumstances, Aki emerged as their savior, or rather, as Bran's savior. Bran had remained unconscious since his fall, and Scholar Luwin, being the finest physician in the vicinity, found himself at a loss. Thus, the legendary magic became their sole hope. They hastily invited Aki to Bran's chamber to administer treatment, and Robb even promised a reward of Aki's choosing. Aki merely smiled at this, remarking that while Winterfell boasts a millennium of history and vast territories, in terms of wealth, he could easily eclipse the riches of Winterfell by several streets. The group promptly made their way to Bran's room, where Aki instructed everyone except Bran and the four of them to leave before beginning his examination of Bran's condition. As Scholar Luwin removed Bran's garments for Aki's scrutiny, Aki was confronted with the severity of the child's injuries. After all, he had fallen directly from a high tower, and the external wounds were gruesomely alarming. Upon making contact with Bran's body, Aki's system also commenced recording the mage sub-templates from Bran, which elucidated Aki's imperative to traverse great distances to provide treatment. Bran possessed two sub-templates that Aki coveted. The first was the shapeshifter, which allowed one to project their consciousness into other animals, or even into other humans, to exert control. The second was the upgraded shapeshifter template, the Green Prophet, who wielded mysterious abilities encompassing nature manipulation and foresight, along with the Green Sight, a highly beneficial capability. As Aki had anticipated, upon engaging with Bran, the system successfully recorded these two templates, achieving half of Aki's objective. Chapter 015. Arrival at the Wall of Despair. After replicating these two new sub-templates, Aki's collection now included the Vampire template, with the sub-template of Vampire Lord, the Werewolf template, the Mage template, comprising sub-templates of Dragonborn, Unburnt, Dragon Rider, Shapeshifter, and Green Prophet. Having acquired two invaluable sub-templates from Bran, albeit without his knowledge, Aki felt compelled to reciprocate. As a mage, Aki adhered to the principle of equitable exchange. Thus, he was determined to assist Bran in his medical care. However, upon examination, Aki discovered that Bran's condition remained exceedingly challenging to address. Bran bears numerous external injuries, and there is internal bleeding affecting his organs. It is highly likely that there are minor blood clots within his cranial cavity. His current state suggests that he has just clawed his way back from the brink of death. It is no wonder that in the original narrative, he does not awaken until September 2nd, 298. Among these injuries, internal bleeding and superficial wounds can be treated by Aichi using magic, and the cranial issues can largely be addressed with potions. However, the crux of the matter lies in the paralysis caused by Bran's spinal injury, which poses a significant challenge for treatment. Regardless of Aichi's current magical abilities or potions, the underlying principle remains the same: to harness magical energy as a conduit to stimulate the body's innate healing capabilities, facilitating rapid regeneration of tissues and bodily functions. This principle aligns more closely with biological processes within the magical framework. Yet, the shattered bones and multiple misalignments resulting from Bran's fall cannot be remedied easily. Even if healing occurs, small bone fragments remain near the spine, and severed nerves have yet to reconnect, compounded by ongoing misalignment of the skeletal structure. In the absence of resolution to these issues, mere closure of the wounds will not suffice, and Bran will still suffer from paralysis. Aichi currently lacks a viable solution. Even with the use of Aztec gold, Bran will remain in the state of paralysis he endured prior to his curse, even as his corporeal form is restored. Aichi conveyed this situation to Catelyn and the others. Though Catelyn felt a twinge of sorrow, she expressed that as long as Bran's safety could be assured, the matter of his paralysis could be addressed later. Thus, Aichi began to heal Bran with a touch of his hand and administered a vial of restorative potion. Consequently, at least superficially, Bran appeared no different from a healthy child. The horrific wounds had vanished, and he showed signs of awakening. Aichi provided them with 10 vials of smaller healing potions to be consumed daily until depleted, hoping that the potions might stimulate the severed nerves in Bran's body. While walking may remain a challenge, a gradual restoration of some sensation in his limbs is still a possibility. The group expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Aichi, who humbly declined any rewards. Aichi's primary intent was to aid the child template, for according to his plans, he would refrain from intervening in much of the unfolding events in Westeros, implying that these individuals may very well meet an early demise as depicted in the original tale, and he did not intend to forge deep connections. Nevertheless, Bran is a crucial element in Aichi's strategy, warranting his attention. Consequently, Aichi shared his design concepts for a wheelchair with Maester Luwin, thus averting the awkward scenario in which Bran would have to be carried about. Subsequently, Aichi requested letters of introduction from Robb and Catelyn, as he intended to proceed to the wall under the guise of a distinguished guest from Winterfell. The layout of the wall represents another facet of Aichi's objectives during this expedition to Westeros. Before dawn the following morning, Bran awoke from his stupor. Aichi conducted another examination and discovered that Bran's physical condition had significantly improved, though the issue of paralysis remained unresolved. To achieve a complete recovery, it seems Aichi will need to seek solutions in other realms in the future, but that is a matter for another time. Although Bran has awakened, the memories prior to his fall remain hazy, likely due to the severe impact he endured. Stricken by paralysis and deep despondency, Bran found solace in the thoughtful antics of Aegon, who used a series of magical tricks to lift his spirits. It soon became evident that Bran's Green Seer lineage endowed him with mental faculties far surpassing those of an ordinary individual, with the diverse abilities of the Green Seer resembling innate magical talents. Consequently, Bran exhibited remarkable potential as a sorcerer, particularly suited for mastering spells related to the mind and nature. Thus, Aegon lingered in Winterfell for several days, imparting the fundamental techniques of meditation and magical energy refinement to Bran. Upon confirming Bran's aptitude for the arcane arts, Aegon left him several basic spell models and training methodologies, suggesting that should Bran wish to pursue further studies, he could seek him out at the bastion of the pioneers in Essos. Aegon expressed his willingness to take Bran as his apprentice, a sentiment warmly endorsed by Catelyn and others, who promised to send Bran for training once he matured. Subsequently, Aegon set off northward toward the Wall, with the date being July 5th of the year 298. Jon Snow and his companions had departed on June 22nd, tasked with escorting a new batch of recruits to the Night's Watch. It should be noted that the term escort is fitting, as all but Jon were coerced into service. Most were various criminals or destitute individuals. Jon, filled with youthful fervor, naively believed the Night's Watch to be the honorable bastion of legend. a child still under the spell of fairy tales. Due to the necessity of transporting personnel and supplies, along with the company of Tyrion Lannister, the entire procession moved at a sluggish pace. In contrast, Aegon, traveling light, spurred his steed onward and arrived at the wall merely a day after Jon. Upon witnessing the towering structure of the wall, Aegon could not help but marvel at the monumental achievement, which had clearly taken generations to construct, despite its dilapidated state after a century of neglect. Armed with letters of introduction from Robb and Catelyn, Aegon received a warm welcome, for his status as a distinguished guest from Winterfell rendered him a favored ally at the wall, while Tyrion's reception was decidedly less cordial. Aegon soon met with the Night's Watch's foremost leader, Commander Jorah Mormont, and discreetly informed him of his origins from Essos, where he had encountered Jorah Mormont. Although Commander Mormont regarded Jorah as a disgrace to their family, the bond of blood remained unbreakable, and his love for his son was unwavering. Despite his outward disdain, claiming he wished for the disloyal son to perish abroad, he felt a sense of gratitude toward Aegon. Aegon conveyed to Commander Mormont that he intended to remain for a while, offering his assistance in delivering a letter to Jorah should the need arise. While Commander Mormont feigned disinterest in contacting his wayward son, he felt a flicker of intrigue within. Afterward, Aichi met with Jon, who was deeply affected by the stark contrast between his expectations and the reality of life as a Night's Watch member. Aichi shared the uplifting news that Bran had awakened, which brightened Jon's spirits. Subsequently, Aichi exchanged greetings with Tyrion. In Aichi's mind, Tyrion was the most suitable candidate to serve as the prime minister of the empire he envisioned establishing. However, that would require Tyrion to endure a series of trials and ultimately become disillusioned with the Lannister family. The time for this was not yet ripe. Lastly, Aichi intended to meet another individual, Maester Aemon of the Wall, who was nearing his centennial year. This venerable scholar, full name Aemon Targaryen, was one of the last remnants of House Targaryen and also the great-uncle of Aichi's betrothed, Daenerys. Daenerys' father, the Mad King, was the grandson of Aemon's brother. Aichi had several matters to discuss with Maester Aemon. In Chapter 16, the application of Green Seer abilities, Aemon agreed to speak with Aichi privately at his request. They entered Aemon's chamber and sat across from each other. Despite their proximity, Aemon had been blind for many years and could only hear Aichi's voice. Their face-to-face interaction was merely a sign of respect rather than a necessity for sight. Aichi was direct, revealing his identity as a lord from Essos and stating that his betrothed was Daenerys Targaryen, whose brother Viserys was also present in the same vicinity. Aemon expressed his gratitude for Aichi's news. Having encountered countless individuals over the past century, he could easily discern the truth in Aichi's words. Consequently, he felt a sense of kinship with the man who would one day become his great-nephew-in-law. Aichi then inquired, "Have you heard of the Green Seers?" Aemon pondered for a moment before responding, "I have heard of them. They are said to be rare among those with the ability to warg. They can perceive the past and even foresee the future, though I have never encountered one myself. During my years with the Night's Watch, I have only seen wargs among the free folk in the north, but I have not come across a Green Seer." Aichi revealed, "By coincidence, I am a Green Seer and possess certain abilities associated with this gift. Concerning your beloved great-nephew Rhaegar Targaryen, I have uncovered significant information that I can share with you, should you wish to see it." Aemon suddenly became animated. Since the fall of House Targaryen over a decade ago, he had endured the torment of watching his kin perish while feeling utterly powerless. Now, the prospect of glimpsing Rhaegar once more stirred hope within him, and he readily agreed. Aichi encouraged Aemon to remain calm and let go of his defenses. He took Aemon's hand and activated his Green Seer and warging abilities, sharing the vision with the elderly scholar as they delved into the green sight, reminiscent of how the old three-eyed crow had guided Bran. However, all the burdens of the spell rested solely upon Aichi, placing considerable strain upon him. However, what distinguishes Aichi from the three-eyed crow is that Aichi is a true sorcerer. His mind, and while having undergone rigorous training, coupled with Aichi's formidable magical prowess, the energy expenditure he faces poses little challenge. On his journey to the wall, Aichi has been diligently exploring the capabilities of the shapeshifters and the Green Seers. Unlike Bran, who has the benefit of guidance, Aichi relies on his own understanding of spells and the information gleaned from the original texts, managing to piece together a rough comprehension along the way. While he cannot wield these abilities as effortlessly as the three-eyed crow, he can still discern images within the green sight under certain specific circumstances. This is precisely such a moment. As Aichi activates his powers, he and Aemon find themselves standing upon a picturesque land in the realm of the mind. Not far away, a learned man is officiating the union of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark. The old scholar, blind for many years, experiences a profound joy as he beholds the scene before him in the spiritual realm, where all sights are perceived directly through the mind. Upon recognizing Rhaegar, his heart swells with delight and affection. Aemon, witnessing his beloved protege once more, is overwhelmed with nostalgia. Even though he understands that this is merely a projection of the past, he is nonetheless compelled to approach and gaze upon Rhaegar anew. Aichi takes the opportunity to enlighten Aemon, explaining that Rhaegar and Lyanna shared a genuine love, eloping together before Rhaegar divorced his first wife to marry Lyanna officially. Upon learning the true circumstances behind the conflict that ignited the rebellion, what was believed to be Rhaegar's abduction of Lyanna, Aemon cannot help but smile wryly. Though the roots of the rebellion stem from the Mad King's tyranny inciting discontent among the noble houses, it is undeniable that the spark was indeed Lyanna's alleged abduction by Rhaegar, leading to the tragic demise of the Northern Duke and his son at the hands of the Mad King when they sought answers. Aemon's emotions are a tumultuous blend of complexity as he observes this scene. Aichi remarks that the union of Rhaegar and Lyanna, regardless of moral judgment, was ultimately a choice born of their true love. Although both have long passed, this does not diminish the significance of their love's outcome. With that, Aichi casts another spell, shifting the scene to post-war, where Eddard Stark arrives to rescue his sister, only to discover that she has given birth to a dark-haired son, tragically passing away during childbirth. Before her death, she implores Eddard to care for her child. Aemon, taken aback by this revelation, is astonished to learn that Rhaegar left behind an heir. He quickly inquires of Aichi, what has become of this child? Aichi responds with a knowing look. The child is named Aemon Targaryen, the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. Eddard, aware that revealing his true identity would lead to the boy's demise at the hands of King Robert, must conceal this truth. To keep the child close under a legitimate pretense, he declares him his illegitimate son, naming him Jon Snow. Eddard has not even confided this lineage to his wife, resulting in Jon being viewed with disdain by Catelyn, who believes him to be a product of her husband's infidelity, ultimately prompting Jon to join the Night's Watch. He has only recently arrived at the Wall. Aemon was taken aback, astonished that the descendant of Rhaegar was present at the very wall he inhabited. Aegis inquired, what are your thoughts on Jon? Given that their training has only just commenced, and Jon has yet to pledge the Night's Watch oath, there is still time to intervene. What will you decide? After a moment of contemplation, Aemon replied, since the Targaryen lineage has waned, Jon's identity poses a potential threat to him. Having remained concealed for over a decade, it may be best to maintain this status quo. Like myself, I believe he will find his place here. Moreover, with his public persona as a bastard of House Stark, he holds a considerable advantage at the Wall. Should fortune favor him, he may well ascend to the position of Lord Commander of the Night's Watch in the next or subsequent term. This could serve as my tribute to Rhaegar. Aegis responded, I respect your choice, and the glory of House Targaryen shall be upheld in the hands of myself and Daenerys. As Jon is Daenerys' nephew, I shall do my utmost to look after him. After a brief pause, Aegis continued, the resurgence of magic across the world has begun, and the White Walkers beyond the Wall are awakening. They are currently amassing their forces, yet none among the Seven Kingdoms or their noble houses seem to recognize this peril. Soon, the Wall you inhabit will become the front line in the battle between the living and the dead. Even if you convey this truth to them, they are unlikely to believe it. However, I can provide you with vital information to assist in your preparations for what lies ahead. Subsequently, Aegis disclosed the origins and vulnerabilities of the White Walkers, namely obsidian, Valyrian steel, and dragonfire, to Aemon, analyzing the unfolding situation with him. Though Aemon had long ceased to concern himself with the affairs of Westeros, he recognized the urgency of empowering Jon to stand alone as the first line of defense in the impending cataclysm. Chapter 017. The layout of the wall. After reaching an agreement with Aemon, Aegis left him with a plethora of potions, including first aid supplies and various remedies aimed at restoring Aemon's sight, both internal and external. It was hoped that, after a period of use, these would restore Aemon's vision. For a time thereafter, Aegis led a relatively leisurely existence. He instructed several subordinates to craft a temporary dimensional portal in a secluded location, facilitating his return to Castle Black, while simultaneously engaging with some of the Night's Watch to strengthen their bonds. During these days, Aegis cultivated amicable relations with most of the senior members of the Night's Watch, as he was a distinguished guest of Winterfell. Although the Night's Watch refrained from participating in the imperial strife, they had received substantial support from House Stark over the years, thus warranting a measure of respect. Not to mention, among their ranks was a man whose brother, Banyan, was the Duke of Stark. The only exception was Sir Alazar Thorne, the training commander, who harbored a self-important demeanor and held an aversion towards Aegis. Alicia holds a deep disdain for Jon's status as a bastard. And as H has been particularly attentive to Jon during these days, Alicia's attitude toward H has also soured. However, H remains indifferent to this, as long as no overt conflict arises. To him, such trivial matters are inconsequential. He prefers to reserve Jon as a measure of worthiness. Aside from Alicia, the higher echelons of the Night's Watch largely favor Jon. It is widely recognized that nearly every generation of House Stark has seen a member join the Night's Watch, with half of these ultimately rising to the position of Lord Commander. Jon, nominally a bastard of the Stark Duke, can thus leverage the Stark name. As for Maester Aemon, he is well aware of Jon's true lineage as his great-nephew and is keen to support the younger man. Furthermore, Commander Benjen Stark is Jon's uncle. The Lord Commander has a favorable view of this promising youth, and with Commander Mormont's endorsement of H, who evidently holds Jon in high regard, Mormont has begun to groom Jon as a potential successor. It can be said that Jon now possesses the connections to thrive within the Night's Watch, not to mention his own considerable talents. However, Jon is filled with discontent upon realizing the stark contrast between the Night's Watch and his expectations. Additionally, among the new recruits, he finds himself inadvertently isolated due to his origins, often stirring conflict. Upon noticing this, H promptly seeks out Jon for a conversation. Looking at his nephew, who is only a few years his junior, Jon is the nephew of Daenerys, hence H is as well, and if we disregard the generational age, H is merely 19. He offers words of comfort. I understand your current feelings of discontent. In truth, life seldom mirrors the tales you once read, where everything is positive and individuals are clearly delineated as good or bad. In reality, people act according to varying interests and form disparate groups for countless reasons. Take, for instance, the Night's Watch you are preparing to join. The newcomers have naturally formed small factions to avoid being bullied, and you find yourself ostracized. If you were to enter battle, could you truly trust them with your back? Would they place their trust in you? Do not dwell too heavily on sorrow. Indeed, the situation here is chaotic, yet it presents an opportunity for you. After all, you have nothing to fear from worse circumstances. As a bastard with no claim to inheritance, you are already marginalized. Yet here, such designations lose their significance. Even a count arrives here as a penniless bachelor without land. You, however, stand out among the recruits as the only one trained from a young age as a knight. You can utilize your advantages to unite them and share your training experiences. Begin by fostering camaraderie with the newcomers, allowing them to perceive you as a mentor and ally. In doing so, you will not only enhance the strength of the Night's Watch, but also earn recognition among them. Your father has already assumed the role of Prime Minister in King's Landing, and your elder brother is serving as the Duke's representative in the city. It is my fervent hope that one day, amidst conversations with other noblemen, the Duke will mention my son Jon, who, though he has not inherited my lands, has nonetheless inherited my valor. He has restored honor to the Night's Watch. He is a true Stark, though you ought to be a genuine Targaryen, Aegon mused. Jon is an earnest lad, having never encountered such experiences until today when Aegon forced him to consume a large bowl of chicken soup, igniting a passionate fervor within him. This marks the first time Jon has begun to hold himself to the standards expected of the future commander of the Night's Watch. After consulting Aegon on various methods to unify the men and gain their respect, Jon's demeanor began to transform. Gradually, from among the newcomers, it became apparent to all that Jon was a good soul. Jon excels with a sword. He inspires a sense of camaraderie in battle, and it is here that he truly begins to establish his footing. A few days later, after the dimensional gate is constructed, Aegon plans to depart. Before his departure, he engages in discussions with the upper echelons of the Night's Watch, securing an agreement for the Night's Watch to receive a supply of provisions, including food, warm clothing, and some weaponry, free of charge from Castle Black. He also subtly expresses his high regard for Jon, implying a mutual arrangement. Aegon provides funds and equipment, and in return, they treat his protege well. Though the Night's Watch is puzzled by Aegon's unwavering support for Jon, they understand the necessity of such care, lest they risk losing future sponsorships. Aegon also gifts Jon a Valyrian steel longsword produced in Winterfell, fearing that he might meet an unfortunate end at the hands of the White Walkers during his missions. Jon is taken aback by the lavish gift, especially after receiving so much assistance from Aegon. After all, weapons forged from Valyrian steel are exceedingly rare. Hadn't Lord Tywin Lannister offered a substantial bounty for years without success? Jon contemplates forming a brotherly bond with Aegon, though, dear child, you are mistaken in your lineage. Aegon is your uncle. Aegon's future scheme is to see Jon ascend to the position of commander of the Night's Watch, and later, amidst the chaos following the wars in Westeros. When the North descends into turmoil and the Stark heir falls, Aegon intends for Jon to take the helm of Winterfell. In that scenario, a Targaryen ruling the North would significantly diminish Aegon's obstacles in claiming dominion over Westeros. Before leaving, Aegon converses with Tyrion Lannister, who, at this stage, lacks the requisite experience. His capabilities remain theoretical, and he requires further governance experience to augment his knowledge. Aegon cultivates a rapport with him, subtly suggesting that should he find himself in dire straits in the future, he could seek refuge at Castle Black. However, Tyrion, oblivious to the heart-wrenching challenges that lie ahead, dismisses this advice. Aegon is aware that on his return journey, Catelyn will abduct him as a hostage, thus he remains indifferent to Tyrion's present demeanor. After bidding farewell to all, Aegon, accompanied by his followers, traverses the newly constructed small-dimensional gate back to Castle Black, preparing for the next phase of his endeavors. Chapter 018, concerning dragon eggs and gifts for Varys. Aichi traversed the dimensional gate and returned to the stronghold of the pioneers, resuming his bustling activities. During this period, Aichi found himself increasingly occupied. Ever since he received 3 dragon eggs at Daenerys' wedding, he had been preparing for their hatching. Regrettably, the eggs remained inert. Aichi brought the dragon eggs to the world of the Elder Scrolls, seeking out Old Pa. Upon seeing the dragons, Old Pa was overjoyed. 4 true dragons were scarce in the Elder Scrolls universe. Most dragon warriors, such as Alduin, were mere constructs, fabricated from the souls of Nord warriors. Furthermore, as dragon souls are immortal, true dragons are long-lived creatures that often face challenges in reproduction, making the increase in their numbers exceedingly difficult. Old Pa had not seen a dragon egg in many years, so when Aichi presented the 3 eggs, he was elated. Alas, upon inspection, Old Pa discovered that these eggs were of a low tier, belonging to the category of drakes rather than true dragons, lacking the elevated intelligence associated with their kind, which left him rather disheartened. After his examination, Old Pa informed Aichi that the eggs were in a dormant state and required specific substances for hatching. However, he noted that the activity levels of the eggs appeared to be rising, suggesting that hatching was imminent, provided they were kept in a consistently warm environment. Aichi then recalled that the eggs might only hatch after the appearance of the Red Comet in the original narrative, which could awaken the magic of the world of A Song of Ice and Fire or introduce trace elements necessary for the dragon's emergence. With this realization, Aichi felt a sense of calm. Before departing, Aichi assured Old Pa that if he encountered any dragon eggs belonging to the intelligent dragon species, he would bring them to him for instruction. Aichi was particularly anticipating the dragon egg of the White Dragon, Elsa, from the world of Merlin's legend. According to information gathered during the transaction, Merlin had reunited with his father and had acquired some clues regarding the whereabouts of the key to the tomb where the dragon eggs were stored. Aichi had been patiently waiting for further developments. In the region of Westeros, among the individuals Aichi intended to recruit, aside from Jon Snow, who had nearly become a subordinate, and Tyrion Lannister, with whom he had exchanged pleasantries, the person Aichi most desired to win over was Varys, the Spider. Born into poverty and having endured tremendous hardship, Varys managed to rise from the depths of the slums to become the master of intelligence for the entire realm, demonstrating remarkable prowess. In his youth, Varys was castrated by a third-rate sorcerer, who then sacrificed his severed parts to flames, likely as an offering to the Lord of Light, instilling in him a deep-seated hatred for magic. To win Varys' allegiance, Aichi knew he must first address this painful past. Fortuitously, Aichi had acquired the abilities of the Green Seer. Through experimentation, he discovered that this power was most potent within the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, significantly diminished in other realms, likely due to the magical network of those worlds. Additionally, utilizing magical items crafted from weirwood would amplify his abilities, as weirwood had a magnifying effect on the powers of the Green Seer. However, Aichi was reluctant to easily access the green sight through the weirwood system, as all manifestations of green sight were invariably linked, to some extent, with the enigmatic three-eyed crow. At this juncture, Aichi is reluctant to engage directly with an entity that has endured for a millennium. He is also hesitant to cast his green sight beyond the Wall of Despair, wary of encountering the Night King. Presently, neither of these beings is one that Aichi wishes to confront with his mental faculties. Utilizing his green sight, Aichi delves into the past of Varys. Although he cannot rival Bran's extraordinary abilities, he manages to glean substantial information, given that he is acutely aware of the target he seeks. After 3 days of diligent effort, Aichi successfully locates the mage from years past and dispatches members of the Dark Brotherhood to capture him, binding him and encasing him within a box. This is the offering Aichi intends to present to Varys when Aichi apprehends the mage. The date has progressed to September of the year 298. At this point, Catelyn has already held a clandestine meeting with her husband, Eddard Stark, in King's Landing, informing him of the current circumstances and cautioning him to be wary of House Lannister. It must be acknowledged that Petyr Baelish is indeed a masterful schemer. He has manipulated Lisa Tully's affections to orchestrate the poisoning of the former hand of the king, successfully leading Duke Stark to believe that all of this is a ploy orchestrated by the Lannisters. Throughout this turmoil, he has deftly played various factions against one another while simultaneously earning their trust, securing his position as Master of Coin in the King's Small Council, gaining the Queen's confidence, and making Eddard and Catelyn Stark regard him as one of the most trustworthy allies in the capital. Completely unaware that Baelish is the true puppet master behind the scenes. As Baelish himself has articulated to Eddard, trusting him is a grave error. Thus, as several individuals become increasingly ensnared in Baelish's web of intrigue, Aichi traverses the dimensional gateway, accompanied by two astute subordinates from the original Thieves Guild, arriving in King's Landing. Thanks to Aichi's initiative in sending mages to gather the coordinates of various major cities, he can now swiftly access most of them through the dimensional portal. He has also discreetly purchased several properties in King's Landing and other locations, commissioning the construction of one-time dimensional gateways within these properties for convenient returns. Upon his arrival, Aichi settles into one of these secret properties and prepares to seek out Varys. Logically, a figure of Varys' stature is not easily accessible, given his role akin to that of a head of intelligence. However, Aichi understands that a crucial component of Varys' information network lies within his little birds, namely, the orphans scattered throughout King's Landing. Varys is adept at selecting these children, who can infiltrate anywhere, as they are often overlooked and more susceptible to persuasion. Much like Sherlock Holmes utilized the Baker Street irregulars, comprised of street urchins to gather intelligence, Varys employs similar tactics. Of course, Varys' sources of information extend far beyond these orphans. His spies are distributed throughout Westeros and even reach into Essos. After leaving King's Landing, Bachelor Cobain took over the intelligence work, attempting to recruit street urchins, yet he could never attain the level of information that Varys possessed. Thus, Agi sought out several orphans, instructing them to convey a message to Varys, inviting him to his residence, and informing him that he had prepared a gift that Varys had long desired. He also inquired whether Varys remembered the voice from the flames of yesteryears. Agi was convinced that among these waifs, there would be one who could serve as Varys' little bird. Agi harbored no concerns for his safety, setting aside his formidable combat prowess. He had already established a small dimensional portal in his chamber. Should he find himself surrounded, he could swiftly activate the portal to escape, leaving behind only an empty dwelling. Thus, Agi patiently awaited Varys' arrival. As expected, Varys received the message from the orphan. He could not deduce who sought him. And while he initially regarded the gift with indifference, a chill ran down his spine when the child mentioned the voice from the flames. Years ago, Varys had endured the severing of his manhood, offered as the price for blood magic, cast into the fire, where a voice echoed from some entity within the flames, a sound forever etched in his memory. Varys had never disclosed these matters to another soul, and upon realizing that someone was aware of such an event, he was taken aback. After careful contemplation, Varys resolved to meet this enigmatic individual alone. Chapter 19. The meeting between Varys and Eddard Stark. Varys arrived alone to meet Agi, oblivious to the number of his subordinates lurking outside. Agi presented Varys with a letter of introduction from Governor Illyrio of Pentos. Varys and Illyrio shared a long-standing camaraderie. In their youth, Varys was a thief, while Illyrio was a mercenary. They collaborated, one stealing and the other fencing goods, which laid the foundation for their current achievements. Upon reading Illyrio's letter, Varys recognized that the individual before him was none other than Agi Targaryen, the Lord of Dragonstone. Varys had been gathering information on Agi, yet he had not received news of Agi's departure from Essos, as he had been traversing through portals, hence he had failed to surmise Agi's identity. Varys' intelligence network spanned across Westeros, which explained why, in the original narrative, when Catelyn left Winterfell, both Varys and Petyr Baelish were aware of her arrival. It was relatively easy to ascertain that the Duchess of Winterfell was absent, coupled with sightings of her direction, leading to a rough deduction of her destination and estimated time of arrival. Agi, however, was different. He consistently utilized portals, and by the time scouts learned that he was not at Dragonstone, he had already arrived at his destination. Furthermore, AG frequently roamed beyond Dragonstone, as he had multiple realms to manage and often sought to explore new dimensions, making his movements the most challenging to predict. Now that he had identified AG, Varys found himself in a state of conflicting emotions. On one hand, Aichi is betrothed to Daenerys, and Varys seeks to protect the Targaryen siblings. Thus Aichi is considered an ally. On the other hand, Varys harbors a deep-seated aversion to magic, and all the information he has gathered indicates that Aichi is a master of the arcane arts, leaving Varys in a state of inner turmoil. Perceiving Varys's conflict, Aichi, once they were seated, began to offer counsel. I comprehend your disdain for magic and empathize with your sentiments. Therefore, even in light of my identity as a magician, I wish to engage in a serious discourse with you. Magic itself does not embody malevolence. It is merely a tool, akin to swords and daggers. Each year, far more lives are extinguished by blades than by magic, which does not render the weapons evil. Rather, it is the wielder's intent that dictates their morality. The third-rate sorcerer who once inflicted harm upon you employed blood sacrifice magic, a practice often deemed heretical even among practitioners. For centuries, the world of magic lay dormant, with sorcerers struggling to harness magical energies due to a lack of proper methodologies. Many turned to external means for assistance, and thus blood magic became a choice for some, where sacrifices were made to certain entities. Even within the faith of the Lightbringer, blood magic has gained popularity. Some exalted priests take pride in offering living beings or valuable items to the Lightbringer in exchange for magical effects. You have been one of the victims of this trend, and the voices you have heard belong to such entities. However, do not be alarmed, for while these existences are real, their capacity to directly influence the mortal realm is limited. I have come here solely to express my goodwill and to declare my own aversion to such forms of magic. I, alongside the mages of Winterfell, am dedicated to uncovering the true essence of magic and utilizing it for the benefit of our realm. We would never wield magic to cause unwarranted harm to others, a truth you have likely discerned from your own intelligence. While I understand that it is difficult to assuage the pain within your heart, I ask you to accept this token of goodwill. With that, Aichi opened a carefully prepared wooden chest, revealing the very old sorcerer who had once harmed Varys, bound and subdued. Varys was inundated with a multitude of revelations. Pondering their implications, Aichi recognized the challenge in winning Varys over at this moment, yet he understood that as the war unfolded, Varys's options would dwindle, ultimately leading him to align with Aichi. Thus, Aichi sought to alleviate Varys's grievances in advance, planting the seeds for future allegiance. In the end, Varys and Aichi reached an agreement. Varys at least publicly set aside some of his biases and consented to collaborate with Aichi on certain matters. Additionally, Aichi requested that Varys convey a message to Duke Eddard Stark, inviting him to meet with Aichi. After Varys agreed and departed, he sent his men to carry away the old sorcerer, while Aichi remained indifferent to the sorcerer's fate. Varys demonstrated remarkable efficiency, for by the following afternoon, Eddard Stark arrived at Aichi's stronghold, accompanied by his retinue. A few days ago, Duke Stark had just bid farewell to his wife as she departed from King's Landing and learned of the events that had transpired at home. Upon hearing that the individual who had healed his son Bran was seeking him out, he promptly came to visit Aegon and expressed his gratitude. Aegon requested that Eddard dismiss all his subordinates, and after employing a magical life detection spell to ensure no one approached, he began conversing with Duke Stark. My lord, I am the lord of the bastion of Essos and the betrothed of Daenerys Targaryen. I am deeply grateful for your care over the years for both myself and your nephew Jon. Although Jon is indeed your nephew, I still appreciate your protection of him from the wrath of King Robert. Upon hearing these words, Eddard felt as if his very soul had been shaken, as if thunder had struck him. This was the greatest secret of his life, known only to himself and his dear friend, Howland Reed. Eddard had not even confided in his own wife, which had led to her long-standing animosity towards Jon. However, in order to protect Jon and his own family, Eddard had no choice but to keep this secret. He had faith that Howland would not divulge this matter to anyone else. Thus, when Aegon revealed Jon's true identity so effortlessly, Eddard was left utterly bewildered. Had it not been for his awareness of Aegon's status as a benefactor, rumored to possess extraordinary powers, the usually upright Duke Stark might have entertained thoughts of silencing him. Aegon observed the bewilderment of Duke Stark with a calm demeanor until the Duke regained his composure and inquired, "How did you come to know of this? What is your purpose?" Of course, Aegon could not confess that he had watched 7 seasons of a television series and read the original books. Instead, he replied, "I am a green seer, albeit my abilities are derived from your second son, which allows me to explore the past. This matter remains unknown to outsiders, save for Maester Aemon, who is your nephew's great-uncle, and thus does not count as an outsider. Furthermore, it will remain undisclosed to others. In the future, your second son will perceive it through Green's sight, but he is not an outsider, is he? I will certainly inform Daenerys. Yet she is Jon's aunt, and therefore not an outsider either. Thus, you need not worry. As for my intentions, they are quite simple. I merely wish for your nephew to have a brighter future. Eddard steadied his thoughts and continued, what do you plan for Jon? He has already joined the Night's Watch and will not return to the affairs of Westeros. Aegon chuckled. I have no intention of exploiting Jon's identity to meddle in the mess of Westeros, of which I have many means at my disposal. Moreover, from my perspective, I would prefer that no one with a claim to the throne greater than Daenerys emerges. Therefore, you need not concern yourself with my intentions regarding Jon's identity. My sole aim is for him to attain a more promising future. Reassured, Duke Stark listened as Aegon continued to elucidate. However, Eddard was unprepared for the subsequent proposal that Aegon would present, which would leave Stark utterly astounded. Chapter 20. Jon Snow becomes Jon Stark. Eddard Stark articulated the ultimate purpose of this meeting. I intend for you to petition the king to grant Jon your surname, thereby transforming him into a Stark. Eddard's proposal was indeed feasible. In Westeros, the status of bastards is notably low. They are often relegated to using the name of the place of their birth, Snow for those born in the north, and Sand for those from the southern region of Dorne. In truth, Jon was born in the south. Thus, in the television series, when Bran witnessed Jon's birth through his green sight, he initially believed Jon should adopt the surname Sand, only to later discover that Rhaegar's marriage was legitimate, rendering Jon not a bastard but a Targaryen. While it is true that the status of bastards in Westeros is generally low, some noble families, recognizing the exceptional merit of their bastards or lacking legitimate heirs, may petition the king in King's Landing to bestow their surname upon these bastards. However, such occurrences are rare, as they often precipitate significant internal family discord. This practice can be perceived as an affront to the legitimate wife, and although a bastard's inheritance rights may surpass those of a legitimated child, the bastard becomes a potential rival to the legitimate heir, potentially igniting familial strife. Furthermore, even in the absence of legitimate heirs, a noble's brother or other relatives might rightfully expect to inherit the family title, only to have it usurped by a bastard, thereby sowing further discord. Lastly, the king may not acquiesce to such requests, and typically, a substantial fee is required. Consequently, few nobles opt to request surnames for their bastards. Historically, the Targaryen family had, for a time, granted the surname Targaryen to numerous bastards, but this practice waned after the bastards rose in rebellion, leading to great turmoil within the Targaryen lineage, resulting in a significant decline in their numbers and heralding the family's downfall. Since then, the granting of surnames to bastards has become increasingly infrequent. In the original text, it was only Roose Bolton of the North, after his betrayal and subsequent elevation to the title of Warden of the North, who, in the absence of legitimate heirs and recognizing the considerable contributions of his bastard Ramsay Snow during the rebellion, petitioned the king to grant Ramsay the surname Bolton, this infamous character, widely detested. Of course, the outcome of that endeavor was far from favorable. After Roose Bolton's new wife bore him a son, Ramsay's claim to the inheritance diminished, prompting the impatient Ramsay to murder both Roose and his own half-brother to hasten his ascension to the title of Warden of the North. This illustrates the inherent risks associated with bestowing noble surnames upon bastards. Thus, upon hearing Eddard's intentions, he was taken aback, having never contemplated such ramifications. On one hand, he sought to keep Jon out of King Robert's sight, while on the other hand, his wife had long harbored resentment regarding the matter of bastards. Should word of his intention to grant Jon his surname circulate, it could very well lead to a separation between them, compelling Eddard to instinctively refuse. At this moment, Aki offered his counsel. You need not be concerned. The feasibility of this matter is quite high. Firstly, you have only just assumed the position of Prime Minister, and Laubin already harbors considerable trust in you. Such a trivial matter will undoubtedly align in your favor. Secondly, your reasoning is thoroughly sound. Generally speaking, there exists no justification for bestowing a surname upon a bast child, yet your rationale is readily available. Jon happens to be serving with the Night's Watch. Regardless of the current state of the Night's Watch, it still stands, at least in principle and legality, as a symbol of honor, akin to the King's Guard. Moreover, it is customary for each generation of House Stark to send a non-heir child to the Night's Watch. Typically, the firstborn inherits the family estate. The second serves as an aide and acts as the secondary heir in the event of unforeseen circumstances, while the third son is often dispatched to mitigate any threats to the inheritance, just like your brother Benjen. who was the third son to join the Night's Watch, Eddard being the second, and the firstborn having been slain by the Mad King, a classic example of the second son stepping up. Now, consider your own lineage. Robb is your heir, while the original second son Bran is now incapacitated and finds it challenging to fulfill the responsibilities of the secondary heir. Thus, the third son, Rickon, cannot easily depart to join the Night's Watch or the Citadel. Consequently, Jon Snow stands as the rightful representative of House Stark within the Night's Watch for this generation. You may present this rationale to the king, requesting the granting of the Stark surname to Jon. Furthermore, since Jon has already commenced his service at the Wall and is unable to leave his post, he will not be brought into the king's purview. All ceremonies can be conducted at the Wall itself. You need not worry about issues of inheritance, for a bast child, even when granted a surname, holds a status inferior to that of a legitimate child. Additionally, Jon has forsaken all claims to inheritance upon taking the oath with the Night's Watch, thereby alleviating any concerns. As for Lady Catelyn, I suspect you will still refrain from revealing the truth to her. However, that is inconsequential. You may attribute this to my request, considering my successful treatment of Bran, which should suffice to placate Catelyn. This is an opportunity for you to compensate your nephew. Jon has endured years of being regarded as a bast child, stripped of his surname, and denied knowledge of his true identity. While it is evident that he cannot live as a Targaryen, let him exist as a Stark. Can you bear to have your nephew carry the surname Snow for his entire life? Do you believe this would honor the memory of the late line of Stark? Eddard had to concede that Eki's arguments were remarkably cogent. His analysis of the reasoning and feasibility was both rational and substantiated. The mention of his sister Lyanna evoked memories of the moments shared among the siblings in years gone by. If he were to disregard Jon entirely, he would feel too ashamed to face his sister after death. Additionally, Robb, the firstborn, has always maintained a good relationship with Jon. If Jon were to be recognized as a Stark, it is likely that Robb would not oppose it. Reflecting upon his younger brother, Banyon, who had attained the position of the Ranger Commander among the Night's Watch with his support, had found himself pondering whether he should allow Jon to remain unmoored after relinquishing everything. Ed was rendered speechless, his mind swirling with contemplation. Ultimately, he felt that inaction would be a disservice to both Lyanna and Jon. As for his wife, he presumed she would comprehend his motives. After all, they were practically living apart, and there was much that Catelyn could no longer articulate. Ed deemed the plan feasible. Thus, Ed conferred with Eki regarding the specifics of their arrangement. Eki emphasized the urgency of their actions, as Ed's life was precariously measured in months due to the threat of treason. The ceremony was to be conducted at the Wall, and simplicity was paramount. With their agreement in hand, they parted ways, though Eki felt a twinge of guilt. He had contemplated the prospect of Jon inheriting the title of king in the north under the Stark name after the fall of House Stark. Jon's identity as a member of the Night's Watch would serve as a safeguard during the reckoning of House Stark, much like the old Maester had evaded the purge against the Targaryens. When the time came for someone to uphold the Stark legacy, it was unlikely that the choices would fall upon the twice-married Tully or Bran, now the three-eyed Raven. Rather, it would be the valiant and skilled Jon. What Jon could achieve under the name Snow, he would surely surpass under the name Stark. Eki, while sharing drinks with Ed, secretly calculated the benefits that would arise from Ed's demise, an act that seemed rather insidious. Yet, this encapsulates the essence of the Game of Thrones. There are no eternal friends or foes, only perpetual interests. And honest men like Ed often find themselves at a disadvantage in such struggles. The following day, Ed formally requested King Robert to allow his illegitimate son to inherit the Stark name. King Robert was taken aback, yet Ed's reasoning was compelling. Robert had long been aware of Ed's affection for the mother of the bastard. After all, she was his sister and Ed's former betrothed. Robert dismissed any trivial concerns, waiving even the customary fees, and promptly dispatched a ceremonial officer to the Wall to preside over Jon's naming ceremony. As for Catelyn's response upon hearing this news, Eki was indifferent. The ceremonial officer hastened his journey and arrived in the north over a month later. By that time, Jon had begun to establish himself within the Night's Watch, earning respect among the newcomers who regarded him as a big brother. The higher-ups, for various reasons, held Jon in favorable esteem. One day, news spread that Jon had been granted the Stark name by the king, prompting widespread admiration for Jon's fortune and further bolstering hopes for his future. Jon, overwhelmed by this unexpected joy, found himself in awe. And when he learned that Eki was the architect behind these developments, he vowed to repay this kindness with unwavering dedication. But that was a matter for another time. At that moment, Eki had just parted ways with Ed and activated the portal, returning to Westeros. If Aichi's plans unfold smoothly, following the War of the Five Kings and after resolving the matter of the Small Skinner, a Targaryen could ascend as the King of the North under the Stark name. Not to mention that Jon already regards Aichi as a close friend and benefactor. One day, when he learns the truth of his lineage, his claim to the throne will become an inevitable reality, leaving him with no alternative but to pursue that path. Aichi possesses several planes of existence, and this number is set to increase. Even if he were to rely solely on the sustenance provided by these realms, Aichi is confident he could conquer Westeros. However, such an approach would inevitably leave many hidden dangers, leading to various future rebellions. Aichi has no intention of squandering his energies on suppressing internal strife. His strategy is to enter Westeros not as a conqueror, but as a savior, invited by the people to arrive. For this to succeed, the situation in Westeros must deteriorate significantly. The Lannisters and other foes must find themselves in dire straits, at odds with the world. Only then can Aichi, under the guise of a savior, suppress the various kingdoms and factions, ensuring their compliance. At that point, the war-weary populace will yearn for peace, devoid of thoughts of rebellion, allowing Aichi to cultivate the most stable Westeros. This stability will enable him to swiftly consolidate all factions in Westeros, thwart the threat of the White Walkers, and secure victory in the conflict between the living and the dead. Thus, Aichi has refrained from hastily expanding his territory. Instead, he has begun to extend his influence through commerce across the plains, amassing wealth while discreetly accelerating the construction and development of his military. When the time is ripe, he will strike with thunderous force. This moment is not far off. Aichi plans to initiate his next actions following the appearance of the Red Comet, the onset of conflict in Westeros, and the hatching of dragon eggs. Hence, he anticipates a period of leisure ahead and intends to explore another realm. However, before that, Aichi has several matters to address. Firstly, among the factions in Westeros, one future adversary is nearly confirmed, the Lannister family. While the time for war has not yet arrived, Aichi would welcome any opportunity to outwit the Lannisters or profit from them. His merchant caravans have already begun trading various specialties on Westerosi soil, with silk enjoying the most success, rapidly becoming all the rage throughout Westeros. The demand for ceramics is also promising, though it remains somewhat localized, as appreciation for such items is subject to personal taste and logistical challenges. Conversely, lower-priced goods like cotton fabric are selling quickly, capturing a significant market share. Thus, Aichi is currently profiting from the entirety of Westeros. Nevertheless, he believes it is insufficient. He seeks to earn a separate profit from the Lannisters. For this, Aichi has identified the optimal choice: Valyrian steel swords. The existing Valyrian steel weapons are, without exception, treasured heirlooms of several prominent families. Even during Jorah Mormont's dire financial straits, he refrained from selling his Valyrian steel longsword, Longclaw, and despite his exile, he insisted on keeping it within his family, refusing to part with it. The once great Lannister family also possessed a Valyrian steel sword, Bright Roar, as their ancestral treasure. However, the former king of Casterly Rock, Tommen II, took Bright Roar on an expedition to Valyria and was never seen again, leaving the sword's whereabouts a mystery. The Lannisters have since sought replacements, with Tywin Lannister making numerous attempts to purchase Valyrian swords from impoverished families, all of which were met with refusal. The absence of a Valyrian steel sword has been a source of anxiety for Tywin, and Aichi intends to exploit this vulnerability. In the world of the Elder Scrolls, Aichi has already begun to forge Valyrian steel on a small scale using dragons, and the production of weapons has reached a certain level. For Aichi, Valyrian steel is merely a costly alloy, a base material for enchanting, and not particularly precious. However, this knowledge remains unknown in Westeros. Thus far, Aichi has presented only one Valyrian steel two-handed sword to Jon, who named it Wolffire after Aichi enchanted it with fire damage. Although it currently lacks the capability to emit flames due to the absence of soulstone charging, it still emanates a faint red glow. Consequently, no one in Westeros is aware of Aichi's substantial stock of Valyrian steel products. Seizing the opportunity presented by Tywin Lannister's desperation, Aichi is confident that offering a single-handed sword could fetch a handsome price. To maximize his profit and negotiate the best deal, Aichi instructs his subordinate to approach Varys, who will then connect with Tywin to facilitate the sale of the sword. The timing is opportune. Tywin is currently flush with cash and unprepared for the prospect of purchasing strategic resources. Once war commences, he may be reluctant to spend heavily on a single sword. Moreover, in a few months, following the death of Lord Stark, Tywin will acquire the Stark family's Valyrian steel greatsword, Ice, thus eliminating any need for additional Valyrian weapons. Therefore, the time to sell is now. prompting Aichi to dispatch his agents immediately, promising a share of the proceeds to Varys, confident that regardless of the outcome, he will secure a satisfactory price. In addition, Aichi must address the situation concerning Jorah Mormont. Jorah remains in exile, now homeless and unable to return to his family. He has received orders from Varys to act as a spy, monitoring the Targaryen siblings. Of the two, Viserys is arrogant and lacks subtlety, making his thoughts easily discernible, allowing Jorah to gather intelligence with relative ease. In contrast, his sister Daenerys presents a more complex challenge. Since her betrothal, she has been surrounded by formidable guards, making it difficult for an outsider like Jorah to approach her, and he lacks sufficient reason to engage with Daenerys. The intelligence regarding the factions led by Daenerys and Aegon has become Varys' primary objective during this period. Despite having established a cooperative rapport with Aegon on several occasions, Varys has yet to fully commit his allegiance, thus he continues to gather intelligence and deploy spies. Consequently, Jorah, acting as a spy, has found his circumstances quite challenging of late. However, today marks a turning point. Jorah, who has been lingering within Dragonstone, has unexpectedly received a summons from Aegon. Although Jorah is unaware of the reasons behind this summons, he is elated at the prospect of finally encountering the Lord of the Castle up close. Since Daenerys' betrothal ceremony, Jorah has not had the chance to see Aegon, making this an opportune moment for him to gather intelligence, or even to penetrate Aegon's inner circle, an opportunity he cannot afford to miss. On this day, Aegon summoned Jorah to the main hall of Dragonstone, which has been nearly completed. Thus, Jorah approached his first audience, oblivious to the fact that his identity as a spy had already been compromised. Chapter 22. Subduing Jorah. Aegon sat regally upon the main seat, with Daenerys positioned slightly lower beside him. The political framework of A Song of Ice and Fire is fundamentally rooted in the traditions of medieval Western politics, where queens wield substantial influence. Should the queen hail from a powerful family, it is inevitable that factions loyal to her will coalesce within the court. Moreover, Aegon's future plans involve leveraging Daenerys' claim to the throne to announce his presence in Westeros. By that time, he anticipates having secured a vast territory in Essos, allowing his newly established empire to mirror the historical dual monarchy of Spain, where both the king and queen held sovereign titles over their respective realms. Their union would thus consolidate two nations into one, with their offspring destined to inherit the thrones of both, epitomizing a true amalgamation. Aegon envisions this outcome, as it would grant him legitimate authority to unify the powers of Essos and Westeros. Consequently, in Daenerys' current state of powerlessness, Aegon frequently involves her in various assemblies to bolster her prestige, laying the groundwork for the political structure to come, albeit the primary power will remain firmly in Aegon's grasp. Furthermore, given that Jorah is a Westerlander, it is essential that Daenerys be informed of certain arrangements. Within the hall, Aegon and Daenerys stood elevated, flanked by Aegon's advisors and loyal officials. This informal gathering did not require ostentatious displays or a large retinue of courtiers. Aegon merely called upon a few advisors and idle subordinates to listen in. Most of these individuals hail from the world of the Elder Scrolls, as Aegon has begun to recruit followers from other realms, though those elevated to positions of upper-level decision-making remain relatively few. However, with the ongoing development across various planes, the presence of individuals from other dimensions is destined to increase. At the foot of the steps, Jorah felt an intense sense of anxiety. Before him lay an atmosphere that would render anyone anxious. For Jorah, who already harbored secrets, the tension was palpable. Aegon, observing the apprehensive Jorah with a casual demeanor, remarked, "It has been quite some time since Varys sent you as a spy. Yet you have failed to infiltrate my ranks. As a mere observer, I find myself growing impatient. Why not allow you to join us directly and ease your burdens?" "What do you say?" Upon hearing these words, Jorah felt as though a thunderbolt had struck him. His first instinct was to flee. However, as he turned to escape, the reality of his entrapment within the confines of Dragonstone dawned upon him, leaving him with no avenue for retreat. He steadied himself and, with a hint of desperation, replied, "My lord Aegon, you jest. I am currently in exile. How could I possibly serve the people of Westeros?" Aegon regarded Jorah with a knowing smile, which only heightened the latter's anxiety. "It is precisely your status as an exile that renders you an ideal candidate for espionage. Not only can you redeem yourself, but you may also garner sympathy and trust due to your circumstances. I must commend Varys for his keen eye in selecting individuals." Aegon then recounted Jorah's tumultuous past to Daenerys, detailing how he had sold slaves in a misguided attempt to provide a better life for his wife, only to be betrayed and subsequently exiled. In the original narrative, Yura remained steadfastly loyal to Daenerys, yet upon the revelation of his spy identity, she felt a profound sense of betrayal, rendering forgiveness difficult. However, knowing from the outset of his status as a spy, Daenerys experienced less resistance. Her heart ached for Yura given the trials he had endured, and she attributed part of his transgressions to his love for his wife, eliciting her sympathy and condemnation for Yura's spouse. Moreover, as Yura had yet to formally join Daenerys' ranks, the notion of betrayal was premature. To Daenerys, who had never faced tumultuous storms, Yura Mormont appeared as a pitiful figure coerced by malevolent forces. Varys, in her kindness, she resolved not to delve too deeply into his spy affiliations. At this juncture, Yura comprehended that his identity as a spy was fully revealed. As he gazed upon the elevated figures before him, he understood that his fate rested entirely in their hands, more precisely, in Aegon's. Aegon, unhurried, continued to scrutinize Yura until the latter, drenched in sweat and nearly fainting, finally broke under the scrutiny. Yura Mormont, Aegon began, your plight is indeed pitiable. Yet it does not absolve you of your transgressions. However, I share a cordial relationship with your father, he continued, having recently dispatched a significant shipment of supplies to him. And this is a letter he has sent you. Do take a look. Aegon signaled one of his guards to hand Yura the letter penned by Commander Mormont. In truth, Aegon had returned over a month prior, but had withheld the letter, awaiting the opportune moment for its revelation. Yura, neglecting his status as a prisoner, found himself overwhelmed with emotion upon receiving a letter from his father after years of estrangement. Having become a disgrace to his family, he had long been too ashamed to reach out, while his father, too proud to seek him out, was unaware of his whereabouts. The arrival of his father's correspondence stirred a torrent of feelings within Yura. Although Commander Mormont could not fully absolve Yura for the disgrace he had brought upon the family, he had relinquished his resentment over the years, resigned to the belief that he would never see his son again. Thus, he had chosen to let go of past grievances, filling the letter with expressions of longing and concern for Yura's well-being, inquiring whether he had faced any hardships, and omitting any mention of their troubled past. He also alluded to his amicable relationship with Aegon, suggesting that Yura might seek employment with him should he find himself in dire straits. The warmth of a father's care permeated the words, despite the fact that Yura's return to Westeros would undoubtedly cause further distress to Mormont, who remained ever concerned for his son wandering in Essos. Overcome with emotion, Yura wept as he held the letter close to his heart. Once he regained his composure, Yura knelt on one knee, pledging his loyalty to Aegon and Daenerys, declaring his intent to sever all ties with Varys and dedicate himself wholly to their service. This was the most prudent choice he could make under the circumstances. Aegon accepted Yura's oath with a smile, appointing him to the advisory council as Lydia's deputy, and assigning him the task of educating Daenerys about the customs and intricacies of Westeros. Aegon required someone who possessed a deep understanding of both Westeros and Essos, and Yura, born in Westeros yet exiled in Essos for years, was ideally suited for this role. Daenerys, too, needed to begin engaging with political matters. While she was not expected to possess the decisiveness of a seasoned leader, it was essential for her to grasp the underlying significance of Aegon's maneuvers. Previously, Daenerys had been tutored in magic by the mages of Winterfell, who were adept in the arcane arts but lacked the political acumen necessary for her training. Therefore, Aegon arranged for several individuals from the world of Elder Scrolls to provide periodic instruction. However, these individuals were not sufficiently familiar with the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, prompting Aegon to select the native Yura to supplement Daenerys' understanding of Westeros. This was yet another objective behind Aegon's efforts to secure Yura's allegiance. Regarding espionage, the upper echelons of Aegon's circle were predominantly composed of individuals from the Elder Scrolls realm, making it exceedingly difficult for foreign influences like Varys and Baelish to infiltrate. Aegon did not sever all of Yura's connections to Varys, but rather instructed him to consult with the intelligence division prior to any communications, ensuring that any information Varys received from Yura would be solely that which Aegon wished him to have or what Aegon intended for Varys to believe he had acquired. The potential of an undiscovered double agent far surpassed that of an exposed spy. With these arrangements in place, Aegon prepared to embark on his next exploratory venture into a new realm. Chapter 023. The Year of Dracula, as Aichi embarked on yet another interdimensional journey. In a new realm, Prince Vlad, commonly referred to as a prince, though he was the ruler of a principality, found himself enmeshed in a web of dilemmas. As the sovereign of Transylvania, Vlad had long relied on his martial prowess to instill fear in neighboring lands, earning the illustrious title of the Impaler. Known as the son of the dragon, Dracula, he had alleviated burdensome taxes and labor, resulting in a modest military presence, while bringing prosperity, stability, and peace to all of Transylvania. However, this peace was precariously close to unraveling. The Sultan of the Ottoman Empire had set his sights on Transylvania, demanding a tribute of 1,000 boys to serve as cadets in the Ottoman military. Vlad, having endured such a fate himself, understood all too well the harrowing environment that awaited these boys. The training was an agonizing ordeal, designed to strip away their humanity, and many who had trained alongside him perished, some in the harsh rigors of training, others in the Sultan's wars. The scars on his body bore witness to both the training and the battlefield. The conscription of 1,000 boys would not only shatter countless families, but would also inflict a grievous blow upon Transylvania itself. Over time, this would lead to a gradual decline of the principality while strengthening the Ottoman Empire, clearly a calculated endeavor to weaken Transylvania before its eventual annexation. Vlad found himself in a perilous predicament. He lacked the means to refuse, yet acquiescing would mean a painful sacrifice for his homeland. Most infuriating was the Sultan's demand that Vlad's own son be included as a hostage among the cadets. Having experienced the brutal training of the cadets, Vlad could not bear the thought of subjecting his son to such horrors once more. Yet, faced with an urgent situation, he reluctantly acquiesced. However, at the moment of surrendering the hostage, as he beheld his weeping son, his tearful wife, and the arrogant commander before him, Vlad could no longer contain himself. With a resolute heart, he vowed to fight to the death, willing to expend his last drop of blood, to seek aid from demons if necessary, and even to sacrifice his soul, all to protect his family and safeguard the entirety of Transylvania. In that instant, Vlad decisively reversed his course, swiftly slaying the Turkish soldiers designated for the exchange. As he prepared to bid farewell to his wife and son, he turned towards the cave he had recently discovered, seeking the assistance of the ancient vampire progenitor. At that moment, a shimmering portal manifested 20 paces before him, its ethereal form composed of azure light. The archway was adorned with intricate patterns, while dragon motifs scintillated upon the translucent columns. A soft pink mist swirled at the center of the arch, prompting Vlad to shield his family behind him, gripping his blade with vigilance as he fixed his gaze upon the portal. A swirling vortex surged forth, and a figure emerged. Aichi, clad in a mage's robe and wielding a staff, stood before Vlad. He gazed quietly at Vlad and his companions, as well as the lifeless bodies of Turkish soldiers strewn upon the ground, pondering the nature of this world. Internally, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Why am I so fated to the Middle Ages? Could I not be granted a modern realm? With contemporary logistics, I could effortlessly topple the markets of several dimensions in mere moments. It seems I must continue my pursuit of magical traces. Aichi calmly surveyed the scene before him, reminiscent of a film from memory, yet still requiring confirmation. At that moment, seizing the opportunity while Aichi was lost in thought, Vlad mustered his courage and inquired, "Who are you?" Aichi smiled. "To maintain your composure and inquire about my name rather than flee in panic is commendable. However, as a well-educated noble, should you not commence with an introduction?" Vlad was taken aback, not expecting the sudden apparition to be so amicable and evidently knowledgeable of noble etiquette, exuding an air of refinement in every gesture. Thus, Vlad performed a noble salute and replied, "I am Count Vlad of Transylvania. My nation is on the brink of conflict with Turkey. To avoid misunderstandings, I ask you to reveal your identity and purpose." Aichi responded, "I am Aichi Tondon. As for my identity, consider me a traveling mage, drawn here by the anticipation of intriguing events. You are Vlad, known as Dracula, the son of the devil." "I have heard tales of you." Vlad retorted, "It should be the son of the dragon." Aichi chuckled, "Yet, it appears that the name of the dragon no longer intimidates the Turks, does it? Your subjects now require a son of the devil, a merciless lord in the face of adversaries. Presently, this lord has executed the Turkish envoy without possessing the strength to ensure peace for the realm. Soon, he shall confront a war that borders on massacre. I wonder how their prince intends to secure victory?" Aichi's words struck a chord with Vlad's anguish, leaving him momentarily speechless. He could hardly confess that he was preparing to seek out vampires. Aichi continued, "A pact with the devil seldom yields a joyous outcome. However, dealings with mages differ. They value equitable exchange, provided both parties stand on equal footing. How could an ant bargain with a dragon?" Observing Vlad's skeptical expression, Aichi recognized the need to intensify his persuasion. After all, he was a ruler, albeit of a somewhat diminutive nation. To win his favor with mere words would be a folly of grand proportions. Aichi lay upon his back, gazing at the sky adorned with billowing clouds. As he opened his mouth, a dragon-like roar erupted forth, These three vocalizations in the dragon tongue signified tempest, fury, and lightning, collectively known as the dragon's roar of storm summoning. Just moments ago, the sky had been clear, yet it swiftly transformed into a tapestry of dark clouds, accompanied by the rumble of thunder and erratic bolts of lightning that descended in every direction. Aichi seldom employed this particular dragon roar due to its difficulty in control, often resulting in collateral damage to allies. The storm summoning was indiscriminate in its destructive potential, and, once materialized, the lightning struck with lethal precision, leading to a high mortality rate, far beyond mere loss of health. Vlad was momentarily awestruck by the scene before him, prompting him to engage Aichi. "What do you mean?" Aichi perceived the flicker of intent in Vlad's eyes and continued. "Dracula, the individual before you wields the power to alter the tide of battle. However, such power comes at a cost. Are you willing to pay the requisite price to secure my assistance in saving your nation?" "I am willing. I would pay any price, as long as my family and country are safe." "Very well, let us commence our dialogue." Chapter 024. A moment of reckoning to Vlad. Aichi represented a lifeline. He found himself with only two potential saviors, the ancient vampire trapped in a cavern and the formidable Aichi before him. If compelled to choose, Vlad leaned towards Aichi. For the clergy had elucidated the malevolence of vampires, and just days prior, that very vampire had slain several of Vlad's knights, leaving him with a decidedly unfavorable impression of the ancient fiend. In contrast, Aichi had displayed a power that felt grand and devoid of malice. Vlad beheld a magnificence that stood in stark opposition to the wickedness he associated with vampires. Oh, Vlad, you remain blissfully unaware of Aichi's lineage intertwined with both vampires and werewolves. Thus, Vlad resolved to seek Aichi's aid, as circumstances could hardly worsen, and should he fail, there would still be time for him to reach the vampire's lair. Aichi nodded, addressing Vlad. "Dracula, fret not. Your realm holds no allure for me, nor shall I pose a threat to your subjects. What I value is your bravery and exceptional strategic prowess. As a lord myself, I am primarily engaged in commercial endeavors. Should you desire my assistance, you must agree to two conditions. First, to collaborate with my business ventures, from which your nation may reap considerable profits. Second, to assume a leadership role within my army, without necessitating any direct involvement with your own forces, merely guiding my troops at pivotal moments. Thousands of soldiers are easily found, yet a loyal commander is a rare gem. At present, Aichi is steadily expanding his military forces, poised to confront the tumultuous battleground of the world inspired by a song of ice and fire. Such a capable commander proves invaluable, whether leading troops on the battlefield or strategizing within the command center. This necessity underpins Aichi's decision to extend favors to Vlad. Furthermore, engaging in trade within this realm necessitates collaboration with local powers, making Transylvania the optimal choice. Vlad need not deliberate. Both propositions are agreeable to him and, to a certain extent, beneficial for Transylvania. Thus, Vlad promptly assented and inquired how Aichi intended to proceed. Aichi, aware that Vlad had dispatched the hostage-receiving party, anticipated an imminent assault from a nearby contingent of 1,000 soldiers within a day. Following that, a sultan would lead the Turkish army, indicating that Aichi faced two formidable battles ahead. However, aside from the urgency of the first confrontation, Aichi had no intention of facing these challenges alone. The purpose of his army was to join forces in combat. While troop mobilization would require time, film narratives suggest a mere 3 days for Aichi to prepare. This time frame is insufficient for constructing a permanent dimensional portal. Nonetheless, utilizing concrete and readily available bricks, Aichi was confident he could erect a makeshift portal capable of limited use within 3 days. This would suffice for initial troop deployments, with plans to establish a new, permanent dimensional portal for future trade endeavors. Following Aichi's directives, several individuals hastened back to Transylvania. Under Aichi's design and leadership, Vlad convened people to commence the construction of the dimensional portal. Though hesitant, Vlad ultimately chose to trust Aichi, recognizing this as the best option before him. Meanwhile, members of the church expressed their dissent, citing that the structure bore no resemblance to Christian architecture and was clearly imbued with special significance. The church, unable to find relevant information, opposed the construction. Yet, in the original narrative, even demonic forces were pursued under such circumstances, let alone now. Moreover, under the pressure of impending warfare, the populace was inclined to grasp at this lifeline, collectively choosing to disregard the church's warnings. Despite the church's suspicions, they lacked evidence. And with Aichi unafraid of silver or crosses, they could not substantiate claims of his malevolence, leading to their elegant dismissal. It is undeniable that Vlad enjoys immense affection from the people of Transylvania, which remains united in the face of war's threat. The speed of constructing the dimensional portal was remarkable, and Aichi believed that success could be achieved in just over 2 days. However, barely a day had passed when the nearby contingent was already nearing their position. The immediate priority was to vanquish this group of adversaries before proceeding with further arrangements. Clearly, there was no option to summon troops from other realms. Aichi would have to confront this challenge head-on. Vlad now felt a profound sense of anxiety. Despite being a formidable adversary and possessing commendable leadership skills, he found himself in a precarious situation. After all, a skilled artisan cannot craft without materials. The fundamental issue lay in the scarcity of troops in Transylvania. The existing guard was of mediocre combat prowess, and facing the well-trained Turkish battalions, Vlad felt a sense of uncertainty. Unlike the original narrative, in this adaptation, Vlad had not yet acquired the powers of a vampire, which would have granted him the confidence to confront 1,000 foes single-handedly. Regardless of his physical strength, he remained merely a mortal, burdened by the weight of impending danger, and could only hope for the miraculous prowess of Aichi. Aichi himself had no intention of engaging directly in combat. Though he surpassed Vlad in strength, he possessed templates of both a vampire and a werewolf, endowing him with remarkable physical capabilities. Should he activate the template of the vampire progenitor from the world of Dracula, he could replicate Vlad's accomplishments in the film. However, Aichi, despite his formidable abilities, was fundamentally a mage. It is essential to reiterate that, although he harbored the heart of a melee fighter, he preferred to avoid close-quarters combat whenever possible. A fragile mage should not be lured into the front lines simply due to enhanced strength. Being overwhelmed in melee would undoubtedly lead to a mage's demise. Thus, Aichi refrained from seeking out vampires immediately and instead focused on constructing a dimensional portal to summon reinforcements. Given the evident delay in his own force's arrival, it was clear that Aichi would have to confront the initial wave of Turkish troops alone. Relying on the meager military might of Transylvania would be futile. Upon learning of the Turkish army's advance toward the Transylvanian palace, Aichi remained remarkably composed. Did they truly believe that Aichi, who had previously faced Alduin, was easily intimidated? He had anticipated the likelihood of encountering minor skirmishes and was well prepared, with his infinite book always at hand. Most residents of Transylvania had sought refuge within the castle, while Aichi readied himself, accompanied by a group of Transylvanian layabouts, to face the Turkish onslaught. Alternatively, one might say that the Turks were about to confront Aichi's wrath. Chapter 025. Master Aichi teaches you to conquer thousands according to Aichi's strategy. He alone would suffice. However, he still requested the Transylvanians to rally to his side. In truth, he did not expect them to be effective in battle. Their primary role was to chant praises. A mere demonstration of their presence would suffice. His main objective in summoning them was to allow them to witness his prowess. One should not place excessive faith in the gratitude of these Transylvanians, for gratitude is fleeting. It was imperative to instill a sense of fear alongside their appreciation, thus minimizing future complications. Aichi maintained his dominion through a combination of benefits and force within his own sphere of influence. In the decision-making hierarchy of Aichi, the motivations for joining vary greatly among individuals, whether they were captivated by Aichi's charisma, defeated, or driven by other reasons. The stability of development over the years can be attributed to Aichi's adeptness in aligning their interests with his own. Regardless of whether they engage in military or administrative roles, their families or themselves partake in the distribution of Aichi's commercial benefits. Aichi has diversified various industries akin to a corporation, ensuring that, while he maintains absolute dominance, he provides his subordinates with a commendable share. Moreover, in contracts and sales, he tends to favor their families, while still considering fairness. This creates a cohesive interest group, safeguarding unity among them. However, Aichi does not solely rely on these interests to forge alliances. Should loyalty hinge only on profit, there would always be the risk of betrayal for greater gain. Thus, Aichi wields indisputable military power. Not only does he command the army, but he also possesses unrivaled authority, with his formidable individual combat prowess being an object of admiration. Consequently, any would-be traitor must carefully contemplate whether they can withstand Aichi's wrath. This is a crucial reason for the enduring strength and unity of Aichi's power. Currently, Aichi harbors similar intentions toward the Transylvanians and Vlad. It is insufficient to merely extend favors. They must also harbor a deep-seated fear of Aichi's might. Coupled with the substantial benefits of compliance, this will deter any future disruptions. Aichi now awaits the Turkish assault, while the Transylvanians behind him have barely managed to establish a defensive line. Many have suggested retreating to the castle. But Vlad has dismissed this idea. Boldly, Vlad stands fully armed beside Aichi, ready to act should Aichi find himself in need. Aichi initially contemplated invoking a dragon's roar to summon a tempest. However, lightning strikes indiscriminately, and rain would hinder fire-based spells. Thus, he resolved to employ alternative magic to counter this wave. As a seasoned mage, Aichi understands the importance of distance. Observing the Turkish forces from afar, while still beyond the range of their bows and cannons, he commenced his actions. Against such numerous distant foes, it is prudent to utilize long-range spells and summoning magic. To impede their advance, he first summoned a shield of meat. With his masterful summoning skills, Aichi successfully conjured fire sprites, ice sprites, wind sprites, and advanced necromantic zombies. These four summoned entities exemplify the archetypal mastery of summoning spells from the ancient scrolls. He dispatched them without a second thought. For losing the 3 elemental beings and 1 undead creature would not cause him distress. He could easily summon them anew. Furthermore, these formidable beings were perfectly suited to lead the charge. Although Aichi's magical reserves are profound, executing 4 master-level summons depleted more than half of his mana. He consumed a potion to begin replenishing his magical energy. It is worth mentioning that the potions in the Elder Scrolls have been rendered more realistic. One will not witness an instant increase in health or magicka upon consumption. The effects of potions necessitate time to manifest, and during a battle, one cannot indefinitely rely on potions due to limitations in absorption capacity and the potential side effects that could exhaust the body. Moreover, in the realm of the Elder Scrolls, while the protagonist, Aichi, may utilize potions, adversaries are not foolish enough to refrain from doing the same. They too employ potions in combat. Thus, Aichi's experience was considerably more challenging than merely playing a game. From another perspective, Aichi possesses far greater strength than a max-level character in the game. Currently, while Aichi is in the process of regenerating magicka, this does not imply a lack of offensive capabilities. Given that the enemies remain out of range, it is prudent to summon allies. Aside from spell-based summoning, item summoning is also a viable option. When discussing summoning items in the Elder Scrolls, one cannot overlook the Blood Rose Staff, one of the most aesthetically pleasing staves in the realm. The Blood Rose can summon a formidable Daedra. And with a Daedra control spell, Aichi commands the summoned entity to charge at the Turkish foes. At present, 5 advanced summoned creatures are already absorbing damage, while ice spears, fireballs, and storms rain down upon the enemies, causing them to be taken aback. However, years of training enable the Turkish combatants to swiftly mount a defense and counterattack, inflicting damage upon the summoned entities. Aichi, feeling that this was insufficient, deemed it wise to resolve the conflict swiftly. Aichi then employed the dragon shout to summon 3 Nord spirits to guard around Aichi, observing the enemies, whose numbers were diminishing under the relentless assault of the summoned creatures, yet still managing to advance. Aichi retrieved the Book of Infinity. It had been previously mentioned that during Aichi's engagement to Daenerys, several dwarven constructs were summoned to assist. Although the dwarves have become extinct in the Elder Scrolls universe, their remnants linger beneath the earth. Aichi's organization had excavated many of these relics and successfully replicated a selection, albeit in limited quantities. Nevertheless, Aichi had stored a considerable amount within the Book of Infinity, which serves as Aichi's secret weapon, and today is the opportune moment for its deployment. From the Book of Infinity, Aichi summoned 10 dwarven spider workers, 10 dwarven spider soldiers, 10 dwarven spider guards, and an equal number of dwarven mechanical spheres, along with their guards and masters. To expedite the resolution of the conflict, Aichi also conjured 4 dwarven centurions, 4 dwarven centurion guards, and 2 dwarven centurion masters. Players familiar with the Elder Scrolls V will remember the terror instilled by the dwarven centurions, and in reality, these constructs are even more formidable. Their scalding steam can incapacitate enemies in an instant, leaving no one unscathed by a single blow. The reason Aichi opted to deploy these dwarven constructs later in the battle is that if they sustain damage, they would require repairs, whereas summoned entities can simply be re-summoned upon their demise. From an economic standpoint, Aichi intends for them to function as a secondary force in the assault. With the presence of these dwarven machines, particularly the inclusion of a battalion of dwarven centurions, Aichi found himself merely an observer to the unfolding spectacle. Should the Turkish forces muster a concerted effort against the dwarven mechanical sphere, there might have been a chance to dismantle it. However, the dwarven centurions, especially 10 of them united, proved to be an insurmountable adversary for the already diminished and demoralized Turkish 1,000-man unit. Aichi occasionally siphoned some vitality with his Magnus staff, gradually advancing towards the battlefield to unleash devastating master-level spells such as Meteor Swarm. Consequently, the Transylvanians could only watch from the sidelines, ensuring no enemy escaped their grasp. In this manner, the Transylvanians, buoyed by a sense of triumph, witnessed Aichi decimate the Turkish forces, achieving their first victory against the Turks without sustaining any casualties. Once Aichi had harvested this wave of adversaries, aside from a handful of captives, the Turkish contingent lay in ruins, leaving the Transylvanians utterly astonished. Even Vlad found himself rendered speechless. Although he had previously recognized Aichi's extraordinary capabilities, he had not anticipated such overwhelming prowess that utterly crushed the Turks. Following this battle, coupled with the embellished tales recounted by the soldiers upon their return to the castle, the dread of the Turkish forces diminished considerably, instilling newfound confidence for future conflicts and deepening their reverence for Aichi. While Aichi successfully thwarted this Turkish incursion, the next wave would likely consist of a formidable force of 100,000. Originally, such a vast army was unnecessary to eliminate Transylvania. However, the Sultan, seeking to make an example, resolved to eradicate Transylvania after witnessing the annihilation of his 1,000-man unit without a single survivor to return. He perceived this as a personal affront to his authority, prompting him to deploy a massive force against Transylvania to demonstrate the dire consequences of opposing him. Typically, Aichi preferred to avoid bloodshed within his ranks, which is why he had refrained from initiating extensive warfare in other realms. Nevertheless, the impending conflict seemed unavoidable. Aichi envisioned gradually incorporating this new realm into his dominion, necessitating a swift victory over the Turkish Empire to finalize his strategy here. On the evening following the annihilation of the Turkish 1,000-man unit, a simplified version of the Dimensional Gate was completed. Aichi promptly activated the gate, organizing the assembly of his troops. Since his army consisted of regular standing forces, gathering them was a straightforward endeavor. Additionally, Aichi's Book of Infinity could transport military supplies, allowing the troops to carry minimal baggage, only arms and ammunition, through the Dimensional Gate into the world of Dracula's era. There, in Transylvania, they prepared for the impending Turkish onslaught by arranging their forces, digging trenches, and establishing strongholds. This time, Aichi intended to primarily rely on his firepower units, as this strategy would minimize the casualties of his own forces, incurring only increased expenses. As for the costs, Aichi, who had engaged in price dumping across several dimensions, remarked that problems solvable with money were no problems at all. While his army continued to assemble through the dimensional gates, Aichi, guided by Vlad, arrived at the entrance of the ancient Vampire S cave, where he prepared to replicate a new vampire subtemplate. The cave, sealing the old vampire, was vast and unresponsive to Aichi's calls. Aichi had no intention of entering alone, nor did he wish to wait idly. So he began to explore the cave using summoned creatures. First, he summoned an ice spirit, which ventured into the cave. The ancient vampire proved formidable, possessing strength and speed that far surpassed that of ordinary beings, as well as the ability to discern sound and transform into hundreds of bats. Thus, leveraging the advantage of his domain, the ancient vampire managed to vanquish the ice spirit. Aichi expressed his respect at the cave's entrance before summoning a wind spirit to enter next. The ancient vampire pondered whether to voice an unspoken thought. Inside the cave, the wind spirit struggled to exploit its advantages due to the terrain, yet its wind-based attacks disrupted the vampire's hearing and bat transformation abilities, making the confrontation even more arduous for the ancient vampire. However, without Aichi's assistance, the wind spirit ultimately succumbed to defeat and dissipated. The ancient vampire sighed in relief, finally able to rest. At that moment, Aichi summoned a fire spirit to enter the cave, which proved to be the final blow for the ancient vampire. The fire spirit's intense heat ignited the multitude of desiccated bones accumulated within the cave, and soon, thick smoke began to billow. The ancient vampire noted that although vampires are called ghosts, they still require air to breathe. Even before engaging in battle, he found himself struggling for breath. After contending with two powerful summoned beings, he was utterly exhausted. Acknowledging his inability to continue, the ancient vampire surrendered and approached the cave's entrance, expressing his desire to cease all movement. As he neared Aichi's system successfully replicated the new vampire subtemplate, which he named the Dracula template, granting him the ability to transform into a bat, much to his delight. As for the ancient vampire, Aichi decided to spare his life. After informing Vlad that no one was permitted near this site, Aichi returned to his camp to prepare for the impending war. This time, Aichi deployed a considerable number of muskets and cannons, although he was entirely dissatisfied with the efficacy of these early 18th century firearms. He recognized that this battle would only require facing the limited artillery of the Turkish army, which dated back to the early 15th century. Aichi possessed overwhelming firepower. His assembled army comprised 15,000 men, significantly outnumbered by the enemy's 100,000, yet Aichi remained unperturbed. Although he did not subscribe to a solely weapon-centric ideology, he understood that when the disparity in weaponry was several tiers apart, mere numbers could not compensate for the difference. 2 days later, Aki commanded his army, awaiting the arrival of the Turkish forces. This time, Vlad had officially adopted the name Dracula and stood resolutely beside Aki, offering strategic counsel. Meanwhile, the Sultan brimmed with confidence, convinced that the diminutive region of Transylvania would soon be extinguished, allowing his dominion to expand until he encompassed the entire world. Sultan Muhammad had even envisioned displaying Dracula's severed head upon a spear for public spectacle, compelling his children to witness the gruesome act. One cannot help but acknowledge the similarity between the Sultan's thought processes and those of the future King Joffrey. As the Sultan indulged in his daydreams, a sudden cacophony of cannon fire erupted from the front lines, followed by a tremor akin to the earth quaking beneath him. Reports soon arrived, indicating that the forward troops were under heavy bombardment. The Sultan swiftly commanded, "Return fire with artillery." His subordinates reported, "My Sultan, the enemy remains beyond our range, and their elevated position makes it difficult for us to retaliate even if we advance." A wave of frustration washed over the Sultan. When had this insignificant Transylvania amassed such formidable artillery, far superior to his own? Nevertheless, the Sultan remained undeterred, bolstered by his own army of 100,000 men. He resolved to charge forth and seize the enemy's artillery, thereby securing a superior arsenal for himself in the future. Thus, he ordered an assault. However, reality proved harsh. The enemy's artillery capabilities far surpassed the Sultan's expectations. The Turkish forces, not renowned for their cavalry, primarily comprised infantry, which rendered their charge painfully slow. As the Turkish troops advanced, they were relentlessly bombarded by cannon fire. After suffering significant casualties, they finally closed the distance, only to be met with a hail of musket fire that decimated their ranks. The Turkish vanguard found itself unable to breach Aki's first line of defense and began to crumble en masse. The once invincible Turks now experienced the agony of being overwhelmed by retreating soldiers. At that moment, Aki's fully armored cavalry charged forth, accompanied by several of his dwarven machines. Executing a coordinated assault, the dwarven machines and cavalry, both formidable and relentless, mercilessly harvested the lives of the Turkish infantry. For the first time in 2 centuries, the Turks were reminded of the brutal prowess of Genghis Khan's cavalry. At this juncture, Aki harnessed the powers of the newly replicated vampire template to command the surrounding bats, which relentlessly tore into the retreating soldiers. One Turkish formation after another began to disintegrate, forcing the Sultan to initiate a withdrawal. The retreat of the commander triggered a chain reaction. Without a decisive leader, the troops began to trample one another, with some soldiers attacking their comrades merely to escape the battlefield more swiftly. Many Turkish soldiers, having just fallen, were trampled by those behind them. The Turks finally understood the meaning of a rout, as their forces collapsed like a house of cards. As Sudan fled to safety, the number of soldiers he could muster did not exceed 20,000. Although he harbored intentions of vengeance, he found himself unable to launch a counteroffensive due to his recent catastrophic defeat, which had severely weakened his forces. Opposition groups, both domestic and foreign, were bound to emerge, compelling Sudan to retreat swiftly and discreetly back to Turkey, re-establishing his stronghold in the capital to gradually tend to his wounds while remaining vigilant against potential threats. After securing victory, Aichi promptly assessed his army, discovering that many remained injured. Although casualties were relatively low, he felt an urgent need to bolster his troops' combat effectiveness. Aichi organized the garrison of the newly discovered realm of Dracula, developing commercial initiatives and planning the construction of a permanent dimensional gateway. He then led a portion of his army back to the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, marking the swiftest of his traversals, completed in less than 10 days. With ample time ahead, Aichi intended to continue utilizing the star map to seek out new dimensions, aiming to locate a modern realm to acquire contemporary firearms and rapidly modernize his forces. Chapter 27. The bloodline of the Vampire series having successfully opened another dimension, Aichi returned to Vanguard Fortress and resumed his usual operations with ease. However, unlike previous realms, he was immediately thrust into a state of warfare, necessitating immediate military action, which was somewhat contrary to Aichi's customary approach. Yet, With the arrow already knocked, he had no choice but to release it, harboring the intention of training his troops against the local Turkish forces. After all, his units, accustomed to training with modern weaponry, had yet to experience the crucible of battle, leaving Aichi uncertain about their true combat capabilities. Confronted with an enemy force of 100,000, he navigated through the conflict without significant setbacks, achieving success and realizing that he was now poised to initiate a steady advance into Westeros. Nevertheless, Aichi resolved to adhere to his previous strategy of gradual development. Conquering solely through brute force would inevitably incite countless uprisings and resistances in the future. Thus, he refrained from waging war at this juncture, allowing Westeros to engage in its own conflicts. Additionally, the war in the newly opened dimension with Turkey was likely to persist, necessitating the deployment of some of Aichi's forces there, making the immediate opening of a second front ill-advised. Aichi's exploration of the new dimension took less than half a month, leaving him with abundant time. He continued to manipulate the star map with great fervor, searching the vast expanse of dimensions for the next world. Finally, after 10 days, he discovered a new realm. After informing his subordinates, who had grown accustomed to their leader's adventurous escapades, they resumed their respective tasks, maintaining the usual rhythm of operations. In this new dimension, Aichi encountered a time difference. It was daytime when he set out, but upon arrival, it was night. The ethereal form of his transit gate materialized in a narrow alleyway. After selling the gate, he observed the nearby buildings and the street illuminated by glowing lampposts. Silently praising his fortune, he had finally stumbled upon a modern realm. Now, Aichi can finally embark on his grand commercial venture, procuring vast quantities of resources in the modern realm and subsequently flooding other realms with them to reap enormous profits. Simultaneously, he will acquire readily available technology to implement within his dominion, significantly enhancing productivity across agriculture, industry, and commerce. Furthermore, he will gain access to more advanced weaponry. Even if he cannot procure finished products, he can obtain the manufacturing methods for outdated armaments, establishing production lines in other realms. After all, even weaponry from the World War II era would easily overpower medieval forces. Aichi now needs to ascertain information about the new realm. The astral charts typically reveal realms that are widely recognized from his past life's cinematic experiences, predominantly related to fantasy. Thus, it is highly likely that some supernatural phenomena exist here, which could yield a wealth of valuable resources for Aichi. It is currently nighttime, and the area where Aichi finds himself exhibits an American aesthetic, resembling a suburban expanse just beyond a large city. Based on the technological level, Aichi deduces that it is comparable to his previous existence, although further confirmation is necessary. At this moment, as night envelopes the surroundings, Aichi activates the Dracula vampire template, transforming into a myriad of bats to ascend into the sky, surveying the area from above and gathering intelligence. Despite the apparent size of the city, it is not a bustling hub, and by night, few pedestrians roam the streets. Only a scant number venture out at this hour. Utilizing his acute vampiric senses, Aichi perceives numerous shadows stirring in the darkness, clearly ominous entities. Nearby, only a 24-hour convenience store remains open, prompting Aichi to head there to glean information before deciding how to address the lurking threats. Dressed in a mage's garb, albeit somewhat peculiar, Aichi opts not to change, as doing so in the alleys near residential areas would feel rather awkward. Embracing his eccentric attire as a hobbyist's choice, he remains unperturbed by attracting attention in the night. As Aichi hovers in the air, preparing to gather his form from the bat shape to descend, he suddenly realizes an unprecedented predicament since establishing his own faction. He has no money. Previously, in realms predominantly characterized by the medieval era, even the most advanced settings only dated to the early 18th century, where the main currency consisted of various gold and silver coins. Wherever he went, gold sufficed, and he rarely concerned himself with exchange rates when converting to gold coins, as the profitability of the newly opened realms guaranteed substantial returns. However, having finally arrived in the long-anticipated 21st century realm, Aichi is dismayed to discover he possesses no paper currency. Moreover, it is night, rendering it impossible to find a pawn shop or similar establishment to exchange gold for cash. Aichi had intended to use the opportunity of purchasing something to engage a convenience store employee in conversation, only to feel the acute embarrassment of lacking funds. Surely, he cannot present a gold bar or foreign coins at the convenience store. Perhaps he should forego purchasing altogether and merely inquire for information instead? As Aichi hovered in the air, he pondered deeply. Meanwhile, within the convenience store, several patrons engaged in their shopping, utterly oblivious to the impending danger lurking in the shadows. The venerable Professor Strachey, now in his 90s, had spent a lifetime battling the cunning machinations of the Blood Kin. This time, the Blood Ancestor had launched yet another assault, and his strategy was tightening its grip, placing Strachey under immense pressure. Fortunately, he was not alone. He had gathered a few like-minded allies, including Ephraim Goodwin, an agent from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, biochemist Nora Martini, and a manager named Jim. Among the customers in the supermarket, apart from the two employees, were two individuals destined to play pivotal roles in the future, although Strachey was unaware of their significance: professional ratcatcher Fate and elite hacker Dazovides. As they were procuring supplies, Strachey noticed a horde of lowly revenants, the Blood Kin's minions, encroaching upon the convenience store. Without hesitation, he led his companions in a counterattack. However, the number of revenants continued to swell, ultimately trapping them within the confines of the store. Thankfully, Jim promptly retrieved all the ultraviolet lights from the convenience store, forming a protective barrier at the entrance, which momentarily staved off the revenants' advance. Yet, Jim suffered a facial wound from the revenants' barbed tongues, a minor injury that went largely unnoticed by the group. Meanwhile, Aichi, still hovering above, observed the bald-headed revenants moving with a zombie-like gait, extending their grotesque, tongue-like appendages over a meter long to siphon blood. It dawned on him that this world mirrored the television series Blood Kin, also known as Bloodthirsty Strains, portraying a version of vampires that was, in his recollection, the least aesthetically pleasing. The unfolding scene appeared to depict the protagonist's team besieged by revenants in the convenience store. As Aichi soared through the air, he contemplated how to maximize his own interests within this realm. Chapter 28. Rescuing the protagonist's team. Though the narrative of Bloodthirsty Strains drew criticism in its latter stages, its premise was undeniably innovative. In most dimensions, vampires are typically products of curses or viral origins. Yet in the world of Bloodthirsty Strains, vampires are derived from a unique class of enigmatic parasites. While the origins of these vampires are shrouded in uncertainty, with elements of myth and legend intertwined, it is confirmed that there exist 7 progenitor parasites, each representing a distinct ancestor. 6 of these were born early, adeptly learning to thrive in the shadows of human activity, manipulating economic and international dynamics from behind the scenes. They regarded humanity as the central actors in the world, believing that their own survival lay in remaining hidden. The 7th progenitor, however, held a contrasting view. He scorned humanity and deemed himself fit to be the ruler, which led him to create turmoil over millennia. This progenitor is referred to by Strachey as the Blood Ancestor. The revenants, with their elongated tongues, siphon blood, and those who are pierced by them become infected with parasites, ultimately transforming into new revenants. This term, coined by the old professor, serves to denote these vampires, as their appearance hardly aligns with the expectations typically associated with such creatures. The revenants exhibit symptoms such as hair loss, pallor, altered internal structures, a fear of sunlight and silver, and a significant decline in aesthetic appeal, more grotesque than even the transformations of the Vampire Lord. Most lack independent thought, existing in a dazed state, driven solely by instinct to feed. However, a select few, under the auspices of their progenitor, retain their former intellect, becoming the backbone of the revenant community. Regardless of their rank, all vampires are subject to the absolute control of the progenitor to whom their parasites belong. The Blood Clan exploits this fact, commanding all nearby revenants to converge upon the protagonist's team for an assault. As the protagonists deliberate on their strategy, Aichi also grasps the fundamental information and narrative progression of this realm. It is replete with many treasures that Aichi covets, one of which is currently in the possession of the venerable Professor Strachey. This moment presents Aichi with the opportunity to display his prowess and rescue them. Aichi coalesces from his bat form, alighting atop a 4-story building adjacent to the convenience store. He surveys the terrain, noting that it conveniently falls within the range of his arrows, while also being inaccessible to the revenants. Aichi is particularly cautious about maintaining distance, as these parasitic entities are exceedingly troublesome, and he wishes to avoid any direct contact. Furthermore, he refrains from approaching them due to the risk of UV burns while in his vampire form, especially that of the Dracula template. Thus, Aichi plans to eliminate the revenants from afar. He sets protective runes and magical barriers around him to preclude any possibility of a surprise attack from the revenants. From the Infinite Book, he retrieves the bow of Oriel and several bundles of holy light arrows, placing several quivers beside him. Aichi draws the bowstring taut, ready to commence his onslaught. At that moment, while Aichi prepares, the protagonist team engages in continuous strategizing. During this period, as the revenants have yet to fully encircle them, a female customer seizes the opportunity to escape successfully. Meanwhile, the remaining female hacker, Daki, and an elderly store clerk attempt to emulate this escape, but alas, the revenants have formed a complete encirclement. The elderly clerk succumbs to blood loss, while Daki, by a stroke of luck and aided by the protagonist team, manages to return to the safety of the convenience store, sheltered by the ultraviolet lights. At this juncture, Ephraim Goodwin discovers that Jim, having been injured by a flesh spike, is now infected. A parasite is visibly writhing beneath the skin of his face. Ephraim and Nora urgently perform surgery to extricate the parasite, breathing a sigh of relief once it is removed. However, only Stragi, who has battled the Blood Clan for decades, comprehends the gravity of the situation. Jim's infection is beyond salvation. Yet the current circumstances render it inappropriate to voice such grim news. At that moment, unbeknownst to the protagonists, commands were issued to the lowly revenants by the Blood Clan, instructing them to ascend the utility poles while simultaneously launching their assault, in a bid to sever the power supply, as the ultraviolet lights hindered their offensive. The main team quickly discerned the situation and rushed forth to intervene. However, the nearby revenants were numerous, and their collective focus was diverted. Only the venerable Professor Strachey found himself with an opportunity, taking aim with his pistol at a revenant that was scaling a pole. Yet, at over 90 years of age, Strachey's hands trembled as he fired, and despite his efforts with a machine gun, he failed to strike his target. As the revenant clutched a knife and ascended the pole, preparing to assault the power apparatus, it seemed inevitable that the circuit would soon be compromised, plunging everyone into peril. Just then, a glimmer of silver light shot forth from an adjacent building, aimed directly at the revenant's head. Before it could even emit a cry of despair, it plummeted from the pole, lifeless, an argent arrow embedded in its skull. The arrow emitted a gentle white glow, and under its radiance, the deceased revenant's form began to darken rapidly, emitting wisps of white smoke, reminiscent of exposure to ultraviolet light. Nearby, other revenants were caught in the luminous beam, recoiling as if scorched by the sun, their anguished cries filling the air. This was the effect of Aurel's bow in conjunction with the holy light elf arrows. Each strike carried an ancillary solar damage, proving exceptionally effective against undead and sunlight-averse vampires. The protagonists exhaled in relief. Had the power supply been severed, they would have been left vulnerable beyond the protective embrace of the ultraviolet lights. Although the immediate threat to the power was averted, uncertainties loomed regarding whether the revenants might seek out more distant power sources to disrupt. Furthermore, the surrounding area was still swarming with these creatures, compelling the team to shoot while simultaneously searching for the origin of the earlier arrow. However, there was no need for a prolonged search, as silver arrows continued to rain down, each slicing through the air with brilliant light, claiming the lives of the revenants. It was then they spotted Aichi atop a nearby building, a sight that brought both relief and a sense of inadequacy to the team. Despite their arsenal of firearms and several able-bodied allies, none could rival the efficiency of a single individual. Aichi, possessing the prowess of a master archer, had already loosed 20 arrows from his quiver, signifying the demise of at least 20 revenants, not accounting for those wounded by the collateral solar damage. Aichi swiftly reached for another quiver of holy light elf arrows. Fortuitously, he was utilizing a vampire template, allowing him to maintain this rapid rate of fire without fatigue, an endeavor that would have exhausted any ordinary person. Originally, Dracula could fell 1,000 foes with cold steel. Aichi faced no such exertion with his relentless barrage. As he continued to dispatch the revenants, he called out to the main team, urging them, "Do not linger. Take the opportunity to reach the truck and flee swiftly." The protagonist team finally realized that now was an opportune moment to depart. Aichi had alleviated a significant amount of their burden, and as long as they exercised caution, reaching the location of the delivery truck should pose no problem. Consequently, they swiftly huddled together, providing mutual cover as they advanced towards the small truck, retrieving the keys from the lifeless body of the employee slain by the revenant. The distance to the truck was considerable. Despite Aichi's astonishing rate of fire providing cover, the journey was fraught with difficulty. Fortunately, Ephraim Goodwin had a stroke of brilliance in the nick of time. He ignited several barrels of gasoline near the convenience store's entrance, creating a barrier of flames to deter the approaching revenants, allowing them to safely reach the truck and start the engine. Just before Ephraim closed the door, he called out to Aichi, "Get ready to come down. We're driving to pick you up." Aichi felt a sense of satisfaction. At least the lives saved were not ungrateful. He continued to shoot arrows without pause, replying, "Quickly drive away. I have a secret passage to escape safely. You retreat first. I will find you." Upon hearing that Aichi had a means to depart, the protagonist's team finally shut the door and sped away. Once Aichi saw them drive off, he stowed his bow back into the Book of Infinity, disregarding the increasingly gathered revenants. He retreated a few steps, evading their line of sight, and transformed into hundreds of bats, soaring into the night sky. Amidst the vast darkness, the protagonist's team accelerated their vehicle, relieved to have narrowly escaped, unaware that hundreds of bats circled above them. Chapter 029, revealing the mage's identity. The protagonist and his companions boarded the vehicle, racing forward. Unlike the original narrative, Jim was still present in the car at this moment. In the television series, the team discovered that Jim's parasitic infection could no longer be halted, prompting him to urge them to kill him to prevent his transformation into a revenant. Faced with the moral dilemma, it was fate who ultimately shot Jim, an act that fueled the animosity between Ephraim and Nora towards fate. The circumstances were different now. The team had not yet realized Jim's infection and, with Aichi's assistance, managed to escape, remaining oblivious to any abnormalities while inside the vehicle. Their first destination was Ephraim's home, where he intended to retrieve his ex-wife and son. Due to his separation from his former spouse, he was unaware of the situation at home. In truth, his ex-wife's boyfriend had been infected and transformed into a revenant. Based on fragmented memories, a revenant instinctively targets those it loved in life. When Ephraim's ex-wife, Kelly, was attacked, she fled her home and began her transformation inside her vehicle. At that time, Ephraim's son, Zach, was away. When Zach returned home, Kelly's boyfriend, now a revenant, launched an assault on him. But Ephraim arrived just in time to thwart the attack and eliminate the revenant. Meanwhile, the others waiting in the vehicle heard the commotion and quickly entered the house. Finding that the situation had been resolved, Strack led a group to the basement to conduct a thorough search, ensuring that no revenants remained hidden. The worst-case scenario loomed. If Kelly had indeed been infected, they would need to swiftly take Zach and leave. At that moment, under the illumination of the lights, Nora discovered the unsettling presence of parasites beneath Jim's skin. It became evident to everyone that Jim's infection was now beyond remedy. Upon grasping the gravity of his condition, Jim began to implore his companions to end his life. Diverging from the original narrative, there was no urgency. Thus the scene of fate ascending to fire a shot was omitted. As the group hesitated, Aichi arrived at the doorway. Weary from his prior exertions, Aichi felt drained. While archery was manageable, the prolonged flight had truly exhausted him. Transforming into a bat consumed considerable stamina, and despite the absence of geographical constraints in the air, keeping pace with a vehicle left Aichi feeling an unfamiliar fatigue. As the protagonist team finally came to a halt, Aichi caught up, eager to hitch a ride. The group hurriedly entered the house, neglecting to close the door, allowing Aichi to step inside unimpeded. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of the protagonist team embroiled in a heated debate over whether to kill Jim. Noticing Aichi's arrival, the group hastily armed themselves, wary of the potential for him to be a revenant. However, upon glimpsing Aichi's distinctive robe, though they could not discern his features from a distance, the unusual attire led them to immediately recognize him as the one who had rescued them. The two parties exchanged brief introductions, and Ephraim curiously inquired of Aichi, "How did you manage to escape? We did not see you on the way. How did you catch up to us?" Finding it too cumbersome to explain, Aichi opted for brevity. Such details are inconsequential. What matters is the situation at hand. He pointed at the infected Jim and asked, "If I am not mistaken, this individual, Jim, has already been infected by the revenant. What are your intentions?" This statement effectively diverted the group's inquiries towards Aichi, prompting a fervent discussion among them. Upon realizing the circumstances, Jim, determined to prevent any harm to his loved one's postmortem, resolutely insisted that he be killed. Fate and Dazi, being relative strangers to the group, supported Jim's viewpoint from an observer's perspective, yet they understood that voicing such sentiments would be callous. Strack, possessing the most insight into the current predicament, recognized the weight of this decision. Having been forced in his youth to slay his wife and 2 children after their transformation into revenants, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. Though it pained him, he felt compelled to offer solace. Meanwhile, Ephraim and Nora, unable to accept this grim conclusion, were determined to seek a means to save Jim. As their bonds with him were the strongest, they could not reconcile with the notion of his execution. Zach, still a child, remained outside the conversation. As the debate escalated, Aichi interjected, "Perhaps I possess a solution, though it is merely a hypothesis and cannot guarantee success." This statement startled the protagonist team, particularly Strack, who had fought against the bloodline for decades and was unaware of any potential cure for revenant infection. Ephraim, Nora, and Jim, upon hearing this, were filled with hope, especially Jim, who, recognizing that even the lowliest of creatures cling to life, yearned for the chance to survive. As Aichi observed the gazes of those around him, he recognized that the moment had come to showcase his abilities. Previously, in the medieval era, the backwardness of society rendered the existence of magic more acceptable. In contrast to the modern world where individuals, steeped in scientific education, find it challenging to embrace the supernatural, Aichi anticipated that he would need to employ some persuasive rhetoric. He began, "To comprehend my words, you must first cast aside your prejudices and the preconceived notions that reside in your minds. For I do not wish to squander my breath. Firstly, I am a magician, and it is the power of magic that enables me to address the predicament before us." The protagonists found themselves at a loss for a response. Although the emergence of a revenant was already an affront to reason, they clung to the belief that science could resolve all matters, remaining skeptical of the existence of magic. A burly man named Fate scoffed, and had it not been for Aichi's prior assistance, he might have openly ridiculed him. Meanwhile, Ephraim, a seasoned researcher, firmly believed in the supremacy of science and was even less inclined to accept Aichi's claims, urging him to reveal his solution. Aichi, foreseeing their skepticism, smiled and addressed them. "Why deny the existence of magic? Magic and science are not mutually exclusive. It is merely that your current understanding of science cannot yet explain it. To hastily dismiss magic is, I must say, a mark of arrogance among scientists." With that, Aichi invoked a high-level summoning spell, conjuring an ice elemental. In a flurry of chilling air, a towering humanoid figure composed of ice materialized beside him, its head nearly brushing the ceiling. Under Aichi's command, it began to meander about, exuding an aura of frost, much to the astonishment of the onlookers. Everyone in the room was momentarily struck dumb. Young Zack, the first to recover, allowed his innate curiosity to overcome his fear, disregarding Ephraim's attempts to restrain him as he approached the ice elemental, yearning to touch it. Though he was thwarted by the creature's icy aura, Ephraim and the others felt their worldviews being dramatically challenged, with Strachey lamenting that he had wasted 90 years of his life. After a brief moment, Ephraim and his companions regained their composure, finally acknowledging that the phenomena before them could not be explained by any known theories. The ice that had materialized out of thin air, even if Aichi had concealed liquid nitrogen, could not account for the creature's mobility. This was precisely why Aichi chose to demonstrate his identity as a mage through a summoning spell, as many other types of magic could easily be dismissed as mere tricks or illusions. The flames, winds, frost, and lightning that a mage could manipulate might be replicated by scientific apparatus, yet the summoned elemental clearly bore no resemblance to a scientific creation. Thus, upon witnessing Aichi summon the ice elemental, although incredulous, the group had no choice but to accept Aichi's identity as a wizard and began to prepare to hear how he intended to address Jim's infection. Chapter 030. The rescue of the infected Jim. Aichi conducted a brief examination of Jim, assessing the extent of his infection and contemplating a course of action. Typically, in response to such infections, Aichi would employ a potion of purification. Although the technological advancements in the world of the Elder Scrolls are rather rudimentary, the realm of magic flourishes, particularly in the fields of alchemy and enchantment. Numerous potions exhibit remarkable effects, one of which is the Cure Disease potion. The reality of the Elder Scrolls universe is significantly more intricate than its gaming counterpart. The synthesis of potions is not a mere affair of one or two ingredients. The creation of the Cure Disease potion is quite complex, with several steps requiring the intervention of magic. Accordingly, the potion's effects are potent. While it may not be a panacea, it can effectively alleviate minor ailments and significantly mitigate more serious conditions, especially those of an infectious nature, for which the Cure Disease potion proves extraordinarily effective. After all, this potion is capable of curing even the vampiric sanguine fever that plagues the Elder Scrolls world, though it becomes ineffective once the affliction progresses to the point of transformation into a vampire. Aichi calculated that if Jim were treated during the early stages of infection, without any parasites having taken root in his body, a single vial of the Cure Disease potion should suffice. However, Jim's current condition is considerably graver. His body is already infested with the parasites of a revenant, and their numbers are substantial. Merely relying on the Cure Disease potion will be insufficient. It is imperative to develop a specialized antidote, necessitating Aichi's dedicated research. Unfortunately, time is of the essence. In just a few hours, Jim is likely to succumb to the infection, and within 1 to 2 days, his corpse will undergo a genetic transformation driven by the parasites, ultimately resulting in his becoming a revenant. Thus, the immediate priority is to halt the further proliferation of the parasites and the reverse transcription occurring within Jim's body. At this critical juncture, Aichi possesses a particular artifact that could prove invaluable. Based on Aichi's estimations, it should adequately address the pressing situation. He produced the Book of Infinite, and to the astonishment of the main character's party, extracted a small stone box from its pages. Upon opening the box, 12 coins adorned with skull motifs emerged, gleaming in the light but eliciting a chilling sense of dread rather than the allure typically associated with gold. A shiver ran through the group. Indeed, these were the Aztec coins that Aichi had carried with him. Since acquiring the Aztec coins from the world of pirates, they had proven their worth on numerous occasions, particularly with their remarkable ability to facilitate the transformation between the living and the undead, which had inspired Aichi's research into necromantic spells. Now, the Aztec coins are called into action once again. Without further explanation, Aichi instructed Jim to retrieve one of the coins from the box, triggering the curse contained within. Consequently, Jim transitioned into a state of undeath. Though he appeared to possess flesh and blood, his body no longer retained any semblance of life. This transformation effectively severed the possibility of further parasite proliferation. At this moment, Aichi needed to confirm whether the curse of the Aztec coin also extended to the parasites residing within Jim's body. Aichi ushered Jim out of Ephraim's abode, and the night was illuminated by a brilliant moon. As Jim stepped outside, he appeared in a spectral state resembling that of a skeletal wraith. Since Aichi had not forewarned anyone, the protagonist team was taken aback. The elderly Strachey nearly succumbed to a heart attack, while Nora and Daji shrieked in alarm. Ephraim hastily shielded his son Zach's eyes, fearing the sight would frighten him, and fate nearly drew his weapon in panic. Aichi motioned for everyone to remain calm and approached Jim for an examination. Jim himself was quite terrified, suddenly transformed into a withered form, leaving no one composed. With the exception of Jack Sparrow, Aichi reassured Jim and, under the moonlight, observed that the parasites within Jim had also taken on a desiccated state. It was apparent that the curse of the Aztec gold had deemed these parasites an integral part of Jim, thus encompassing them within the curse's scope. This situation bore a silver lining. As entities cursed, these parasites assumed a spectral nature, losing all reproductive capabilities. Consequently, the parasites within Jim would no longer proliferate. Furthermore, as Jim was now a wraith, his physical condition would remain unchanged, alleviating concerns regarding the retroviral transformations carried by the parasites. Thus, Jim's infection was momentarily suspended. As long as the curse of the Aztec gold remained unbroken, his symptoms would not progress. Aichi felt a sense of satisfaction and instructed Jim to return indoors. After all, having a skeletal figure wandering the roads at midnight could undoubtedly frighten passersby. Once the two re-entered the house, Aichi elucidated the principles behind the curse of the Aztec gold and the current circumstances. Upon learning that Jim's infection had been temporarily halted, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Ephraim and Nora, both esteemed scholars, expressed considerable interest in the effects of magic and prepared to make Jim their subject of study. Ephraim resolved to take advantage of the parasite's inability to reproduce by performing several surgical procedures on Jim, aiming to extract some of the parasites and thereby reduce their numbers, facilitating future treatments once the curse was lifted. Should he conduct enough surgeries, it was conceivable that all parasites could be removed, leaving only the matter of addressing the retrovirus. In simpler terms, Ephraim's plan essentially involved dissecting Jim, a notion that received Nora's endorsement while Jim's objections were disregarded by the two scholars. Aichi calculated that in order to develop an elixir capable of countering the parasitic wraiths, extensive experimentation would be necessary, alongside a crucial sample, the half-vampire Quinlan. Quinlan's mother, infected by the blood ancestor during her pregnancy, had inadvertently transformed him into a wraith while still a fetus. However, the placenta obstructed the expansion of the parasites, rendering Quinlan free from their influence and control. Under the sun, Quinlan would only be weakened rather than scorched, possessing the robust physique of an advanced wraith while evading the usual vulnerabilities of such beings, making him an exceptionally formidable warrior. Quinlan's biological mother and later adoptive mother were both slain by the blood ancestor, along with his subsequent wife and adopted daughter, all falling victim to the same malevolent force. Thus, Quinlan harbors an irreconcilable enmity towards the blood ancestor, having spent 2 millennia honing his abilities and tracking the fiend's whereabouts. Consequently, he aligns himself with Aichi on the battlefield, becoming a potential ally under Aichi's future command. The main protagonist's team, comprising Ephraim, Nora, and Dazi, is also on Aichi's list of prospective recruits, and Aichi is confident that by the conclusion of the impending events, several of them will pledge their allegiance. Kunlun was previously deemed a necessary specimen due to his relentless confrontations with various revenants over the past 2 millennia, resulting in countless encounters with the source of infection. Remarkably, Kunlun has never succumbed to parasitic infection. This anomaly, attributed to the presence of white blood devoid of red blood cells in Kunlun's system, leads Aichi to speculate that there exists a substance within Kunlun that repels the survival of parasites, making him a pivotal specimen for the development of targeted pharmaceuticals. Although Aichi contemplates how to establish contact with Kunlun, there is no immediate urgency regarding that matter, as more pressing concerns demand attention. Chapter 031. The formula for white blood. Subsequently, Aichi resolves to join forces with the main protagonist team. Their journey proves uneventful until Dazi returns to his apartment, only to discover that his roommate has absconded with all his money and that his neighbor has succumbed to the infection, transforming into a revenant. Fortunately, with fate's assistance, no mishaps occur, prompting Dazi to join the main protagonist team as he finds himself homeless. Aichi and the team arrive at the pawnshop owned by the elderly Professor Strachey, who has been operating the establishment for years to amass silver for the purpose of combating the Blood Clan. Strachey has implemented certain safeguards within the pawnshop, ensuring a moderate level of security. However, Aichi is aware that, according to the original storyline, this location was attacked by revenants towards the end of the first episode, rendering it far from safe. Thus, Aichi proposes to enhance the protective measures further while remaining prepared for a swift retreat and maintaining vigilance. Nora's mother resides in the pawnshop, suffering from dementia. She had originally lived in a nursing home, but was brought to the pawnshop when Nora discovered that revenants had begun to proliferate in the city. In the current circumstances, the main protagonist team is burdened with personal troubles, particularly Ephraim, whose wife is missing. Unbeknownst to him, she has also been infected, and whose son is left unattended. Observing Ephraim's son, Zach, one cannot fathom that according to the original narrative, this mischievous child is destined to unleash chaos upon the world. Subsequently, due to Zach's actions, Nora becomes infected, and he is taken away, ultimately aiding the blood ancestor in a crucial moment due to his affection for his mother and the malevolent entity, leading to disastrous consequences for the protagonist team. However, with Aichi present, he will not allow such a fate to transpire. Aichi's plan requires several components, one of which is held by Strachey. The formula for white blood. Revenants, particularly the more advanced varieties, possess remarkable regenerative capabilities. The 7 ancestors are indeed extraordinary. While the parasites within the blood ancestor are infectious, the white blood flowing through the ancestors possesses remarkable healing properties, effective against both humans and the resurrected corpses, without posing any risk of infection to human beings. This phenomenon is intricately linked to the unique parasite residing within the ancestors, whose true essence is not their corporeal form, but rather a singular special parasite among many. In all ordinary resurrected corpses, the parasites are white, and so too are those within the ancestors. Yet there exists a distinct red parasite within the ancestor's body, larger than the usual parasites, which constitutes the true essence of the ancestor. The ancestor has the capability to relinquish their physical form at will, transferring their parasites when the red parasite enters another body. It signifies that the ancestor has assumed a new physical vessel, rendering them exceptionally difficult to kill. Even when gravely injured, they can easily abandon their body and acquire a new one. This unique parasite creates an environment within the ancestor that differs from other resurrected corpses, endowing their blood with extraordinary healing abilities. Throughout the millennia, humans have engaged in battles against the Blood Clan and a group of alchemists from the 3rd century AD. Through relentless exploration, discovered methods to extract therapeutic substances from the ordinary parasites of the resurrected corpses, yielding a white liquid reminiscent of the ancestors' white blood. Although the efficacy does not rival that of the white blood and the application method resembles that of eye drops, the healing properties are commendable, capable of temporarily reinforcing even aging or failing organs. This is the very reason why Professor Strachey, at over 90 years of age, remains vigorous and capable in battle. This potion exhibits exceptional healing effects for external injuries, while its efficacy against diseases and internal ailments is time-limited, gradually diminishing over time. However, Aichi is particularly drawn to the advantages of this white blood potion, primarily its affordability. Most of Aichi's potions require a plethora of materials, especially the more advanced ones, which tend to be rarer and thus yield remains low. In contrast, the primary ingredient for the white blood potion is the parasite from the resurrected corpses, essentially a form of resource recycling. With most of the other components readily available in medical laboratories, resulting in an exceedingly low production cost suitable for strategic reserves. On the battlefield, providing each soldier with a vial of healing potion is currently impractical, yet distributing small vials of the white blood potion could indeed be feasible. Thus, Aichi is determined to acquire the formula for this potion. Aichi engaged in a conversation with Strachey, who, although unaware of how Aichi learned of the white blood formula, recognized that they were aligned in purpose, and thus, he entrusted the formula to Aichi. After studying the formula, Aichi ventured out to gather materials and attempted to manufacture several doses of the white blood potion. Unlike the original narrative, where Strachey refrained from sharing the formula with the protagonist's team, believing that resurrected corpses were symbols of impurity, Aichi promptly disclosed the formula to Ephraim and Nova. The two experts in biology were astounded by the effects of the potion and expressed their desire to engage in its research and enhancement. This was precisely why Aichi sought to recruit them. After all, talented professionals are rare gems. With their expertise, they could assist in developing various new potions from a biological perspective. However, Ephraim was recently preoccupied, as his ex-wife had gone missing, and he had not relinquished his search for Kelly. Although Aichi was aware that Kelly had been transformed into a revenant, he refrained from disclosing this information to Ephraim due to the lack of evidence. With Nora's assistance, Aichi began to further refine the blood potion. After incorporating a specific ratio of the disease-repelling potion, Aichi deduced that the blood potion could now be administered orally, achieving the desired effect without inciting retroviral infections. Their first test subject was Professor Strachey, who, at over 90 years of age, was experiencing physical decline. He had previously relied on the blood potion every few years to regain his health and continue battling the bloodsuckers. Now, as the potion's effects were waning, the elderly professor felt increasingly weakened. Although he intended to use the blood potion again soon, its side effects were substantial, with severe reactions that included bleeding from the eyes and excruciating pain, sometimes even leading to brief cardiac arrest. Strachey was uncertain whether he could endure another dosage. But upon Aichi's formulation of a safer, milder blood potion, he eagerly volunteered to be the first to try it. Fortunately, both Nora's expertise and Aichi's alchemical prowess were exceptional, and the improved blood potion yielded remarkable results. Strachey experienced minimal discomfort during the treatment and soon felt revitalized. The second recipient was Nora's mother, who suffered from dementia. Although the blood potion did not completely cure her cerebral atrophy, it significantly reduced the frequency of her episodes, allowing her to maintain consciousness more frequently and showing a marked improvement in memory. Nora mused that, should events unfold favorably, she might even consider applying for a Nobel Prize. Aichi confirmed that he had developed an exceedingly effective formula for healing and recovery, deeming the journey worthwhile. Chapter 032. Infiltrating the Pamo building. While Aichi and Nora were engrossed in researching the formula, Jim seized the opportunity at dawn to secure his family, while Ephraim dedicated himself to the search for his ex-wife, Kelly. However, his efforts yielded no results. Instead, he discovered that a family of Kelly's friends had been transformed into revenants, and among the scene was Kelly's necklace. Although Ephraim was reluctant to acknowledge it, he had nearly confirmed that Kelly had also been transformed into a revenant. Such a realization deeply wounded his heart, and more importantly, he found it unimaginable to convey this situation to his son. Ephraim had always wished that his son had never experienced the absence of a mother from an early age. However, at this moment, apart from exerting all his efforts to locate his missing ex-wife, he could conjure no other course of action. During this time, the female hacker Daki, burdened by her conscience, confessed that she had been employed by the wealthy magnate, Aldrich Pamo, to collapse the network through her hacking skills, thus becoming an accomplice in the current predicament. Drawing upon his years of experience, Strachey effortlessly deduced that Pamo was currently collaborating with the Blood Ancestor, evidently serving as the financial backer for this ominous entity. Daki proposed that if she could return to Pamo's skyscraper, she might be able to restore the entire network, facilitating the swift flow of information and allowing people worldwide to grasp the gravity of the Resurrection Corps situation. Fate volunteered, suggesting that he could leverage his identity as a pest control worker to gain entry to Pamo's building under the pretext of a sanitation inspection, escorting Daki with him. Upon learning of their plan, Aichi expressed his desire to accompany them, as his future schemes for the modern realm necessitated a spokesperson within that domain to procure supplies and gather technology. Pamo, being a wealthy and influential figure devoid of moral scruples, was precisely the individual Aichi sought. Encountering Aldrich Pamo would not be a simple endeavor. His wealth ranked among the highest globally, with his industrial chain encompassing commerce, medicine, and arms transportation, establishing him as one of the most influential figures in the current world. Such prominent individuals are not easily met with a casual greeting at the doorstep. To avoid complications, Aichi decided to join Daki in fate. Although Aichi himself was now a high-ranking warlord, it was essential to remember that he had risen from the depths of an orphanage to navigate through the ranks of a thieves' guild. He had become an expert in disguise, infiltration, theft, and lockpicking, and thus felt no embarrassment in masquerading as a pest control worker. Aichi was aware, however, that fate's plan was destined for failure. Meeting with a tycoon like Pamo required the utmost flattery, even from individuals of the governor's stature. For someone of fate's modest municipal worker standing to gain entry into Pamo's stronghold under the guise of sanitation was utterly ludicrous. Nevertheless, Aichi cooperated, as it would at least allow them to infiltrate the building. Once inside, Aichi intended to demonstrate the terrifying prowess of a high-level vampire template in close combat when the distance between them diminished. Dressed in the garb of a pest control worker, Aichi reflected on the passage of 2 decades, realizing that he was once again donning such antiquated attire, a testament to the unpredictable nature of life. After a 2-hour drive, they finally arrived at Pamo's skyscraper. Aichi and Daki trailed behind Fate, who flirted with the reception staff, believing he had successfully secured an opportunity to enter the building. Unaware that Aichi's heightened echolocation abilities, granted by his vampire template, had already confirmed the presence of a group of security personnel awaiting their arrival upstairs. True to expectation, upon ascending to the upper floors, the trio was met by 2 security guards, who escorted them further up the building, accompanied by an increasing number of bodyguards surrounding them. Upon finally encountering the head of the bodyguards, the imposing black bodyguard had already recognized Daki. He halted the trio at this juncture, acting on Pamo's orders, and escorted Daki upstairs via the elevator to meet Pamo. Meanwhile, the remaining bodyguards continued to keep a vigilant watch over Aichi and Fate. Aichi, utilizing his acute auditory senses, monitored Daki and the black bodyguard's movements. As they ascended in the elevator and commenced their conversation with Pamo, Aichi discerned Pamo's location, signaling that the time to act was imminent. Aichi's original strategy was to launch a forceful assault, advancing as close as possible while minimizing complications. In the television series, several of the progenitor's subordinates had previously breached Pamo's office with the assistance of a human ally. Thus, Aichi's proximity was far from a barrier. Surrounding them were bodyguards armed with firearms. Aichi possessed an astonishing regenerative ability, and having directly replicated the template of the vampire progenitor from the year of Dracula, he could resurrect himself from a desiccated state as long as he had access to ample fresh blood. Nevertheless, Aichi was keenly aware of the peril that gunfire posed, particularly to vital areas such as the brain or heart, which could lead to severe complications. Therefore, what Aichi sought was a swift means to eliminate the majority of his adversaries in an instant, allowing him to advance unchecked. The efficacy of a mass attack would, of course, hinge on magic. However, most spells required specific incantations and gestures, necessitating a certain casting time that could be easily interrupted. Presently, Aichi needed a spell that could be executed in an instant, and the magic he frequently employed that met the requisite standards of power was the Dragon's Roar. Observing the distribution of the bodyguards within the room, Aichi felt a surge of excitement. Having been a warlord for quite some time, even in battle, he had favored summoning ranged spells and arrows, with a legion of guards shielding him. It had been ages since he had engaged in combat at such close quarters. Although his foes were mere mortals, Aichi still sensed an exhilarating thrill. Confident in his assessment of the bodyguard's arrangement, he suddenly activated his vampiric super speed, becoming a fleeting shadow. The bodyguards, caught off guard, barely had time to react. Those wielding guns instinctively raised their weapons, but their reflexes paled in comparison to Aichi's. Moreover, the incantation for the dragon language spell required merely 3 words, and just as the bewildered bodyguards began to process the fleeting shadow, they heard 3 incomprehensible words uttered in Aichi's calm, yet chilling voice. This was the incantation for the Dragon's Roar. Having swiftly positioned himself against a wall, Aichi found that nearly everyone in the room fell within his attack range, including the unfortunate Fate, who was caught in the crossfire. As Aichi's voice resonated, the air around him began to ripple, akin to the surface of water disturbed by a stone, creating concentric waves that surged forward with incredible speed. Originally, all of this transpired in less than 2 seconds. However, instinctual reactions prompted the minds of several individuals to operate at an accelerated pace, allowing them to acutely perceive the ripples before them. When the ripples made contact, they were as if struck head-on by an oncoming truck. first feeling the tremendous force exerted upon their bones and muscles. Before the signals of pain and impact could reach their brains, their bodies uncontrollably propelled backward like projectiles. They crashed against the wall and tables, collapsing to the ground like heaps of mud. Upon landing, apart from a few who had lost consciousness due to the impact, the awakened ones were engulfed in agony, uncertain whether their bones were fractured. Every part of their bodies ached, rendering them incapable of distinguishing between mere bruises and fractures. No one could rise. Even if someone could, they would not. Upon recognizing their injuries, the majority of the conscious individuals could only lie helplessly on the floor. Their first instinct not to resist, but to flee from this place. Those who were able began to strive to distance themselves from Aichi, even if it meant crawling, seeking to escape his presence. One notably subordinate bodyguard leaned against the wall, managing to sit up with great difficulty, terror-stricken as he gazed at Aichi. He attempted to inch along the wall towards the door, while also trying to retrieve the gun that had been knocked from his grasp. Aichi merely raised his hand, casting a lightning spell that rendered him unconscious. The remaining bodyguards fared even worse. Although fortunate enough to escape death from the dragon's roar, none were capable of articulating complete sentences. A few muttered incoherently about demons and monsters. Aichi sneered dismissively, ignoring them, and directed his attention to Fate, who had been slammed against the wall, his arm twisted at an unnatural angle. Get up quickly, there are still bodyguards ahead. I am pressed for time. I have a business deal to finalize. Chapter 033. The Aztec gold coins prove invaluable. Aichi's unhesitating decision to include Fate within the range of the dragon's roar was not born of a desire to harm him, but rather a lack of concern for his safety. Aichi was well aware of the dangers inherent in this journey, and thus, prior to departure, he had provided both Fate and Daki with an Aztec gold coin each. Consequently, while it might not be apparent during the day, they had transformed into genuine spectral forms, albeit a lower-tier version of the undead. As for Aichi himself, he refrained from utilizing an Aztec gold coin. As a mage, he relied heavily on his keen perception and affinity for the elements, both of which would be significantly impaired by transformation into an undead entity. Fortunately, Aichi's own abilities rendered him independent of the coin's effects. Moreover, it would be illogical for a mage to curse themselves without cause. Possessing the template of a vampire, he was already a being of longevity and had no intention of becoming undead. Thus, he typically reserved the Aztec coins as valuable tools for others to employ rather than using them himself. It is worth noting that upon acquiring the Aztec coins, Aichi divided the curses associated with them into several groups, enabling him to lift the curses separately when necessary. A total of 882 gold coins were amassed. Among them, 800 coins were left by Aichi at the base, divided into 8 groups of 100 coins each, forming 8 assault guard squads within the elite troops. As long as they do not encounter Valyrian steel or other enchanted weapons that counteract undead beings, these squads would be a nightmare for their enemies. The remaining 82 coins were divided into 4 groups, one containing 12 coins, 2 containing 20 coins each, and 1 containing 30 coins. These coins, along with their respective stone boxes, were placed by Aichi within the Book of Infinity, ready for use at any moment. Previously, a set of 12 coins was utilized to prevent Jim from succumbing to the parasitic infection of the Revenant. This particular set could not be lifted of its curse, as the infection issue remained unresolved. Releasing it would lead to Jim transforming into a Revenant within mere hours. Thus, prior to their departure, Aichi retrieved a set of 20 coins, allowing each member of the main party, including himself, to take one. After all, during the day, their undead forms would remain concealed, and it was prudent for everyone to be protected. Given that Strack was frequently out searching for the blood ancestor, and Ephraim was often on the hunt for his ex-wife, should either of them become infected, it would pose a grave problem. It was better to assume their undead forms and return before lifting the curse. After all, the blood of the undead was merely a facade of lifelessness, incapable of sustaining the parasite. Even if drained of blood, they would not die or become infected. Before the curse was lifted and they returned to their original states, it sufficed to eliminate the virus. Aichi observed Fate, who was vocally expressing his pain while resetting his arm. An inexplicable sense of humor washed over him. Fate, though unable to voice his irritation, was indeed in excruciating pain. His sense of pain remained intact, although the duration of the curse dulled his sensations over time. The complete dislocation of his arm and the impact of his body against the wall rendered any discomfort impossible to ignore. Fate swiftly corrected his arm and stood up. He dared not challenge Aichi at that moment. He then collected firearms from the vicinity of the injured bodyguards, ensuring they could not retrieve them. Meanwhile, The other bodyguards not present in the room began to react. Though unaware of the specific events, the thunderous roar and the intense impact had alerted even the slowest of minds to the fact that something was amiss. Relying on his sense of hearing, Aichi discerned that several individuals were approaching him from the corridor without the need for magical detection. He glanced at Fate and, with an air of nonchalance, inquired, "How are you finding the experience of being undead, Mr. Fate?" Fate was at a loss for words, having never encountered such a situation before. He could only honestly admit that he was in considerable pain. Aichi did not wait for Fate's response and continued, "Please hold off those approaching from behind. While I am indifferent to the numbers, an excessive crowd would create a cacophony that hinders my conversation with Mr. Pamo. I must press on. Although Dazi is also in an undead state, I am uncertain of what has transpired. I shall take my leave first. You cannot be killed anyway, so good luck." Fate thought to himself, "Good luck, you son of a. Is the essence of my undead existence merely to be turned into a pincushion?" Fate, with a heart full of resolve, opposed, while Aichi had already turned away. Before Fate could utter a word, Aichi unleashed a new dragon's roar. This was the phantasmal transformation of the dragon's roar, reaching into the abyss of darkness, altering its own form into one that could neither inflict nor receive harm. After employing the dragon's roar, Aichi swiftly morphed into a translucent white specter, leaving Fate in a state of bewilderment, truly understanding the sensation of encountering a ghost in broad daylight. Just as Fate was about to call out to Aichi, the latter had already passed through the wall, and new security personnel were rushing in from the opposite side, leaving Fate no choice but to prepare for battle. Aichi, unwilling to squander time, could have effortlessly eliminated the guards before him with his vampiric bat form, but his primary objective was negotiation. A display of force was deemed sufficient, as time was of the essence. Thus, Aichi opted for phantasmal travel. He advanced swiftly, with various reactions from those who beheld the ghostly apparition. Some gasped in shock. Others stood frozen, and a few fired their weapons. However, these actions proved futile against Aichi's current state, and he proceeded unimpeded into the internal elevator, entering without even opening the doors. Upon entering the elevator, Aichi disengaged from the phantasmal state, for while this form allowed him to avoid falling through the floor, it did not permit him to press the elevator buttons. He activated the elevator, ascending. Meanwhile, on the top floor, due to the rapid sequence of events below, Pamo had yet to establish contact with his team, and with the captain of his security detail escorting Daki, he had not received any reports from his subordinates. The significant distance between the floors left Pamo and his companions unaware that chaos had erupted below. At this moment, Daki was denouncing Pamo for betraying all of humanity, dragging them into the abyss. Pamo, revealing his ambitions and thirst for immortality, had no intention of allowing Daki to return alive. Despite appearing frail, tethered to an forge rip, Pamo eagerly shared his grand aspirations with Daki. Just as Daki was on the verge of slapping Pamo, the elevator doors chimed open, and Aichi strolled in with an air of nonchalance. The African-American bodyguard immediately sensed trouble, for only he, Pamo, and Daki occupied the upper floor. It was inconceivable for Aichi to have ascended without an incident occurring. Having been nurtured by Pamo since childhood, the bodyguard regarded him as a father figure and promptly positioned himself in front of Pamo, drawing his firearm and pointing it at Aichi, while simultaneously activating his walkie-talkie to inquire about the situation below. Aichi leaned casually against the doorframe of the elevator, observing the bodyguard as he aimed his weapon at him. Meanwhile, the bodyguard struggled to comprehend the din of gunfire and screams emanating from the walkie-talkie, with the voices of his subordinates repeatedly shouting about a monster. Despite his confusion, one thing was certain: something had gone awry. Thus, the bodyguard decisively turned off the walkie-talkie, focusing entirely on the seemingly composed Aichi before him. Chapter 034. Collaboration with Aldrich. Pamo, the African-American security guard, aimed his gun at Aichi, demanding in a stern voice, "How did you get up here?" Aichi replied nonchalantly, "As you can see, I ascended via the elevator. There's another matter I must convey. I detest being threatened with a firearm." With that, Aichi swiftly activated his vampiric super speed, evading the trajectory of the gunfire with a slight twist of his waist, transforming into a swarm of bats that scattered towards Pamo and his associates. The guard managed to fire a shot, but, well trained, he quickly discharged 2 rounds. However, with Aichi now a flurry of bats, the guard was left bewildered and missed both shots. Just as he prepared to fire again, Aichi had already materialized beside him, one hand coalescing and resting upon the guard's wrist. The security personnel suddenly felt an immense force wrenching his wrist aside, dislocating his arm in an instant, causing the gun to clatter to the ground. Aichi struck the guard's chest with his other hand, delivering a sudden burst of force that propelled the guard backward, his legs leaving the ground as he fell awkwardly, landing heavily and unable to rise due to the dislocated arm. Daki sighed in relief upon witnessing Aichi subdue the guard, grateful as a vulnerable woman amidst such chaos could have found herself in dire straits. Aldrich Pamo, however, recognized the precariousness of his situation. Not only was he without protection, but Aichi's transformation into bats and back had severely agitated Pamo's already weakened heart, nearly causing it to cease beating. Having been reclining while receiving in for drip, the shock rendered Pamo's pallid complexion even more devoid of color, causing him to tremble. Nonetheless, true to his nature as a magnate who had thrived for decades, Pamo managed to regain a semblance of composure, albeit with a quivering voice as he queried, "Who are you? Since you have not harmed me, you must desire something from me. What is it that you seek? Is it money? I can provide you with whatever amount you require." Aichi smiled up. The self-made tycoon quickly identifies the crux of the matter. "I am Aichi Danton. To seem more personable, you may call me Aichi, or Mr. Danton if you prefer. And I shall refer to you as Aldrich." As he spoke, Aichi conjured a one-handed sword composed of magical energy, stepping before Pamo and placing the blade against his throat. "As for what I desire, the pertinent issue at hand is what you, Aldrich, can offer me, or rather, what you are willing to relinquish. Oh, and do instruct your men to cease fire. I have a companion below who is currently under fire." Pamo promptly commanded his guard to contact the team below and call for a ceasefire, all the while his mind raced to identify a pivotal solution to his predicament. Aichi watched with amusement as the guard communicated through the intercom, then turned back to continue his conversation with Pamo. "While I find some amusement in witnessing your distress, time is of the essence, so let us proceed directly to the point. Aldrich, you epitomize a competent capitalist, cold-hearted and avaricious. Your nature mirrors the name of your enterprise. As unyielding as stone, everything you undertake is for your own gain, with your actions revolving solely around self-interest. Currently, you are poised to jeopardize the future of humanity for personal gain, and I must say, you are indeed a quintessentially ruthless scoundrel. Nonetheless, I hold a certain admiration for you. The trajectory of human progress is essentially a relentless pursuit to satisfy one's own greed. Each individual strives for the ideals they cherish, which is not without merit. However, your ambitions inadvertently place you in opposition to the entirety of humanity. From your perspective, all of your actions are justified, a sentiment I can comprehend. Of course, I hope you can appreciate that there exists a substantial faction of humanity intent on taking your life and thwarting the plans of the Blood Ancestor. Their pursuits are equally legitimate. At this juncture, Aldrich, a new opportunity presents itself before you. You now have a potential collaborator. The pressing question is not what I desire, but rather what you seek and what you are willing to offer in return. Everything the Blood Ancestor can provide, I can also give you, be it health or immortality. I find myself aligned with the interests of humanity. This is your chance to align your ambitions with those of mankind. Moreover, you should have realized that you are merely a pawn in the Blood Ancestor's game. He has no intention of fulfilling his promises. Furthermore, all resurrected corpses are under his absolute control. Would you truly wish to exist forever as a puppet, subordinate to another? This is hardly the indomitable Aldrich Pamo we've come to know. So, contemplate your choices, Aldrich. Will you ally with the inhuman Blood Ancestor? Or will you join forces with me? Will you transform into a soulless revenant? Or will you retain your humanity? Aldrich presently appears bewildered, his plans laid bare before him, and he has just been confronted with the tantalizing prospect of immortality. While the narrative has yet to unfold to the point where Aldrich experiences betrayal and disillusionment at the hands of the Blood Ancestor, the events transpiring presently strongly suggest that the Blood Ancestor has no immediate intention of honoring his commitments. With his years of experience in the cutthroat world of commerce, Aldrich has begun to harbor doubts about whether the Blood Ancestor will truly fulfill his aspirations. Moreover, the recent attacks by the Revenants have not escaped his notice. Although he remains indifferent to the plight of ordinary lives in his quest for immortality, Aldrich is now faced with a pivotal decision. However, after casting aside the allure of immortality, Aldrich began to contemplate for the first time. It appeared that he had been the one making sacrifices all along, aiding the Blood Ancestor, while the Blood Clan offered him no semblance of reciprocity. In fact, in recent days, the demeanor of the Blood Ancestor's emissary, Accost, had grown increasingly impolite, as if he were holding Aldrich in a vice. Should the Blood Ancestor's plans come to fruition, what leverage would Aldrich possess to demand the fulfillment of his own desires? Thus, at this juncture, Aldrich proposed an alliance. Aldrich Pammer was intrigued. Yet he remained uncertain whether Eldritch could uphold his end of the bargain. Driven by the instincts of a capitalist, and given his precarious health, Eldritch continued to wrestle with his doubts. If I abandon the alliance with the Blood Ancestor, how can you assure me that joining forces with you will be more advantageous? How can I trust that you are unlike the Blood Ancestor and will honor your promises? Eldritch recognized that his words had struck a chord. Eldritch Pammer had taken the bait. Eldritch would absolutely not divulge his plan. For I can fulfill my promises first. Chapter 035, Finalizing the Cooperation. I can fulfill my promises first, Eldritch asserted. Firstly, health. To be candid, Eldritch, I genuinely worry that before we finalize our agreement, you may meet your maker. To demonstrate my sincerity, let me restore your health. With that, Eldritch dispelled the magical sword he held and produced a small vial of white blood potion. Advancing towards Pammer and administering it without hesitation, Eldritch Pammer, bewildered, was forced to swallow a potion of unpleasant taste before he could voice any objections. The concoction swiftly traveled down his esophagus into his stomach. Almost immediately, he felt a warm current emanating from his stomach, radiating outward. Pammer's liver failure had persisted for quite some time. He had undergone a liver transplant, yet the results were far from satisfactory. Now, for the first time in decades, the persistent pain in his liver began to diminish, ultimately vanishing altogether. Next, the heaviness near his kidneys and lower back lightened. Pammer had previously undergone the removal of a diseased kidney in his youth, and the remaining one was hardly robust, yet now it seemed to be functioning well. Then came the heart. The once erratic and feeble beating transformed into a lively rhythm, bringing Pammer a sense of ease he had not experienced even in his youth. With each heartbeat, the potion's effects gradually spread throughout his body, rekindling strength in his long-weakened form, while his skin shifted from a ghostly pallor to a healthy flush. All of this transpired within mere seconds. Daki and the black bodyguard stood transfixed, witnessing this miraculous moment. Although Daki was aware that Eldritch had previously used potions to treat Professor Strack and Nora's mother, their mild symptoms had rendered the effects less noticeable. Before him, the once ashen-faced Pamo experienced a miraculous revival within mere breaths, creating a more profound visual impact. As the effects of the medication fully manifested, Pamo, in disbelief, gazed at his own hands. The restoration of his fleshly hands anchored him back to reality. Subsequently, he hastily removed the intravenous drip, disregarding whether the needle's site bled, and flung the blanket that lay over his legs to the ground. He leapt from the recliner and stood upright. Initially, Pamo merely walked, but upon discovering he faced no hindrance after a few steps, he began to jog and leap, realizing he felt as invigorated as a youth, devoid of fatigue. Ignoring the present circumstances, Pamo spread his arms wide, tilted his head back to gaze at the ceiling, and laughed heartily. Tears of joy welled in his eyes. Who knows how many years he had endured suffering, worrying constantly about the proximity of death. Were it not for his substantial financial investment in treatment, his frail body would have long since succumbed to the earth. After reveling in his laughter, Pamo recollected that this was not the time for foolish mirth. Regaining his composure, he stepped forward to clasp Aichi's hands. I believe in you now. Thanks to you, I have finally regained my health. Whatever the terms of our collaboration, I shall agree. Just state your conditions. Aichi, understanding that Pamo's words were merely flattery and that the true discussions lay ahead, still felt elated that everything was progressing smoothly. Reflecting on this, Aichi could not help but disdain the original narrative of the Blood Patriarch. Such a crucial piece like Edric should have been better cultivated. At the very least, given some support to ensure his health, for the efficacy of white blood treatment is time-limited. Edric would undoubtedly strive to appease the Blood Patriarch. Yet, the Blood Patriarch desired the horse to run while withholding the grass, merely commanding Pamo without offering any rewards. Moreover, as a commercial titan, how could one remain subservient? The Blood Patriarch's utter disdain for Pamo, treating him not as a collaborator but as a mere pawn, led to the eventual fracturing of their alliance. Aichi remarked, "Excellent. Now that you have regained your health, you possess the energy to engage in our future collaboration. The substance you consumed earlier was an improved version of the white blood agent, which shows remarkable efficacy in treating injuries and ailments. Unfortunately, its effects last only a few months, necessitating re-administration thereafter." Pamo's smile faltered as he could almost foresee being coerced by Aichi with the white blood agent in the future. To his surprise, Aichi continued, "This agent is precisely the first aspect of our collaboration. I intend to share the formula with you. I will contribute technology as equity, while you provide the capital. Together, we shall establish a pharmaceutical company to produce this medication. Just imagine the vast market awaiting this product." Pamo was taken aback. Realizing that Aichi would not resort to using the agent as leverage against him, Aichi discerned Peimo's thoughts and chuckled, "Do not underestimate me. There will be far superior options than the white blood elixir in the future. Unlike the blood ancestor, I aspire to establish a unified front of mutual benefit with you. However, in achieving this, you must ensure my share is not diminished, otherwise my methods will be beyond your capacity to endure." Recalling Aichi's impressive display since his arrival, Peimo hastily nodded, assuring that Aichi would receive a significant portion, with all expenditures remaining transparent, open, and fair. Aichi produced a blueprint, depicting an arch-like structure, complete with architectural specifications for various components. He continued, "The second matter requires your full assistance in constructing this edifice. With modern steel-reinforced concrete and artificial marble, I estimate the time frame will be minimal. I shall personally craft some critical elements, expedite the completion of the building, and we can deduct the cost from my future profits." Peimo promptly declared that the expenses would be manageable, as he would fully finance the construction. Aichi nodded in approval and proceeded, "Next. The third matter involves our joint establishment of a transportation and sales company, preparing to market products ranging from daily necessities to armaments. Once you complete the aforementioned building, our company will commence operations, ensuring swift profitability for us both." Peimo contemplated the arrangement. Since it was a partnership, initial investments would be minimal, merely preparatory, and he agreed. Aichi concluded, "Further commercial collaborations can deepen in the future. Presently, the blood ancestor stands as our obstacle and a threat to all humanity. The nature of our partnership today is unlikely to remain concealed for long. For your future safety, your complex must undergo a comprehensive enhancement of its defensive capabilities. It is not merely a matter of manpower. The blood ancestor possesses a power that can incapacitate many swiftly, leaving you vulnerable to being killed or transformed into a revenant, rendering our plans futile." In the original narrative, Peimo fell victim to this very trap. Becoming possessed by the blood ancestor, you must install numerous high-powered ultraviolet protection devices throughout the building, ensuring that upon the entry of any revenant, they will activate instantly, exterminating the threat with ultraviolet light. Old Peimo wholeheartedly concurred, having just experienced Aichi's formidable prowess. He was deeply concerned for his safety and had already contemplated fortifying his defenses from within and without. Aichi nodded and continued, "Now, let us discuss the matter of immortality." Chapter 036. The Aztec gold becomes ever more valuable in Aichi's hands. What Peimo desired above all was immortality. Having suffered from ill health since childhood, perpetually tormented by ailments, Peimo harbored an extraordinary obsession with the prospect of eternal life. In the realm of negotiations, it is generally understood that the most significant leverage should not be readily surrendered to the opposing party at the onset. However, Aichi finds himself pressed for time, as his roots do not lie in this domain, nor does he intend to invest excessive effort into cultivating this particular realm. In light of this, it may be more prudent to empower Peimo, establishing him as a steadfast partner. Aichi, possessing a moderate desire for control, has influence spanning multiple realms and cannot feasibly maintain a firm grip on every aspect of his dominion. As long as he ensures that his strength remains paramount and his interests are well protected, he is content. Thus, Aichi resolves to place the prospect of immortality upon the negotiating table at the outset of their collaboration. He is unperturbed by the possibility of Peimo reneging on the agreement. Firstly, the immortality he offers Peimo is certainly not of the highest caliber. Peimo will still need to seek other means of exchange. Secondly, Aichi harbors ample confidence that, should Peimo reconsider, he possesses the means to instill regret in him. Upon broaching the topic of immortality, Peimo's enthusiasm surged, and he immediately lent his full attention. Aichi articulated, "As our partnership is still in its nascent stages, the foundation of our collaboration remains rather tenuous. I have decided to offer the means of immortality as a cornerstone for our resolute alliance. In reciprocity, you must also yield sufficient benefits in our future engagements to ensure fairness. I currently possess several methods to attain immortality. However, given the superficiality of our collaboration thus far, I am prepared to provide you with a lesser variant. Should we deepen our partnership post the eradication of the blood ancestor, and you are willing to invest further, I can bestow upon you a more advanced form of immortality." With that, Aichi produced the Book of Infinity, extracting a stone-crafted box from its pages. Indeed, he revealed a collection of Aztec gold coins. Aichi possessed 4 sets of these coins. The first set of 12 coins had already been allocated to Jim, and due to concerns regarding the spread of infection, they could not be released. The second set of 20 coins was currently being employed by Daki, Feet, Stalaki, and Ephraim as protective talismans. The third set of 20 and the fourth set of 30 coins were, as yet, unutilized. At this moment, Aichi presented the third set of Aztec coins, their surfaces gleaming with brilliance. He proceeded to elucidate the usage of these coins to Pemo, detailing both the method of activation and the advantages and disadvantages of becoming undead. After all, should Pemo utilize them and later be photographed by the media in his undead form, it could pose significant complications. Therefore, Aichi ensured he conveyed all necessary cautions. Subsequently, Aichi conducted a demonstration with his formidable bodyguard. The bodyguard took one of the Aztec coins, and Aichi summoned a magical sword, piercing through the bodyguard to substantiate the effectiveness of the undying form. The bodyguard endured this with a heavy heart. Though he would not perish, the pain was undeniably real. Upon witnessing the efficacy of the Aztec gold, Pemo's confidence surged significantly. Were it not for the fact that his bodyguard had been under his watchful eye since childhood, Pemo might have been tempted to thrust a few blades to test his resolve. This newfound assurance bolstered Pemo's determination to collaborate with Aichi. Moreover, Pemo had resolved that, in addition to himself, he would ensure that several of his most trusted bodyguards attained immortality, thereby securing his own safety. As for the drawback of the undead being unable to relish life, it sufficed to lift the curse during moments of enjoyment. During ordinary times, the curse could be enacted, especially since Aichi had already entrusted him with 20 gold coins and a stone box, granting considerable flexibility. Aichi felt considerably relieved, knowing that the undead state would not be susceptible to the infection of the revenants, alleviating concerns about the potential of Pemo falling under the control of the Blood Ancestor. Should Pemo, despite thorough preparations, still be ensnared by the Blood Ancestor, it would signify that he was unworthy of Aichi's assistance, leading Aichi to abandon their collaboration and seek new partners. In a pleasant atmosphere, Aichi and Pemo finalized their partnership and devised plans to confront the Blood Ancestor. The commotion downstairs had subsided. Fate, battered and bruised, ascended, having endured several gunshot wounds. Fortunately, as a being of the undead, he faced no significant danger. Though the pain was inescapable, Daki successfully reached the computer center and began the process of restoring the network. Under Aichi's guidance, as the network began to stabilize, he issued a public announcement across the web. Cumlin, he is in New York. Come to New York to find me. I can assist you, accompanied by contact information. It was certain that upon seeing this message, Cumlin would hasten to respond. After the initial arrangements were concluded, Aichi returned to Pemo's pawn shop with the two individuals to reunite with the others. Strack had still not uncovered any leads on the Blood Ancestor, while Ephraim had nearly confirmed that his ex-wife had been transformed into a revenant. He then commenced research with Nora aimed at developing strategies to counter the revenants. Reflecting on the original narrative, Aichi assigned tasks to the group. First, addressing Strack, Aichi said, "Professor Strack, when confronting an unknown adversary, intelligence is paramount. Although you possess decades of experience battling the Blood Ancestor and his minions, there remain many critical aspects you have yet to grasp. At the very least, you are not yet aware that the Blood Ancestor can exchange bodies. Thus, merely eliminating this vessel is insufficient. While we await our next ally, Cumlin, your priority should not be to seek out the Blood Ancestor, but to uncover vital intelligence." Fortuitously, there exists a tome nearly 2 millennia old, chronicling the ancient studies on revenants and their successful encounters with one of the 7 progenitors. The content of this book is precisely what you need at this moment. The book is titled The Fallen Light, also translated as The Suppression of Holy Light. I wonder if it still resonates with you. In those years when you sought this book in a monastery in Austria, the entire church was annihilated by revenants, and only a small boy was saved by you. This individual is Radiard de Frenescu, who deceived you at that time. The tome Fallen Light was not incinerated but rather concealed by him. It remains in his possession to this day, and your foremost task is to locate this book. As he spoke, Aichi produced a compass, a replica of the Wish Compass. Utilizing the tracking techniques from the world of ancient scrolls, Aichi effortlessly adjusted the Wish Compass to point towards Fallen Light. After all, this book was devoid of magical protection, making it relatively easy to find. In fact, uncovering the Blood Ancestor with the Wish Compass should not prove difficult. However, eliminating the Blood Ancestor prematurely would not serve Aichi's interests well. With numerous plans ahead, Aichi resolved to allow the Blood Ancestor to linger a while longer. He cast a spell to temporarily lock the Wish Compass, ensuring it would solely direct him to Fallen Light, thereby preventing the old professor from recklessly confronting the Blood Ancestor. Once Professors Strachey and Fate set forth with the compass to search for Fallen Light, Aichi assigned tasks to the remaining individuals, Ephraim, Nora, and Dazi. According to the original narrative, the ancestor possessed the ability to communicate with his subordinates through electromagnetic waves, using these signals to control the revenants of the same bloodline. Furthermore, he could emit specific frequency signals to temporarily incapacitate those around him, as he had done aboard the plane en route to New York, rendering all passengers immobile. If one could decipher the signals employed by the ancestor, it would be possible to develop counterfrequencies to disrupt his control over the revenants, potentially leaving them in a state of rigidity. Should the signal be sufficiently potent, it could even incapacitate the blood ancestor himself, significantly easing the difficulty of either eliminating or capturing him. To study the signals emitted by the blood ancestor, original signal data is essential. Fortunately, upon arriving in New York, the ancestor had paralyzed everyone on the plane, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that all signals would be recorded by the aircraft's black box. By acquiring this black box, samples of the blood ancestor's signals could be obtained, facilitating further research and development. After conveying this information to Ephraim at great speed, their interest was piqued, for this could prove a formidable weapon against the revenants. The group set off to locate the black box, taking along the long-absent Jim. Jim's affliction had yet to be fully resolved. Aichi needed to wait for Quanlin's arrival to utilize his blood as a sample for the targeted development of an antidote. With everyone preoccupied with their respective tasks, only Aichi remained with Nora's mother, who was suffering from dementia, and the mischievous child Zack, to keep watch. Aichi remained composed, for his plans were already set in motion. In the days that followed, apart from awaiting news, he diligently inspected the dimensional gate crafted by Pamo, applying magic at critical junctures. Additionally, he occasionally conferred with Pamo regarding deeper collaborative ventures. Pamo had ceased his support for the blood ancestor, who remained blissfully unaware of this shift. For enigmatic reasons, the revenant could no longer traverse flowing waters without human assistance. The blood ancestor had entered New York concealed within a wooden coffin, allowing unsuspecting humans to transport him. Now, deprived of Pamo's financial backing, any endeavors the blood ancestor sought to undertake faced considerable obstacles. Even the simplest act of fleeing New York had become cumbersome. Meanwhile, Aichi, equipped with the wish compass, found it effortless to pursue targets with ample information, leaving him in a state of tranquility. In less than 5 days, several matters he awaited began to unfold. The first tidings came from Ephraim and his companions. With the assistance of the elder Pamo, they successfully acquired the airplane's black box. True to his status as a magnate, Pamo's influence made this seemingly trivial task a mere formality. Subsequently, the two biologists and a computer expert commenced their examination of the signal transmitter, spending the days dissecting the revenant's brain, which made Aichi, the mage, reluctant to approach their quarters. Next were Strachey and Fate, armed with the wish compass. They ought to have advanced the quickest. However, while the compass indicated a general direction, they still needed to locate a specific position. In the labyrinthine expanse of New York City, tracking down a reclusive individual proved to be quite the challenge. Moreover, with the police now mobilizing, they had to evade law enforcement. After pinpointing the location twice, they finally breached the residence and secured the fallen light. In a moment of unrestrained excitement, Strachey eagerly began to read the tome upon seeing it, only to be struck down from behind by the house's owner, Radiard, who then fled with the book. The two managed to use the compass to track Radiard down and reclaim the book before he could sell it. Thus, after some convolutions, nearly 5 days elapsed. As for how Strachey and Fate dealt with Radiard after acquiring the book, out of spite, they initially concealed it and later disregarded human safety in their attempts to sell it. Ephraim, wary of potential repercussions for young Zack, forbade Strachey from discussing it. The third piece of news was the arrival of Quinlan. Within a day of the network gradually resuming, Quinlan contacted Aichi using the phone number left by Dachi. Upon confirming Quinlan's information, Aichi provided a contact address, not the current stronghold, to prevent any potential leaks, and specified that Quinlan should arrive during daylight, as only the semi-revenant could navigate under the sun, while full revenants could not. Upon learning of the blood ancestor's existence, Quinlan, who has fought tirelessly for over 2 millennia to vanquish this foe, was filled with an overwhelming sense of urgency. Hence, he hastened to New York, arriving ahead of schedule. Quinlan and Aichi reached an agreement over the phone, despite Quinlan's upbringing under his adoptive mother's teachings, which suggested that his own demise would follow the blood ancestor's death. Aichi outright refuted this notion. He reasoned that in the original narrative, the revenants persisted even after the blood ancestor's fall, merely devoid of leadership and thus not vanishing entirely. Consequently, Aichi proposed that Kunlun serve as his subordinate following the resolution of the ancestor issue. Otherwise, he would refrain from aiding Kunlun in his endeavors to eradicate the blood ancestor. Kunlun was prepared to sacrifice anything, including his allegiance, and thus they reached a verbal accord. On the day Kunlun and Aichi were to meet, they fortuitously crossed paths with Stragi, who had just returned with the fallen light. Aichi took the opportunity to assemble the main team and introduce the book and Kunlun to them. Despite the initial chaotic reception, with some members nearly resorting to violence due to Kunlun's resemblance to a revenant, albeit with a more striking visage, they ultimately placed their trust in him, thanks to Aichi's assurances. The ordinary revenants were entirely controlled by parasitic organisms, which elucidated how the blood ancestor wielded control over them. To dominate the parasites was to dominate the revenants. However, Kunlun was devoid of any parasites within him. While he too relied on blood for sustenance, the absence of parasites indicated a lack of infectiousness, rendering him relatively harmless. Aichi elaborated on the origins of the fallen light, noting that Kunlun, having lived for over 2 millennia, was well-versed in a multitude of languages from various epochs around the globe, and could assist in translation to uncover the blood ancestor's vulnerabilities. Aichi further divulged the secrets concealed within the fallen light. Ancient peoples, in a bid to prevent the Blood Clan from acquiring the book's contents, crafted its cover from silver to thwart the touch of revenants, and inscribed hidden key information with a unique potion. The fallen light primarily contained esoteric knowledge and legends, while the true secrets regarding revenants were documented in invisible ink that only revealed itself under ultraviolet light, thus eliminating the possibility of being read by revenants. The group promptly employed an ultraviolet lamp to illuminate the pages, beginning to document the hidden content. It was revealed that the Egyptians had once dealt with one of the 7 primordial revenants. They had encircled the ancestor with a multitude of soldiers and confined it within a coffin made of lead and silver. Evidently, the silver inflicted harm upon the ancestor's form, while the lead obstructed the electromagnetic signals it emitted. Thus, the ancestor was unable to breach the silver coffin or communicate with the revenants outside, rendering it securely trapped and incapable of bodily relocation. Consequently, as long as the ancestor could not command the revenants, they would remain as bloodthirsty beasts, devoid of organization or strategy, making them easier to eliminate. Aichi also informed the team that the true form of the ancestors was a large red parasite. Should this red parasite relocate, the ancestor would acquire a new corporeal vessel. Even if there lies an opportunity to vanquish the blood ancestor, it is imperative to ensure the eradication of the crimson parasite residing within, for only then can one claim to have truly obliterated the blood ancestor. This is to preclude a recurrence of the original narrative, wherein the progenitor narrowly escaped. I am not inclined to enter into a contractual agreement, yet I wish to keep you all apprised. I was previously notified by the editor regarding a contract, and though I had prepared the necessary documents, after much contemplation, I have chosen not to submit them. Commencing my doctoral studies in April, I anticipate a significant increase in my commitments, and I do not harbor expectations of earning from my writing, for my prose is rather average. Thus, I have resolved against signing the contract, as it would engender pressure and detract from the joy of creation. Having published for merely over half a month, I am already content with the 300+ readers who have favored my work. As long as there are still readers engaged and casting their votes of recommendation, I shall continue to write, providing this entertainment free of charge, allowing everyone to derive joy from it. After all, it remains free, and my writing has never been toxic. Thus, even with my modest skills, no one truly feels at a loss, as it requires no financial investment. If my readers are happy, then I too shall find happiness. Receiving the notice of a potential contract is indeed a recognition from the editor, and I apologize for any inconvenience caused. I wonder if I have inadvertently offended them, haha. In essence, this work is not unworthy of a contract, but rather I have chosen not to pursue one. Although I may lack internal recommendations, I am genuinely satisfied with the readership I currently have. As long as readers continue to engage and vote, I shall persist in chronicling Aichi's adventures to their fullest extent. No contract, no monetary gain, yet I still desire those votes of recommendation, as they affirm that you find merit in this narrative. Your acknowledgement serves as my motivation. Please feel free to share any suggestions in the review section, and I thank you once again. Chapter 038. Confronting the Blood Ancestor and the Scheme for Money. A few days later, everyone's arrangements and preparations were completed smoothly. Ephraim and his companions successfully developed a signal generator capable of incapacitating all revenants within a radius of several dozen meters. The coffin, crafted from silver and lead, was also ready. With the assistance of researchers from Pamo, who were in contact with Aichi, Strachey and a few others succeeded in producing a substantial quantity of stable silver powder bombs and ultraviolet emitters. Quanlan was fully equipped with an array of weaponry, including knives and firearms. Originally, the Blood Ancestor was merely a minor character, lacking formidable combat prowess, akin to a mid-level antagonist in a horror film. Aichi believed it would be unjust not to triumph over such an adversary. Moreover, Aichi borrowed several well-trained bodyguards from Pemo, bringing the total of the main team to 30 individuals, each armed with an Aztec coin, temporarily transforming them into undead beings. Thus, with 30 fully armed individuals, alongside the powerful mage Aichi and the half-revenant warrior Quanlan, equipped with a plethora of specialized weapons and in a state of invincibility, the odds of victory were decidedly in their favor. The recent battle was deliberately scheduled for daylight. Utilizing the wish compass to ascertain that the Blood Ancestor was concealed within the damp, shadowy labyrinth of underground sewers, a veritable haven for such a sinister entity. Consequently, Aichi and his companions pried open every manhole cover in the vicinity, allowing sunlight to penetrate and thwart the Blood Ancestor's ability to swiftly summon his revenants. Thus began their relentless pursuit of the Blood Ancestor. With an air of disdain for humanity, the Blood Ancestor had long regarded his position as secure, neglecting to contact Pemo on a daily basis. He only summoned Essos when he found it necessary, viewing Pemo as a mere pawn at his beck and call. Unbeknownst to the Blood Ancestor, Pemo had betrayed him, leaving him utterly unprepared for the impending confrontation. As the situation unfolded, the Blood Ancestor found himself beleaguered. Aichi, disinclined to engage directly due to the overwhelming stench of the sewers, was only motivated by the goal of exterminating the Blood Ancestor. Lacking any other compelling interest in the mission, as per his usual practice, he summoned ice, fire, and wind spirits, along with advanced zombies. While dispatching 4 dwarven mechanical orbs and 4 dwarven spiders, he chose to remain above ground, opting not to involve himself in the subterranean skirmish. Though numerous revenants roamed the sewers, they were no match for a few silver powder grenades and an array of ultraviolet emitters. In the beginning, the Blood Ancestor managed to evade his pursuers, relying on his speed to engage them in combat, even executing several successful strikes. However, his adversaries, now in a state of undeath, remained impervious to his assaults, rendering his efforts futile. As he gradually realized he had fallen into a trap, he found himself significantly fatigued and severely injured by silver and ultraviolet rays. In a desperate bid, he even traversed the sunlight streaming through the drainage outlet, sustaining further harm. Regrettably, Aichi had loaned the wish compass to Stalaki, ensuring that wherever the Blood Ancestor fled, his pursuers would follow, leaving him with no escape route. Ultimately, the Blood Ancestor was thoroughly exhausted and incapacitated, confined within a silver coffin. Essos was slain during the fray, and even the revenant of Ephraim's ex-wife, Kelly, met her demise. The group transported the silver coffin to the old professor's pawnshop, where they created a small aperture beside it, inserting an ultraviolet lamp that continued to illuminate the interior until the Blood Ancestor could no longer emit a sound. Only then did they finally open it. Inside, the Blood Ancestor was nearly charred to a husk by the ultraviolet rays, prompting the group to begin a meticulous dissection until they discovered the last surviving red parasite. Upon exterminating this parasite, the Blood Ancestor was ultimately declared eradicated. With the Blood Ancestor's demise, the revenants became disoriented and aimless, reduced to primal instincts. As the network resumed, the public became aware of the revenants' existence, leading to a collaborative effort between military and police forces across various locales to address the situation with relative ease. However, resolving the issue with the Blood Ancestor does not signify the conclusion of the matter. There remains a pivotal concern regarding the other ancestors. The Resurrection Corps comprises 7 ancestors, 3 of whom are located in the Eurasian and African regions, with 1 seemingly confined within a pyramid, and 3 in the Americas, currently situated in New York, while the 7th is the Blood Ancestor. Within a certain range, these ancestors are capable of sharing thoughts. Ordinarily, the Blood Ancestor possesses the ability to separate his thoughts. Yet when injured, he struggles to maintain control. The 3 ancestors in the Americas have undoubtedly witnessed the process of the Blood Ancestor's demise through his eyes. This implies that 3 entities, having lived for millennia, with boundless resources and influence spanning the entirety of the Americas, are now aware that a group knows how to slay them. What actions might they undertake in response? Aichi promptly conveyed this information to the protagonist team, which was corroborated by Kunlun. Having avenged his great grievance, Kunlun felt an indescribable sense of relief and consented to assist Aichi. The protagonist team realized that they were likely at risk of being silenced by the other ancestors, prompting them to seek protection from Aichi. This was precisely why Aichi felt confident in swiftly recruiting a few individuals. Remaining behind would leave them in peril, while aligning with him would ensure their safety. Fortunately, at this juncture, the dimensional gate had been completed, allowing Aichi to escort these individuals back to the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, where he promptly initiated a series of arrangements. Aichi, through Pamo, procured a substantial quantity of infrastructure goods and commenced trade between the two realms, efficiently utilizing modern materials to develop the Pioneer Fortress. Concurrently, Aichi assigned Kunlun a crucial task. Although the book Fallen Light was no longer of use to him, it held immense significance for the ancestors. Aichi instructed Kunlun to leverage the book and the methods of slaying the blood ancestor as bargaining chips, demanding payment for the book and a silencing fee from the three major ancestors. Should they refuse to comply, he would publish the contents of Fallen Light and the methods to kill the ancestors online, simultaneously revealing the existence of the three ancestors, thereby threatening their survival. While the ancestors harbored intentions of eliminating potential threats, only Kunlun was willing to take action. Among the remaining individuals, Pamo was well guarded, and the protagonist team had already transitioned to the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, leaving the ancestors feeling powerless despite their intent. In the original narrative, the ancestors financed the acquisition of Fallen Light for over $300 million in gold. This occurred during a time when preparations were still insufficient. Aichi informed Kunlun to directly demand $10 billion in gold, with a minimum negotiation of $5 billion. After several days of mutual negotiations and Aichi's persistent threats, daily leaking excerpts from Fallen Light online, the ancestors reluctantly relinquished $8 billion in gold to redeem Fallen Light and secured Aichi's promise not to disclose the method of slaying the blood ancestor. Thus, Aichi joyfully acquired $800 million worth of gold. With newfound wealth and the modern incarnation of Aichi, he was finally poised to embark on his grand endeavors. Chapter 039, Modern Development. By the end of October 298, after receiving the extorted gold from the three ancestral spirits of the undead, Aichi commenced extensive construction efforts upon his return to the realm of A Song of Ice and Fire. Since early October, he had initiated a large-scale modernization project. Through the vampire world Pamo, Aichi procured a vast array of materials and machinery, and employed a considerable number of workers to expedite his journey toward modernity. In recent days, the inhabitants of Pioneer Fort have been astounded, witnessing throngs of workers operating colossal, unfamiliar machines that functioned without human or animal labor, continuously excavating and constructing throughout the various sectors of the fort. Aichi generously dispensed funds to hire local residents, understanding that the prosperity of the city necessitated providing its citizens with swift income and stable employment. Consequently, he contracted various minor tasks to the local populace and the itinerants, such as transporting excavated earth out of the city, predominantly executed by Aichi's hired hands using trucks, with a smaller fraction managed by the residents, and designating locations for tree planting and flower cultivation along the streets. Thanks to Aichi's munificence and reasonable wages, the happiness of the city's residents surged, enabling them to purchase an array of goods. Simultaneously, Aichi gradually introduced a diverse assortment of products into the city's shops, allowing him to recoup much of the money spent as residents shopped. Thus, he rapidly facilitated the city's prosperity with minimal expenditure. Within a remarkably short period, Aichi completed the asphalt paving of the main roads, an endeavor quicker and more economical than concrete, and began recruiting a multitude of local workers, training them as construction laborers. While skilled construction workers may be challenging to train, teaching the use of cement and bricklaying proved quite manageable. Aichi commenced the expansion of Pioneer Fort with a significant workforce, employing large-scale machinery for the construction of the primary roads and city walls, thereby enhancing efficiency. He also engaged modern professional designers to plan the entire city and consulted with Kunlun. Notably, Kunlun, having lived for over 2 millennia, had witnessed the grandeur of many historical metropolises, including the zenith of iconic cities like Constantinople and Baghdad, thus possessing unique insights into urban construction. Aichi envisioned a city that harmoniously blended modernity with ancient aesthetics, ensuring the establishment of the finest water supply and sewage systems. He even identified potential sites for future reservoirs. Aichi had no intention of allowing his city to resemble other medieval towns, where the refuse of the common folk was carelessly piled in the streets, resulting in foul odors and unsanitary conditions. Aichi has even established a city management force and constructed numerous public spaces. Anyone caught relieving themselves in public is apprehended and made to repair the city walls for 10 days. Thus, It can be said that Pioneer Fortress is the cleanest city in all of Essos. Aichi has also partnered with Pamir to commence the construction of a power plant. With the advent of modern technology, how could there be a lack of electricity? Aichi plans to first establish a thermal power plant. And as electricity becomes more widespread and the number of factories he constructs increases, he will augment the number of power plants accordingly. Even before the power plant is completed, Aichi can hardly contain his eagerness to install lighting within his palace, resorting to a generator for power, as he is indifferent to the cost of fuel. The individuals Aichi employs through Pamir are meticulously selected by Pamir himself, for upon learning that Aichi could traverse dimensions, he recognized the advantages of monopolizing trade and eagerly awaited the profits. Naturally, Pamir would not share this lucrative route with any other factions. He is aware that only by aligning closely with Aichi can he reap financial rewards, as only Aichi or mages granted permission by him can open dimensional portals. Furthermore, activating these portals requires a substantial quantity of soul stones. Originally, soul stones are precious alchemical materials, imbued with energy from the souls they contain. Once depleted, they shatter into dust. Only the Azure Star can be reused repeatedly. After Aichi and the mages of Winterhold acquired the Azure Star, they diligently researched and reverse-engineered the technology, ultimately succeeding in creating reusable soul stones, thus reducing costs. Aichi also negotiated with Pamir to establish breeding farms in the modern dimension, employing soul-trapping spells during slaughter to collect animal souls into the soul stones, thereby increasing his soul stone production. Aside from those hired in the Blood Clan dimension, Aichi has also accommodated the protagonist team that followed him. It is worth mentioning that after obtaining Kunlun's blood, Aichi successfully developed a potion to combat the parasitic infection of the resurrected corpses, resolving Jim's issue and reclaiming a set of 12 Aztec coins. Now, Aichi retains only a set of 20 Aztec coins in Pamir's possession, having retrieved the remainder. Ephraim and Nora have been tasked by Aichi to establish the first pharmaceutical factory under his command at Pioneer Fortress. Both are professional biologists, and Aichi has entrusted them with the research of rapidly increasing herb yields and integrating modern knowledge and technology into potion making. The production of potions requires magic only in certain critical steps. In fact, some lower-tier potions require merely magical materials, with the manufacturing process itself devoid of magic. Therefore, steps such as extraction, fusion, refinement, grinding, and brewing, which do not necessitate magic, can essentially be accomplished within a modernized pharmaceutical workshop. Aki arranged for 2 individuals to establish a pharmaceutical factory, setting up a production line for drug manufacturing, with machinery procured from the modern realm. It is believed that soon, Aki's potion production speed will significantly increase. Upon returning, Aki disclosed the formula for the blood serum to Pamo, who collaborated with Aki to establish a new pharmaceutical company in the vampire realm. The majority of the produced blood serum was purchased by Aki at cost price for strategic reserves, while the remainder was sold by Pamo at exorbitant prices in the vampire realm. The blood serum could swiftly heal wounds in critical moments and alleviate internal organ failure for a certain period, leading to a surge of interest from wealthy patrons, resulting in substantial profits for both Pamo and Aki. Furthermore, with the gold received from the progenitor of the resurrected corpses, Aki felt no remorse in heavily investing in the construction of Pioneer Fortress. The feeling of affluence was indeed delightful. Aki commenced purchasing modern weaponry and production lines through Pamo, anticipating a future where targets would be lined up for execution. Daki, a hacker favored by Aki, was entrusted with responsibilities for equipping offices and the military, even in the absence of a network, as Aki had begun acquiring a plethora of electrical appliances. After fulfilling his aspirations, the old Professor Strack desired a quieter life, prompting Aki to assign him an educational position, overseeing the forthcoming compulsory education initiative. Jim, having previously served as an official in the health department, encountered no difficulties assisting Aki with administrative matters. As for Feet, Aki established a dedicated extermination department for him, merely as a gesture of goodwill. Lastly, Kunlun was appointed by Aki as a war advisor and one of the generals of the guard, his experience, skills, and background being precisely what Aki required. While Aki was fervently engaged in foundational construction, the situation in Westeros was undergoing a dramatic transformation. Chapter 40. Investment Conference. While Aki was passionately pursuing modernization, Westeros was in turmoil. Recently, under the influence of Baelish, Catelyn mistakenly believed Tyrion to be the perpetrator behind Bran's injury, leading to his arrest during their return journey from King's Landing. Ned Stark was wounded by the Queen's brother, with Jaime fleeing the scene. Ned's investigation was inching closer to the truth, causing increasing anxiety for Cersei. According to Aki's plan, he did not intend to intervene in the near future, focusing solely on development. It was now November of 298, indicating that King Robert's demise was imminent, after which the grand drama of Westeros would unfold. By 299, the Red Comet would appear, heralding the hatching of Aki's dragons. Unlike the original narrative where Daenerys endured a prolonged wait for her dragons to hatch after visiting Qarth and subsequently acquiring the Unsullied, Aki planned to procure the Unsullied directly. It is worth noting that the plot of the television adaptation diverges significantly from the original work, particularly regarding Daenerys' storyline in Qarth. According to Aichi's observations during this period, the world largely adheres to the narrative established by the television series, with a few exceptions where certain plot lines align more closely with the original literary works. Aichi currently possesses considerable wealth and has initiated the establishment of a mint. Among the most lucrative enterprises in the realm is the minting of currency. Although Aichi has refrained from issuing paper money, despite its potential for greater profit, both the economic and political climates have not yet reached a level conducive to universal acceptance of such currency by all factions. To implement it rashly would be counterproductive. Aichi imported a significant number of stamping machines from the vampire world, transforming them into coin minting machinery. In the Middle Ages, currency was handcrafted, resulting in coins that often lacked uniformity in shape and clarity of design, an inevitable consequence of manual production. The transition to mechanical stamping rectifies this issue, ensuring each coin is of identical size, regular shape, and distinct engraving. Consequently, upon issuance, Aichi's coins quickly gained favor in the market. This illustrates the advantage of minting gold and silver coins, as their intrinsic value requires no further endorsement of Aichi's credibility. It is only after achieving unification that Aichi intends to introduce paper currency. The design on Aichi's gold coins features his own family crest. In the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, every noble family boasts a unique sigil, and the merchandise related to these crests sold remarkably well in Aichi's past life. In this incarnation, seeking simplicity and leveraging his identity as a Targaryen, Aichi adopted the emblem from the Elder Scrolls V game, an image of a soaring dragon, as his family crest. Following his engagement to Daenerys, Aichi modified the crest to incorporate a three-headed dragon, in homage to House Targaryen's own sigil, which deeply moved Daenerys. Historically, the Wars of the Roses culminated in the establishment of the Tudor dynasty, which saw the marriage of Elizabeth, merging the white rose of York with the red rose of Lancaster into a bicolored rose, thereby fostering a sense of unity between the two factions. Aichi's alteration of his crest serves a similar purpose, symbolizing the merger of their houses. Albeit Daenerys' brother remains, the Targaryen family is still intact, but he is splendidly overlooked. Simultaneously, Aichi is reaching out to the slave masters of Astapor and contacting the major powers of the 9 free cities, preparing to convene an investment conference at Dragonstone. Aichi's current strategy in Essos primarily focuses on the free trade cities and the Bay of Slaves. While operations in the Bay of Slaves have yet to commence, Aichi does not intend to conquer the trade cities by force. The lifeblood of these cities lies within the merchants, and having gained access to a plethora of goods from the modern realm, even the once mighty Caribbean world is poised to succumb to market saturation, let alone a few trade cities. Once Aichi establishes control over the economic lifelines of all cities, will not the 9 cities bow in submission? Aki issued a notice, inviting all commercial entities from the 9 major trade cities, including the Iron Bank of Bravos and the Alchemists of Lys, as well as extending an invitation to the elusive organization known as the Faceless Men, though it remains uncertain whether they will attend. While awaiting the arrival of representatives from various factions, Aki engaged in extensive procurement within the modern realm, stockpiling goods in anticipation of the forthcoming trade conference. As the time for the conference approached, numerous influential figures, including the governor of Illyria, either personally attended or sent representatives to the venue, where Aki and Paimo presided over the proceedings. Utilizing Paimo's extensive trade network within the vampire world, a significant quantity of sought-after commodities was amassed in a short span, far surpassing the production capabilities of the medieval era. All commercial entities suddenly recognized that within the conference hall, the offerings were unparalleled. What one possessed was inferior to another's, and all goods were available in abundant quantities, rendering competition utterly futile. Pentos produced vast quantities of dairy products and wine, while Aki's cheese was stacked high. The production of blended spirits in the modern realm was astonishingly simple. Coer supplied steel, and Lys was known for exquisite textiles. Yet the output of steel from modern smelting furnaces exceeded 1,000 tons per day, with mechanized weaving operating around the clock. Mill focused on glass products, with modern glass having diminished significantly in value. Each trade city discerned that the goods before them were not only superior, but also more affordable than their own offerings, including items they could not even produce. Faced with such a dilemma, they had two options. The first was to refrain from purchasing, allowing others to acquire the goods at lower prices, subsequently competing with higher quality and lower costs, leading to their own financial losses as their previous stock became unsellable. The second option was to pool resources to purchase the goods at a higher price and resell them, ensuring these products did not flood the market at low prices, thus preserving the value of their own offerings. The majority of merchants chose to invest heavily in Aki's goods, collaborating with fellow traders to gather sufficient funds, if necessary. They sought loans from the lenders present. Aki had previously notified the Iron Bank and reached an agreement with them, as the bank was only interested in profit and was eager to participate when presented with lucrative opportunities. Aki, not wishing to allow the Iron Bank to monopolize the profits, established his own bank to engage in lending as well. The reason Aki shared profits with the Iron Bank was due to its substantial wealth accumulated over centuries. He had no intention of opposing them in the immediate future, as doing so could lead to significant complications if the bank chose to invest in his adversaries. Thus, Aki maintained a beneficial relationship with Bravos by sharing profits with the Iron Bank. However, the future dynamics may shift once Aki's influence grows stronger. Chapter 041. The purchase of the unsullied. Aki and Pentos amassed a fortune at the trade conference, yet their ambitions remained insatiable. Aki and Pentos have devised a plan to acquire raw materials across various realms, process them into products, and subsequently sell them back to these realms, ensuring a continuous stream of income. Aki feels that the time for recuperation has been sufficiently prolonged, and the weapons procured from Pentos are more than adequate for several vigorous battles. Currently, in Westeros, the recent death of King Robert and the arrest of Ned Stark signal an imminent uprising, as Robb and his brothers are poised to rebel. Consequently, regardless of the disturbances Aki may cause in Essos, Westeros will be preoccupied with its own turmoil. Aki has dispatched envoys to the slave-trading city of Astapor, expressing a desire to purchase a substantial number of Unsullied. The Unsullied are eunuch slave warriors, rigorously trained from a young age in Astapor, characterized by their unwavering obedience and fearlessness in the face of battle. In the free city-states, they are widely employed as guards. They are sold in batches of 100 or 1,000 and are exemplary guardians, devoid of the inclination to steal, since slaves possess no private property, or to commit acts of violence, as their tools of crime have been confiscated. The slave masters of Astapor, known as the Good Masters, ironically treat their slaves with the utmost cruelty, as evidenced by their methods of training the Unsullied. The Good Masters are optimistic about this transaction, confident in the superiority of their Unsullied, who are frequently sought after by the free cities that oppose slavery. Furthermore, Aki's burgeoning reputation in trade has reached even the farthest corners of Slaver Bay, where news of a new 10th trading city beyond the 9 free cities has begun to circulate. The Good Masters, aware of Aki's wealth, understand that even if he does not personally come to make a purchase, they will soon be compelled to market the Unsullied to him, blinded by their greed. The Good Masters fail to comprehend Aki's ulterior motives. While Aki indeed values a force that obeys commands without question, his own military has been trained in modern techniques, and with the resources he is willing to invest, they would not be outmatched in combat. Moreover, equipped with a substantial arsenal of firearms, Aki is confident that a barrage from heavy artillery would disrupt the formation of the Unsullied. Those familiar with the original narrative are aware that Aki never intended to carry out the transaction in a straightforward manner. He plans to emulate Daenerys' original strategy, successfully engaging in a form of black market dealings to not only acquire the Unsullied, but also seize control of the entire city of Astapor. The actual process closely mirrors that of the television adaptation, albeit with the Good Masters drawn to Aki's affluence, behaving with courtesy rather than the unreasonable demeanor depicted in the show, leaving Aki somewhat embarrassed to confront them. During the negotiations, Aki purchases all 8,000 Unsullied, in addition to nearly 2,000 in training. The transaction does not involve dragons, since they have yet to hatch and the Red Comet has not appeared, but is conducted with a substantial amount of gold. Aki teleports directly to the vicinity of Astapor, accompanied only by an honor guard, deliberately not bringing a large army to further disarm the Good Master's suspicions. Who knows that Aki, accompanied solely by an honor guard, is scheming to seize their city? The benevolent lords believe Aichi comes with the utmost sincerity, as he arrives with a small entourage and not only appears in person but also brings along his fiancée, Daenerys, who would bring their spouse to battle. Thus, the lords harbor no suspicions regarding Aichi's intentions. Unbeknownst to them, the hundreds of guards and soldiers escorting the gold are all elite troops, meticulously trained, each armed with firearms, objects the lords do not recognize as weapons, alongside grenades at their waists. Furthermore, Aichi's private carriage conceals several machine guns and small cannons. Prior to departure, every individual was given an Aztec gold coin. Aichi, ever the strategist, understands the unpredictability of human nature and prepares accordingly, even if his plan to subdue the Unsullied fails. The hundreds of armed undead he commands will not fear the Unsullied before them. It can be said that Aichi could conquer Astapor solely through brute force, yet, for the sake of future stability, he intends to secure victory through the liberation of slaves. Beyond economic motives, Aichi is well versed in the fundamental principles of politics and warfare, uniting the majority while striking down a minority. The slave owners represent the minority Aichi seeks to confront. While the vast number of slaves and common folk embody the majority he aims to unite. This approach not only garners public support, but also aligns him with a noble cause, as maintaining a good reputation is of paramount importance. The 9 trading city-states stand against slavery. Initially, slavery was legal in Pentos, but it was swiftly abolished after Bravos and several other anti-slavery cities used this as a pretext to suppress Pentos, which not only abolished slavery but also faced restrictions on its military capabilities. This clearly illustrates the advantages of possessing a righteous rationale. In truth, the other trading city-states did not strike against Pentos out of a desire to liberate slaves. Their aim was to curtail Pentos' development. However, having a commendable cause provided them with a legitimate justification, allowing those cities to reap both prestige and profit. Aichi plans to completely dominate the region of Slavers Bay under the banner of slave liberation. From this stronghold, he will commence military operations across the entire realm of A Song of Ice and Fire. As the Lord's representatives joyfully accepted the gold and presented Aichi with the whip symbolizing ownership over the Unsullied, Aichi, seizing the moment while they counted their gold, handed the whip to Daenerys. Aichi had long conferred with Daenerys, deciding that the proclamation of slave liberation would be announced by her. Daenerys possesses too few aides within Aichi's sphere, while typical rulers may prefer to surround themselves with lesser figures to avoid challenges to their authority. Aichi believes his prestige will remain unchallenged. Thus, as the future queen, Daenerys must possess a formidable support base. Her brother is, quite frankly, ineffectual. It is a blessing that he does not hinder her progress. What remains aligned with Daenerys is Jorah Mormont. Thus, Aichi must assist Daenerys in establishing her own faction. Each time Aichi traverses other realms, his subordinates engage in a precarious majority rule system, with the only one possessing sufficient authority being the vampiress Serana. However, Serana remains Aiki's subordinate and future vassal, rendering her position somewhat tenuous. Following Aichi and Daenerys' wedding, it would be prudent for Daenerys to exercise power in Aiki's absence. Hence, Aichi has been diligently nurturing Daenerys' political acumen, and he has afforded her the opportunity to subdue the Unsullied. Upon taking the reins, much like in the television series, Daenerys rallied the Unsullied to slay their masters. The benevolent masters were caught off guard by Aiki's sudden change of heart, and they certainly did not anticipate that the meticulously trained Unsullied would, after a brief moment of hesitation, commence their assault on the very masters who had enslaved them. This time, without a dragon to incinerate the leaders of the benevolent, Aichi opted instead to unleash a dragon's roar that extinguished his wicked life. Thus, the gold that Aichi had once possessed returned to his grasp, and he, alongside Daenerys and the newly acquired Unsullied, boldly claimed Astapor. Chapter 42. Governance of Astapor. Having seized Astapor, Aiki's next course of action is to commence its governance. Unlike the original series, where Daenerys never perceived Essos as her home, thus lacking the patience to administer her base, not to mention her political ineptitude in the original work, Aichi views this city as a legitimate territory he shall never relinquish. In the original narrative, upon her departure, Daenerys selected 3 individuals to form a council to manage the city, only for a butcher to usurp power, slaying the council members and subsequently opposing Daenerys after a failed marriage proposal, rendering the city utterly counterproductive. Aichi, in contrast, recognizes the importance of this city as a true domain. According to Aiki's perspective, political maneuvering necessitates garnering the support of the majority while suppressing a minority. In the current context, the majority he aims to unite consists of numerous slaves and commoners, while the minority to be subdued comprises the slave masters. However, the balance between appeasement and suppression must be astutely managed. Iki has never believed that oppressive force is the optimal solution. Throughout history, tyrants have rarely triumphed. A ruler must exhibit firmness, yet possess sufficient strength and a solid foundation of public support, akin to Emperor Wu of Han or Emperor Taizong of Tang. An unyielding approach merely leads to chaos, reminiscent of King Zhou and Emperor Yang of Sui, who found themselves overwhelmed by insurrections from all sides. Initially, in combating the slave masters, Iki could indeed annihilate their families and seize their wealth, thereby resolving the issue once and for all while enriching himself from their estates. However, the drawbacks of such actions are glaringly apparent. Should he encounter other slave cities in the future, the masters would exhaust their resources to rally against Iki. Realizing that death is inevitable, they might as well rebel. Aichi firmly believes that the most effective way to eliminate adversaries is to transform them into allies. Therefore, Aichi intends to provide opportunities for friendship while simultaneously applying pressure. However, should they fail to awaken to reason, Aichi will not hesitate to annihilate all enemies with relentless force. Upon assuming control of the city, Aichi promptly declared that all slave trade would be deemed illegal, granting freedom to every enslaved individual. As compensation, each slave owner would receive a proportional share of goods exclusively dealt by Aichi, whose prices were set in collaboration with Pemo, remarkably low by modern standards. Aichi extended purchasing rights for goods to all entities engaged in the slave trade, assisting them in transitioning to the trade of alternative commodities. After all, Aichi would profit regardless of the buyer. Consequently, these groups, whose interests had been compromised, would have the opportunity to align their fortunes with Aichi, rendering previous grievances a mere whisper in the wind. To facilitate a smooth transition for these trading entities, Aichi, in partnership with the Iron Bank, offered loans, yielding profit while garnering gratitude. The Iron Bank had previously criticized Daenerys for undermining the slave trade, as many groups held debts with the bank. Thus, Daenerys' actions jeopardized their interests. Aichi, however, was unperturbed by sharing profits with the Iron Bank, eager to gain a financial ally and diminish the ranks of affluent adversaries. After compensating slave owners and trading entities, should any remain obstinate and resist, Aichi would not hesitate to unleash his wrath. Having emerged from the Thieves Guild and having subdued the Dark Brotherhood, Aichi possessed a cadre of proficient informants. Augmented by a plethora of advanced surveillance equipment acquired from the Bloodline Dimension, devices unknown to the medieval populace. Aichi's prowess in uncovering conspiracies was formidable, and soon, they would witness his capabilities firsthand. The second priority was to win over the general populace and the freed slaves, recently granted their freedom. The former slaves reveled in their newfound joy, expressing profound gratitude towards Daenerys and Aichi. Yet, such sentiments were insufficient. In the series, due to Daenerys' administrative challenges, the resettlement of many slaves remained unresolved, resulting in a significant number becoming unemployed drifters, with the strong idling away their days, while the elderly and weak faced starvation. Numerous individuals beseeched Daenerys to sell them back into slavery for the sake of a stable existence. Among the common folk, many felt their previous way of life had been shattered, prompting a clandestine participation in opposition groups, leading to the assassination of the Unsullied aligned with Daenerys. Aichi, being cognizant of these potential issues, would naturally take timely measures to address them. In the resettlement of former slaves, all Unsullied voluntarily pledged allegiance to Daenerys and Aichi, though it remained unclear whether this allegiance stemmed from gratitude or servile obedience. In the hearts of the Unsullied, Daenerys holds a higher rank than Aegon, for it was on that fateful day that Daenerys, wielding a whip, declared her intention to slay her master. Thus, in the eyes of the Unsullied, Daenerys appears more endearing, a sentiment carefully cultivated by Aegon to enhance her authority. Aegon, in collaboration with Pemo, established numerous metal shelters in the city's vacant lots, temporary accommodations akin to those found on construction sites, intended for the use of all slaves. Aegon underscored the notion of rental. Fully aware of the adage that one who receives without labor grows resentful, he was determined to prevent any opportunity for unearned gain. He promised 2 months of rent-free living, after which the occupants would be required to pay rent, with a maximum stay of 2 years, all aimed at swiftly transforming these individuals from slaves into self-sufficient citizens. To facilitate their self-sufficiency, Aegon provided numerous avenues. He dispatched personnel to register all slaves using electronic records, having acquired a substantial number of affordable modern office computers for this purpose. Adhering to the principle of voluntariness, Aegon offered a variety of employment opportunities. Educated slaves, many of whom had been trained as tutors and clerks, were invited to participate in the compulsory primary education established by Aegon. He appointed the venerable Professor Strachey to oversee the educational initiatives. The old professor, having experienced a period of emptiness following the demise of his blood ancestor, eagerly immersed himself in this endeavor, eager to contribute while he still drew breath. Aegon recognized that only through the continuous cultivation of talent could he meet the demands of an ever-accelerating development. The first step Aegon sought to undertake was the establishment of a primary school, with access to cement and modern construction machinery. The task of building a school was well within his grasp. Educated slaves were employed as teachers, and all children were mandated to attend classes. Aegon was willing to invest financially, charging no fees. Should parents fail to ensure their children's attendance, they would face labor reform. Consequently, all eligible children in the city were enrolled in school. Some slaves, not only educated but also astute, were assessed and subsequently recruited into administrative roles. An opportunity extended to all residents. As Aegon's influence expanded, the need for managerial personnel grew, allowing for a timely infusion of new talent, with plans for further development in the future. For those possessing skills, Aegon was prepared to offer interest-free loans to assist them in starting businesses, whether bakeries or clothing stores, with loans extending up to 5 years. The Iron Bank, however, declined to participate, as there was no profit to be made. Nevertheless, Aegon, in his capacity as Lord, deemed it worthwhile to invest a small sum to earn the gratitude of the populace. These loans were also available to ordinary residents, albeit with a repayment period of 3 years, thereby serving as a form of welfare. The remaining individuals were selected by Aegon to work in factories. Together with Pamo, he invested in numerous factories, as the demand for labor in steel mills and textile factories was substantial, and training for general workers was relatively straightforward. Other various industrial facilities were gradually being constructed. Even Pamir has organized individuals to commence oil exploration, yet Aichi has declined this proposition. He is unwilling to establish an oil industry within his domain. Rather, akin to the geographical contexts of the Caribbean pirate world and the Dracula era, the locations of oil reserves remain unchanged. There is no need for exploration, as extraction can commence directly. Aichi plans to expand in the future and directly exploit the oil reserves there, alleviating the pollution and resource consumption at the main base. Consequently, all slaves have been arranged accordingly, and residents have gained more employment opportunities. Aichi offers wages based on an 8-hour workday, with overtime compensated, leading to a rapid prosperity within the city and an increased trust in Aichi among the populace. Chapter 43. The assault on Yuankai. Aichi has successfully organized Astapor, establishing a defensive system, along with a basic framework for security, police, and judiciary. He places great importance on the separation of powers and the integrity of the system. Although the available talent is still insufficient, the essential departmental framework has been established, and he has borrowed numerous individuals from Pamir to enhance the facade, intending to gradually replace them with his own people. Subsequently, Aichi leads his army towards Yuankai. His military campaign is not expected to reach a temporary conclusion until the entirety of the Slave Bay is conquered. Yuankai, the smallest of the 3 major cities in the Slave Bay, is renowned for its arenas and brothels, both of which are bustling centers for the cultivation and exportation of slaves. The architectural style of this city bears a striking resemblance to that of Astapor, albeit on a smaller scale, with most of their structures constructed from yellow bricks rather than red. The slave traders of Yuankai refer to themselves as virtuous lords, yet, much like the benevolent lords of Astapor, they are unworthy of such a title. The city's defenses rely heavily on untrained slave armies and any mercenary legions they can procure. After the fall of Astapor, Yuankai utilized nearly 4,000 slave soldiers and hired over 1,000 mercenaries, including the Second Sons and the Stormcrows, to fortify the city. Aichi stands at a distance, observing the fortified Yuankai, feeling an urge to laugh at its defenses. This is the nature of defense in the age of cold weapons. A few cannon shots could easily dismantle such external fortifications, offering no real resistance. In the original narrative, Daenerys persuaded the Second Sons and the Stormcrows to surrender. The television adaptation merged them into a larger Second Sons group, with the leader of the Stormcrows, Dario, later becoming Daenerys' lover. Although none of this transpires, Aichi, as Daenerys' betrothed, is reluctant to allow Dario's presence nearby. Mercenaries are notoriously unscrupulous, and Aichi, with ample resources, is indifferent to the potential betrayal of over 1,000 mercenaries. As in the original tale, some mercenaries defected when Daenerys lost control of her dragons. Thus, These mercenaries may meet their fate alongside the other rebel forces outside the walls. Beyond the city, the forces of Yuan Kai and the mercenaries are poised for battle, ready to confront Aichi, the invader. Aichi advanced steadily towards the local encampment, positioning artillery of at least World War II caliber, crafted in Pamo, just beyond the range of the opposing archers. As the Yuan Kai forces, unfamiliar with artillery, mocked Aichi for his apparent lack of courage to attack. Nearly 100 cannons roared to life simultaneously. The sound of the cannon fire stunned both the Yuan Kai soldiers and the mercenaries. The initial barrage was more thunderous than a tempest, and before the Yuan Kai could comprehend the unfolding chaos, the shells followed in swift succession. Aichi employed explosive shells, and the violent detonations produced a second thunderous roar, accompanied by dismembered corpses and splattering earth. Dario, along with several mercenary leaders, stood aghast at the sight of the rising dust and a severed hand that had been blown into their midst, unsure of how to react. The scene bifurcated. The front-line soldiers, caught in the onslaught, screamed and scattered in terror, while those in the rear, taken aback by the sudden devastation, stood frozen in shock. Dario, finally regaining his wits, understood that a retreat was necessary amidst uncertainty of a second wave of assault. However, Aichi had come well prepared with ample munitions. A second wave was merely the beginning, and he could unleash dozens of bombardments without hesitation. Before Dario could rally his disoriented troops, the second wave of shells descended upon them. He barely had time to utter a warning before an explosion engulfed him, leaving no trace of his existence. This individual, connected to Daenerys in this parallel world, was obliterated by Aichi's humanitarian destruction. It is worth noting that the previous character, Yura Mormont, also met a similar fate at Aichi's hands. In the original narrative, Yura harbored feelings for Daenerys, but under the current circumstances, he was solely devoted to Aichi. Yearning for redemption from his past transgressions, he was eternally a banished fugitive from Westeros. Yet should Aichi and Daenerys reclaim it, he would emerge as a hero of the Dragon's legacy, and his past would be forgotten. Thus, the Yuan Kai, encountering artillery for the first time, succumbed after merely 5 rounds of bombardment. Aichi's gunmen surged forward, further harvesting lives, with only a scant few enemies managing to flee into the city. As Aichi approached the city's edge, the Yuan Kai were paralyzed with fear, hoping the walls would withstand Aichi's advance. However, faced with such overwhelming firepower, the Yuan Kai's fortifications were rendered laughable, and Aichi effortlessly demolished a substantial section of the wall. Following the collapse, Aichi refrained from a further assault, opting against urban warfare to prevent civilian casualties within the city. He dispatched envoys to inform all armed factions and slave owners of Yuan Kai that they had 2 hours to surrender, or he would breach the city, leaving none alive. Terrified, the Yuan Kai, having witnessed the destruction of their last defensive wall, capitulated within less than an hour of receiving the ultimatum. Aichi then entered the city, disarmed the Yuan Kai, and took control of the entire urban center. Unlike Estapo, Yuan Kai engaged in the struggle for resistance, while Estapo was subdued before he could even mount a rebellion. Aichi aimed to set a precedent. Compliance would be rewarded, while resistance would be punished. Consequently, all slave owners and armed factions involved in this conflict faced retribution. The assets of slave owners were confiscated to a certain extent, with several prominent leaders executed and their families subjected to forced labor. All mercenaries were captured and compelled to participate in labor reform, unless they could pay a ransom to secure their freedom. Otherwise, they would be required to work for 5 years. All slaves were granted their freedom, though the compensation for their former owners was notably less than that afforded to Estapo, reflecting the cost of urban resistance. Aichi hoped that in the future, the city would recognize the advantages of yielding peacefully, understanding that the price of resistance would only escalate. The remaining construction and recruitment processes mirrored those in Estapo, with Aichi and Pamo navigating them with ease. Factories were established based on local output, with a significant recruitment of civilians and former slaves as workers, coupled with low-interest loans to foster urban prosperity. Aichi was determined to prevent a scenario where liberation from slavery led to homelessness. He and Pamo were incessantly profiting, and it was a crucial time for expansion in production capacity. As long as individuals were willing to work, there would be no surplus, and the resettlement process was progressing smoothly. Thus, the city quickly stabilized. In Estapo, Aichi's methods were relatively gentle, whereas Yuan Kai, being smaller in scale, faced Aichi's more stringent tactics, resulting in even greater compliance among its residents than Estapo experienced. After successfully subduing the 2 major slave cities and achieving a semblance of stability, Aichi set forth again. preparing to seize the largest slave city, Merlin. Chapter 44. Unification of the Slave Bay and nation building. After dealing with Estapo and Yuan-Kai, only the largest slave city, Merlin, remained. Merlin boasted the highest and thickest walls, equipped with the most sophisticated defensive system. The slave owners of Merlin, referred to as the Great Lords, proclaimed themselves the strongest among the 3 slave trade cities. However, before Aichi, their formidable walls were merely a minor inconvenience. Aichi had no intention of demolishing the walls. Given its scale and geographical significance, Merlin was the most suitable candidate for the capital among the 3 cities. Aichi planned to establish Merlin as the capital after pacifying the Slave Bay, thereby officially founding the nation there. As the future capital, Aichi could not allow Merlin to be bombarded. At most, he would breach the city gates and undertake their reconstruction to ensure the future capital's stability. This war must not affect the civilian populace. Thus, Aichi intended to conduct covert persuasion activities. The Great Lords of Merlin had already realized that Aichi sought to abolish slavery entirely. In a desperate bid to protect their wealth and livelihoods, they endeavored to arm their forces, hoping to thwart Aichi's advances. In the original narrative, Merlin was the most powerful, showing no fear of Daenerys, even going so far as to impale many slaves along the roadside as a provocation against her. The circumstances have markedly changed. The other 2 cities fell with remarkable swiftness, leaving Mir to lack even the confidence for self-preservation, much less to provoke Aichi. Thus, they could only dedicate themselves to a vigorous defense. Ironically, as the largest hub for the slave trade, Mir's military was predominantly composed of slaves, with the lords investing heavily in the slave legions, hoping to rely upon them to confront Aichi, the liberator of slaves. Aichi, possessing a cadre of exceptional spies, successfully infiltrated the city with a considerable number of the innocents, the majority blending in among the ordinary slaves, while a select few even established contact with the slave legions. Aichi had yet to construct a dimensional gate in Slave Bay. Had he done so, he could have directly transported them within. This further solidified Aichi's resolve to delve deeper into new realms, necessitating the acquisition of several convenient teleportation spells. Employing a strategy reminiscent of television dramas, Aichi used catapults to launch and used collars into the city, coordinating with the earlier infiltration of the innocents to disseminate the message that Daenerys and Aichi had come to grant freedom to all. The choice of innocents was deliberate, as they were the most renowned slaves in the Slave Bay region, and their words were most readily accepted by their fellow captives. To ensure the success of the operation, the leader of the innocents, Grey Worm, infiltrated Mir. Once freed, the innocents joined Aichi's ranks, electing Grey Worm as their leader. He possessed considerable capability and charisma, his speech perhaps lacking in eloquence, yet eliciting trust among the slaves. As the slaves learned of Aichi's methods of bestowing freedom, arranging employment, renting housing, and providing interest-free loans, each envisioned a future filled with happiness. With the progress of the propaganda, the glances of the slaves towards their masters grew increasingly hostile, while the masters sensed the encroaching crisis yet felt utterly powerless. Finally, under the banner of the innocents, a massive slave uprising erupted, responding to Aichi's forces, who besieged the city from within and without, forcing open the gates for Aichi's army to enter. Along the way, the slave legions promptly discarded their arms, with only a handful of the most loyal forces of the slave masters still resisting. However, they swiftly fell to the onslaught of Aichi's machine gun units, their ranks turning to corpses. Aichi successfully seized control of the entire city, designating the Grand Pyramid at its center as his palace and administrative hub, concurrently beginning the construction of the Dimensional Gate while coordinating with Pamo, effortlessly embarking on the building endeavors. Mir, housing the largest population of slaves, also indicated the highest level of support for Aichi and Daenerys, which simultaneously implied that the resettlement of slaves would be the most intricate task. Fortunately, following the establishment of the Dimensional Gate, supplies began to flow ceaselessly from Pamo to the entirety of Slave Bay, particularly Mir. Stimulated by these resources and the extensive construction efforts, the 3 cities rapidly flourished. Presently, the 3 major cities are devoid of visible slaves, save for a few previous dissenters still undergoing re-education, with Aichi ensuring that all construction efforts are compensated for the participants. This action was something that other lords of the medieval era would never have considered. During that time, it was customary for lords to conscript the populace for labor without any compensation. Thus, Aichi's conduct swiftly garnered him a multitude of supporters, with only a handful of former slave masters harboring resentment. However, Aichi chose not to eliminate them entirely. Instead, he dispatched individuals to discreetly monitor them. biding his time until they inadvertently revealed more dissenters, at which point he could apprehend them all in one fell swoop, as opportunities abounded. Constructing 3 major cities required a substantial financial outlay. Even though the factories would eventually yield considerable profits, at this stage, it was merely an investment without returns, causing even affluent individuals like Aichi and Pamo to feel a twinge of regret. Consequently, Aichi resolved to refrain from military engagements for the foreseeable future, prioritizing the establishment of his stronghold. Any warfare would have to wait until these constructions began to yield profits. Aichi possessed sufficient military support, radiating outward from the 3 cities to the surrounding small manors, ensuring that the situation of the distant slave masters in the remote mountains, as depicted in the original text, would not repeat itself. Upon discovering any instances of slavery, he would promptly confiscate their assets. Each city was equipped with a dimensional gate, normalizing Aichi's military maneuvers and rendering any opportunity for rebellion impossible. Observing the stabilization of the situation, Aichi prepared to establish a nation. He extended invitations to various powers, including the 9 free trade city-states, cities in the Valyria region, such as Quers, and even all the great nobles of Westeros. Aichi dismantled the statue atop the Great Pyramid, replacing it with a grand sculpture of a 3-headed dragon, enhancing its magnificence. Subsequently, he reorganized the tasks of all his subordinates, recruiting numerous experts from the vampire realm to meticulously draft laws and establish an appropriate administrative system. The courts were staffed with numerous professionals serving as judges, ensuring that matters were no longer directed to Daenerys for resolution, as in the original narrative. Instead, everything was addressed in accordance with legal statutes. Aichi even founded a council. Typically, a unifying emperor would shy away from parliamentary constraints, yet Aichi understood the necessity of providing a platform for advancement across various societal strata. Merely having a civil service system would not suffice without the voice of a parliament. Imitating the British system, he established an upper house and a lower house, corresponding to the nobility and the commoners, respectively. Although he did not endow them with significant powers, at least a framework was in place, granting them a venue to express political demands, alleviating Aichi's concerns regarding potential conflicts. Moreover, given Aichi's prestige and strength, he was not worried about being constrained by the parliament. Rather, he preferred to offer the populace an opportunity. In the region formerly known as Slave Bay, now renamed Dragon Bay, a jubilant atmosphere pervaded, as the citizens eagerly awaited Aichi's grand inauguration. Chapter 045: Dragons and Hatching Eggs. As Aichi continued the development of Dragon Bay, he simultaneously opened trade with other realms using products from the modern plane, resulting in rapid advancement. A delightful surprise emerged from the transactions with the Merlin legendary realm, where Aichi acquired numerous valuable items, among which were the region's specialty, magical crystals. In the realm of Merlin's legend, the magical crystals are imbued with potent energy, capable of not only enhancing the power of spells, but also crafting various magical artifacts. Throughout the series, Merlin has utilized these crystals to perform prophetic incantations and, in the final season, regained his magical abilities within the confines of the crystal mines after losing his powers. In the course of ongoing transactions, Aichi acquired information regarding a magical crystal mine and commenced extraction, resulting in a substantial harvest of high-quality crystals. These crystals, when employed during the activation of dimensional gateways, can provide a stable source of magical energy, thereby solidifying the transportation pathways, enabling Aichi to transport creatures that were previously difficult to convey. For instance, the lesser nameless dragons from the world of the Elder Scrolls can now be summoned. These dragons, created from the souls of ancient Nord warriors by Alduin, possess combat abilities significantly inferior to those of true dragons, yet they still exhibit commendable fighting prowess. However, the more formidable ancient dragons such as Parthernax and Alduin remain beyond reach for transportation. Aichi harbors hope that, in time, he will discover superior sources of magical energy. Another noteworthy development is that the last dragon egg from the world of Merlin's legend has been located by Merlin and his father, resulting in the hatching of a white dragon named Isusa. Initially, Merlin was reluctant to entrust the dragon to Aichi, yet his father, being more worldly, concluded that it would be better to place the young dragon in Aichi's care than to allow it to wander aimlessly, thus providing a form of protection for the creature. Upon learning this, Aichi transported Merlin to the world of the Elder Scrolls, where Merlin encountered the immensely more powerful Parthernax, surpassing even the dragon Jakara from his own realm. With Parthernax's assurance, Merlin willingly entrusted the young dragon Isusa to him for nurturing, effectively placing the dragon under Aichi's guardianship. Though Isusa is still quite diminutive, her potential for growth is immense. As a dragon of noble lineage, her intelligence is notably high, and with Parthurnax's guidance, her future development is undoubtedly boundless. Parthurnax has not seen a young dragon in countless years, and the excitement within him is indescribable. He is determined to nurture the dragonling diligently, even preventing Aichi from taking Isusa to the world of A Song of Ice and Fire. The time soon arrived for Aichi's grand ceremony to establish his nation. He named the realm the Empire of Magic, forgive the simplicity of the name, and organized a magnificent event. The ceremony drew inspiration from the coronation rituals of numerous kings. Yet it lacked religious officiants for the crowning, as Aichi did not require religious endorsement to stabilize his populace. Aichi's stance towards religion is one of fairness. As long as it refrains from meddling in governance, adheres to normal taxation of property, does not coerce followers, and avoids inciting unrest, he remains indifferent. Sensibly, Aichi feels a particular affinity towards the worship of Akatosh, as the god bestowed upon him the star chart and taught him the art of fabricating dimensional gateways. Thus, he nurtures a close relationship with the faith of Akatosh. Furthermore, the items that resonate with the star chart for spatial coordinate alignment are also Akatosh's talismans. In light of this connection, Aichi has invested in the construction of a temple dedicated to Akatosh. At the founding ceremony, the entire nation was enveloped in joy, while a handful of discontented former slave owners dared not cause any disturbances. Aichi's vigilance over the city had increased several-fold. He began with the inauguration ceremony and his inaugural address, utilizing the city's broadcasting system to ensure his voice echoed through every corner. This was followed by a grand military parade, where Aichi showcased the most elite troops without deploying any firearms, creating an air of mystery that left the various factions in attendance anxious and unable to gauge Aichi's true strength. However, the formidable display of his cold weaponry units dissuaded any thoughts of advantage from the other powers, as the might of his forces was already overwhelming. Not to mention the secret weapon capable of annihilating Yuan Kai in an instant. As night fell, Aichi hosted a banquet at the Merlin Arena, offering a sumptuous feast to all attendees, regardless of their status. At the center of the plaza stood 4 medium-sized dimensional gates, encircling a steel platform surrounded by various fuel sources. Shortly after the banquet commenced, Aichi and Daenerys, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, ascended the platform with 3 dragon eggs in hand. Aichi raised his hand, igniting the pile of wood beneath the platform with magic, enveloping it in flames. Those familiar with the original narrative understood that Aichi was in the process of hatching the dragon eggs. Set in the world of A Song of Ice and Fire in the year 299 AG, with the appearance of the Red Comet, the signs of life within the dragon eggs grew increasingly evident. After an examination by Pachinax, it was confirmed that the hatching was but a mere step away. Over the past months, Aichi had invested heavily in acquiring other dragon eggs, but regrettably, he only managed to procure 2 that were completely fossilized and devoid of life signs. Thus, he was left to hatch the 3 eggs he possessed. Aichi had informed his subordinates of the situation beforehand, and they had witnessed his and Daenerys' fearless demeanor in the face of flames, alleviating their concerns. However, the residents and guests at the scene were oblivious to the impending chaos as Aichi and Daenerys were engulfed in flames. Fortunately, Aichi's royal guard maintained order, ensuring that everyone could witness the spectacle. Unlike in the original tale, where Daenerys endured a long night before successfully hatching her dragons, Aichi, with Pachinax's assistance, adjusted the life force of the dragon eggs and utilized magical crystals to provide energy, hastening the hatching process. After merely over an hour in the flames, 3 dragons emerged. Aichi extinguished the flames with magic, reappearing alongside Daenerys before the gathered crowd. Both donned dragonbone armor to prevent their attire from being scorched, especially Daenerys, who was particularly concerned about her garments. To avoid the awkwardness that followed the extinguishing of flames in the original story, both Aichi and Daenerys emerged unscathed, save for slightly soot-stained faces. As a brief aside, regarding Daenerys' fire-resistant characteristics, in the television series, even her hair is depicted as fireproof, whereas in the original text, only her body possesses this remarkable trait, with her hair invariably being scorched. Aichi personally verified that hair can indeed withstand flames, albeit not as effectively as the body, and it is only protected by the dragonbone helmet that spares him from the embarrassment of being bald. When Aichi and Daenerys emerged once more from the flames, 3 small dragons crawled upon their shoulders, and those present seemed to witness a miracle. Just as they were about to express their awe, suddenly, 4 dimensional portals illuminated simultaneously. from which emerged a black dragon from each one. Some guests in the front row were so startled that they collapsed to the ground. These 4 black dragons were intentionally arranged by Aichi, the lowest-tier dragons brought from the world of the Elder Scrolls, even inferior to blood dragons, serving merely as a display. The 4 dragons circled the high platform for a moment, and amidst a cacophony of screams, they landed at the 4 cardinal points of the platform, raising their heads to unleash a torrent of searing flames towards the heavens, before bowing their heads in reverence to Aichi and Daenerys upon the platform. Following this, Aichi's subordinates and soldiers knelt on one knee to pay their respects to him. The first to react were the liberated slaves, who, having gained their freedom and the opportunity to work, were immensely grateful to Aichi and Daenerys, and likewise knelt in homage. Next, the common folk began to join in the act of reverence, with an increasing number of people participating. Even some guests, taken aback by the spectacle, found themselves swept into the throng of bowing. Through the dragons, Aichi garnered yet another wave of acclaim, and this time, the names of Aichi and Daenerys would resound throughout Westeros and Essos. Chapter 046. The Wizard's Apprentice after the dragon eggs hatched. 3 dragons were named by Aichi as Little Black, Little Green, and Little White. It is evident that Aichi merely assigned these names based on the colors of the dragons, for they are all dragons, and they will never voice any objections regarding such trivial names. Aichi certainly would not use the names from the original text. Consider the names of the 3 dragons. The green dragon is named Regal, obviously a tribute to Daenerys' elder brother Rhaegar, which has no bearing on Aichi whatsoever. The white dragon is called Viserion, a nod to Daenerys' unfortunate brother Viserys, who is still alive. The black dragon is named Drogon, commemorating the late Khal Drogo, whom Aichi himself had dispatched. Aichi belongs to the type that is inept at naming. He has no desire to expend effort on it, so he simply named the 3 dragons casually according to their colors. Daenerys, however, voiced some discontent, as the young girl adored the adorable little dragons and wished to bestow them with meaningful names, only to be mercilessly silenced by Aichi. What followed was a display of goodwill from various factions, for the events that transpired were extraordinary. Not only had 3 dragons hatched before their eyes, but the 4 black dragons summoned by Aichi, albeit smaller in size, were even more awe-inspiring. However, Aichi remained indifferent to all of this, considering it merely a fade. Should any conflict arise, the circumstances would need to be reassessed. Furthermore, if necessary in the future, Aichi would not hesitate to confront even the most amicable factions. Thus, he entrusted these matters to the newly established cabinet, delegating the responsibilities that required a public face to Daenerys, viewing it as an opportunity to cultivate her abilities. The cabinet Aichi formed still had many vacant positions, with individuals often juggling multiple roles, leaving everyone quite occupied. Aichi found himself in dire need of administrative talent. While there were several capable warriors, such as Dracula and Quinlan, their prowess in military matters did not extend to governance. Aichi did manage to borrow a considerable number of administrative professionals from Pemo, yet he could not place complete trust in them. Therefore, they were merely organized into an advisory council, with the final decisions resting solely with Aichi's direct subordinates. Currently, Serana, a vampire who had lived for centuries, was temporarily acting as prime minister. Although she had not previously engaged deeply in politics, her insights were still commendable, and she managed to handle affairs reasonably well. Aichi's true candidate for prime minister was Tyrion Lannister, but the time to win him over had not yet arrived. Aichi was willing to be patient. As of January 299, the esteemed Ned Stark had already been executed, and Robb Stark had raised his banner. The 2 Baratheon brothers had also begun their rebellions, and the winds of war were stirring. The War of the 5 Kings was nearly complete, with only Balon Greyjoy yet to join the fray. The troublesome Joffrey had truly squandered his advantageous position. Initially, he was one of the few players dealt a strong hand in the narrative, yet he managed to ruin it entirely. Joffrey possessed a legitimate claim to the throne, albeit one fraught with challenges. His grandfather was the most powerful warlord, and his father was a skilled commander, blessed with wealth and influence. However, his reckless actions led to the execution of Ned, embroiling him in a plethora of troubles. Were it not for Tywin's formidable support, he would have perished long ago. Many viewers celebrated Joffrey's demise in the original story, as he was widely disliked. In order to steer the situation towards a more favorable direction, Aichi chose not to rescue Ned, feeling a twinge of guilt towards the well-meaning man. He resolved that once the situation stabilized, he would look after Ned's surviving descendants as a form of compensation. Aichi planned to let Westeros engage in its own conflicts, thereby diverting attention away from Essos. Recently, Aichi had invested a substantial amount of money, and now he needed to allow the financial chain to circulate. Military activities would be temporarily halted as he focused on generating revenue. During this phase, Aichi ordered surveillance on the discontented former slave owners, aware that they would eventually seek to rise again. When that time came, he would demonstrate the capabilities of a sophisticated intelligence system akin to the Jinui. Given that there were no significant activities occurring in Essos at present, Aichi intended to explore new realms, recognizing it was time to enhance his magical reserves. Since discovering the world of the Bloodkin, the astrolabe had not revealed any new coordinates for an extended period, but recently, it finally registered a new response. Aichi can now utilize a magical crystal to stabilize the portal, allowing for the transport of multiple individuals during his initial journey. However, after careful contemplation, he resolves to venture alone, as he possesses the most profound understanding of the various realms and can adapt more readily and flexibly. Having arranged his affairs, Aichi bids farewell to Daenerys, who is wholly engrossed in her dragon-rearing endeavors, and opens the dimensional portal, embarking once more on a quest of exploration into new realms. In this new dimension, Merlin dispatched 2 mages, Balthazar and Morgana's mage, Hoveth, who had been imprisoned in a magical vessel for a decade. Upon their release, Hoveth immediately sets out in search of Dave, the heir of the Supreme Merlin, hoping to locate the lost magical prison, a rather absurd nesting doll in design. After failing to gather information, Hoveth resorts to attacking Dave, conjuring several wild wolves from a photograph to pursue him. In a state of panic, Dave finds himself cornered, on the brink of being mauled by the wolves, when Balthazar arrives just in time, restraining Hoveth and rescuing Dave. They ascend upon a colossal eagle, fashioned from a metallic statue, soaring into the skies. This captivating duel of magic unfolds before Aichi, who, upon arriving in this new dimension, can only discern that it is a modern realm, with all other details shrouded in uncertainty. It is nightfall, and Aichi invokes the template of Dracula's progenitor, transforming into hundreds of bats, fluttering through the air in an attempt to gather more information. Coincidentally, he witnesses the magical confrontation before him, and upon confirming that this is indeed a magical dimension, he observes the back-and-forth spells exchanged between the two parties, comparing them with his memories, concluding that this realm is one dedicated to the apprentices of mages. In this world, aside from the heir of Supreme Merlin, all mages must rely on magical rings, or other forms, to cast spells, which are considerably less potent than those found in the world of Elder Scrolls. However, the diminished power of the mages fosters deeper exploration of flexibility, resulting in a plethora of diverse and mysterious spells, many of which Aichi finds utterly enchanting, instilling in him a belief that this journey will bear fruit. As Aichi watches Hoveth being occupied, while Balthazar carries Dave away, he quickly deliberates and determines that following Balthazar would be more advantageous. Thus, he maintains his bat form, trailing behind the majestic eagle from a distance. The two men are entirely focused on the grounded Hoveth, oblivious to the swarm of bats stealthily merging with the night, gradually closing the distance. Chapter 047. Aichi's deal with Balthazar. Aichi follows the two until the giant eagle descends upon a towering building. The eagle stretches its wings, and then reverts to a decorative statue atop the ledge. Balthazar remains composed, while Dave cannot share the same calm demeanor. 10 years prior, Dave was ensnared in a magical incident that led to his being deemed delusional, forcing him into a period of treatment that left an indelible scar on his psyche. Now, this emotional wound is once again laid bare, as if heaped with a generous sprinkling of cumin. Dave is currently engaged in a relentless act of self-hypnosis, repeatedly assuring himself that this is not real. Yet, no matter how much he attempts to convince himself, the sight of Balthazar, exuding confidence, remains unchanged. He finds himself atop a skyscraper, accompanied by a mage adorned in eccentric garb, while Balthazar finds amusement in Dave's apparent unraveling. The urgency of the situation compels him to interrupt Dave's lamentations. With a flick of his wrist, Balthazar remotely summons Dave's nightstand from his dwelling, retrieving the supreme dragon ring, and pointedly remarks that a part of Dave still believes in this magic. Furthermore, Balthazar emphasizes that, whether Dave wishes it or not, he has already become a target of Hoveth. For the sake of his own safety, Dave should at least learn from Balthazar to acquire the skills necessary for self-preservation. Reluctantly, Dave agrees and inquires, "What should we do first?" Balthazar replies, "Let us pause all other matters for the moment. We must first question the uninvited guest lurking at the periphery to discern their intentions after following us for so long." With that, Balthazar waves his hand, conjuring an ion sphere crackling with electricity. He then releases it, sending the spheres soaring towards the sky, directly aimed at the bat form of Aichi. Aichi, a battle-hardened warrior, swiftly reverts the upper half of his body back to human form, extending a hand to create a magical barrier while descending rapidly towards the rooftop. The ion sphere collides with the magical shield, emitting a burst of blue light and a faint explosion, creating a ripple across the barrier before vanishing, leaving the shield intact as Aichi lands gracefully on the platform. Draped in the robe of a destruction mage, Aichi dispels the magical barrier and greets Balthazar with a mage's salute, speaking leisurely. Truly, a mage who has lived for a millennium possesses keen senses. I thought I had maintained sufficient distance, yet here I am, discovered. Balthazar, guarding the now defenseless Dave behind him, cautiously inquires, "Who are you? Are you a mage sent by Morgana? What is your purpose in following us?" Aichi responds, "I am a traveling mage, Aichi Danton. You may call me Aichi. I possess the ability to traverse worlds and am of a different kind than you. I belong neither to Morgana's faction nor to Merlin's. Yet I wish to ally with one of them to acquire the spells I seek. I have a completely distinct magical system and am eager to obtain knowledge of yours, hoping for an exchange. Should we collaborate, I can not only offer you assistance, but also reveal the means to utterly eradicate Morgana." Balthazar carefully considers Aichi's words. Although they have not engaged in formal combat, Aichi's transformation into a bat proves to be a challenging ability, and his effortless defense against Balthazar's ion sphere indicates that Aichi's prowess is considerable. Such an individual, it remains uncertain whether he genuinely hails from a different magical system. However, it is evident that the person before him is capable of casting spells without the aid of magical rings or similar artifacts. As Balthazar is aware, within the magical systems he knows, only the Supreme Merlin could cast spells without a ring, and the Supreme Merlin is none other than Dave, who stands beside him. Thus, it is plausible that the present Aichi indeed originates from another magical realm. A sorcerer of such formidable power, evidently drawn by the allure of spells, must not be permitted to ally with Hovas. Since Aichi can acquire spells from any source, Balthazar must act preemptively to forge a collaboration and establish an alliance with Aichi. Such a neutral party must not fall under Hovas' influence. Thus, atop the roof, Aichi and Balthazar reached a preliminary agreement on cooperation. Their immediate objective was to recover the magical prison. The prison contained several exceedingly dangerous sorcerers from the Morgana faction, who had been at large since their disappearance a decade ago. Balthazar must locate the prison before Hovas, for if Hovas were to release even one individual, it would be tantamount to gaining an additional ally, placing Balthazar at a significant disadvantage. The trio discovered Balthazar's vintage car, which had languished in the parking lot for 10 years, now cloaked in a thick layer of dust. However, with a mere wave of his hand, Balthazar could effortlessly dispel the dust, rendering it as pristine as a new vehicle. This was also the reason Aichi wished to study the magic of this world. In the realm of the Elder Scrolls, the aggressive nature of magic was overwhelming, with a vibrant magical environment and frequent warfare resulting in most spells being designed for combat. Aichi's destructive spells far surpassed Balthazar's in potency, yet he found himself incapable of removing the dust from the vehicle, lacking the necessary flexibility. The three men entered the car, and Balthazar prepared to ascertain the approximate location of the magical prison using the emanating spells. At that moment, Aichi handed him a compass, the wish compass he had crafted. When it comes to locating objects, nothing surpasses the efficacy of the wish compass. Aichi elucidated the compass's function to Balthazar, who then grasped the wish compass and envisioned every detail pertaining to the magical prison. After the compass wobbled for a few moments, it resolutely pointed in a specific direction. The three men embarked in the vintage car, commencing their pursuit. However, Aichi was aware that Balthazar had spent some time rescuing Dave and persuading him to enter into an agreement, while Hovas had immediately begun searching for the prison following their encounter. Consequently, Balthazar was a step behind Hovas, who would likely have already located the prison and freed the sorcerers held within its outermost layer. For millennia, Balthazar had captured several highly dangerous sorcerers, imprisoning them in layers within the magical prison, which had ultimately formed its current nested structure. Originally, the outermost prison held Hovas. However, a decade ago, Dave inadvertently released Hovas while acquiring the Supreme Dragon Ring, which incited the ensuing chaos. The deeper the prison, the more difficult it is to unlock, and currently, the outer layer confines an ancient Chinese sorcerer named Sun Lu, who, with Hovas' abilities, could potentially break free. The inner layer requires an even greater amount of magical power to unlock, so for the time being, Balthazar is not concerned that Hovas will unleash the innermost Morgana. It is worth noting that along the way, Aichi interacted with Balthazar and Dave, yet the system did not detect any new sorcerer templates. It appears that, structurally, they are somewhat inferior to the mages of the Elder Scrolls world, as most cannot wield magic once they leave the ring. Which is why Aichi did not acquire a new sorcerer template. Chapter 048. Magical Communication. Aichi observed Balthazar, who was using the wish compass to locate the prison from within the carriage. Upon arriving at an acupuncture clinic in Chinatown, Balthazar decided to leave Dave downstairs to wait, fearing a potential altercation above. As Aichi had not yet fully earned Balthazar's trust, he remained below as well, awaiting developments. As Aichi anticipated, Hovis had indeed released Sun Lu, leading to a confrontation with Balthazar. During the skirmish, Balthazar struck Sun Lu, sending him crashing through the window, where he landed directly in front of Dave. Balthazar continued to contend with Hovis, while Sun Lu began to pursue Dave, and Aichi took to the shadows to observe the unfolding drama. Although Aichi could not see the events upstairs, the scene below was quite lively. Sun Lu, using a magical artifact adorned with a dragon motif, transformed the dragon dance props on the streets of Chinatown into an actual Chinese dragon, commencing his chase of Dave. Dave evaded capture until, heeding Balthazar's warning, he ignited the dragon's tail while it was scaling the wall. The dragon, struggling against the flames, plummeted down, landing squarely on Sun Lu, thereby resolving the immediate crisis. Meanwhile, Balthazar managed to defeat Hovis. Although he allowed Hovis to escape, he successfully seized control of the prison. This encounter rekindled Dave's longing for magic, enabling him to finally overcome the shadows of his childhood and resolve to learn the arcane arts from Balthazar. Aichi, too, prepared to commence negotiations with Balthazar. The trio ventured to Dave's underground laboratory, a spacious and secluded environment conducive to magical research. Here, Balthazar formally accepted Dave as his apprentice, while Aichi began to engage in spell exchanges with Balthazar. True to his nature, Balthazar demonstrated camaraderie. After Aichi presented an array of destructive spells, Balthazar's repertoire of offensive techniques expanded significantly. In return, Balthazar shared the supreme grimoire of the Merlin faction, along with his collection of magical tomes, which Aichi promptly copied using the Book of Infinity. Balthazar also instructed Aichi on the creation of magical rings, emphasizing that the essential component is the magical gemstones utilized as raw materials. Originally, the magical gemstones were not easily found. However, Aichi had commenced the extraction of an entire vein of magical crystals in the realm of Merlin's legacy. Upon retrieving a piece of magical crystal, Aichi startled Balthazar, who subsequently verified that this crystal could indeed be utilized in the crafting of magical rings. This revelation implied that Aichi could potentially mass-produce magical rings, albeit in a rather monotonous hue, predominantly white crystals. Moreover, Aichi yearned for the elixir of immortality, a spell that Merlin had once bestowed upon several of his disciples. This was precisely why Balthazar and Howes had managed to endure from the era of King Arthur into the 21st century. Aichi, by merely activating the vampire template, would attain immortality. Only upon deactivating this template would he begin to age. Should Aichi acquire the elixir of immortality, his mage template could also resist the ravages of time, allowing even ordinary mages like Daenerys to achieve everlasting life. Thus, the elixir of immortality had become Aichi's paramount desire at this stage. Balthazar, however, hesitated, for the elixir of immortality was notoriously difficult to cast. Merlin had originally performed it on him, requiring not only an extraordinary reservoir of magical energy, but also an abundance of rare magical materials. Furthermore, this spell was exceedingly rare, even among sorcerers, with few attaining the true gift of eternal life. Consequently, Balthazar was reluctant to bestow this magic upon Aichi. Perceiving Balthazar's uncertainty, Aichi proposed an exchange. He would eliminate Morgana in return for the elixir. Balthazar's interest peaked instantly, as his relentless pursuit of the supreme heir of Merlin was solely motivated by the desire to vanquish Morgana. Only by defeating her could he rescue his beloved, Veronica. In their past, Balthazar, Howes, and Veronica had trained under Merlin. Both Balthazar and Howes had fallen for Veronica. After she chose to be with Balthazar, Howes, consumed by jealousy, allied himself with Morgana, inadvertently providing her the opportunity to slay Merlin. In a moment of peril, Veronica sealed Morgana's soul within herself, resulting in a dual existence. To safeguard Veronica from Morgana's wrath, Balthazar had sealed both of them within the innermost sanctum of the magical prison, leading to the current predicament. Over the years, Balthazar had tirelessly sought a solution, ultimately placing all his hopes on the heir of Supreme Merlin. Hearing of Aichi's potential solution filled him with excitement. After a thorough discussion, Balthazar provided the complete elixir of immortality. However, upon Aichi's analysis, the spell's efficacy was somewhat disappointing. Beyond granting eternal life, it offered little else. It could maintain the youthful vitality of the body, but did not enhance healing capabilities or mental acuity, thus proving of little assistance in augmenting one's strength. Balthazar's magical cultivation system lacks a meditative practice, resulting in stagnation of his magical power upon reaching his peak age. Despite having lived for many years, his strength remains comparable to what it was in his youth, had he been able to incorporate an appropriate meditative technique. Even a creature as unremarkable as a pig could ascend to the rank of a grand mage after a millennium of meditation. The elixir of immortality in this world truly seems squandered. After acquiring the elixir as a trade, Aichi divulged to Balthazar the method to confront Morgana as presented in the original narrative. The plan entailed first releasing Morgana and Veronica, then using magic to extract Morgana's soul from Veronica's body, followed by employing scientific power to unleash a surge of electric arc energy to incapacitate Morgana, providing an opportune moment to eliminate her. Balthazar meticulously analyzed this strategy and found its feasibility remarkably high, ultimately deciding to proceed with the plan. In the original storyline, Balthazar had drawn Morgana's soul into his own body to separate the two, but nearly met his demise at her hands. Aichi generously lent him the Star of Azura, an unparalleled artifact in soul storage, ensuring that extracting Morgana's soul would pose no issue. In the ensuing period, Balthazar prepared to eradicate Morgana while simultaneously training Dave, who, being a science enthusiast and the heir to the Supreme Merlin, possessed invaluable knowledge essential for the confrontation. Meanwhile, Aichi delved into the magical realm of apprentice sorcerers while crafting a dimensional gate in Dave's laboratory. Concurrently, having suffered a defeat, Hoveth recognized the disadvantage of numbers and began seeking allies. Chapter 49. Confronting Morgana and expanding the magical academy. There is a saying, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. A hero cannot withstand a multitude. Hoveth understood this all too well. To bolster his ranks, he sought out other mages affiliated with Morgana. Through various introductions, he successfully encountered a rather mediocre Morgana-affiliated sorcerer. This young man had been left with nothing but a single spell book by his vanished mentor, thus largely self-taught, performing magic under the stage named Daxstone. While Dax's magical prowess left much to be desired, Hoveth had little room for complaint given the urgency of their situation. Aichi and Balthazar enjoyed a flexible schedule. The student, Dave, was bound by daily school obligations. Furthermore, having recently reunited with a female classmate from a decade prior, Dave was now fully engrossed in courting her, leaving him quite preoccupied. Seizing the opportunity, Hoveth ambushed Dave at the university, but fortunately, Balthazar arrived just in time to rescue him. Subsequently, while Dave was absent, Hoveth seized the opportunity to have Dak use transformation magic to disguise himself as Dave and launch a surprise attack on Balthazar. Unlike the original narrative, the basement housed not only Balthazar but also Aichi, who was engaged in the construction of the dimensional gate. In terms of offensive power, the world of the Elder Scrolls far surpassed that of a mere apprentice mage. Aichi unleashed a chain lightning spell, causing Dak to collapse in a cloud of smoke. And the chain reaction of the lightning also inflicted some damage on Hoveth, who fled in disarray. Aichi confiscated Dak's magical ring and compelled him to reveal his spellbook, subsequently handing him over to Balthazar for further handling. Once the preparations were complete, Hoveth vanished without a trace, and Aichi, indifferent to his absence, decided to leave him to entertain Dave and Balthazar. On that day, Aichi, Dave, and Balthazar were ready to resolve the situation with Morgana once and for all. The trio utilized magic to release a witch from the Salem era, imprisoned within the outer layers of the magical prison. As she regained her human form, still bewildered by her surroundings, Aichi swiftly incapacitated the witch, confiscated her magical artifact, an amulet rather than a ring, and bound her securely to the side. Now, only Morgana and Veronica remained within the final layer of the prison. Opening this last layer required immense magical power, but fortunately, the trio was quite formidable. Dave, as the heir of the Supreme Merlin, and Balthazar, with his millennia of accumulated strength, combined with Aichi's continuous enhancements, managed to unlock the magical prison with relative ease. When the prison was breached, Veronica's silhouette emerged from a mass of black energy. In the past, Veronica had absorbed Morgana's soul into her own body, resulting in their shared corporeality. From a spiritual standpoint, Morgana was the stronger entity, thus holding dominion over their shared vessel. Following the same strategy as before, Aichi swiftly subdued Veronica upon her appearance, activating the artifact, Azura's Star, to extract Morgana's soul from Veronica's body. Realizing the danger, Morgana promptly relinquished her hold on Veronica's body to evade absorption by Azura's star, manifesting externally in her ethereal form. Even without a physical body, Morgana remained a powerful sorceress. Dave, positioned nearby, immediately activated the long-prepared Tesla coil. The coil rapidly gathered high-energy electrical power, unleashing a continuous barrage upon Morgana. Her soul was subjected to a relentless storm of high-density lightning, while Aichi unleashed chain lightning, and Balthazar and Dave employed ion spheres to further assault Morgana. Morgana reveled in the exhilarating surge of the city's electrical energy, the onslaught continuing until virtually all of New York plunged into darkness, leading to her eventual obliteration under the trio's relentless attack. With Morgana vanquished, Balthazar exhaled a sigh of relief. A mission that had spanned over a millennium was finally accomplished. Eagerly, he awakened Veronica, and the two began an affectionate display, while Dave, having witnessed the grand spectacle, felt the need to unwind and ventured out to find his girlfriend. Aichi, feeling rather displeased, resumed the construction of the dimensional gate, preparing to return to converse with Daenerys about the intricacies of life. To expedite the building process, he enlisted the assistance of Balthazar and Veronica, which ultimately led to the completion of the dimensional gate. Aichi and Balthazar struck an agreement wherein Balthazar would serve as an occasional magical advisor, drawing on his nearly 100 years of experience, which, while slightly less than the 2,000 years of Quinlan, rendered him a figure of considerable wisdom and accomplishment in the realm of magic. Aichi was eager to cultivate this alliance. With great enthusiasm, Aichi led Balthazar, Veronica, and Dave back into the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, thereby establishing a formal connection between the two realms. Balthazar assumed the role of the representative for the world of magical apprentices. Upon learning that another world housed a Merlin from the legend of Merlin, he excitedly accompanied Veronica to meet this illustrious figure, while Dave shuttled between the two worlds. Aichi then began imparting the craft of creating magical rings, embarking on the mass production of magical artifacts. With these rings, Aichi's vision for a universal magical education initiative could finally take shape. Having named his nation the Magical Empire, he was determined to elevate the practice of magic to new heights. While the world of the Elder Scrolls boasted a relatively high number of mages and a well-established training system, it still demanded considerable innate talent. However, with the advent of magical rings, the requirements for casting spells became significantly less stringent. In the world of magical apprentices, mages without rings possessed no magical ability and were regarded as possessing exceedingly low qualifications in other magical systems. The introduction of these rings would enable them to wield magic. And when combined with the training frameworks from the Elder Scrolls and Legend of Merlin, the barriers to entry for aspiring mages would diminish considerably. Aichi initiated extensive assessments of the mental acuity and elemental affinity of children within his territory, establishing several magical primary schools to offer free introductory lessons in magic. As the magical arts began to awaken in the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, the threshold for becoming a mage would continuously lower, inevitably leading to a surge of gifted children. Aichi aimed to disseminate magic akin to the knowledge imparted through compulsory education, thereby honoring the title of the Magical Empire. Given that the recipients of this education were his own citizens, all of whom bore the obligation of military service, this initiative would fortify the power of Aichi's nation. Naturally, the magic taught would primarily comprise basic introductory spells. Those seeking advanced magic would need to study at Winterfell. After Aichi ascended to the role of chief mage of Winterfell and secured the entirety of the stronghold, it evolved into a hybrid academic and political training center. Every mage was bound by duty to pledge allegiance to Aichi, who, in return, facilitated their research and practice, fostering a mutually beneficial relationship. Regarding the governance of mages, Aichi began organizing Balthazar and the mages of Winterfell to draft the necessary regulations. Aichi commenced the education of the sorcerers of Winterfell, instilling in them the understanding of modern knowledge and the power of science, striving for a harmonious development of both magic and science, thereby swiftly fortifying the empire of Aichi. Chapter 050. Relaxation and continued journeys. The advancements on Aichi's front were progressing at an astonishing pace, while in Westeros, events spiraled into chaos. Robb Stark, driven by vengeance for his father, rallied his forces southward. This young man possessed commendable martial prowess, albeit his political acumen left much to be desired, lacking a clear objective. Following a decisive victory, he successfully captured the regicide, Jaime Lannister, which greatly bolstered the morale of his allies. In a subsequent assembly, the Northmen declared their intentions. dismissing the concerns regarding the children of King S landing and boldly proclaimed themselves as the kings in the north. The two brothers of the former king each asserted their claim as the rightful heirs to the throne, and combined with Joffrey of King S landing and Robb of the North, for kings now vied for power. Adding to the tumult, the boisterous Balon Greyjoy declared himself king of the Iron Islands. Thus the War of the Five Kings began to influence the entirety of Westeros. In the southernmost realm of Dorne, the prince espoused a pacifist stance, opting not to partake in the rebellion. The Tully family of Riverrun resolved to support House Stark, given their close familial ties. Meanwhile, the bannermen of House Arryn in the Eyrie expressed their desire to engage, yet Peter Baelish skillfully maneuvered through his influence over Lady Lysa, ensuring House Arryn remained neutral, which subsequently facilitated Baelish's further control over the Eyrie. The Tully family of the Riverlands sought to capitalize on the turmoil for personal gain, rallying behind the self-proclaimed king, Renly Baratheon. Lord Mace Tyrell arranged for his daughter, Margaery Tyrell, to wed him, hoping to see her ascend to the throne. Despite Renly's affections lying elsewhere, particularly with his brother, Loras Tyrell, nevertheless, the Tyrells would benefit regardless. At the Wall, Jon Snow, now bearing the Stark name, contemplated aiding Robb upon hearing of his father's murder and his brother's mobilization. Fortunately, friends dissuaded him, leading him back to his duties with the Night's Watch. The Lord Commander offered counsel, cautioning Jon that should he depart, Aechi's support for the Night's Watch would wane. Subsequently, the old maester, Aemon, provided further guidance. Jon, in a fit of anger, insisted that Aemon could not comprehend his turmoil. After a period of recovery, Aemon had regained his sight and, fixating on Jon, articulated the anguish and helplessness he felt upon learning of the Targaryen family's demise, even as innocent children were ruthlessly slain, urging Jon to make his own decision. Yet, deep within, Aemon, aware of the truth, silently lamented, what purpose would it serve for a Targaryen to rush to the aid of House Stark? I had hoped to see you make a name for yourself within the Night's Watch, thereby honoring your father, Rhaegar. Moreover, the greater the chaos in the south, the easier it would be for Aechi to restore order, rendering your Stark lineage increasingly advantageous. I would wager my century of existence that Aechi has deliberately arranged for Jon to reclaim the Stark surname, indicating a well-thought-out plan. It seems I must take better care of my health, striving to endure until the war's conclusion to witness the ultimate outcome. Tyrion, having been liberated through trial by combat, returned to King S Landing, where his father, Tywin, appointed him as the acting hand of the king. Arya Stark successfully escaped from King S Landing, embarking on her extraordinary journey of discovery. In recent days, Aechi has momentarily set aside his magical pursuits to cultivate a closer connection with Daenerys. Upon acquiring a few young dragons, Daenerys has lavished them with affection, akin to a young girl who has suddenly received a beloved pet. Meanwhile, Viserys, upon learning of the dragon eggs hatching, has attempted several times to approach the dragons, only to be rebuffed by Daenerys. With the arrival of the dragons, Viserys' standing in her esteem has plummeted. Having gained experience, strength, and support, Daenerys has transformed from the naive girl she was 6 months prior. She has awakened the talents of the unburnt and exhibits a remarkable aptitude for fire magic. Her brother, lacking such gifts, no longer merits the title of the true dragon in her eyes. In her heart, only someone as formidable as Aechi commands her admiration. During recent days, Aechi has spent time frolicking with Daenerys and her 3 dragons. Although these dragons are merely of the lesser beast variety, their rapid growth is a notable advantage. Generally, dragons possess a slow growth rate and long lifespans, where accumulation of experience is crucial. In the realm of A Song of Ice and Fire, dragons primarily rely on their physical strength and flames in battle, lacking magical prowess. Remarkably, within less than 2 months, the young dragons have visibly increased in size, already capable of breathing fire to roast their meals, with tiny sharp teeth beginning to emerge. As a dragon speaker and master of the dragon shout, Aechi will maintain control over the dragons even as they mature. Surrounding Aechi's pyramid are several lesser dragons from the realm of ancient scrolls, also nonverbal creations of Alduin, which Aechi has gathered to bolster his combat capabilities. The true Alduin is significantly larger than his video game counterpart, being the firstborn of Akatosh, the dragon god, and certainly cannot be compared in size to ordinary dragons as depicted in games. Aechi's triumph over Alduin came at a cost to the latter's divinity. Ironically, the once omnipotent deity, Alduin, fell from grace due to the veneration of the dragon cult, transforming from an inviolable god into merely a powerful dragon, thus providing Aechi the opportunity to defeat him. This endeavor would not have been possible without the assistance of Akatosh and old Parthurnax. Aichi's conquest over Alduin merely extinguished the dragon's unique traits, allowing him to return to divinity. When Alduin's soul is reborn, he will once again ascend to the status of god, suggesting that, in a certain light, Alduin should express gratitude to Aichi. Aichi originally intended to spend a few more days with Daenerys, but unexpectedly, the astrolabe began to emit strong signals. This time, Aichi did not even activate the astrolabe. Yet it provided indications that, based on his analysis, this newly discovered dimension must be an extraordinarily powerful and vast realm, likely harboring numerous valuable treasures awaiting his acquisition. Days later, fully prepared, Aichi bid farewell to Daenerys and embarked once more on his journey to explore new dimensions. Chapter 051. Arrival in the Marvel Universe and meeting with the Ancient One. Aichi traversed the dimensional gateway and emerged through the portal into a wilderness of another realm. The landing point was quite remote, seemingly situated in a desolate desert landscape, with swirling sands stretching as far as the eye could see, leaving Aichi unable to ascertain his exact location or the era he had entered. This time, Aichi found himself in a predicament. If this place was indeed uninhabited, escaping would prove to be quite challenging. His previous crossings had primarily occurred in cities where significant events were unfolding, and he had always been within a day's journey from the protagonists. However, this time, he found himself in a vast desert, uncertain of which direction to take. Aichi considered soaring into the sky for a better view, but his flight templates were all vampiric in nature, rendering him susceptible to the harmful rays of ultraviolet light. Even in his Vampire Lord form, while he would not suffer from burns, he would still be weakened by the sun, leading to considerable discomfort, unless he utilized the Bow of Oriel to shield himself from the sun's glare, which would create too much commotion and potentially attract the attention of major powers in a modern dimension, contradicting his plan for a low-key infiltration. Thus, Aichi resolved to first employ the wish compass to locate the nearest city, seeking to clarify the geographical and temporal context before devising further plans. Just as he prepared to retrieve the wish compass from the Book of Infinity, a swirling circle of golden sparks appeared not far from him. The sparks expanded, and as they coalesced, they formed a golden ring, the interior of which was starkly different from the surrounding desolation. Clearly, it was a portal. Upon witnessing this portal, Aichi recognized it as a unique magical teleportation gateway belonging to the hidden order of the Marvel Universe, its magical fluctuations astonishing even him. Thus, he concluded that he had indeed arrived on Earth within the Marvel Universe. It was evident that the newcomer had been drawn to the intense magical resonance emanating from Aichi's dimensional door, and the ability to promptly detect an interdimensional visitor and possess the courage to approach suggested that it was none other than the current Sorcerer Supreme. Depending on the timeline, Aichi anticipated that he might encounter either Doctor Strange or the Ancient One, and he quietly prepared several spells to avert any potential conflict from arising. As the portal stabilized, a bald female mage clad in yellow robes stepped forth, and Aichi immediately recognized her as the Ancient One, a revered sorceress who willingly sacrificed everything to protect Earth. Given her ability to draw energy from the dark dimension, she was likely to possess a more open-minded approach to magic, facilitating a smoother exchange between them. The Ancient One ventured forth alone, prompted by the recent magical fluctuations emanating from the dimensional gate, which had been detected by the Sanctum. The intensity of the magical disturbance was considerable. After all, it was the result of an extensive consumption of soul stones and magical crystals, far beyond the capabilities of a solitary individual like Aichi. The Ancient One, under the impression that this level of disturbance warranted personal intervention, believed that the other mages of the Hidden One's order would only serve as liabilities. Aichi, equally apprehensive, possessed a plethora of destructive spells with formidable offensive capabilities. Yet he lacked substantial knowledge of spatial magic. Most crucially, should the Ancient One confine Aichi within a mirror dimension using an immobilizing spell, Aichi would find himself unable to escape, reliant solely on the materials within the Book of Infinite to construct another dimensional gate for his return. Thus, the situation became one of mutual trepidation, with both Aichi and the Ancient One hesitating to make a move. After several tense moments, the Ancient One, recognizing the absurdity of two living beings merely standing in the desert, broke the silence. The intense magical wave just now was conjured by you, was it not? From which dimension do you hail? What is your purpose on Earth? With a hint of amusement, Aichi realized that the Ancient One had mistaken him for a dimensional entity akin to Dormammu. He replied, "You must be the esteemed Ancient One. My name is Aki Tondon, a human mage. Though I am human, I do not originate from this earth. As you are well versed in the intricacies of dimensions, you must understand the existence of parallel universes. I come from one such realm. The magical disturbance you sensed was caused by my teleportation utilizing a grand magical artifact, not by my own abilities, so there is no need for such wariness. As you can see, as a human, I harbor no malice, nor have I engaged in dealings with any nefarious dimensional beings, excluding Akatosh, of course, who is indeed the true god of time. And the pantheon of demons does not count either. I possess no ulterior motives. As a mage, I find that nothing compares to the allure of the true essence of magic. To encounter the renowned Ancient One upon my arrival here is a testament to the guidance of magic itself. I formally extend a request for a magical exchange, hoping to collaborate with you in our mutual exploration of the arcane. As he spoke, Aichi invoked an expert-level restoration spell, a grand healing incantation, and a radiant golden light enveloped the area around him. The Ancient One, taken aback, almost prepared to retaliate, but he soon discerned that this spell bore no lethal intent. Rather, it imparted a sense of relief to his own being. Even more astonishing to the Ancient One was the palpable disturbance of the dark energies within him, which seemed to recoil at the sight of the golden radiance before him. This revelation left the Ancient One both astonished and elated. In her quest to safeguard the Earth, the Ancient One found herself compelled to draw energy from the dark dimension, a source of deep-seated concern for her. Presently, she had no means to expel the power of the dark dimension from her being, although her willpower allowed her to resist the encroaching influence of Dormammu. She feared that the further amalgamation of the dark dimension's power with her own essence might one day lead her to succumb to darkness. For centuries, the Ancient One had sought energies capable of counteracting the dark dimension, yet her endeavors had yielded no results. Today, encountering Aichi's magic, while not a direct counter to the dark energy, presented a potential reprieve, as it did not align with the malevolent forces. If harmless, this spell might indeed serve as a pivotal element in her battle against the dark dimension's energy. The Ancient One pondered deeply. A practitioner capable of wielding such magic must possess a foundation of trustworthiness. After all, with her presence, she had not lived in vain over the centuries. Should conflict arise, the outcome was uncertain. Moreover, the individual had openly acknowledged her identity as the Ancient One, indicating a familiarity with her reputation. Anyone harboring ill intentions would likely hesitate to confront her directly. Thus, the Ancient One resolved to agree to the magical exchange. Chapter 052, Magical Exchange and the Manifestation of Akatosh. Extending one hand while tracing a circle in the air with the other, the Ancient One conjured a new portal. Her intent was to journey to the temple in Nepal, the stronghold of sorcerers, where she held the advantage of familiarity and was untroubled by any reckless actions from Aichi. Generally, Aichi would not venture into another mage's territory, just as no mage would dare intrude upon Aichi's tower. Within a mage's own tower, various protective measures are established to prevent intruders. Unless one surpasses the tower's master by a significant margin, entering another's domain is tantamount to inviting one's own demise. However, Aichi, having gleaned insights into the Ancient One through narratives, placed faith in her character, believing that as long as he posed no threat to Earth, she would not turn against him. Indeed, the Ancient One graciously introduced Aichi to the other sorcerers, and they convened in the reception hall to discuss the matter of magical exchange. In all dealings related to sorcery, Aichi adhered strictly to the principle of equivalent exchange. This principle not only governed Aichi's conduct, but also served as an unspoken rule binding sorcerers. To owe a debt to another mage is decidedly unfavorable. Most magical systems are acutely aware of this fact, and at times, it can even be leveraged as a condition to compel a mage into action. Thus, during their discussions, Aichi was particularly mindful of the exchange between them. The Ancient One was exceedingly generous, having always been open in her teachings over the years. Consequently, she willingly offered Aichi access to a wide array of spells, with the exception of a few fundamental tomes from her private collection, allowing him the freedom to borrow any other texts. Aichi produced all the spells and training experiences below the expert level from the ancient scrolls world. Subsequently, he sought the crafting method for the suspended ring used to open portals from the Ancient One. In exchange, Aichi offered the method for creating magical rings from the apprentice wizard's realm. The Ancient One possessed a plethora of magical artifacts and crafting techniques, for which Aichi was willing to barter with various alchemical potions. Over the following days, Aichi and the Ancient One engaged in a mutual exchange of arcane knowledge, both in awe of each other's magical prowess. The Ancient One, having lived for centuries, had amassed a wealth of magical wisdom far beyond that of ordinary mortals. Aichi, Having traversed several magical planes and mastered the sorceries of multiple realms, coupled with the unparalleled recording ability of the Book of Infinite, possessed a level of magical sophistication that was beyond the reach of typical wizards. Both were exceedingly pleased with their respective gains. S.H.I.E.L.D. finally acquired the coveted methods for spatial magic and the creation of numerous highly effective artifacts. The convenience of portals speaks for itself, while the mirror space serves as a formidable weapon should an adversary lack understanding of spatial magic or the strength of dimensions. Being ensnared within the mirror space would lead only to doom. Previously, S.H.I.E.L.D. had learned a mirror trap spell from Balthazar, capable of imprisoning foes within a mirrored alternate reality. However, this magic paled in comparison to the mirror space. The Ancient One was equally satisfied, as the Marvel wizards lacked even a single healing spell, necessitating medical intervention for injuries. The healing spells imparted by S.H.I.E.L.D. were life-saving. Furthermore, with an assortment of wondrous potions and magical rings enhancing a wizard's capabilities, the Ancient One felt he had struck a profitable deal. Simultaneously, S.H.I.E.L.D. began crafting the Dimensional Gateway, as he intended to establish stable interdimensional travel to the Marvel Universe. As for conquering this realm, that was a distant thought. The Marvel dimension was rife with treasures, yet fraught with peril. S.H.I.E.L.D. learned through the network that current news was dominated by reports of Tony Stark's disappearance, confirming that the storyline of Iron Man 1 had just commenced. This indicated that Earth would soon face a multitude of challenges, and this seemingly insignificant planet would serve as a pivotal point for many events across the cosmos. Such a troubled Earth was of no interest to S.H.I.E.L.D. He sought merely to establish connections and gain benefits, ready to withdraw should complications arise. After confirming S.H.I.E.L.D.'s benevolence, the Ancient One expressed great interest in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Dimensional Gateway, and with the Ancient One's assistance, the construction was swiftly completed. S.H.I.E.L.D. planned to return briefly, as the astrolabe had conveyed a message from Aki Tondon, expressing a desire to meet with both S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Ancient One. S.H.I.E.L.D. relayed this information to the Ancient One, who deliberated before deciding to attend the meeting. The two traversed the dimensional gateway to the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, and from there, through another dimensional portal, they arrived in the realm of the Ancient Scrolls. In the realm of the Elder Scrolls, the might of Aki Tondon reigned supreme, projecting his essence through the celestial orrery to engage in discourse with S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Ancient One. Aki Tondon, the dragon god of time, embodies the duality of both time and dragons. Originally, the extent of Aki Tondon's power was confined to the world of the Elder Scrolls. However, with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s assistance, his influence has begun to radiate into several realms that S.H.I.E.L.D. is exploring, creating a mutually beneficial situation for both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Aki Tondon. Recently, a remarkably potent dimension has been discovered. Should Aki Tondon manage to project his power within it, given time, he could gradually ascend to become the god of time within the Marvel Universe. This is the underlying motivation for Aki Tondon's continuous support in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s endeavors to unveil new dimensions. At present, Aki Tondon is on the verge of completely occupying the position of the god of time in the world of A Song of Ice and Fire. Aki Tondon harbors a profound admiration for the Marvel Universe, a fantastical realm. Yet, the complexities of Marvel's narrative run deep. Although the cinematic iteration of the Marvel Universe appears diluted, analyses suggest the absence of entities akin to the Celestials. Nonetheless, it remains a world teeming with formidable beings where even Aki Tondon could find himself at a disadvantage. Crucially, the Marvel Universe is already home to the Time Stone, a crystallization of time within the Infinity Gems. The existence of the Time Stone precludes Aki Tondon's entry as the god of time. Thus, he must seek the stone's recognition to gain access to this universe. Aki Tondon desires to negotiate with the consciousness of the Time Stone. Each Infinity Gem is not merely a manifestation of energy and rules, but also a collective of substantial awareness. Selecting suitable wielders. Ideally, the most effective approach would be to summon the Time Stone for a face-to-face meeting with Aki Tondon. However, as a crystallization of the rules of the Marvel Universe, the Time Stone cannot leave its home. Therefore, an intermediary is essential for communication. This dialogue represents an exchange between two supreme entities of time, necessitating representatives from both sides for effective discourse. S.H.I.E.L.D. serves as Aki Tondon's envoy, while the Ancient One assumes the role of the Time Stone's representative. Although Doctor Strange would typically be the optimal ambassador for the Time Stone, at this juncture, he has yet to attain mastery as a sorcerer, and even the Time Stone cannot reverse time to summon the future Doctor Strange for negotiations. In terms of raw power, Aki Tondon holds a slight advantage, having honed his abilities over countless ages and recently harnessed power across various dimensions, enhancing his mastery over time. While the Time Stone may surpass Akatosh in terms of consciousness, the home field advantage within the Marvel Universe compels Akatosh to approach the conversation with a degree of politeness. As the Time Stone is inextricably linked to the Marvel Universe, the negotiations took place on Earth within this realm. After much contemplation, the Ancient One ultimately consented. For this signified the potential inclusion of a higher dimensional being in the guardianship of the universe, which could prove advantageous. On Earth, the Ancient One adorned the Eye of Agamotto, the vessel of the Time Stone, while Aichi donned the amulet of Akatosh and held a star map in hand. In order to allow the will of Akatosh to manifest, Aichi opened a dimensional gateway, expending a vast quantity of soul stones. To ensure optimal communication, the dialogue between the two temporal entities commenced. A colossal dragon's phantom materialized behind Aichi, as the Ancient One directly unveiled the glowing green Time Stone from the Eye of Agamotto. As the exchange of consciousness deepened, the Ancient One recognized that the Infinity Stones indeed possessed their own awareness. Although their communication was silent, both Aichi and the Ancient One, as intermediaries, could grasp a portion of the exchange. It was evident that the will of the Time Stone was somewhat subdued and nebulous. The Time Stone, a crystallization of temporal power, held an unwavering status within the Marvel Universe, embodying a divine essence without being a deity itself, and thus readily agreed to acknowledge Akatosh as the god of time. The particulars of the benefits bestowed by Akatosh upon the Time Stone remained elusive to the two, but they sensed a profound joy emanating from the Time Stone post-discussion. It consented to infuse a considerable amount of unclaimed temporal magic into a magical crystal as a gift for Aichi, seemingly hoping that Aichi would pay greater attention to the Marvel world and foster its development. Consequently, Aichi found himself indebted to both Akatosh and the Infinity Stone. Yet this also served as a token of gratitude from Akatosh for Aichi's assistance in his endeavors across other realms. Akatosh pledged that now he could traverse the Marvel Universe, and should Aichi encounter other Infinity Stones, Akatosh could persuade them to coalesce a crystal for Aichi. This would enable Aichi to acquire a non-infinite version of a small gem. Although this gem would not rival the Infinity Stones, it would nonetheless represent a powerful crystallization of its kind, and due to its lack of binding to the Marvel Universe, could be taken freely. Aichi transformed this diminutive green Time Stone into a dragon-shaped ring, naming it the Time Dragon Ring. Coupled with the Tome of Time provided by the Ancient One, Aichi gained additional time spells for protection, which greatly satisfied him. Upon returning to the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, Aichi continued to integrate the newly acquired magic into the educational framework of Winterfell, fortifying the palace with enchantments to deter any disruptions by those who might have learned spatial magic. Aichi approached the dissemination of these advanced and potent spells with caution. In his quest to establish a magical empire, he permitted the teaching of elementary magic to anyone with potential, while reserving the impartation of advanced spells for those who pledged loyalty and underwent rigorous trials, thus creating a monopoly on knowledge akin to the technological monopolies of great nations. Subsequently, Aichi was destined to venture into the Marvel Universe, where the mystical organization led by the Ancient One had established a robust communication network with Aichi's Winterhold. Here, magicians from both realms could freely exchange ideas and resources. Meanwhile, Iron Man found himself secretly crafting his armored suit within a terrorist stronghold, presenting Aichi with an opportune moment to intervene. Like many predecessors who traversed realms, Aichi aimed to rescue Iron Man. Regarding the rescue, Aichi preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. The conventional approach would involve contacting Tony's secretary, Pepper Potts, to negotiate terms before springing into action. However, Aichi dismissed such trivial gains. The true treasure lay in Tony's intellect. His intent was not to seek monetary reward, but to forge a friendship with Tony, an alliance that would prove invaluable for future technological advancements and connections with other superheroes. Aichi retrieved his wish compass to locate Tony's whereabouts. Although the compass could only indicate the direction, it did not reveal the distance. Nevertheless, Aichi devised a strategy. After establishing a direction, he drew a line on his map to signify Tony's potential location. He then activated a portal to a distant point, consulting the wish compass again to note its new bearing and drawing another line on the map. The intersection of these two lines clearly indicated Tony's location. With the enchanted ring at his disposal, Aichi reveled in the thrill of swift movement, promptly teleporting to the vicinity of the terrorists' hideout. To his relief, it was not far from his entry point into the Marvel Universe, aligning with Aichi's usual pattern of remaining within a day's journey from the protagonist. Under the cover of night, he employed his invisibility magic to surveil the terrorist base, aided by the wish compass. leading him to ascertain that he was indeed at the site where Tony was imprisoned. Given Aichi's capabilities, dispatching the adversaries before him posed little challenge. However, engaging in combat might incite considerable noise, risking Iron Man's demise amid the chaos. Moreover, the Ancient One typically opposed the use of magic in worldly affairs. Thus, out of respect, Aichi refrained from causing disturbances on Earth in the Marvel Universe. Consequently, he opted for a stealthy approach, avoiding confrontation. Aichi swiftly cast a spell, entering the mirrored space, where he could observe the reality through its reflection. In this mirrored realm, he navigated seamlessly, circumventing the walls of the physical world, and successfully arrived at the location of Tony and Dr. Jensen. The two were industriously working on the assembly of the Iron Man suit. Aichi was genuinely impressed by Tony's ability to engineer such a remarkable creation, the Mark I, from a collection of scraps in such dire circumstances. Indeed, Tony's intellect was the most precious asset. Aichi noted that, without his timely intervention, it would likely be less than a week before the pivotal moment of Tony's escape. As scripted in the original narrative, to avert any complications, Aichi promptly conjured a portal behind Tony. The portal gradually expanded, and as Tony heard the sound behind him and turned around, he beheld a luminous circle. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the radiant circle surged towards him, enveloping him, Silver Sun, and Mark I in an instant. Upon opening his eyes again, Tony was astonished to find that the scene before him had transformed. No longer was he in a dim prison cell, but rather in a fantastical realm composed of an array of glass and mirrors at varying angles. Before him stood an individual clad in a robe, leisurely observing him. Chapter 054. A favor for Tony. Tony, now wearing a mask of wariness, found himself utterly unprepared for the turn of events. His plan had been to forge a super armor and unleash it into battle, yet the armor was far from completion, with all his offensive capabilities welded into it. Both Tony and Silver Sun were devoid of even a single firearm, although the armor contained weaponry. It was merely a pile of scrap at this stage, leaving the two of them in a state of bewilderment. Aichi, suddenly struck by a mischievous impulse, recalled the scene of the Ancient One displaying her prowess in the mirror dimension from the Doctor Strange film. He then extended his hands, conjuring two fans from dimensional energy, which he waved gracefully. As Aichi moved, the entire mirror space began to shift. All the reflective surfaces started to move and rotate around Aichi, cracking and reassembling, causing Tony and Silver Sun to feel as though they had tumbled into a kaleidoscope. Though Aichi had only recently begun to explore this new magic, aided by the system and the Book of Infinite Knowledge, he was still a far cry from the Ancient One's level of mastery. Nevertheless, he managed to create a splendid hall-like space, with the floor adorned in a radiant, spoke-like symmetry, while the surrounding area glimmered with the unique brilliance of the mirrored dimension. Tony had always been a man of science, arguably standing at the pinnacle of earthly scientific achievement. Yet, the spectacle before him defied any explanation he could muster. It was important to remember that this was the cinematic universe of Marvel, which meant that the X-Men, sold off in copyright, were absent from this realm. Later writers had introduced the Inhumans to fill the void, yet even someone of Tony's immense wealth and intellect had little profound understanding of the arcane forces at play. The extraordinary nature of his surroundings profoundly shocked Tony, rendering him momentarily speechless. Aichi reveled in the effect he had created. While he was accustomed to the astonishment of ordinary individuals, witnessing the renowned scientific genius Tony Stark taken aback brought him great satisfaction. From the Book of Infinite Knowledge, Aichi produced a dining table and several chairs, seemingly unfazed by the limitless possibilities of the tome. He seated himself in one chair, gesturing for Tony and Silver Sun to take their places across from him. He then produced an assortment of food and beverages, taking a sip of cola while quietly observing Tony. At this moment, Tony had gathered his thoughts and realized he ought to embody the grandeur of Tony Stark. Without hesitation, he pulled over a chair and sat down, indulging in the snacks and beverages prepared by Aichi. Dr. Silverstone hesitated for a moment before mimicking Tony and taking a seat. Though he refrained from eating, Aichi courteously remarked, "I hope you don't mind these packaged foods. While I can store and transport provisions, I cannot guarantee their shelf life. So I have to settle for items with a longer duration. Freshly baked goods will have to wait until you return to New York." Tony swallowed a bite of cookie, gazing at Aichi, and said, "Though I am unaware of how you accomplished this, the fact remains that you have liberated me from my captors. It appears you came specifically to rescue me, and thus you must know who I am, so I shall forego self-introduction. Now, could you disclose your identity? Why did you come to save me, and what are your intentions?" Tony understood that he had no grounds for resistance at this juncture. It was better to be forthright and seek clarity. He was mentally prepared for the possibility of stepping from one perilous situation into another. Aichi smiled and affirmed, "Indeed, you are the renowned Tony Stark. Beneath the veneer of a playboy lies a remarkable talent. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Aichi Danton. But you may call me Aichi. I am a magician, currently on a journey seeking trade partners. By chance, I learned of your abduction. For a magician, finding you is not particularly challenging. Having located you, it was no trouble to extricate you. Although, I believe that even without my intervention, you would not remain captive for long." As he spoke, Aichi gestured towards Mark I and then to Dr. Silverstone, adding, "However, the fate of our friend here, without the protection of an armored suit, might not be as fortunate." Dr. Silverstone shivered at this remark, and Tony could not dispute it. After all, no plan, no matter how meticulous, could guarantee their escape together. Aichi continued, "Tony, fret not. As a magician, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. You are a figure of great consequence, and in the coming years, the entire Earth shall become the focus of the cosmos. I merely seek to do you a favor." Regardless of the veracity of Aichi's words, Tony quickly replied, "The favor of Tony Stark is indeed invaluable. Rest assured, as long as you secure my safe passage, I will be able to accommodate you, whether in monetary terms or otherwise." Aichi chuckled dismissively, "Mr. Stark, you may be mistaken in thinking I am akin to a mercenary seeking a quick profit. I am pursuing a long-term collaboration and have no intention of leveraging favors to coerce you into anything. I believe we will have ample opportunities for profound collaboration in the future. Now, as a gesture of my sincerity, allow me to provide you with a piece of information at no cost. It is only natural for you to harbor suspicions. The ease with which this group of terrorists acquires your merchandise and tracks your movements suggests that a high-ranking official from your company is aiding them. That individual is Obadiah Stane." Just as Tony was about to refute this claim, he was silenced by Aichi. "I understand you wish to assert that Obadiah, much like a father, has always cared for you and that you trust him implicitly. However, certain matters are not as they appear. Much like the circumstances surrounding your father Howard's demise, which was not an accident, but a conspiracy orchestrated by Obadiah and others to eliminate him." With a wave of his hand, Aichi activated the Green Prophet's powers, employing an illusion to project an image into the surrounding mirror space. The Hall of the Mirror Space instantly displayed the scene of Howard being slain by the Winter Soldier, a FAAD crafted to resemble an accident. Aichi had previously utilized the Green Prophet's abilities to unearth this footage, and now he merely projected it again. Tony stood transfixed as he witnessed the Winter Soldier murder his parents, masked as a tragic accident. A sudden tightness gripped his chest, rendering him speechless. Aichi continued, "The remaining truths are for you to uncover upon your return. There is no need for me to unveil them all. The truth is indeed harsh. I hope you can adjust your mindset. Should you return and, before avenging your parents, be discovered by Obadiah, resulting in your own demise, it would tarnish the illustrious name of Tony Stark." With great difficulty, Tony suppressed the urge to rush back and annihilate Obadiah with the Mark I. Casting a grateful glance at Aichi and nodding, Aichi smiled, extending a hand to conjure a golden circle before him. A portal through which Stark Industries building was faintly visible. Aichi handed Tony a slip of paper, stating, "This is my number. We shall be in touch." Driven by the urgency of returning home and seeking vengeance, Tony, alongside his companion, swiftly traversed the portal, disregarding the Mark I, and made his way toward his building. Once they departed, the portal Aichi had opened vanished behind them. Chapter 055. Tony takes action and the new Dragonborn. Watching as Tony and his companion safely departed, Aichi closed the portal. Within Aichi's mirror space remained the imposing figure of the Mark I, which he decided to keep. Although the experience of escaping in a suit of armor was absent, Aichi was confident that, true to Tony's character, Iron Man would eventually come to fruition. He was not in a hurry. The Marvel Universe was far too elevated for him to conquer. Thus, this realm would serve as a stable venue for trade and exchange. The first batch of exchange participants would be the sorcerers, including Master Gui. In recent days, Aichi and Master Gui had engaged in continual discussions regarding magical insights. Having recently acquired the Time Dragon Ring, Aichi had numerous inquiries concerning time-related spells that required Master Gui's guidance. After coming into contact with the will of the Time Stone, Master Ancient's resolve to enlist the aid of Aichi in safeguarding the world has only intensified. He begins to generously assist Aichi in mastering these arcane arts. At this juncture, the future antagonist, Caecilius, has yet to betray them, and Aichi harbors no intentions of taking action against him. While this may seem rather insidious, Caecilius' eventual treachery could indeed prove beneficial to Aichi. In the future, When Caecilius aligns himself with Dormammu, the threat will extend directly to Earth within the Marvel Universe, rather than encroaching upon Aichi's domain, allowing Aichi to remain an observer from a distance. In due time, the beleaguered sorcerers will undoubtedly seek Aichi's assistance, thereby affording him the opportunity to garner greater advantages. Thus, while Aichi collaborates closely with Master Ancient, he simultaneously contemplates the potential benefits that Caecilius' betrayal may yield, a consideration befitting a leader of any faction. Of course, should Dormammu find a way to traverse the vast cosmos and pose a threat to the realm of A Song of Ice and Fire, Aichi's stance would undoubtedly shift. However, for the present, such high-stakes matters are being guarded by Akatosh, leaving Aichi with little cause for concern. Several dimensional gateways have been established between the two worlds, and Aichi occasionally returns to oversee affairs. Currently, the two realms have begun to accept mutual communication. After all, the two-time masters have reached a compromise, resulting in a significant reduction in the energy expenditure required for traversal, with costs effectively controlled. In the quietude of his studies on magic, Aichi patiently awaits a response from Tony. Unlike the original film, Tony, upon his return, is promptly alerted by Aichi, especially concerning the truth behind his father's demise. From the outset, Tony has been driven to action. Upon his arrival, he hastily organizes himself. However, he finds it challenging to feign warmth towards Obadiah, who presents a facade of familiarity. Fortunately, Obadiah misinterprets Tony's demeanor as a result of shock, taking no offense. Everyone is eager to learn how Tony and Jensen managed to escape, and while Tony is loyal, he refrains from divulging Aichi's identity, merely stating that someone came to his rescue. Those with ulterior motives can only speculate, as apprehending a billionaire for interrogation is hardly feasible. The military failed to ensure Tony's safety, and his decision not to confront them is a relief. Who would dare add to his troubles? The only target they can pursue is Jensen, who escaped alongside Tony. Not one to be foolish, Tony swiftly ensures Jensen's protection upon his return. Jensen takes up residence in Stark Tower, fully aware that he is privy to many secrets that must remain undisclosed, and thus willingly accepts the protection offered. In the original narrative, Tony announces the cessation of weapon production upon witnessing the devastation wrought by such armaments. However, the current Tony is preoccupied with the looming threat of Obadiah, making it improbable that he would engage in actions to provoke his adversary. Tony is wary of making any public declarations, firstly due to lack of evidence, and secondly, because Obadiah holds the position of second-in-command within the company, leaving Tony uncertain of how many individuals are loyal to him. Tony's sole source of unwavering trust is Pepper Potts. Thus, while he feigns confidence in Obadiah and entrusts the management of the company to him, as usual, he discreetly collaborates with Pepper to investigate further while clandestinely crafting new Iron Man suits under the guise of weapon research. In the film, Tony's flamboyant nature compels him to test the newly completed suit immediately. With formidable foes looming, he is aware that revealing his trump cards is ill-advised. Thus, he covertly conducts experiments and revokes Obadiah's access to his home. Cunning and astute, Obadiah grows suspicious upon realizing that Tony has rescinded his entry. When he discovers Pepper's investigation into his activities, he becomes convinced that Tony has uncovered his role as the mastermind. Consequently, Obadiah kidnaps Pepper, intending to use her as leverage against Tony. Fortunately, Tony's Iron Man suit is fully operational, and with Mark I secured at IMS location. Obadiah finds himself utterly outmatched and at the mercy of Tony. Donned in his Iron Man armor, Tony valiantly rescues Pepper, dispatches the kidnappers, and apprehends Obadiah, ultimately revealing the truth and exacting his revenge. The existence of Iron Man is unveiled to the public, prompting S.H.I.E.L.D. to arrive and manage the aftermath. In a bold declaration before the gathered press, Tony proclaims, "I am Iron Man," sparking a media frenzy. Subsequently, the beleaguered S.H.I.E.L.D. director, Nick Fury, approaches Tony to discuss the Avengers Initiative. As time passes, Tony finally remembers his benefactor, AIM, and retrieves his phone to reach out using the contact information left by AIM. This information leads to AIM's associates stationed across various dimensions, as AIM frequently traverses between realms. Given the limitations of cross-dimensional communication, AIM has established offices in multiple realities, facilitating contact when necessary. Tony expresses his desire to meet AIM, and the message reaches AIM, who is currently aiding Daenerys in her dragon-taming endeavors. The templates capable of exerting control over dragons include the Dragonborn from the Elder Scrolls and the Dragon Lords from the Legends of Merlin. The 3 dragons A.I.M. nurtures are mere dragon beasts, easily manageable. However, the challenge lies in enabling Daenerys to assert control over the dragons. While A.I.M. can command the dragons to obey Daenerys, this is not a sustainable solution. Fortunately, tracing the origins of the Dragonborn reveals that the great dragon god Akatosh bestowed divine blood upon humanity, thus creating the Dragonborn. Acknowledging that his own journey across dimensions is orchestrated by Akatosh and anticipating future collaborations, A.I.M. unhesitatingly requests Akatosh to transform Daenerys into a Dragonborn. Recently, Akatosh has enjoyed increasing benefits, dominating the timelines of multiple dimensions, and in a generous mood, he shares dragon blood with Daenerys. Consequently, she becomes the second Dragonborn of her era. Although her abilities as a Dragonborn are still nascent, she finds no difficulty in utilizing basic dragon shouts and commanding small dragon beasts, thereby enhancing her prowess. Chapter 056. A profound collaboration with Tony. Aichi received a report from his subordinates, indicating that Tony wished to meet him. He had been anticipating this moment, wondering if perhaps Tony had forgotten him. In negotiations, being overly proactive can lead to disadvantages, especially when dealing with someone as proud as Tony. Aichi had deliberately refrained from making the first move, hoping to avoid inadvertently inflating Tony's ego. Utilizing the dimensional portal, Aichi traversed into the Marvel universe and directly opened a teleportation gateway to Tony's residence, startling him. Tony nearly donned his Iron Man suit, but upon recognizing Aichi, he exhaled in relief. Ever since Tony had been deceived by Obadiah and subsequently kidnapped by terrorists, he had developed a heightened sense of vigilance, akin to the adage about once bitten, twice shy. After exchanging greetings, Tony expressed his discontent regarding Aichi's unannounced arrival, though he begrudgingly acknowledged that entering from outside would have posed a greater inconvenience. Fortunately, Tony had not yet succumbed to the paranoia characteristic of his counterpart in another universe, who harbored elaborate contingency plans against perceived threats. For the moment, Tony had no immediate plans to devise countermeasures against Aichi. Aichi, undeterred, settled onto the sofa and remarked, "Tony, I have been waiting for quite some time. I did not expect that dealing with Obadiah would consume you so thoroughly. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." Tony internally mused that Aichi's stance was easy to maintain while seated. Yet he acknowledged that he would indeed welcome help in the future. Following expressions of gratitude, Tony inquired about the intricacies of magic, having witnessed the wonders of magical artifacts. Even a scientifically inclined genius like Tony found himself intrigued by the realm of magic. Regrettably, Aichi discovered that Tony's affinity for elemental forces was rather low. Although his mental acuity was commendable, his age and accumulated expertise in technology rendered him less capable than the future Doctor Strange. Should he pursue the arcane arts, he would likely remain ensnared between novice and apprentice. Fortunately, Stark had no aspirations of becoming a sorcerer. Rather, he sought to study magic and integrate its principles into his armor. This endeavor promised to be considerably simpler. Aichi had numerous collaborative ideas to explore with Tony. With Tony's consent, Aichi instructed him to leave a message for Pepper, after which he activated the portal, guiding Tony to the realm of A Song of Ice and Fire. In the future, Tony was destined to become one of Aichi's pivotal collaborators, as Aichi intended to entrust him with various developmental projects and potential profits. Tony, captivated by the magical phenomena of Winterfell, Daenerys' dragons, which did not yet pique his interest due to her youth, and the several realms Aichi had already explored, found himself deeply enthralled. Seated at the negotiation table, the two began to draft a preliminary collaboration plan. Aichi offered Tony methods for magical cultivation and enchanted items, while Tony focused on the feasibility of mass-producing magical artifacts and enhancing production techniques. Tony, under the guidance of Aichi, commenced the construction of a large power plant utilizing the new arc reactor, forming a joint venture to monopolize the energy industry. Aichi opened his oil fields and numerous metal mines to development, reserving only a small portion for other factions to entice, while the majority was to be jointly developed by Aichi, Tony, and Pamo, with specific shares to be determined later. Stark Industries, under Tony's leadership, provided Aichi with a substantial supply of weaponry at remarkably low prices over an extended period. Although Tony contemplated halting the arms industry following his abduction by terrorists, he hesitated to act upon his return for fear of provoking Obadiah. However, having recently resolved matters with Obadiah, he found himself entangled in Aichi's affairs. After much contemplation, Tony resolved to resume arms production, aiming to diminish the sales within the Marvel Earth while amplifying output for Aichi. His decision was not made lightly. The potential profits were staggering, Initially, he considered shutting down the arms industry to pivot towards the energy sector, confident that it would yield substantial returns. This situation differed significantly, as Aichi unveiled several nearly unexplored dimensions, presenting opportunities for profits that could drive one to madness. Aichi had effectively intertwined his interests with Tony's. Consequently, by supplying Aichi with weaponry, Tony was essentially safeguarding his own interests. Even if he were to sell at a minimal cost, or even for free, he would still provide Aichi with arms to maximize the benefits derived from developing these dimensions. The second rationale stemmed from Tony's first-hand experience of the devastation wrought by weaponry, which had initially led him to cease arms production. Yet, it was evident that Aichi's exploration of these dimensions would require the use of advanced weaponry to subdue the technologically inferior native populations. Previously, Pemo had been supplying arms, but lacking the expertise of a professional arms dealer, he had struggled to meet the demands. Thus, it was logical for Tony to provide superior weaponry to swiftly resolve conflicts, thereby minimizing Aichi's losses. If they could quickly incapacitate their adversaries, it might even reduce civilian casualties, and this was how Tony rationalized his decision. The general framework for collaboration had already been established when Aichi reminded Tony of his father's invention of a non-toxic, more efficient arc reactor material, originally designed for the World Expo. This advancement would expedite the adoption of electricity under Aichi's governance. The finer details of profit distribution would be entrusted to specialized negotiators, as it was unbecoming for such prominent figures to engage in petty squabbling. Aichi initially dispatched a significant supply of Valyrian steel, enchanted weapons, and magical scrolls to Tony. While Tony devised a mass production plan, he began to enhance his Iron Man suit with these enchanted items. Aichi was eager to see the final form of Tony's magically modified suit and even sent several mages to assist. Concurrently, Aichi began equipping his army with the professional weapons provided by Tony, reallocating the replaced arms to secondary units while simultaneously embarking on military expansion. Aichi intensified his training, and with this new batch of weaponry, coupled with his unwavering commitment to military development, the time had finally come to take action in several previously identified realms. Aichi's strategic vision for these realms encompasses several classifications. The territorial realms serve as the primary domain and foundation of the populace, where construction and education must be widely implemented to foster a sense of belonging among the residents. This will serve as the cornerstone of Aichi's future governance, exemplified by the realms of the Elder Scrolls and A Song of Ice and Fire. The colonial realms are designated for the future establishment of colonies, where Aichi intends to implement a policy that balances both iron-fisted authority and diplomatic leniency. In the realm of politics, one must ally with some while subduing others. In order to garner loyalty from the territorial realms, Aichi will exploit the colonial realms for profit, rewarding those who demonstrate allegiance while decisively crushing any who dare to resist, such as in the Caribbean pirates and Dracula's era realms. The trade realms, which for various reasons are unsuitable for conquest, will be maintained through amicable relations, fostering mutual benefit to secure economic gains or valuable magical resources, as seen in the realms of the Legend of Merlin, the Bloodline realm, the Apprentice of the Sorcerer realm, and the Marvel Universe. Chapter 057. The conquest begins among these realms. Aichi is not in a hurry regarding the territorial realms. In the Elder Scrolls, Aichi enjoys a reputation as a dragonborn. It is noteworthy that the previous emperors of the empire were also dragonborn, granting Aichi substantial legitimacy. Even the insignia of Aichi's house has been creatively modified from the imperial emblem. Aichi plans to wait until the Empire and the Cloak of Storms create chaos before taking action. Similarly, in A Song of Ice and Fire, Aichi aims to sow discord in Westeros, waiting until the common folk yearn for him as parched plants yearn for spring rain before deploying his forces. These two realms will serve as the stronghold of Aichi's dominion in the future, necessitating a solid popular base. Thus, Aichi does not intend to initiate hostilities. Conversely, the colonial realms do not require such meticulous consideration. Aichi had previously refrained from action to avoid unnecessary casualties. However, with the new weapons provided by Tony, he no longer needs to hold back. In the colonial realms, it is prudent to target the weaker adversaries first, and Aichi's initial focus will be on the realm of Dracula's legend. During this period, in the realm of Dracula's legend, the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire is stabilizing the domestic situation. Given the astonishing display of Aichi's weaponry during their previous conflict, the Sultan is hesitant to invade Transylvania again. Dracula, grateful to Aichi for preserving his nation, is relieved that his son need not serve as a hostage. Aichi has little interest in Transylvania's modest territory. and Dracula has become Aichi's loyal subordinate. In recent times, Dracula has been diligently learning new command strategies and familiarizing himself with the tactics of modern weaponry. Being inherently talented, he absorbs knowledge swiftly. As a human, Dracula has fully realized his command capabilities, emerging as a highly competent general under Aichi's command. The finest commander of Aichi is Quinlan, who has witnessed the entire evolution of weaponry over the span of more than 2 millennia. His extensive research on various significant battles enables him to command with remarkable prowess. This time, Aichi appoints Quinlan as the chief strategist, with Dracula as his aide, embarking on an assault against Turkey. The technological level of the Dracula dimension is merely that of the 15th century. Aichi targets this region first due to its inferior technological advancements and inadequate resistance. Moreover, during this period, the Ottoman Empire stands at the zenith of its power, encompassing territories including Syria and Iraq. Securing these lands would result in Aichi gaining control over abundant oil resources. Aichi has always held the belief that the lives of soldiers are invaluable. Hence, he invests substantial sums to procure bombers from Tony, employing aerial bombardment to devastate Turkey's historically formidable army. Aichi's forces begin to gain the upper hand, systematically eliminating the enemy. With the support of bombers and tanks, the complete annihilation of Turkey within 3 months seems effortlessly achievable. As Aichi advances his troops, he also seizes control of all oil-producing regions. Given that this is still Earth, there is no need for extensive reconnaissance. Armed with a 21st century map, Aichi can easily identify and occupy potential oil-rich areas. Subsequently, Aichi convenes with Tony and Pemo, and the 3 ruthless capitalists commence planning for oil extraction. While the future development of the energy sector may hinge on Tony's arc reactor technology, the significance of oil within Aichi's strategic framework begins to wane. Even though the petrochemical industry remains indispensable, previously, Pemo and Tony could only watch as established companies monopolized oil. Now, united, the trio has the potential to dominate oil across multiple dimensions, a sensation that words cannot adequately convey. In recent times, Iron Man has been somewhat led astray by Aichi. Initially, he was meant to cease weapon production, but in order to foster his collaboration with Aichi and safeguard his own interests, Tony has begun to expand his arms manufacturing. After all, whatever quantity Aichi requires, he will procure without concern for finances. The oil of a single earth is sufficient for Aichi's extravagance. Tony was originally destined to suffer from metal poisoning, losing hope for his life, only to undergo a transformative experience in Iron Man 2. However, now Aichi has revealed to Tony the new formula researched by his father, thereby alleviating any concerns about his mortality. Iron Man has evolved into a mere pursuit of passion and display. Tony has begun to enhance his armor with enchanted items to such an extent that Aichi can scarcely recognize it. Tony's interests have become intrinsically linked to Aichi's, and the once affluent Tony finds himself less driven by the pursuit of wealth. Upon realizing the potential to elevate his status to that of a cross-century magnate, Tony's ambitions have reignited, steering him more towards capitalism than heroism. Aichi senses that Iron Man may have strayed too far from his original path. Nevertheless, Aichi remains indifferent, as long as he reaps the rewards. With regard to the subdued citizens of the Ottoman Empire, Aichi embarks on a regime characterized by an iron fist tempered with benevolence. After conquering the oil-producing regions and a significant portion of Turkey, Aichi rebranded the Magical Empire, adopting the title bestowed upon him by the ancient dragon Dunaware, the guardian of the Soulstone Tomb, which signifies the conqueror. Aichi commenced his rule over the Turkish territories with a demeanor befitting a conqueror. He stratified the Turkish populace into 3 classes of citizens, where only through continuous contributions and allegiance could one ascend the ranks, ultimately achieving the status of a true imperial citizen. The Turkish people, who had once thrived, were swiftly decimated by Aichi, resulting in a tarnished reputation among them. Aichi, however, remained indifferent, for he recognized that aggression lacks righteousness. His true desire lay not with the Turkish people, but with their oil, rendering their sentiments inconsequential. Aichi delineated military administration zones, strictly prohibiting access to the vital oil reserves. Any insurrection was met with ruthless suppression, while those who surrendered retained their privileges, which Aichi deemed trivial. He relentlessly dispatched his armies to engage in conquests, subsequently granting substantial portions of land to his subordinates. Such feudal allocations were an effective means of securing loyalty. Generally, feudalism hinders central governance, yet Aichi remained unconcerned, for the vastness of the land ensured that even with divisions, His domain would surpass the totality of the fiefs. In the future, he planned to curtail fief allocations within his territorial domain while extensively distributing lands in colonial realms. Should the conquered rise in rebellion, the burden would fall upon the vassals to manage, alleviating the empire's strain. His subordinates, having acquired vast tracts of land, would undoubtedly strive for development. Whether they exploited the local inhabitants was of little concern to Aichi. In the wake of rapid progress, unsavory practices would inevitably arise, and Aichi could only assure the safety of his own kin, leaving the fates of others to their own devices. After organizing his current domain, Aichi's next ambition was to conquer the Americas in this dimension. It was merely the mid-15th century, with Columbus only a few years into existence. Apart from the indigenous peoples, the Americas were largely unclaimed territories, ripe for exploitation of land, gold mines, and fur trade, all of which Aichi sought to monopolize. Rather than sailing across, Aichi intended to dispatch agents to commence the construction of portals in the Americas. The Ancient One possessed ample knowledge on portal creation. With the ability to traverse freely among the three great temples, Aichi merely needed to identify magical nodes to facilitate low-energy travel within the same planetary realm, thus achieving his goal of conquering the Americas. In the following chapter, Aichi aimed to consolidate control over the various crucial resource regions within the Dracula Year dimension, from gold to iron ore, leaving nothing untouched, including the numerous diamond mines, particularly those in South Africa. Although diamonds hold minimal intrinsic industrial value, their prices are artificially inflated through monopolization and speculation. In truth, the natural yield of diamonds is considerably high, yet their market presence is suppressed due to monopolistic practices. While diamonds may not have extensive industrial applications, for sorcerers, pure diamonds and various gemstones are excellent materials for crafting magical artifacts. Aichi planned to seize the major gemstone regions of Earth, providing these resources to the wizards who pledged their loyalty to him. Aichi harbored a grand design. As magic became increasingly widespread, only those who pledged allegiance to Aichi could purchase vast quantities of raw materials at a modest price. The realm of sorcery was both lucrative and costly, thereby ensuring that the sorcerers under Aichi's command could enjoy substantial benefits. By integrating modern methodologies, Aichi had facilitated the large-scale cultivation of magical flora within greenhouses, resulting in a dramatic surge in raw material production and an increase in potion yields, contributing significantly to the advancement of magic within Aichi's burgeoning empire. Tony's iron suit had begun utilizing Valyrian titanium alloy, a testament to the support from Tony's modern industry, which enabled the application of Valyrian techniques to titanium, significantly enhancing the material's properties, ideal for crafting the iron armor. In tandem with Tony's experiments, several fire dragons were nearly exhausted, and had it not been for the intervention of a few sorcerers, Tony might have resorted to dissecting a fire dragon. Aichi conferred with the military and Tony, deciding to first wreak havoc in one world, seizing control of major resource regions before turning to the realm of Caribbean pirates. Given that the occupied territories required garrisoning, Aichi's military expansion was still constrained, necessitating the assurance of safety in other dimensions to avoid dispersing his forces too thinly. After all, the wealth derived from a single Earth was already causing great prosperity, allowing for a measured approach. The narrative of the pirates would only be ripe for intervention after the conclusion of the third installment, when the British East India Company would be severely weakened, presenting the perfect opportunity for Aichi to accelerate military expansion, train his troops, and systematically secure the Dracula Year dimension. Dracula's status concurrently rose, garnering him considerable fiefdoms and further solidifying his loyalty to Aichi. On a particular day, while engrossed in magical research, Aichi received a message from Tony, indicating that an individual claiming to be from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics wished to meet. Aichi had anticipated that it would not be long before S.H.I.E.L.D. intervened. Unlike Pamo, the higher echelons of organizations in the vampire world were rather singular. Pamo could mask the destination of supplies behind his vast wealth, especially since he was currently focusing on light industry, which attracted relatively little scrutiny. Tony's situation, however, was markedly different. The large-scale circulation of weaponry inevitably drew attention, especially with the presence of an entity like S.H.I.E.L.D. Given that Tony's father was one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., the agency had always maintained a keen interest in him. Following Tony's escape from the clutches of terrorists, S.H.I.E.L.D. commenced an investigation. And after Tony emerged as Iron Man, he had become a focal point of their scrutiny. The agency soon discovered that Tony had amplified weapon production, with all products rapidly sold and dispatched to an undisclosed location, leaving no trace of shipments. When S.H.I.E.L.D. intensified their inquiries, they uncovered the existence of the dimensional gate, which alarmed them. The notion of a time-space wormhole, as S.H.I.E.L.D. interpreted it, raised concerns about potential extraterrestrial threats to Earth. Consequently, S.H.I.E.L.D. promptly reached out to Tony, employing a mix of persuasion and pressure to elicit information. Given that it is, after all, a high-level organization, even Tony, who typically disregards bureaucrats, felt compelled to show some respect. He articulated some points worth discussing, and then S.H.I.E.L.D. suggested a meeting with Iki. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. was merely a minor entity and did not warrant Iki's personal attendance. Iki issued directives for S.H.I.E.L.D. to send representatives, permitting the delegation to traverse the dimensional portal to meet him in the world of A Song of Ice and Fire. Upon receiving the news, S.H.I.E.L.D. acted swiftly. Through the analysis of existing data, they recognized Iki as the leader of a significant power. Therefore, they could not simply dispatch a few individuals, as their status would not be commensurate. The highest-ranking official they could present was the director. Of course, the director could not attend alone, for that would be quite undignified. At the very least, he needed to bring along 2 subordinates. Nick remained concerned for his safety, although Tony had assured him that Iki was amiable. Nick felt it prudent to consider various potential unforeseen circumstances. In his effort to manage the situation regarding the wormhole, Nick was quite determined, not only taking charge himself, but also bringing his 2 most capable aides, Melinda May and his most trusted subordinate, Phil Coulson. Coulson is a character that commonly interacts with protagonists in all narratives involving S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, the adage ironclad Coulson, ever-changing protagonists holds true. And it was only natural for Iki, as the protagonist, to encounter Coulson. The meeting was arranged in the realm of Meereen. Iki opted not to hold the meeting in the Marvel Universe, considering the advantages of conducting it on his own turf, where he felt more secure. In terms of status, he far surpassed the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., making the summons to Nick quite reasonable. Furthermore, Nick was eager to acquire first-hand information from the wormhole, which made him readily agree to the arrangement. They traversed the dimensional portal and arrived in the world of A Song of Ice and Fire. The trio was genuinely astonished upon crossing the portal. As it was their first encounter with teleportation magic, even wizards would be taken aback. Following Iki's modifications to the portal, based on various insights from the Ancient One, the energy consumption had significantly decreased, and it had become more stable. Although sensations of weightlessness, compression, swaying, mild dizziness, and nausea still persisted during the transit, the experience was vastly improved from the initial attempts. Consequently, the trio found themselves intrigued and began to observe the dimensional portal. On the surface, they appeared to be observing. But in reality, the 3 agents had commenced data collection, which was one of their primary objectives. Each of them was equipped with numerous detection instruments to document all data from the transit and assess the associated risks, consistent with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s customary tasks. As soon as Nick arrived, he discreetly activated the tracking device hidden within his watch. Only upon confirming that he could not connect to any satellites did he ascertain that they were indeed not on Earth, at least not the Earth he had just departed. Aichi did not summon them immediately. One must consider which leader of a nation meets with ambassadors from other countries at the first opportunity unless there is an urgent matter at hand. Typically, such engagements are reserved for representatives from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs unless the visitor is another head of state. Aichi possesses his own diplomatic apparatus. Hence, he initially permitted his associates to engage with Nick, allowing them to familiarize themselves with the fundamental circumstances, thereby facilitating future negotiations. In truth, the significance of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agency, which had been infiltrated by Hydra to the point of being as porous as a sieve, was minimal for Aichi. However, he found it imperative to interact with S.H.I.E.L.D. since the Tesseract remained in their possession. After acquiring the Time Dragon Ring and experiencing the formidable power of the Time Stone, it would be inconceivable for Aichi not to direct his attention towards the other Infinity Stones. His original plan was to seek out the Infinity Stones directly. Unfortunately, their overwhelming power, being a crystallization of cosmic energy, interfered with the casting of magic. Such a potent source of energy could not be located through magical means, be it the wish compass, location spells, or the abilities of the Green Seer. Each was unequivocally obstructed by the supreme might of the Infinity Stones, which took Aichi by surprise. The level of magic and technology at Aichi's disposal was insufficient to pinpoint the location of the Tesseract, leading him to resolve to establish a rapport with S.H.I.E.L.D. After the Tesseract had fallen into the sea, it was retrieved by Iron Man's father, and one might jest that had he exerted himself a little more, he could have fished Captain America out as well. Subsequently, the Tesseract remained in the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. Given Aichi's inability to locate the Tesseract, he needed to present something of value for an exchange. The Tesseract, after all, could not depart from the Marvel Universe, and Aichi had no intention of claiming it as his own. He merely sought to harness a portion of its power to forge the Space Dragon Ring. While the Tesseract was elusive, another item could indeed be located, one that S.H.I.E.L.D. would undoubtedly covet. Seizing the opportunity while Nick and his associates gathered intelligence in the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, Aichi instructed his subordinates to utilize the wish compass to commence the search for this coveted object. Chapter 060, Negotiating with S.H.I.E.L.D. Aichi deliberately waited several days until his subordinates, armed with the wish compass, successfully located the desired item before summoning Nick Fury and his entourage. The meeting adhered to conventional formalities, with Aichi seated upon his throne, and alongside him, he positioned a secondary throne for Daenerys, intentionally including her in the negotiations to help her grow accustomed to such settings. Initially, his subordinates introduced Aichi and Daenerys, both of whom bore an array of titles that would surely tire any announcer. When it came to Nick Fury, however, he was left with merely the title of Director of S.H.I.E.L.D., which, despite its length, still paled in comparison to the full name of the agency. Nick did not perceive his title as inferior. The position of Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. held considerably more weight than that of many leaders of minor nations on Earth. In the days leading up to this meeting, Nick had remained industrious, continually gathering intelligence and assessing Aichi's influence and potential threat, culminating in a comprehensive evaluation. The assessment reveals that Aichi wields considerable power, yet poses a moderate threat. This is primarily due to the absence of exceptionally advanced technology and weaponry, despite possessing a vast territory. The majority of his military consists of ordinary individuals armed with cold weapons. The firearms utilized by his troops are chiefly supplied by Stark Industries, rendering the prospect of an invasion of Earth highly unlikely. In terms of menace, these factors pale in comparison to the extraordinary magic that Aichi commands. The notion of dragons is dismissed by the director. In Nick's view, such creatures could easily be dealt with by a few missiles, thus lacking any real threat. Conversely, Aichi's eclectic array of spells holds the potential for genuine peril. However, Aichi is a man with responsibilities and has established a stable relationship of mutual benefit with Stark. From Nick's perspective, this formidable leader of an expansive empire does not constitute a danger to Earth. After assessing Aichi's threat level, Nick swiftly turned his attention to the significant opportunities before him. Aichi controls several individuals from Earth, and the profits at stake could incite frenzy among many. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick naturally desires additional funding for the agency, especially considering the discomfort of being perpetually constrained by the World Security Council's financial limitations. With Tony Stark having successfully seized this lucrative opportunity, Nick was eager to explore potential collaboration that could yield substantial gains for S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon expressing this intent, Aichi smiled, confident that Nick would be enticed, for the allure of the benefits was undeniable. Calmly, Aichi addressed Nick Fury. "Why should I collaborate with you? The weapons and technology one require can be obtained from Tony. What could you possibly offer me? Why should I share any of my profits with you?" Nick, evidently prepared for this inquiry, responded, "Your Majesty, although you are currently allied with Tony, your partnership could easily attract the attention of other capitalists, and even certain nations may seek to intervene. However, with S.H.I.E.L.D. involved, we can safeguard your interests. We could even facilitate connections with other nations, enabling you to reap greater rewards." Aichi chuckled. "The so-called nations you refer to are merely the United States. My collaboration with Tony is quite satisfactory. If you wish to intervene, you would have to approach through Tony. I have no need to engage with you directly. In a country ruled by capital, having just dealt with Obadiah, Tony Stark, who now controls Stark Industries, is not someone to be trifled with by minor factions. Taking a step back, even if some short-sighted factions were to disrupt the partnership between Tony and myself, I could simply close the dimensional gate, abandon this realm, and seek new collaborators in other dimensions. Such petty nuisances pose no threat to me. I have no obligation to share my profits with you. Nick was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Aichi to reject him so decisively. After a brief contemplation, Nick ventured again, "Your Majesty, since you have consented to this meeting, it is evident that you possess some understanding of our S.H.I.E.L.D. Therefore, S.H.I.E.L.D. must have something you desire. Let us be forthright. What must S.H.I.E.L.D. offer for you to agree to collaborate?" Aichi, visibly pleased, replied, "Engaging in conversation with an astute individual is indeed a delight. I shall be candid. What I require is the Tesseract currently in your S.H.I.E.L.D. possession." Nick was startled, too astonished to ponder how Aichi was aware of the Tesseract's existence, and promptly declined. "That is out of the question. The Tesseract caused immense turmoil during World War II, and it cannot be entrusted to any faction, as it poses a threat to the world." Aichi scoffed at this assertion, retorting, "You permit yourselves to wield the Tesseract to forge weapons, yet deny others the same right. What a double standard." Remaining unfazed, Aichi continued, "Do not be so hasty in your refusal. I do not seek to possess the Tesseract. You are unaware of its true nature, which leads you to foolishly covet it. All I require is to utilize the Tesseract for a single day, and you are welcome to accompany me. Afterward, I shall return it. Should you agree, I will not only allow your involvement in the development of other parallel worlds, but will also exchange this item with you." With a wave of his hand, Aichi signaled to his guards, who promptly entered carrying a large object covered by a red cloth. The chilling air emanating from beneath the fabric immediately captured the attention of the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel. Chapter 061, Captain America and the Tesseract. As Nick and his companions speculated about the object concealed beneath the cloth, Aichi waved his hand again, employing a form of telekinesis to remove the covering, revealing a substantial block of ice. The cold air had been emanating from this ice, which was quite large and of reasonable transparency, with a vague silhouette of a man clad in a costume reminiscent of the American flag discernible within. While Nick pondered whether this was indeed what he suspected, Phil Coulson, who had been serving as a deputy, could no longer contain himself. As a loyal subordinate, Coulson had always refrained from overstepping his superior's authority. However, this instance was different. Unlike Nick and May, Coulson was an ardent admirer of Captain America. The hero had been his childhood idol. Recognizing the figure encased in ice, Coulson, brimming with enthusiasm, could scarcely wait for permission from his leaders and blurted out to Aichi, "Oh my God, is that truly Captain America?" Aichi smiled at the perennial sidekick, showing no concern for Coulson's breach of decorum, and replied, "Indeed, according to your nomenclature, this is Captain America. So what do you think of this bargaining chip? Do you not wish to reclaim your leader? I can offer you Captain America in exchange for borrowing the Tesseract for a few days. Surely, this is a lucrative deal." As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick has been engaged in diplomatic negotiations with various nations for quite some time, and he understands that one should not reveal their hand too early in negotiations. After a moment of contemplation, he nonchalantly replied, "This deal is not advantageous." Following Captain America, numerous scientists aspired to replicate the super soldier serum experiment, yet none succeeded. Even if you were to return Captain America's remains, the body, having been frozen for nearly 70 years, would scarcely contribute to research. It would merely provide solace to the nation. For S.H.I.E.L.D., it is inconceivable to relinquish such a perilous item as the Tesseract to anyone, even on a temporary basis. H was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Nick presumed Captain America to be deceased. Upon reflection, it is only natural for one to assume that a person frozen for 70 years would have long since perished. H, who was already aware that Captain America had maintained his life with the aid of the serum, realized that the opposing party was unaware of this fact, nearly exposing himself. As a sorcerer, such ignorance would have been somewhat embarrassing, though H would never admit it. At this juncture, the most prudent course of action was to maintain composure. H regarded Nick with disdain and declared, "Do you truly believe that I, a king of renown, would engage in a transaction involving a mere corpse? You underestimate me gravely." With a look of condescension, H continued, "Although you may have no experience with magic or potions, one must acknowledge the merits of the super soldier serum. It represents a miraculous achievement, The enhancement it provides has allowed this individual to sustain life even within the frozen confines, now in a state akin to hibernation. Should you retrieve him, you would have a vibrant Captain America at your disposal, whether for research or for him to serve you. It is indeed an excellent choice. What say you? Are you intrigued? You may send someone at your convenience to verify my claims and ascertain whether Captain America still lives. This is an exceedingly advantageous transaction. However, I must inform you beforehand that Captain America has now left the frigid region, and the ice outside is beginning to thaw. If you do not make a swift decision, should he thaw without medical care, the vibrant Captain America may very well become a lifeless one. If you wish to preserve him, it is imperative to decide promptly. H.S. words left the three men astounded, realizing that Captain America, frozen for 70 years, was still alive. Coulson nearly gasped aloud. Nick felt overwhelmed, quickly calming Coulson and suggesting that they return to dispatch medical personnel while considering their agreement. H, unhurried, readily acquiesced to Nick's request, signaling that they could take their leave. As the trio departed, Coulson frequently turned back, gazing affectionately at the still dripping ice block, leaving Nick in a state of amused exasperation. H was in high spirits, for the Space Stone was soon to be within reach. Chapter 62, Captain America, whose shelf life has yet to expire after 70 years. H had underestimated the degree of bureaucratic lethargy within S.H.I.E.L.D. when operating under non-emergency conditions. Although Nick Fury held the esteemed title of Director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he was unable to act unilaterally in this matter, as it involved the Tesseract, a mysterious artifact that had shone brightly during World War II. Furthermore, S.H.I.E.L.D. had resumed the project initiated by Red Skull during the war, which aimed to weaponize the Tesseract, achieving some degree of progress. Despite H's insistence that it was merely a loan, Nick could not ascertain whether the other party would adhere to their promise. Despite S.H.I.E.L.D. and the United States possessing an arsenal of formidable weapons of mass destruction, they posed no real threat to H. No matter how advanced a weapon might be, it must reach its target to be effective, and H had remained in another dimension, making access impossible without a portal. Thus, S.H.I.E.L.D. could exert no pressure on him. Although Nick believed that the Council, faced with the immense stakes of the alternate dimension, would ultimately choose to compromise, the inevitable bureaucratic wrangling within standard procedures was unavoidable. In recent days, Nick had to contend not only with various inquiries from the Council, but also with the persistent interruptions from Phil Coulson. After confirming with medical personnel that the ice block indeed contained Captain America, who exhibited faint signs of life, Coulson had succumbed to a state of infatuation akin to that of a starstruck fan, incessantly urging the director to expedite Captain America's revival. Nick found himself contemplating the relocation of Coulson to a remote area for some much-needed peace. H had not anticipated such prolonged bureaucratic delays. He had expected the retrieval of the ice block to be swift, and thus had not continued the ultra-low temperature treatment for Captain America. Consequently, he soon faced a critical dilemma. Captain America was beginning to thaw. Although the super soldier serum was remarkably potent, the body of Captain America, having been frozen for 70 years, remained in a state of extreme vulnerability. H calculated that if he allowed the thawing to proceed naturally, Captain America might very well perish due to the stress of the process. In the original narrative, Captain America had been thawed under S.H.I.E.L.D's specialized medical conditions. If H were to ignore the situation, Captain America would likely exceed his shelf life. Refreezing him now would likely cause greater harm. Thus, it was best to proceed with the thawing. Aichi had no intention of requesting a medical team from S.H.I.E.L.D. Instead, he borrowed several specialized doctors from Tony Stark, summoned Goodwin and Nova from the world of vampires, and brought in a cadre of wizards adept in restorative magic, along with a few potion masters. Over 20 individuals convened for a clinical consultation, simultaneously managing the thawing process, employing restorative magic to replenish Captain America's vitality, and administering potions for his rehabilitation, primarily topical, as the frozen state of Captain America rendered oral consumption impossible. After a day and a half of diligent effort, Captain America was finally safely thawed. Although he had not yet regained consciousness, his vital signs had stabilized, and he was no longer in danger. All that remained was for Steve Rogers to awaken normally. Seizing this opportunity, Goodwin and his colleagues collected numerous blood and tissue samples from Captain America. Having experienced the extraordinary event of resurrection, this medical professional developed a profound interest in bodily enhancements and established collaborations with several potion masters. eager to exploit such promising experimental results. Aichi was quite satisfied with this outcome, assigning a few nurses and wizards to monitor the unconscious Captain America before attending to other matters. One could not help but admire Captain America's remarkable physical resilience. Coupled with the effects of various potions and restorative magic, he awoke after a day and night of successful thawing. In the film, the director decorated Steve's hospital room in a World War II style to provide him with a comforting buffer, allowing him to momentarily believe he was still in his own time. Although Captain America later deduced the truth from subtle clues in the broadcast, Nick's intentions were well-meaning. Aichi, however, did not share such concern. After all, he was not closely connected to Captain America, and his own position did not necessitate ingratiating himself with him. While Steve was indeed a figure worthy of respect, he was not Aichi's subordinate, and thus did not warrant Aichi's efforts to win him over, particularly given Steve's deep-seated American sentiments. In the film, Captain America was originally awakened in a World War II-themed room to ease his transition, which is why a modern-style room was not arranged for him. However, in Aichi's care, the room was not modern but rather imbued with magical elements. Aichi pursued a path where magic and science coexist, each possessing its own merits. Science offers remarkable universality, while magic can accomplish many feats that science cannot achieve in a short time. Thus, when Steve awoke, he did not find himself amidst familiar items like four drips. Instead, he lay within a chamber reminiscent of a waterless incubation pod. Surrounding this pod was not a glass enclosure, but a healing barrier crafted from magic, emanating a soft golden light. Two wizards stood nearby, reciting incantations, one wielding a swirling orange magical circle, while the other meticulously adjusted a collection of potion vials. Fortunately, Steve was not submerged in water. Otherwise, Captain America would have surely lost his composure. As it was, the newly awakened Captain America was startled, his first instinct leading him to question whether he had been captured by Hydra. In a swift motion, Steve sprang to his feet and bolted for the exit. This illustrates the exceptional physical condition of Captain America, who, despite having been unconscious for an extended period, dares to rise abruptly upon awakening. Most individuals would succumb to dizziness, but Steve's robust physique enables him to deftly evade several people within the room and dash towards the door. Earlier, Aichi had instructed that once Steve regained consciousness, he would inevitably attempt to flee, advising that there was no need to obstruct him. Simply allowing him to exit while ensuring the information was reported would suffice. Chapter 063. The disoriented Captain America when Aichi received the notification. He was engrossed in a magical experiment. Unlike the cinematic portrayal of S.H.I.E.L.'s significant regard for Captain America, which involved elaborate performances and even the director personally calming the captain during his escape, Aichi did not require such flattery. Captain America was hardly someone Aichi needed to pursue. However, facilitating the captain's arrival was certainly permissible. Aichi had previously arranged for Captain America to be unimpeded during his escape, allowing Rogers to effortlessly reach the bustling streets outside. Through vigorous infrastructure development, Mirren had transformed from a medieval town into a novel city that harmoniously blends ancient, modern, and fantastical styles, leaving the slumbering Captain America awestruck after 70 years of dormancy. Under Aichi's governance, the city was a melting pot of various worlds, eras, and cultural backgrounds, showcasing a diverse array of attire on the streets. Some donned armor, others magical robes, and some were clad in tailored suits. The streets even featured half-dragons, tigermen, and elves from the ancient scrolls, rendering Captain America's unusual attire unremarkable and failing to attract attention. As Captain America prepared to inquire about his surroundings, golden sparks suddenly appeared at his feet, tracing arcs that expanded into a large circle, ultimately forming a teleportation portal. Before he could comprehend the situation, he felt the ground vanish beneath him and plummeted downwards. Rogers desperately reached for the ground, yet the portal's vastness rendered it unreachable, and he was swiftly drawn through the portal into the abyss below. The descent was brief, and the captain landed abruptly, unprepared and sprawling on the ground. It was evident that all of this was orchestrated by Aichi. During the city's renovations, Aichi had manipulated numerous elements. The majority of the magical nodes were under his control. Upon receiving the alert about Captain America's escape, Aichi adeptly located his position using the Green Oracle's abilities. Soon after, He activated a teleportation portal directly beneath the captain, transporting him to A.I.C.H.E.'s magical laboratory. Rogers rose from the ground and swiftly surveyed his surroundings, discovering himself in an expansive room adorned with a fantastical aesthetic. Numerous unfamiliar instruments emitted vibrant hues, while smaller devices floated gracefully in the air. Apart from Rogers, there was only one other individual present. He assumed a defensive stance, prepared for either an attack or to guard himself. Unexpectedly, Aichi did not even lift his gaze. He remained seated beside a workbench, meticulously refining a piece of magical crystal, employing various tools to shape it to his specifications while attempting to infuse it with magical energy. Rogers, on the other hand, wore an expression of vigilance, having awoken to a series of bewildering events that left him uncertain whether to advance or seek an escape route. Aichi, still not looking at Captain America, calmly remarked, "Mr. Rogers, you have only just awakened. It is unwise to engage in vigorous movement. Please take a seat over there, and we shall converse once I have completed my work." With a subtle gesture of his finger, a chair swiftly glided towards Rogers, who, quick to react, managed to grasp it before it could cause any embarrassment. Subsequently, Rogers found himself in a quandary, unsure of whether to stand or sit, while Aichi continued to focus on the magical crystal before him. Chapter 064. The heartbroken Captain America. Half an hour elapsed with Rogers resting a hand on the back of the chair, standing as he observed Aichi's intricate operations. Albeit without comprehension, the magical disciplines Aichi was studying often exhibited dazzling effects, captivating in their display. As the saying goes, an expert sees the essence, a novice sees the spectacle. To Rogers, an outsider, Aichi's series of maneuvers appeared astonishing. Golden sparks, blue rays, and green auras danced in a mesmerizing interplay. Once Aichi concluded his task, the formerly colorless crystal had transformed into a vibrant green, subtly radiating light. In truth, Aichi was attempting to harness the energy of the infinity stones within the magical crystal, inspired by the Red Skull, who had previously extracted energy from the Tesseract, also known as the Space Stone, to create energy cubes for weaponry, an act Aichi deemed a misuse of the Tesseract. He nonetheless found merit in the concept. Although Aichi lacked an infinity stone, he possessed the Time Dragon Ring. This ring, a byproduct of the Time Stone, could be viewed as a diminutive version of an infinity stone, imbued with temporal magic, though its capabilities fell short of the true infinity. The energy within was finite, yet could be replenished by drawing from the surrounding magical energies until a limit was reached. Thus, if the infinity stones represented perpetual motion, the dragon ring functioned as a battery. Aichi endeavored to utilize the magical crystal to store the energy from the ring, facilitating its future application in the crafting of magical weaponry, akin to augmenting it with additional batteries. The successful completion of his first creation, a crystal shimmering with green light, housed a modicum of temporal magic, allowing Aichi to wield a simple time magic spell. He felt a sense of satisfaction, recognizing that if mass production were achievable, it would serve as an excellent alchemical material for crafting. Aichi briskly gathered the equipment and placed the finished crystals into the Book of Infinity. He then turned to Rogers and remarked, "Mr. Rogers, or shall I say, Captain America, I imagine you must have some questions regarding the current situation. Allow me to elucidate the basic circumstances for you, and we can continue our discussion should there be any further inquiries." Aichi proceeded to explain to Rogers the fact that he had been frozen like a popsicle for nearly 70 years, detailing how he had been fortuitously rescued by Aichi, alongside a brief introduction to his empire and the realm of magic. Rogers listened, utterly bewildered. Aichi anticipated Rogers' state of confusion. After all, anyone confronted with such a flurry of events in a short span would surely be taken aback, especially since Rogers' memories were still rooted in the moments before his crash, when he had been promising to dance with Peggy Carter. Aichi felt a pang of sympathy for Rogers. While audiences had always yearned for Captain and Agent Carter to rekindle their romance during the films, it must be noted that Carter had aged and eventually married and had children. From Rogers' perspective, he had just emerged from a passionate romance, while Carter had bid farewell to that chapter and spent decades with her husband. Therefore, Carter's lingering feelings for Rogers had transformed into mere nostalgia, devoid of romantic love. Consequently, even if Carter were to regain her youth, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to rekindle their former relationship. Rogers had come to this realization as well. No matter how much he longed for her, their romance had concluded. This understanding was why he seldom sought out Carter after awakening. Chapter 65. The emergence of the space gem. Aichi observed Captain America, who was mired in the throes of heartbreak. and pondered whether he should capture this moment as a piece of black history. Meanwhile, Rogers assessed the situation before him. Though his physical prowess remained commendable, the adversary's magic was evidently capable of manipulating him at will. Aichi, in a considerate manner, provided an explanation of the circumstances. Rogers believed there was nothing Aichi could deceive him about, allowing him to relax, even as he was engulfed by the sorrow of his unrequited love. Aichi, however, did not derive his joy solely from Rogers's anguish. Instead, he offered some comfort to Captain America, assuring him that he would soon return to Earth, provided their director retrieved the cosmic cube and arranged for someone to escort Rogers to recuperate. Presently, Captain America was caught in a whirlwind of chaos and escapism, showing little urgency to return to Earth. Noticing Rogers's robust physique, Aichi decided to have him spend some time with Daenerys' dragons as a diversion. In recent days, Daenerys' 3 dragons had grown significantly, each now larger than a cow and exhibiting an insatiable appetite. Fortunately, both Aichi and Daenerys were descendants of dragons, and with the dragon roar magic, they exerted considerable control over these creatures, whose dragon blood was comparatively thin. Upon encountering Aichi and Daenerys, the 3 dragons behaved as obediently as puppies, entirely avoiding the rebellious behavior depicted in the original narrative. Aichi was resolute in acquiring the powers of the Space Stone. With S.H.I.E.L.D. entangled in bureaucratic wrangling with the Council, it was time to exert some pressure. He dispatched a message to Nick, informing him of Captain America's awakening. As anticipated, that very afternoon, Nick personally arrived to assess Captain America's condition. Observing the vibrant hero merrily feeding a dragon with beef, Rogers had become a rather unwitting laborer for Daenerys. Nick felt a surge of psychological pressure. Understanding Aichi's penchant for decisive action, Nick wisely refrained from suggesting the return of Captain America. Instead, he recorded the situation and returned to Earth in the Marvel Universe to report back to the Council. The value of a lively Captain America was unmistakable. His return held not only profound symbolic significance, but also the potential to reinvigorate the long-stalled super soldier serum project, given his status as a successful subject. In contrast, the research on the Tesseract had stagnated. Aichi only required it for a brief period. Hence, the Council swiftly approved Nick's request, granting him the authority to lend out the Tesseract. It was no easy task to be a director in these times. Initially, Nick had thought he would need to deliver the Tesseract to Aichi, but to his surprise, Aichi consented to utilize it on S.H.I.E.L.D's premises, leaving Nick rather appreciative of Aichi's courtesy. Aichi remarked, "It's not merely courtesy. The Infinity Stones cannot be removed from the Marvel Universe. Within the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D's laboratory, accompanied by director Nick and Phil Coulson, Aichi finally obtained the Tesseract. Previously, at the Eye of Agamotto, he had confirmed that the Infinity Stones possessed a semblance of consciousness. Though faint, this awareness was sufficient for negotiation with Akatosh, leading to the voluntary division of a fragment. Aichi was uncertain of the promises made to Akatosh, whether it involved benignly coaxing the Infinity Stone like a child, as long as the dragon ring could be created. Aichi's interests aligned with Akatosh's, alleviating his concerns of being deceived. Upon acquiring the Tesseract, Aichi initiated communication with Akatosh, smoothly navigating the ensuing proceedings. Primarily managed by Akatosh, holding the Tesseract with one hand, he leveled it before him, then released it, allowing it to hover motionlessly in the air. Aichi, unhurried, inquired of Nick, "Having possessed the Tesseract for such an extended period, do you truly comprehend what it is?" Just as Nick prepared to recite the Tesseract's information, Aichi, uninterested in Nick's response, continued to elaborate. Long before the cosmos took form, the rules of the universe manifested. Some spoke of divine incarnations. However, it was certain that indescribably potent forces had converged, forming their respective conglomerates. There were 6 such entities, most existing in the form of variously colored gems. The power of the gemstones is awe-inspiring, beyond the reach of the feeble, and the mighty choose to refrain from wielding it. Only those reckless enough to disregard the consequences fervently pursue these treasures. The potency of the gemstones is so immense that any form of direct contact is fraught with peril. Thus, as these gemstones change hands among various factions, a gradual understanding emerged, leading to the creation of vessels capable of containing them. As Aichi spoke, his hands gracefully encircled the levitating cosmic cube, tracing a slow path around its periphery. The surface of the cube began to reconfigure. The uppermost face started to collapse inward, revealing a radiant blue gemstone at its center. This vessel, Aichi continued, holds one of the extraordinary aggregates, the Space Stone. Chapter 066. The Space Dragon Ring. Director Nick Fury gazed in astonishment at the blue gemstone rising from the cosmic cube, emanating a dazzling azure light. Having witnessed many anomalies throughout his tenure, nothing could have prepared him for the revelations Aichi was presenting. Before Nick could utter a word, Aichi extended his right hand towards the gem. Adorning Aichi's left hand was the Time Dragon Ring, a dragon-shaped band crafted from mithril, encrusted with a shard of the green gemstone split from the Time Stone. Now attuned to another Infinity Stone, this smaller gem began to emit a fierce green luminescence, though it paled in comparison to the brilliance of the Space Stone. Aichi's right hand also bore a mithril dragon ring, with space reserved for another gemstone. As he reached toward the gem, he was not seeking direct contact. The example of the Power Stone reminded him of the inherent dangers involved. Instead, Aichi began to invoke Akatosh through the amulet, as their long-standing plan involved splitting shards from each Infinity Stone. Akatosh was currently striving to harness his powers, aspiring to become the god of time within the Marvel Universe. Although he found it challenging to directly influence the fabric of this universe, he could execute certain operations through Aichi. Presently, the focus was on negotiating with the Infinity Stones, and the process of splitting them was entirely managed by the stones themselves, with Akatosh merely refining the shards for embedding in the Dragon Ring, a task that proved to be uncomplicated. Aichi was uncertain how Akatosh could persuade the Space Stone to permit the division of a fraction of its non-infinity power. From an external perspective, it appeared as though the Space Stone was merely radiating an even more brilliant light, leaving Aichi, Nick, and Coulson nearly blinded. Within half an hour, the blue luminescence returned to normal, revealing a small blue gemstone on Aichi's dragon ring. Thus, the Space Dragon Ring was successfully forged. Having experienced the enhancement of magic bestowed by the Dragon Ring, Aichi found himself yearning for the Infinity Stones. However, as a mage, he exercised considerable restraint. Should a mage fail to control their desires, they risk becoming a slave to magic. Many unfortunate necromancers and warlocks have succumbed to this fate. Conversely, if a mage can master their cravings, even the darkest of powers can be subdued by wisdom. It is a prudent conclusion that one must assess the situation before taking action, given that the Infinity Stones cannot exist outside of the Marvel Universe, which is rife with formidable forces vying for these gems. Retaining them in one's possession would be imprudent. If Aichi were to traverse the Marvel Universe and found himself unable to depart, he might take the gamble of striving to master the Infinity Stones, seeking a stable life on a tumultuous Earth. However, at present, he saw no necessity for such a risk, as the potential costs far outweighed the benefits. He was already content with having acquired the Dragon Ring. Aichi cast an appreciative glance at the Dragon Ring adorning his right hand and circled the cosmic cube, watching as the Space Stone gradually descended and re-entered the cube, which promptly closed, returning to its original form. Seizing the cosmic cube from midair, Aichi casually tossed it toward Nick, declaring, "All right, I've finished with the cosmic cube. You can take it back. I will return with Captain America for you." Nick, flustered, caught the cube and glanced at Coulson, who was still in a daze, then back at the visibly pleased Aichi. After a moment of hesitation, he ventured to inquire, "Your Majesty, may I trouble you to explain what just transpired? Moreover, if what you say is true, the cosmic cube must be of great significance. Why did you not claim it for yourself?" Aichi regarded Nick with surprise. Indeed, a professional agent who quickly discerned the crux of the matter. "I only extracted a minuscule fraction of the Space Stone's power, likely less than 1/10,000th. Yet I am thoroughly satisfied." With that, he waved his right hand adorned with the blue Space Dragon Ring. As Nick appeared poised to speak again, Aichi interrupted, continuing, "I understand your curiosity, but such an endeavor is impossible. Even I succeeded in acquiring this fragment of the gem through the aid of a magnificent entity. I could not draw more energy from this stone. As for my decision to forego the gem's core, let us just say that you exhibit remarkable audacity. Countless powers in the universe have obtained the Infinity Stones, yet they dare not wield them recklessly. The fact that you would even consider using them is perilously naive. While I support humanity's progress, your ambitions are excessively grand, akin to a being from the Ice Age experimenting with nuclear weapons. It will inevitably lead to self-destruction. In light of our agreeable collaboration, allow me to share a piece of information with you free of charge. During World War II, while Hydra sought the Tesseract, it was rumored to be Odin's hidden treasure, a notion not entirely unfounded. The deities of Norse mythology are believed to be real extraterrestrial beings, possessing lifespans of up to 5 millennia, who once visited Earth. Their technological prowess could annihilate our planet with a single blow, particularly when utilizing the Bifrost. Yet, upon acquiring the Tesseract, they showed little desire to retain it, instead leaving it on this desolate world. Now, as you repeatedly harness the Tesseract and provoke its energy fluctuations, the news of the Space Stone's emergence has likely spread throughout the cosmos. The forces coveting the Space Stone may currently hesitate to act under the formidable guardianship of Asgard and the Ancient One, but it is only a matter of time before entities unafraid of either dare to strike. In the coming days, Earth may well witness a tumultuous season. Remember, these troubles are largely of your own making. It is up to you to devise a solution. Nick Fury stood momentarily stunned by this proclamation. Just as he intended to inquire further about Asgard and the Ancient One, H had already lost interest in the conversation. Harnessing the power of the spatial dragon ring, he needed neither a suspension ring nor to draw circles. With a simple knock to the right, the space collapsed, forming a portal of blue magical energy. H turned and vanished into the transit corridor, leaving behind a bewildered Nick and Coulson, along with the solitary Tesseract. Chapter 67. Wakanda. H departed from S.H.I.E.L.D. in high spirits. Having obtained the coveted spatial dragon ring, this journey was not in vain. He messaged his subordinates, instructing Rogers to return to Earth, granting him the privilege to traverse to the realm of a song of ice and fire whenever he desired. Over the past few days, Rogers had developed an attachment to the dragons he was feeding, and the creatures had taken a liking to their gentle giant caretaker. H was also keen to maintain favorable relations with the heroes of the Marvel Universe. Though H had consented to integrate S.H.I.E.L.D. into the trade network, he was entirely disinclined to alert them to Hydra's ongoing subterfuge. H had always employed a strategy that blended both profit and sentiment to attract collaborators. Should those collaborators encounter difficulties, H could assist at a reduced cost. However, this did not imply he was averse to witnessing their struggles. Provided that it did not compromise the interests of his empire, the troubles faced by his partners could conveniently present opportunities for H to seize a portion of their benefits. In the future, S.H.I.E.L.D. would undoubtedly invest considerable effort in aiding the development of H's empire. When Hydra inevitably stirred up chaos, H could simply refuse their passage through the portal, thus ensuring that the majority of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s vested interests would flow to him. As long as he maintained a favorable approach and enlisted other collaborators, including Tony Stark and Eldritch, H could effortlessly expand his own advantages. Do not fault Aichi for his cunning. The ruthless competition among factions is relentless. In his quest to dominate an ever-expanding empire, Aichi must ensure that he belongs to the most formidable faction within it. Subsequently, Aichi plans to delve into advanced technology. When discussing the cutting-edge innovations of the Marvel Universe, one inevitably thinks of Iron Man, followed closely by S.H.I.E.L.D. Presently, Iron Man stands as Aichi's ally, and he has significantly progressed on the path where magic and technology intertwine. S.H.I.E.L.D. is also poised to join this collaboration. Although their initial contributions may be modest, Aichi remains unperturbed, for the immense benefits will undoubtedly compel S.H.I.E.L.D. to invest more significantly. However, the most advanced technologies do not reside within these two entities, but rather in the oft-overlooked Wakanda. Situated in the northeastern region of Africa, Wakanda has remained isolated for centuries, presenting itself as a poverty-stricken agricultural nation, while in reality, it is the most technologically advanced country on Earth, possessing the unparalleled rare resource, vibranium. Both the cutting-edge technology and the precious vibranium are coveted by Aichi, which explains why he returned Captain America's shield after his awakening. Such a small fragment of vibranium holds little allure for Aichi, as Wakanda is abundant in it. Additionally, there exists another item of desire for Aichi, the heart-shaped herb. This unique plant, indigenous to Wakanda, is a miraculous organism that has evolved over generations, influenced by the vibranium embedded in the soil. It offers substantial enhancements to the human body. Vibranium is an extraordinary metal, characterized not only by its unique physical properties, but also by its remarkable biocompatibility. While titanium alloys merely resist rejection, vibranium can integrate seamlessly into cellular tissues, which is why Vision's body is crafted from this remarkable material. The blue luminescence observed in the lips of Wakandan inhabitants is a manifestation of the vibranium accumulated within their bodies. The heart-shaped herb, resulting from generations of exposure to vibranium, allows users' cells to bond with vibranium at a molecular level, thereby achieving a fortifying effect. Such a nation is undeniably worthy of Aichi's alliance, as it would greatly benefit his dominion. To establish cooperation, a hierarchy must be delineated, necessitating a display of strength. Aichi has no intention of deploying military forces. After all, aside from the magical attributes of certain weapons, they cannot rival vibranium, and in terms of technological prowess, they are indeed inferior to Wakanda, rendering any such display futile. Previously, Aichi had refrained from acting hastily, fearing the potential unforeseen consequences of advanced technology. However, equipped with the Space Dragon Ring, he now stands on secure ground. Aichi had already discerned the approximate location of Wakanda, and with a direct portal established, he stepped forth into Wakanda. Standing atop the majestic mountains outside the capital of Wakanda, Aichi harnessed the weather-altering abilities of the primordial vampires from Dracula's era. What began as a clear day swiftly transformed into an ominous overcast, shrouding the sun completely. Taking advantage of the darkness, Aichi summoned forth all vampire templates and sorcerer templates, advancing steadily towards his destination. Chapter 068, a relentless advance for Aichi. Creating a portal to enter was a rather simple task. However, it would lack the awe-inspiring impact he desired. Though he did not consider himself a villain, as a ruler of a vast empire, he found much to learn from the experiences of notorious antagonists. He particularly admired Emperor Sisyphus and Thanos, both of whom possessed exceptional prowess in governance and unmatched strength. Having resolved to integrate Wakanda into his empire, it was imperative to showcase his formidable power. It is noteworthy that Wakanda had demonstrated its might by repelling Thanos' forces in Avengers: Infinity War. Thus, Aichi was keen to avoid being overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Nevertheless, a sudden visit that incapacitated the initial wave of troops sent by the opposing side, including the King's Royal Guard, was entirely feasible. Armed with the rings of time and space, alongside an array of magical artifacts and gear, Aichi mused that taking down Alduin alone should not prove overly challenging. Wakanda boasted a robust defensive system, and the abrupt change in weather had already captured the attention of the Royal Guard. Through reconnaissance, they identified Aichi amidst the storm as the source of the disturbance. While the Guard remained uncertain of Aichi's intentions and capabilities, it was evident that he was a formidable presence. They promptly sought counsel from the king on how to proceed. The reigning Black Panther of Wakanda was Chaka, the father of T'Challa, the future Black Panther. At this stage in the timeline, Chaka was in the midst of his prime, as the Avengers had yet to assemble and he had not yet aged significantly. T'Challa, still in his early 20s, had recently returned from studying in the United Kingdom. With both generations of Black Panthers present at home, albeit T'Challa had not yet assumed the mantle of the Black Panther, the old king acted decisively upon hearing reports of a potential invader. Wakanda had long been sealed off from outsiders, and it was essential to capture this intruder for interrogation. However, upon receiving news that the newcomer might possess the ability to manipulate weather, the old king was taken aback. Nevertheless, he reassured himself with the knowledge that his heart-shaped herb enhancement was indeed fantastical. Thus, he could accept the presence of unusual abilities. Given the circumstances, it seemed that ordinary troops would struggle against such an opponent, and only his royal guard, along with himself as Black Panther, could effectively confront the threat. Coincidentally, his son was present as well. Both had undergone enhancements, and although T'Challa had yet to officially become the Black Panther, his abilities were not vastly inferior to his father's. This presented a perfect opportunity for training. Consequently, the king and prince, accompanied by a contingent of royal guards, began their march towards Aichi. At this juncture, Aichi had already encountered a small contingent of troops sent to probe his intentions. A group of imposing brothers called out to Aichi, demanding his surrender, but he dismissed their threats as mere jest. With a formidable roar, Aichi incapacitated half of his adversaries, and as the remaining foes hesitated, the two Black Panthers, accompanied by a retinue of warriors, arrived on the scene. The distinctive female warriors of Wakanda exuded an aura reminiscent of the Valkyries of Asgard, each one a formidable combatant. However, Aichi felt a sense of indifference towards this assembly of spear-wielding, bald-headed sisters. Lately, he seemed to be encountering an unusual number of bald individuals. Varys, the octopus spider, the Ancient One, and Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Aichi summoned his familiar spirits once more: fire, ice, and wind elementals, embarking on a delightful frolic with the escorting warriors, while he himself squared off against the fully armed Black Panthers. If one were to categorize the Black Panther's role, it would lie somewhere between that of an assassin and a warrior, leaning more towards the former. Their agile strikes posed a significant threat to casters, whose many techniques often required incantations or gestures. In terms of speed, casters could never hope to match assassins. Thus, it was generally advisable for mages to maintain their distance. In the real world, an assassin S attack on a mage was not merely a matter of losing health. A critical injury could spell instant doom. However, Aichi was different. After acquiring the Space Dragon Ring, he was ready to unleash his full potential. In the cinematic realm, Loki opened a portal using the Tesseract, surrounding it with a spatial barrier that could only be breached by a staff containing equal power, such as the Mind Stone. Aichi had also activated his spatial shield, drawing upon the power within the Space Dragon Ring. There was no force present that could rival that power, allowing Aichi to remain invulnerable while observing the others engage in their playful skirmishes. The two Black Panthers found themselves increasingly frustrated. Their primary weapons, the claws on their gauntlets, proved ineffective against Aichi's shield. Despite their relentless scratching, the vibranium claws failed to make a dent in the blue barrier. The old king even commanded his subordinates to unleash a barrage of gunfire, but the shield remained unscathed, offering no response whatsoever. Alas, even Aichi could not sustain the spatial barrier indefinitely. In the films, such feats required an array of equipment along with the authentic Space Stone, and the non-infinite Space Dragon Ring could not provide perpetual energy support. This invincibility was not without its limitations. As Aichi observed the ongoing battle and deemed it sufficiently chaotic, he seized the opportunity to withdraw the spatial shield. In an instant, he activated various vampire templates, grasping the Dragon Horde longsword in his right hand and reversing the Dark Brotherhood's dagger of sorrow in his left, charging towards the two Black Panthers. Today, they would witness that every mage harbors a warrior's heart. Chapter 069. Physical Persuasion to Cooperate. Reflecting on the past, the embodiment of the melee mage, Gandalf, wielded a staff in one hand and a longsword in the other, a quintessential representation of a mage with misplaced attributes, yet still igniting a fervor within the heart. In the present day, bolstered by the vampiric template, Aichi's physical prowess rivals that of the Black Panther under the influence of heart-shaped grass. He intends to once again display the valor of a melee mage, allowing them a glimpse of his prowess. However, Aichi's chosen style diverges from the conventional. He wields a longsword in one hand and a dagger in the other, a combination that is rather uncommon in the realm of single-handed weaponry. Yet Aichi believes himself to be well-rounded, ensuring both offensive reach and agility in close combat. As for casting spells, many of Aichi's incantations are designed to be executed without a wand. Moreover, inspired by the magical rings from the apprentice world of sorcerers, along with 2 dragon rings, Aichi can seamlessly cast spells even while wielding his sword. When it comes to staves, such as the Wabbajack and the Bloody Rose, which are crafted from wood, or the flame and ice staves adorned with gems, they are prone to damage in battle, making his choice of longsword and dagger far more comfortable. Aichi begins to confront the 2 generations of Black Panthers. Although they typically do not coordinate their attacks, the father and son share an unspoken understanding and have undergone similar training. Upon seeing Aichi remove his protective barrier, they exchange glances and, in perfect harmony, initiate a pincer movement against him. Aichi, however, remains undaunted. The Black Panther's steel claws, while formidable, are only marginally longer than fingernails and pale in comparison to the reach of his dagger and sword. The true assets of the Black Panthers lie in their superior physical attributes and the exceptional defensive capabilities of their battle attire. Yet, when pitted against Aichi, they find themselves at a disadvantage. In terms of agility, they cannot match Aichi. His movements outpace theirs. Even when they manage to encircle him, Aichi can swiftly transform into a swarm of bats, scattering in an instant, only to reconvene in another location and resume his human form, creating distance once again. In terms of strength, they are also outmatched. The 2 Black Panthers have lost count of how many times Aichi has used his single-handed sword as a bludgeon against them. While their battle attire contains vibranium, which absorbs a portion of physical attacks, Aichi's strength allows him to press the advantage before the Black Panthers can strike. His sword is already poised against their chest, rendering them unable to close the distance. Moreover, Aichi has deliberately chosen his weapons, one imbued with vampiric properties and the other with lightning enchantments. Each time the Black Panthers are struck, their armor may mitigate the physical impact, but the vampiric effect leaves them feeling increasingly weakened, while the lightning induces a slight paralysis, making their situation progressively dire. In contrast, the Black Panthers' subordinates prove to be quite effective. The Guard Squad, leveraging their numerical superiority, manages to dispatch the 3 elemental beings summoned by Aichi. They gradually converge upon the site of the battle to assist the Black Panthers. Aichi, however, has no intention of being besieged. Though his dragon-scale armor boasts formidable defensive capabilities, he prefers not to test whether it can withstand the might of vibranium weaponry. Thus, Whenever a sufficient number of foes gather, Aichi employs the unrelenting power of dragon magic to blow them away, ensuring they remain unable to intervene. In the realm of combat experience, the two generations of Black Panthers, one a king and the other a prince, despite their exceptional training levels, have not truly faced the crucible of battle to the extent that Aichi has. During his explorations in the ancient scrolls, often referred to as the tomb raiding scrolls, Aichi has vanquished a number of undead that could easily constitute an entire battalion. Moreover, his years of warfare have exposed him to battlefields far beyond the confines of Wakanda, a nation notoriously insular in its dealings. Feeling that he had demonstrated sufficient prowess, and in consideration of the Black Panther's dignity, Aichi decided to create some distance. He cast a spell that shattered the boundaries of the mirror dimension, instantly enveloping the two Black Panthers and their entourage within this mirrored realm. He swiftly reorganized the spatial dimensions, separating the individuals into a state of safety. Only then did Aichi leisurely sheath his weapon and address the elder Black Panther, stating, "Ruler of Wakanda, let us commence our negotiations." Chapter 070. I am here to negotiate. The two Black Panthers and their guards were drawn into the mirror space before they even had a chance to react. The subsequent spatial reorganization left them reeling. Aichi then broached the subject of negotiation, inciting opposition among the group. The Black Panthers, having just endured a humiliating defeat, felt that ceasing hostilities would be beneath them. With a knowing smile, Aichi remarked, "Do not be hasty in your rejection. Take a moment to observe your surroundings. It is abundantly clear that you are no longer in your usual realm. Here, mere physical strength and superior weaponry will not suffice. What truly matters is the depth of one's magical prowess and the mastery of its application." As he spoke, Aichi waved his hand, initiating another spatial reorganization that distanced the guards further from him while bringing the two Black Panthers incrementally closer. He then extended his right hand, slightly opening it to reveal a golden portal, through which the aerial view of Wakanda as capital became visible. Continuing, Aichi stated, "Except for myself, none of you present can leave this place. Let us remain calm and composed. There is no need for agitation. Everything that has transpired thus far was merely a test. I harbor no ill intent. My previous attack was well within my control, and you should recognize that to this point, you have only sustained injuries, not fatalities. If my desire were truly to harm you." As he spoke, Aichi adjusted the portal's position using the spatial dragon ring, lowering it considerably until it hovered above the royal palace. He gestured towards the palace and continued, "If I were to unleash a sufficient number of missiles from this portal, would it not be quite convenient? How many among you would survive an explosion that you could not foresee?" The hearts of everyone present, including the two Black Panthers, raced as they calculated the implications of Aichi's words, realizing his assertions were entirely accurate. It was evident not only that they could not hope to overpower him, but the very scenario he had just conjured was chilling to contemplate. Although recently suffering a significant defeat, one must concede that, had the opposing party harbored such intentions, a direct confrontation might have been entirely unnecessary. Even the king would likely have no assurance of survival in a sudden ambush. Acknowledging the efficacy of his words, Aichi formally addressed Chaka, "Esteemed king, I am Aichi Danton, the emperor of the empire, here to propose a partnership." In this moment, Aichi elevated his title from king to emperor, a designation that would soon bear weight according to his plans. He waved his right hand, with the spatial dragon ring. Conjuring a portal was a trivial matter, and he promptly opened a gateway to the palace, gesturing for Black Panther to lead his retinue through it. Eager to depart, the two Black Panthers disregarded all else and hastily summoned their followers, for they wished to linger not a moment longer in this peculiar realm. As they left, Aichi instructed Black Panther, "In a few days, my subordinates will arrive to discuss the specifics of our collaboration. I wish you a fruitful partnership." With that, Aichi offered no opportunity for refusal, swiftly closing the portal, leaving the two Black Panthers and their beleaguered guards behind, while he himself returned to the world of ice and fire to arrange the terms of the impending negotiations. Chapter 071. Negotiation Outcomes and New Worlds. The ensuing days saw Aichi's subordinates enlightening Black Panther on the intricate details of the empire and the nuances of magic. Once Black Panther grasped the general situation, negotiations between Aichi and the Black Panthers commenced. The two generations of Black Panthers deliberated. If Aichi truly sought to challenge Wakanda, they would indeed be powerless to obstruct him. Thus, they resolved to attend the negotiations together. The elder Black Panther, as the reigning king, possessed greater life experience, while the younger, recently returned from studying in England, offered a broader perspective. Together, They hoped to engage in a more comprehensive dialogue with Aichi. On the day of negotiations, both Aichi and Wakanda presented substantial entourages. Not only did both generations of Black Panthers attend, but elders from various tribes were also present. For the council in Wakanda held considerable authority, requiring consensus from the tribes for significant decisions. Despite Wakanda's advanced technology, they found themselves in a position of disadvantage during the negotiations. Aichi, however, did not exert undue pressure. Rather, he proposed favorable terms. He agreed to sell magical goods to Wakanda and to admit a select number of Wakandan personnel into Winterhold for magical instruction. In return, Wakanda was to provide numerous advanced scientific technologies, and the products of their collaboration would be marketed across other realms. Moreover, the Empire would secure a long-term, reasonable price for vibranium. Vibranium and technology were precisely what Aichi sought. To ensure Wakanda's stable and enduring alignment with the Empire, Aichi presented a substantial proposal. Thus, the Empire, emulating the diverse structure of the German Empire during the First World War, was established with a multifaceted composition. Aichi's own domain was akin to Prussia, while Wakanda, resembling Bavaria, became a member state. Consequently, Wakanda remained an independent kingdom while simultaneously contributing to a cohesive whole, enjoying excellent channels of communication and trade, fostering mutual benefits. In times of peace, Wakanda's military adhered solely to its own command. However, in times of war, its forces were required to respond to the Empire's directives. Wakanda benefited from favorable economic conditions, with the Empire prioritizing trade collaborations with it. Within the newly formed Imperial Parliament, Wakanda was afforded additional seats. Should Wakanda consent, it would swiftly emerge as the most influential regional power within the Empire. Tony's significant influence stemmed from his wealth and technological advancements. Conversely, Wakanda's technological knowledge, disregarding the magical and technological fusion achieved by Tony, overwhelmingly surpassed that of Tony. In terms of wealth, Wakanda controlled vibranium, which yielded a tremendous influx of riches for the Empire in exchange. Eldritch Paimo's influence, however, diminished considerably, as he possessed little that was irreplaceable. Aichi retained him in the political center of the Empire merely because he was one of the original collaborators, serving as a testament to Aichi's commitment to not neglecting his elder partners. Paimo was not oblivious to the changing tides, with Aichi's evolution to this point. He could easily cast Paimo aside, yet chose to include him in interdimensional trade, embodying a profound sense of benevolence. Wakanda convened for discussions over a fortnight, during which dissent against the isolationist policies had already begun to surface domestically. Otherwise, the phenomenon of certain citizens supporting the antagonist in the later Black Panther film would not have occurred. Hence, after thorough analysis of the future trajectory, Wakanda ultimately resolved to join the Empire. This decision was akin to seizing an opportunity on a swiftly advancing vessel, as the current circumstances not only promised rapid development for Wakanda, but also the acquisition of magical power, a prospect greatly desired by Wakanda. Following a grand ceremony, Wakanda officially joined the Empire, with the Black Panther retaining the title of King, Aichi's designation formally changing to Emperor, and Daenerys maintaining her title as Queen, as her claim to succession remained confined to Westeros. However, their offspring, upon their eventual union, would inherit the entirety of the Empire, becoming the next rulers. The subsequent period marked the deepening cooperation and integration between Wakanda and the Empire, with Wakanda even proactively offering heart-shaped herb, while Aichi commenced collaboration with the potion masters of Winterfell to explore the possibility of formulating a low-risk, mild-strength physical enhancement potion from the herb. After all, Aichi had no intention of allowing his lips to emit a blue glow. During this time, the astrolabe captured the coordinates of 2 worlds, prompting Aichi to embark on a journey of exploration into the new realm. Chapter 072. A glimpse into the world of Fear 3 and the long-awaited encounter with Harry Potter. In a remarkable coincidence, 2 worlds were discovered almost simultaneously. Following his established protocol, Aichi promptly set about his arrangements. The first world he explored was that of Fear 3. Equipped with the Time Dragon Ring, Aichi was able to amplify the spatial magic upon his initial activation of the Dimensional Gate, thereby enlarging the portal. He brought along several subordinates to commence the construction of a permanent Dimensional Gate, alleviating the need for him to be involved in every task. After all, his subordinates were meant to handle such labor. The initial realm was that of the witches from Fear 3, a gathering place where, given Aichi's current magical prowess and technological resources, there was little that could pose a threat to him, and no particularly thrilling events transpired. However, Aichi did acquire a new template, the Supreme Witch. It would be more fitting to rename it the Supreme Wizard upon replication. The supreme abilities encompassed the control of fire, mind control, astral projection, teleportation, resurrection, divination, and telekinesis. Although 10 supreme witches could not match Aichi's combat capabilities, these 7 powers proved immensely beneficial, particularly the ability to resurrect, a skill that Aichi had yet to master. While Aichi could not replicate some of the innate special abilities of the other witches from Fear 3, the acquisition of these 7 powers through the Supreme Template brought him considerable joy. He promptly instructed his subordinates to initiate negotiations for collaboration with both the Witch Coven and the Black Witch Society, leaving the rest to them. Successfully integrating these naturally gifted witches into Aichi's imperial faction would bolster the foundation of his rule. Furthermore, with the contributions of Tony Stark and Wakanda, the technological level of the Empire had begun to surpass that of the average modern dimensions. With judicious management, generating wealth through technology could prove swifter than mere thievery, as evidenced by the successes of Apple and Microsoft. Regardless of whether the witches chose to join, Aichi was poised to amass considerable wealth across various modern realms. The subsequent matters were no longer Aichi's concern. Once he delegated the tasks to his subordinates, he immediately embarked on the exploration of the next dimension. Despite his status as emperor, Aichi harbored an insatiable spirit of adventure. For one who had long attained immortality, a lack of passion could lead to a state of melancholic ennui. Aichi was determined not to become a reclusive mage. Once more, Aichi activated the dimensional gate, utilizing the Space Dragon Ring to transport a contingent of his followers. This group comprised not only mages, but also agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. For any world, the presence of a few professional operatives could facilitate the acquisition of identities. Moreover, with Tony having lent Aichi the artificial intelligence, Friday, establishing an identity through the public security system of any modern realm would be a simple endeavor. Upon arriving in yet another modern dimension, Aichi promptly directed his subordinates to gather intelligence and employed the capabilities of Friday to obtain information and identities, thereby ensuring smooth operations. Aichi brought with him a substantial amount of gold and US dollars. However, based on the information gathered on Friday, despite the modernity of the world, the timeline was set in June 1990, a time before the advent of smartphones, when the internet was still in disarray. Aichi urgently needed to ascertain the nature of this realm. As a mage, he could distinctly sense the vibrancy of magical elements in this world. The magical energies coursing through the earth and sky indicated that he was indeed in a magical dimension. There are numerous magical worlds with modern backdrops. Yet Aichi could not ascertain whether the local magical factions were benevolent. Thus, he refrained from drawing undue attention to himself to avoid attracting other mages. At the very least, there was no high-level mage constantly monitoring spatial fluctuations. Otherwise, he might have been confronted on the spot, like the Ancient One. Geographically, Aichi found himself in Surrey, England. He had arrived just as the sun was setting, and by the time he organized his affairs, night had fallen. He had departed from home in the morning, and due to the differences in timelines between worlds, it was still not yet lunchtime according to his own internal clock, so he felt no urgency to seek lodging. Aichi began to meander through the streets, confident that his landing spots would not stray far from pivotal narrative locations of this world. In 1990, surveillance was not as pervasive, especially in the suburbs, allowing Aichi to leisurely wander and gather information. Not far into his stroll, Aichi spotted a street sign that read Privet Drive. He was momentarily taken aback. It is worth noting that while there are several Privet Drives in England, none existed in Surrey in reality. The only world where Privet Drive appeared in Surrey was that of Harry Potter. Aichi quickly regained his composure and began his search for number 4, Privet Drive. He recalled that the neighbor of Harry Potter's uncle was a non-magical individual tasked with monitoring Harry's household. Moreover, Aichi suspected that Dumbledore would likely have magical detectors positioned around Harry, as tracking spells could easily accomplish this. To avoid any complications that might arise from disturbing Dumbledore, Aichi decided to retreat into the mirror space from a safe distance. The disparity between the mirror space and the real world was substantial, making external observation challenging. Fortunately, Aichi possessed a Space Dragon Ring, which made his transition to the mirror space feel like returning home. He was able to smoothly observe the situation at number 4, Privet Drive from the mirror space. By this time, night had fully settled in, and there was not much nightlife to speak of. The family had already retired for the evening. A middle-aged couple was sleeping downstairs, while an 11 or 12-year-old boy was slumbering in his room upstairs. Beneath the staircase, in a small closet, a thin little boy was curled up on a makeshift bed. Evoking a sense of pity, Aichi needed no further exploration to confirm that he was indeed in the world of Harry Potter. Chapter 073, Diagon Alley and Gringotts. Upon confirming his intentions, Aichi promptly departed, aware that the moment to engage with Harry Potter had yet to arrive, though it would not be long in coming. Recognizing that he was in the world of Harry Potter, Aichi understood that his first course of action must be to seek out Diagon Alley. As the quintessential thoroughfare of the magical realm, Diagon Alley stood as a legitimate commercial hub. The population of the wizarding world was not particularly vast, and in Britain, there was no better place for shopping than Diagon Alley. While there were multiple entrances to this bustling marketplace, Aichi was only familiar with one, the Leaky Cauldron. Although he was uncertain of its exact location, he knew that possessing sufficient information about the Leaky Cauldron would enable his wish compass to divine the direction. Utilizing his spatial magic, the wish compass, and his artificial intelligence companion, Friday, Aichi swiftly pinpointed the location of the Leaky Cauldron. However, he did not rush, for night had fallen, and the shops of Diagon Alley had closed. While the Leaky Cauldron offered accommodations, Aichi had no currency from the wizarding world, prompting him to quickly gather his subordinates and instruct them to begin exchanging gold for pounds in the coming days. His funds bore dates from the year 2000 onward and were thus unusable. He also tasked them with securing a property and preparing to construct a medium-sized dimensional gateway, alongside familiarizing themselves with some of the magical background of this world. After spending a night in makeshift accommodations, Aichi arrived punctually at the doorstep of the Leaky Cauldron at 9 the following morning. The establishment was cloaked in a muggle-repelling charm, rendering it invisible and unnoticed by non-magical individuals. Consequently, upon Aichi's entrance, the proprietor, Tom, though unacquainted with Aichi, instinctively recognized him as a wizard. Tom's perception of Aichi led him to believe that he was a traveler from the Chinese magical community, and as a businessman, he was eager to extend a warm welcome. Greetings, esteemed guest. Welcome to the Leaky Cauldron. Would you care for a drink? We also offer lodging. Aichi adeptly assumed the persona of a traveler. Good morning, my friend. I have just had breakfast and intend to explore Diagon Alley first. I shall return for lunch. Tom nodded, pleased at the prospect of a midday patron. You may call me Tom. It is evident you are here to explore the wonders of Diagon Alley. Aichi responded with a smile. Indeed, I am Aichi. I have long heard of the bustling nature of Diagon Alley, but I first need to exchange some currency. Might you kindly direct me to Gringotts? Aichi skillfully sidestepped further discussion about the Chinese magical realm and refrained from revealing his lack of a wand. Tom, ever eager to assist, replied warmly, certainly. Since the morning crowd is sparse, please follow me. With that, Tom guided Aichi around the bar and into a small courtyard surrounded by walls. Within the confines of the courtyard, aside from a refuse bin, only a few weeds could be found. Tom drew forth his wand, counting 3 bricks upward from the refuse bin and then 2 bricks across, gently tapping the wall thrice with his wand. The brick trembled, revealing a small opening, which ultimately morphed into an archway leading to Diagon Alley. Aichi, remarkably, discovered the passage without a wand. Who knows if a tap with a magical ring would suffice to unveil the route? He had no intention of employing spatial magic to locate the entrance. The fact that he could navigate through it seamlessly was already a stroke of fortune. Tom, with great enthusiasm, guided Aichi, elucidating the way to Gringotts. Before they parted ways, Tom returning to his shop, while Aichi ventured towards the bank. Gringotts, situated in the prime area of Diagon Alley, boasted a strikingly tall white edifice that was hard to miss. The first entrance was a gleaming bronze door, where a guard clad in a scarlet uniform adorned with gold trim stood, bowing courteously to Aichi upon his arrival. The goblin's service was commendably polite. The second door, silver in hue, bore an inscription that read, Enter, stranger, but beware, for greed has dire consequences. To take without toil will invite the harshest of punishments. Thus, if you seek to pilfer wealth that has never belonged to you, thief, consider yourself warned. What you summon is not treasure, but ill fortune. It was evident that this engraven warning served as a tool for inflating the word count in countless Harry Potter fanfictions. Passing through the second silver door, Aichi entered a spacious marble hall, where approximately 100 goblins sat behind a long counter, hastily recording entries in great ledgers. Some weighed coins on scales, while others scrutinized gems through magnifying glasses. Aichi approached an unoccupied goblin's counter. It was just past 9 o'clock, and the bank was not particularly bustling. The short goblin greeted Aichi with warmth, inquiring about the nature of his business. Aichi observed the goblin with keen interest. It was quite absurd that wizards entrusted their economic lifeline to another species. Although they were referred to as goblins, their appearance was decidedly less than charming. Nevertheless, the The goblins of the Harry Potter universe exhibited a level of civilization more advanced than that of typical goblins in other realms, though their love for wealth remained a common trait. Aichi casually presented 2 chests, filled with gold he had long extracted from the Book of Infinite Possibilities, and addressed the goblin. I wish to exchange this gold for cash, primarily converting it into galleons, while also requesting some small change. If possible, I would like to purchase a box equipped with the undetectable extension charm to store the money. Utilizing gold was for convenience. Exchanging gems would necessitate appraisal, whereas gold merely required assessment of purity and weight, allowing for a swift transaction. As Gringotts was a bank, efficiency was paramount when dealing with significant patrons. Upon clarifying the exchange rate and transaction fees, the cash was swiftly secured, and even the inconspicuous box was prepared. Aichi did not bother to count the money and declined the fairy's suggestion of opening a vault. He left Gringotts with the box in hand, ready to embark on a shopping excursion. Chapter 074. Purchasing a wand with funds now in hand. The next step was to acquire a wand. Diagon Alley hosts but a single wand shop, Ollivander's Wand Shop. Established in 382 B.C., Ollivander's is one of the 3 premier wand retailers in Europe, and no one dares to sell wands nearby, for their business could never rival that of Ollivander. Furthermore, Hogwarts students receive discounts when purchasing their wands here, resulting in nearly all students opting to procure their wands from this esteemed establishment. The shop is widely recognized, and Aichi easily inquired to locate Ollivander's. The storefront was quaint and worn, with a solitary wand resting on a faded purple cushion in the window. The gilded sign above the door had begun to peel, inscribed with Ollivander, crafting fine wands since 382 BC. The interior was modest, furnished only with a long bench and filled to near ceiling height with slender boxes containing wands. Who could have imagined that such an unassuming place would be a venerable establishment? Despite its shabby appearance, a successful heist here could yield a fortune in wands. And for over 2 millennia, this small shop has stood resiliently. Ollivander's magical prowess must be considerable. At the very least, he could defend himself. As Aichi entered the shop, Ollivander was diligently arranging wands. Having sold wands for many years, Ollivander had encountered every type of customer, including numerous foreigners. He could proudly assert that many individuals traveled from abroad specifically to purchase his wands. Thus, when a foreign adult entered his shop, Ollivander found it entirely unremarkable. It was undoubtedly a customer seeking a quality wand. Ollivander emerged from behind the shelves and approached Aichi, his light-colored eyes shimmering in the dim light of the shop. "Good afternoon, sir. You are from abroad, I presume?" A face I have not yet seen. Ollivander's remarkable memory was not mere boast. He recalled the appearance and owners of every wand he had sold over the decades, so it was certain that he had not encountered Aichi before. Aichi had no desire to delve into his origins. Speaking too much could lead to complications. Indeed, he had long heard that Ollivander's was the finest wand shop, and he was keen to purchase a wand here. Ollivander harbored a deep affection for the wands he crafted, though this sentiment was reserved for those he had made himself. If someone were to abandon a wand acquired elsewhere in favor of one of his creations, Ollivander would be genuinely pleased. "Thank you for your kind words. It is the wand that selects the wizard, dear sir. If your previous wand has not fulfilled your expectations, you are certain to find the most suitable wand here. To facilitate your selection, might I inquire about the specifications of your former wand?" Naturally, Aichi would refrain from divulging such information. "Shall I disclose that I once wielded the Wabbajack, a wand capable of toppling you and transforming you into a rabbit with a mere flick?" Aichi holds little regard for the theory of wand selection. It is not a sacred artifact, merely a matter of magical resonance. Akin to how a swordsman possesses a favored weapon. Is it the weapon that chooses the swordsman? Aichi extended a hand to halt Ollivander, who was eager to retrieve an abundance of wands from the shelves for Aichi too. With both hands outstretched, a cascade of magical energies began to emanate outward. Having acquired the Supreme Template, Aichi utilized one of the 7 supreme abilities, divination, at this moment. He invoked the art of divination, harmonizing it with the frequency of his magical waves, extending his reach throughout the shop. All wands that resonated harmoniously with Aichi began to vibrate, their intensity of vibration correlating with the quality of resonance. Suddenly, Aichi thrust his right hand forward, grasping at the void, and with a swift motion, drew back, causing a wand box to soar from a shelf within the shop, which he caught deftly with his left hand. Upon opening the box, Aichi extracted the wand amidst Ollivander's astonished gaze. The wand, indeed, felt remarkably comfortable in his grasp, allowing the magical energy flowing through Aichi's internal circuits to course effortlessly through the wand, as if it were an extension of his own arm. The craftsmanship of the wands here is worthy of commendation. As magical energy traversed the wand, its tip began to glow, first in a silvery hue, then transforming into golden sparks. Once the magical balance was achieved, the brilliance dimmed, solidifying Aichi's connection with the wand. Although it fell slightly short of the bond he shared with the dragon ring, as a conduit for casting spells, it proved to be extraordinarily effective, enhancing the efficacy of numerous specialized spells while conserving magical energy. This is precisely why Aichi sought to purchase it. Otherwise, he would have continued utilizing his magical ring, which is undeniably more convenient, eliminating the need to draw a wand each time. Ollivander was astounded by the efficiency of this wand selection process. He had always relished the experience of guiding customers through the trial of wands, yet encountering such an unknown magical method to pinpoint the right wand was unprecedented. Fortunately, Ollivander understood that an individual capable of such feats must possess considerable prowess. To inquire into another's magic would be quite presumptuous. Confirming that the wand before him was indeed the most suitable, he resolved to sell it directly to this remarkable customer. "Sir, you are indeed a person of considerable skill. This wand, crafted from ebony, measures 11 inches, with a core derived from the heartstring of a dragon, straight and unyielding. While it may not be ideal for transformation spells, it serves as an excellent companion in combat. The total is 164 galleons. May I have the pleasure of knowing your name? Thank you for your patronage." Aichi was aware that Ollivander intended to gather intelligence. Nevertheless, he still disclosed his true name. It is worth noting that wands are quite expensive. Yet first-year students at Hogwarts receive substantial discounts on their purchases. Harry Potter acquired his wand for 7 galleons, featuring a core made of phoenix feather. In contrast, Ron utilized a wand previously owned by one of his brothers, which contained a core fashioned from unicorn tail hair. Here, the magical families have long since disdainfully dismissed the declaration regarding wand selection for wizards. Later, in the 6th book, Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, Slughorn cunningly tricked Hagrid into parting with a bundle of unicorn tail hair, disclosing that such items cost 10 galleons each. It was evident that the wands sold to students were already priced below their actual cost. Only through Hogwarts subsidies to Ollivander could the price of wands be lowered. Should Aichi make a purchase, he would have to pay the full amount, which was rather steep. However, Aichi was affluent and untroubled by the expense. After acquiring the wand, he bid farewell to Ollivander and exited the wand shop, continuing his exploration of the streets. Chapter 075. The grand shopping spree having secured a wand. It was now time for an extensive shopping expedition. To truly understand a world, one must first delve into its literature. The magical realm lacks the internet. And it was only 1990, with the Muggle world's internet being rather rudimentary. Therefore, the finest bookstore in this vicinity was undoubtedly Flourish and Blott's, located in Diagon Alley, adjacent to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Aichi was not particularly keen on purchasing clothing, and thus promptly entered Flourish and Blott's to peruse the shelves. As it was the onset of summer vacation, the Hogwarts book list for the upcoming term had yet to be released, resulting in a lack of students bustling about the bookstore. In the morning, Flourish and Blott's was rather tranquil, with business being leisurely. As the largest distributor of textbooks, Flourish and Blott's bore a resemblance to a major bookstore, offering a vast array of titles. Although different instructors might request specific textbooks for their classes, many essential magical books could be found here. The store boasted a comprehensive selection of textbooks, history, biographies, literature, potions, domestic magic, and specialized magic. While some advanced and dark magical texts were absent, a plethora of circulating magical books could be discovered here. Even the Auror's Magical Guide was available, containing spells considered quite advanced, akin to reference materials for civil service examinations. Aurors are a blend of civil servants and law enforcement, with high standards for magical proficiency. Aichi politely declined the bookstore clerk's enthusiastic assistance and leisurely began browsing the shelves on his own, occasionally selecting intriguing books to peruse. Unbeknownst to others, Aichi had activated the replication function of the Infinite Book, which allowed him to detect and automatically duplicate any books within several meters of his vicinity without needing to open them. After strolling around the store for a while, he successfully recorded all the books into the Infinite Book. In order to avoid drawing attention, Aichi symbolically purchased a guidebook to the British magical world and a historical tome. And after completing the transaction, he proceeded to his next destination. The remaining items were not urgent acquisitions. Aichi required an abundance of potion ingredients and alchemical materials. He was confident that by integrating the local potion techniques and new materials into his own alchemical system, he would undoubtedly achieve superior results. However, Aichi need not personally handle these matters. He took the lead because he alone understood the intricacies of this world. Having blazed a trail, he could leave the rest to his subordinates, especially since he had brought several wizards along, who could manage the procurement thereafter. In the future, he would surely engage in large-scale wholesale of potions, and he even contemplated purchasing seeds for cultivation. Aichi now possessed a comprehensive potion cultivation system, with modern techniques capable of nurturing even rare herbs like reishi and ginseng, rendering ordinary medicinal materials trivial. He even intended to wholesale flying broomsticks, an excellent means for short-distance travel, and planned to return and have Winterhold investigate the possibility of replicating them. With his general arrangements firmly in mind, Aichi saw no necessity to further explore Diagon Alley, leaving the remaining tasks to his subordinates. Beyond Diagon Alley, another significant location awaited Aichi's attention, Nocturne Alley. Adjacent to Diagon Alley, Nocturne Alley was a place of mingled fortunes and misfortunes. The foremost pedestrian street of the British magical community was in close proximity to the premier smuggling market, and to claim that the two shared no clandestine connections would be incredulous. The depths of Nocturne Alley ran deep, often frequented by dark wizards loitering and disposing of stolen goods. A moment's reflection revealed that such an overtly unsavory district, absent of aura scrutiny, was undoubtedly linked to the upper echelons of the Ministry of Magic. Aichi could not be bothered to dwell on this, as many wizards chose to obscure their identities with masks or hoods. Yet, Aichi remained unconcerned. His magic surpassed that of the denizens here, and he feared no complications. Unfamiliar with Nocturne Alley and uninterested in exploring further, Aichi directly approached a hapless individual to inquire about the location of Borgin and Burks. The wizard he questioned was clearly no paragon of virtue, but with a flick of his fear spell, Aichi quickly elicited the information he sought. It was not long before Aichi located Borgin and Burks, a shop that, amidst such chaos and under the watchful eyes of the ministry, traded in dark magical artifacts. The Malfoy family, wary of being discovered hoarding such items, likely frequented this place to discreetly sell their illicit possessions. Interestingly, the notorious Voldemort had once worked here as a clerk upon his graduation, a veritable dark chapter in his history, yet after achieving fame, he had never returned to settle accounts, indicating that Borgin and Burks possessed formidable connections. The proprietor, Borgin, was certainly a savvy survivor. As Aichi entered the shop, Borgin immediately approached him, for this establishment, engaged in the surreptitious trade of dark artifacts, was not as bustling as Diagon Alley. However, the clientele that did arrive were generally significant buyers. As the first customer of the day, Aichi's presence sparked Borgin's anticipation of a lucrative transaction. "Welcome to the enchanting realm of the Bogenbach magic shop. Are you here to procure something, or perhaps to part with an item?" Aichi cast a discerning glance at Mr. Bojin, whose hair glistened with an oily sheen, adorned with a sycophantic smile. Yet, one of his hands lingered dangerously close to the wand tucked at his waist. It was evident that this proprietor was well-versed in safeguarding himself within such a precarious environment. As Aichi surveyed the eclectic array of magical artifacts, each emanating a unique arcane aura, he felt a shiver of darkness, even as a seasoned explorer of ancient tombs in the world of Elder Scrolls. "Do you possess a phoenix egg?" he inquired. Mr. Bojin's pupils dilated in surprise. "Sir, the trade of phoenix eggs is illegal." Aichi chuckled softly. "I never expected Mr. Bojin to discuss legality." He continued, "No need for concern or to test my intentions. I have come to propose a long-term collaboration." With that, Aichi raised his right hand and snapped his fingers, unleashing a torrent of magical energy from his spatial dragon ring. Instantly, the surroundings were enveloped in a mirrored dimension. Mr. Bojin, having remained on high alert, was aware that magic could be wielded without a wand. In previous fanfiction narratives, protagonists showcasing wandless magic often left characters astounded, only to be swiftly corrected by the esteemed Ms. Rowling, who meticulously crafted the magical world's lore, where African magical institutions imparted numerous wandless spells. Contrasting with the wand-centric practices of the West, caught off guard by Aichi's sudden display of magic, Mr. Bojin quickly drew his wand from his waist. Alas, as the shopkeeper, he had been too close to his customer moments prior. Aichi, not only a prodigious mage, but also a master swordsman and seasoned assassin emerging from the battlefield, had claimed the lives of countless foes despite his youth. The distance between them rendered Bojin's attempt to arm himself all too tardy. With a swift motion, Aichi struck Mr. Bojin's wrist as he reached for his wand, causing him to grimace in pain, unable to muster any strength to grasp the wand. It was indeed unfortunate for Bojin to encounter Aichi, a master of close combat. Within moments, the wand was seized by Aichi. He waved his hand, channels of telekinetic energy erupting forth, lifting Mr. Bojin into the air, rendering him defenseless without his wand, and diminishing his prowess by a considerable margin. To thwart any possibility of wandless magic or concealed magical artifacts, Aichi employed an expert-level transformation spell, Paralysis. Mr. Bojin became as pliable as a puddle of mud, suspended in midair by Aichi's telekinesis. Subsequently, Aichi conjured a chair from the ground and unceremoniously deposited Mr. Bojin upon it. Observing the paralyzed shopkeeper, who now resembled a forced imitation of Stephen Hawking, Aichi smirked and declared, "Now, let us continue our business discussion. Bojin, I find myself at a loss for words." Chapter 076, The Desire to Take on Disciples. Aichi conjured a chair opposite Bojin, settling down across from him. The two were now situated within a mirrored dimension, and Aichi felt no trepidation regarding any potential traps within the establishment. Given that Bojin's paralysis would persist for several more minutes, Aichi appeared remarkably at ease. "Mr. Bojin, please do not feel alienated. I harbor no ill intentions." Bojin, yearning to unleash a torrent of invective, found himself silenced by his immobilized state. The sudden display of power earlier was merely a demonstration of cooperation, facilitating our subsequent dialogue. Had I intended harm, your current inability to resist would have rendered any further aggression unnecessary. Thus, I believe my goodwill has been sufficiently conveyed. Bojin attempted to muster some strength, but alas, his body remained limp, even the magic within him refusing to coalesce, leaving him resigned to his fate. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Aichi Danton, and in terms of profession, I serve as an emperor." With a playful wink, Aichi exuded an air of delight. Bojin sensed a flicker of recovery in his tone, yearning to articulate his thoughts, yet still unable to voice them. "My empire requires resources from the magical realm, both licit and illicit. Everything of utility is essential. Therefore, I seek an informed intermediary. With your extensive experience in the underbelly of commerce, you are an exemplary partner for collaboration." Bojin struggled to speak. Aichi rose and approached him. "Fear not, you are my chosen collaborator. I have always taken great care of my partners. The specific details shall be entrusted to my associates. Remember, I possess an unparalleled mastery of spatial magic, so let us ensure our partnership remains amicable." As he spoke, Aichi extended his right hand, and a blue portal materialized before them, leading to a luxurious suite in a Muggle hotel. This presidential suite had now become Aichi's temporary headquarters, where several agents and wizards were on duty. Aichi levitated Bojin, chair and all, and tossed him through the portal, addressing a wizard. "This gentleman is Mr. Bojin, my future partner in magical trade. Please discuss the division of profits with him. The rest is in your capable hands." With that, Aichi closed the portal, preparing to open another. At this moment, it was June 1990 in the Harry Potter universe, with the trio not set to enroll until September 1991. This timeline predated the unfolding narrative, a rarity in Aichi's numerous traversals, as typically, he found himself amidst a storyline already in progress. However, considering the events of 60 years prior involving the creatures of the magical realm, one might argue that Aichi had indeed arrived amidst unfolding tales. Ultimately, this timeline afforded Aichi the opportunity to gather allies. The focal point, without a doubt, is Hermione Granger, while Ron Weasley may be disregarded. Hailing from a family steeped in the magical arts, Ron's potential influence is limited, and he possesses no remarkable qualities that would warrant significant attention from Aichi. Hermione, on the other hand, presents herself as an ideal candidate for Aichi's apprenticeship. Within the realm of the arcane, she undoubtedly represents the pinnacle of academic prowess. Adept at extracting knowledge from tomes and applying it practically, a true scholar is the finest raw material for the mystical arts. Aichi is particularly invested in cultivating loyal confidants, as a future empire must be supported by a robust cadre of steadfast individuals who can unwaveringly align with Aichi's vision, thereby stabilizing and subduing the various factions within the empire. Hermione's exceptional aptitude makes her a prime candidate for mentorship, and her Muggle origins render her devoid of any entanglements with rival factions. Conversely, Harry Potter embodies a different potential. His magical talents lean towards the proactive, thriving more in practical combat than in theoretical study. With appropriate guidance, he could evolve into a formidable warrior. Crucially, the connections bequeathed to him by his parents could facilitate Aichi's consolidation of alliances, allowing him to gain the support of multiple individuals in the process. The half-giant Hagrid's expertise in magical creature cultivation, Lupin's dual talents as a werewolf and wizard, and Sirius Black's willingness to sacrifice for friendship, alongside Professor Snape's unwavering loyalty to Lily Potter, all contribute to the high value of securing Harry's allegiance. Furthermore, Harry's susceptibility to influence is extraordinarily low. Having endured abuse from the Dursleys, he currently exists in a state of confusion and despair. Whoever rescues him from his plight will earn his unwavering gratitude. Consider the moment when Dumbledore sent the admission letter and Hagrid came to retrieve him. The naive Harry was easily swayed, leading him to serve Dumbledore. From a conspiratorial perspective, Harry's experiences appear to be orchestrated by Dumbledore, and rather than allowing Dumbledore to reap the benefits of Harry's future, it would be far more advantageous for Aichi to claim him. After much contemplation, Aichi resolved to take action and seek out Hermione and Harry as his apprentices. Chapter 077. Startling the Granger family. Among the two, Aichi decided to first pursue Hermione. Although he was aware of Harry's whereabouts, engaging with him at this juncture was ill-advised. One could never be certain if Harry was under the influence of tracking spells. A confrontation with Dumbledore, while not daunting to Aichi, would undoubtedly complicate matters. It would be prudent to wait a few days until Aichi could thoroughly explore the magical knowledge he had acquired from this world before approaching Harry. Thus, it would be best to seek out Hermione first. Upon his arrival, Aichi instructed his subordinates to establish a series of minor dimensional gateways. Although these would likely suffer wear and tear after only a few uses, they would suffice as emergency communication channels for the time being. Should any complications arise, Aichi could easily extricate himself, alleviating any psychological burden and affording him a sense of ease. Finding Hermione was relatively straightforward. The original narrative did not specify her residence, only that her parents were both dentists, with no indication of their practice location. In this case, utilizing the wish compass would expedite the search. Using the old method, Aichi sought a location, employing the wish compass to determine Hermione's direction. He then opened a portal to a different place, repeating the process to identify the intersection of the two lines drawn on the map, which indicated Hermione's approximate vicinity. Subsequently, he intended to explore this area slowly with the wish compass. The tome Aichi had copied contained the method for phantom manifestation, and having already learned the essence of spatial magic from the Ancient One, coupled with the space dragon ring on his right hand, he practiced several times while searching for Hermione, mastering this intricate spell that proved challenging for others. Before long, Aichi located Hermione's whereabouts. It was the end of June, and she was still attending classes, as the summer break in England typically commenced in July. Aichi, no matter how carefree he felt, could not simply whisk Hermione away from her classroom. Concealed within the mirrored space, he swiftly delved into the magical texts of the Harry Potter universe, while intermittently observing Hermione. Aichi suddenly perceived that the mirrored space spell had a tendency to foster voyeuristic and stalking inclinations. He felt rather like a peeping Tom. Dismissing such thoughts, he continued to immerse himself in his studies. Once Hermione's classes concluded, elementary schools dismiss early, Aichi followed her home. Since he intended to take her as a pupil, it was crucial not to frighten her unnecessarily. Unlike Harry, who suffered from familial neglect, Aichi required Hermione's parents' consent and had no intention of becoming a kidnapper. Contemplating this, a mischievous idea struck him. He retrieved paper and pen from the Book of Infinity and swiftly penned a letter. Using magic, he melted sealing wax with flames and affixed it with a three-headed dragon seal. Next, he awaited Hermione's parents' return from work. Dentists abroad are quite esteemed, earning substantial incomes, often not working late. Hence they returned home at a reasonable hour. As the family prepared to enjoy dinner, they were suddenly startled by a tapping on the window. Mr. Granger, catching on first, assumed it was merely neighborhood children playing pranks and stood up to scold them. To his astonishment, he discovered that the one tapping the glass was a silver bird, resembling an eagle. This eagle appeared identical to its counterparts, yet it was entirely silver. Not merely an ordinary shade, but radiating a metallic sheen, as if it were composed of metal. Its feather patterns were distinctly visible, reflecting light, and its eyes appeared to be crafted from metal, devoid of biological traits. Yet it behaved like a living eagle, persistently pecking at the glass. Mr. Granger, taken aback, quickly stepped back, momentarily at a loss, when the eagle exhibited new behavior. Upon observing that Mr. Granger had no intention of opening a window, the silver eagle suddenly unfurled its wings, shook them vigorously, then folded them again and dove towards the glass with a forceful thrust, shattering it and soaring into the room. This startling event left even the adult Mr. Granger quite alarmed. Fortunately, having retreated slightly moments earlier, he was spared from the shards of glass. Fearing for his safety from the eagle, Mr. Granger hastily retreated further into the house. Meanwhile, Mrs. Granger and Hermione, drawn by the sound of the crashing glass, were about to investigate when they witnessed Mr. Granger fleeing into the dining room, pursued by the Silver Eagle. Demonstrating commendable responsibility, Mr. Granger quickly shielded his wife and daughter behind him, casting a wary glance at the majestic bird. Observing the scene unfold from a mirrored space, Aichi slapped his forehead, realizing that the family was indeed startled by this unexpected visitor. Chapter 078. Admission Notices and Banquets. Although this situation diverged from Aichi's original intentions, he decided to remain as an amused spectator. The Silver Eagle, having ceased its pursuit of the Granger family, began to circle the room before alighting upon the dining table. It was then that the Granger family noticed one of the eagle's talons grasping 2 envelopes. With a casual release, the eagle dropped the envelopes onto the side nearest to the Grangers, then flapped its wings several times, landing gracefully once more on the table, striking a pose that resembled a stunning statue, remaining completely still as if frozen in time. This enchantment was one Aichi had learned from the apprentice world of wizards. Balthazar had once animated a metallic sculpture into an eagle, while Hoveth had done the same with a bronze bull. Clearly, Aichi had procured a metal eagle statue and used magic to animate it as a messenger. The Granger family, understandably shaken, gazed at the unmoving eagle statue. At that moment, Mr. Granger, as the head of the household, was the first to regain his composure and assume responsibility. The extraordinary events unfolding before them surpassed their understanding. Although Mr. Granger's instinct was to call for help, reason held him back, for the bizarre nature of the situation might lead authorities to dismiss it as a prank or a sign of mental instability. With no better course of action, and recognizing that the animated statue had delivered 2 letters, Mr. Granger decided it prudent to first ascertain the contents of these missives. Cautiously, he approached the dining table, testing the statue's immobility twice before he was assured of its stillness and felt secure enough to examine the envelopes. Given their mysterious origin, he prodded the envelopes with a fork from the table, and upon seeing no reaction, he confidently picked them up. One envelope was addressed to Mr. Granger, while the other was for Hermione Granger. The 3 family members exchanged astonished glances, while the letter for Mr. Granger was understandable. The one intended for a 10-year-old girl left them perplexed. At this moment, the Granger couple's foremost thought was of their daughter, leading them to first open the envelope addressed to Hermione Granger. To the astonishment of the 3 individuals present, the envelope contained a letter of acceptance from a school. The letter began with a complexly designed crown, which Mr. Granger did not recognize. However, he soon realized it was the emblem of Winterhold City. In ancient times, Winterhold served as the capital of the province of the skies, even more prosperous than the lonely city, and in recent years, under the stewardship of Aichi, it had gradually regained its former splendor, though due to the cold, the flow of visitors remained sparse, befitting the regal emblem. The letter read, Winterhold School of Magic Chief Wizard, Aichi Danton. Dear Ms. Granger, we are delighted to inform you that you have been granted admission to Winterhold School of Magic. You will acquire invaluable knowledge imparted by the wizards of Winterhold and explore the very essence of magic. Here, you will have the opportunity for personal instruction from the chief wizard. Further details will be communicated directly by the chief wizard. Best wishes. The Granger family stared in astonishment, with little Hermione also gazing at the letter, the word School of Magic leaving them utterly bewildered. Mr. Granger decided to set this aside for the moment and turned his attention to his own letter. He broke the wax seal and opened the envelope, revealing a parchment letter that read, Dear Mr. Granger, your daughter possesses exceptional talent for becoming a wizard, and as the chief wizard of Winterhold, I intend to take your daughter as my apprentice. I hope you, as her guardians, will cooperate. I would like to discuss the specifics with you in person and extend an invitation for dinner. Best regards, Aichi Danton. Although they were still unclear about the particulars, it was evident that someone wished to take their precious daughter as a disciple, seemingly in the realm of legend and magic. The couple grasped this much. Little Hermione, on the other hand, was quite intrigued. Having read fairy tales since childhood and having experienced the occasional inexplicable movement of objects in their home over the past year, a manifestation of magical surges, her interest in magic had significantly peaked. However, the decision still lay with her parents, and the implications of the matter remained uncertain. Mrs. Granger spoke first. I am not entirely sure of the situation, but judging by the letter, it seems they wish to discuss matters further in person. I wonder when the dinner he mentioned will take place. As soon as she finished speaking, a burst of golden sparks appeared before the 3, swirling to form a small circle. As the sparks continued to whirl, the circle expanded, ultimately exceeding 3 meters in diameter, creating a portal. Through it, a lavish dining room came into view, with a long table, at the head of which sat a young man clad in a splendid robe, it was Aichi. With a warm demeanor, Aichi spoke. "It seems you have received my invitation. I hope you will forgive my boldness and join me for dinner." In the face of such a situation, it is impossible to simply express a cheerful greeting and step through the portal. One must wonder how naive one could be. The Granger family did not take any action. In fact, they were paralyzed by fear. It is only natural for ordinary individuals to be overwhelmed in such circumstances. Aichi had no intention of waiting for the others to approach him. Instead, he extended the back of his right hand, gesturing toward them, causing the portal to swiftly draw closer to the trio, enveloping them in an instant. Once they passed through, the Granger family found themselves in the dining room, the portal vanishing behind them. They were now unwitting guests at a banquet. Aichi courteously gestured, "No need to stand on ceremony. Please take a seat. The dishes today are rather delightful." The Granger family, still taken aback, found it was not ideal to remain in such a daze. Fortunately, a nearby agent, serving as a waiter, reminded them to sit. Aichi had successfully created a small portal and had begun to establish clandestine connections. Currently, he lacked personnel capable of swiftly navigating the modern world's alternate dimensions. Thus, he had enlisted several agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. As for whether any Hydra members were among them, Aichi could not say. To him, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra were on the same level of collaboration. Of course, Aichi had also begun training individuals in this regard, intending to rely on his own people in the future. For the time being, he would make use of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents as waitstaff. Under the guidance of the server, the Granger family nervously took their seats. Aichi had also summoned 2 mages to accompany him, making a total of 6 individuals at the table. The temporary stronghold Aichi had chosen was a luxurious hotel rented at great expense, featuring a Western-style rectangular dining table. Aichi occupied the head of the table, with the Granger family seated to his left and the 2 mages to his right. Despite their fear, they felt they had no choice. Given that mobile phones were not yet widespread, Mr. Granger found himself without a means to call for help. It was evident that everyone present was affiliated with Aichi. So Mr. Granger did not consider shouting for assistance, resigning himself to taking a seat. Nevertheless, he chose a position closest to Aichi, ensuring his wife and daughter sat a bit farther away, which placed young Hermione at the farthest end from Aichi. Hermione, at an age where she feared nothing, would later prove to be a formidable member of their trio. Despite her reputation for being the most rule-abiding, her knack for stirring trouble was on par with her companions. Thus, she was, ironically, the least afraid of them all, comfortably taking her seat under her parents' watchful eyes, eagerly awaiting the meal. Aichi, however, had no intention of indulging in the local cuisine. No matter how upscale the hotel, it could not change the fact that this was a bastion of British culinary misadventures. Therefore, once everyone was seated, Aichi once again traced a circle in the air with his right hand, reopening the portal. His prepared subordinates promptly delivered food from a nearby Chinese restaurant to the table. Aichi originally intended to directly open a portal to Huaxia. However, due to the time difference, it was the early hours of the morning there, and no restaurants were open. Thus, he was compelled to seek an alternative and arrange for Chinese cuisine nearby, instructing his subordinates to deliver it through the portal. Upon witnessing the portal once more, young Hermione's eyes widened with curiosity as she fixated on the waiter emerging from within. Eager to speak, yet was restrained by her mother seated beside her. Aichi had orchestrated quite a spectacle. Typically, when Hogwarts encounters families of Muggle descent, a teacher would visit to demonstrate a modicum of magic, perhaps transforming a hamster or something similar. In stark contrast, Aichi's display bore the semblance of a kidnapping, creating an atmosphere that was somewhat difficult to manage. Nevertheless, Aichi remained unconcerned. Although he was generally an affable individual, he possessed the spirit of an adventurer and an emerging sovereign, often acting with a self-directed approach. He was determined to facilitate the events he desired. While observing the dishes as they arrived, Aichi began conversing with the Granger family. This was a habit carried over from his past life. Dining in China differs from that in Europe, where courses are served one at a time, while in China, everything is presented at once. Moreover, discussing business at the dining table is customary in China, so as soon as the dishes were laid out, Aichi commenced eating while engaging in conversation. Please, do not hold back. Although the food here may not be authentic Chinese cuisine, it has been adapted to suit Western tastes and should align well with your preferences. The Granger couple promptly expressed their approval and politely sampled some dishes, while Hermione, unburdened by such reservations, joyfully dove into the delightful fare before her. Although young Hermione appeared quite charming, she did not possess the striking beauty of Emma Watson as depicted in the films. It was evident that Emma's allure significantly enhanced Hermione's character. The real Hermione was more akin to the description in the original text, somewhat unkempt with prominent front teeth. And among children, she was merely passably attractive, having not yet developed any glaring imperfections. However, it was indeed the case that this family was entirely Caucasian. Without the presence of the black girl seen in the stage adaptations. After sampling a few dishes, Aichi continued, Mr. and Mrs. Granger, I trust you understand that I am a magician who wields magic. Magic is an extraordinary force, yet at its core, it requires systematic study akin to science. Hermione possesses remarkable learning capabilities and exceptional magical talent. You must have noticed that children who awaken their magical abilities often experience magical surges during moments of heightened emotion. Surely, you have observed the occasional wondrous phenomena surrounding Hermione. There is no doubt, these are traces of magic. I wish to take Hermione under my wing as an apprentice to help her master this capability. With that, Aichi extended his right hand towards the candles on the dining table, which served both illumination and decoration, and silently recited a spell. The flame of the candle elongated swiftly. Igniting with fervor, the flickering flame danced, scattering sparks in all directions. With a sudden burst, a multitude of sparks shot upwards, resembling a dragon soaring with outstretched wings above the candle. After a few majestic flaps, the sparks gradually extinguished into oblivion. This spell was learned by Aichi from the legendary world of Merlin. Apart from its resplendence, it bore little practical use, yet it served splendidly for the demonstration of magic. Hermione's interest was piqued immediately as she interjected, inquiring, Can I learn this? Aichi kindly responded, Certainly, whether it be these fundamental spells or more advanced incantations in the future. I shall teach you. At Winterhold, there exists a robust educational system. Moreover, as my disciple, you shall gain access to resources that are not readily available to ordinary students, along with my personal guidance as the chief mage. Upon concluding this, Aichi turned to Hermione's parents and said, Mr. and Mrs. Granger, I have great faith in Hermione's talents. Furthermore, you must understand that magical surges can indeed pose risks, both to those nearby and to young mages. Failing to master these spells proactively would not bode well for Hermione. Therefore, it is advisable for her to study with us. As for the fact that Hermione could also learn magic at Hogwarts, Aichi chose to withhold that information, not out of deceit, but simply by omission. Regarding the dangers of magical surges, Aichi did not exaggerate. Such risks are real, and the consequences of losing control can be dire, as evidenced by the fate of Dumbledore's sister. Upon hearing that neglecting magical studies could endanger Hermione, the couple became visibly unsettled, though they were already anxious, and hurriedly sought clarification. With their concern evident, Aichi felt reassured. At the table, 2 mages from Winterhold were present, signaling it was their time to speak. The 2 mages promptly took over the conversation, elaborating on the entire situation at Winterhold and imparting various magical knowledge. They devoted themselves diligently to serving Aichi, the chief mage and emperor, and he mused that they could easily excel in salesmanship. From that point on, Aichi remained mostly silent, quietly enjoying his meal while occasionally playfully engaging little Hermione. As dinner concluded, the Granger couple found themselves quite bewildered by the information shared. Aichi, not wanting to rush them, extended an invitation for the family to visit the already established Winterhold Essos branch of the Song of Ice and Fire world in the coming days. He enthusiastically encouraged them to establish a dental clinic in the capital, Myr, as there were hardly any dentists in Essos, which was undergoing modernization. Myr had only recently gained electricity a mere 6 months ago, leaving many industries lacking. The Granger couple would undoubtedly earn a handsome profit as dentists while being able to frequently see their daughter. The Granger family agreed to visit in a few days, after which Aichi opened a portal to return them home. With this family nearly settled, he had other matters to attend to.